Chapter 1. The Demon God and the Young Girl. Sunlight streamed through the flower-patterned window, casting a warm glow on the pure white, luxurious bed. Flawless silver lotus flowers adorned the bedside, and gentle spring breezes wafted through the cracks of the window, carrying a hint of the girl's fragrance into the bright spring. Day outside. The girl with white hair had her eyes tightly shut, her hands clasped together, and her lips moved slightly, as if she were praying for something. Descend. As she finished the last segment of her incantation, her sapphire blue eyes opened, staring at the empty space before her. For a long while, nothing changed. The sun's rays grew increasingly intense, making the white bed even more dazzling. The girl lowered her head in disappointment. The 16th summoning had failed. The girl's talent was not lacking. One could even say it was extraordinary. T16. She was a 4th-tier light mage, enough to look down upon her peers in the Empire. Lovelian Bradley, the foremost of a younger generation of the Bradley family, was naturally attuned to light elements, and there were even rumors spread by well-meaning people that Lovelian was the illegitimate daughter of the god of light. While others knelt, begging for elements to enter their bodies to refine their spiritual power, Lovelian was different. Elements rushed to enter her as if they were children, running home after school. As a great archmage once said, not only was she the jewel of the vast Bradley family, but she was also the designated saintess of the Church of Light, poised to ascend immediately upon breaking through to the 7th tier. Life had never been smoother, but now she faced a challenge. A simple summoning spell had unexpectedly lived through an entire night in Lovelian's hands. Since the sudden dismissal from the Imperial Magic Academy yesterday, she had begun attempting the summoning spell she had just learned. Summoning was a special type of magic, without any level restrictions. Its essence was to communicate with beings from summoning planes or other entities to serve you. What was summoned depended on the medium used by the summoner. Depending on the power gap between the summoner and the summoned, there were upper-tier and lower-tier summons. As the names imply, one is a command for the entity to come, while the other is merely an invitation, leaving it up to the entity whether to come or not. Lovelian used a crystal of light as her medium, but the other party seemed uninterested in her own now. She was preparing to initiate an upper-tier summon, commanding the entity with authority. Obey my will, beings of another world. Heed my call, descend. The dazzling white light before her overshadowed the blazing sun, but this was nothing for a 4th-tier light mage. A slight smile appeared on Lovelian's lips. She summoned an ordinary crowno, an extraordinary crow. Even though it was plain, the moment it was summoned, it became remarkable because it was her summoned crow. Its inky feathers shimmered in the sunlight, and its black eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. Appearing somewhat dazed and surprised, this crow seemed to possess intelligence, and Lovelian smiled gently. "Can you talk, little crow?" Her voice rang out like a clear spring, echoing in Lucifer's ears. Still in a daze, Lucifer lifted his head, allowing him to see the girl's face clearly. Her pure white hair cascaded down beside her ears, and her exquisite features seemed sculpted by a master artisano. No craftsman could carve such a perfect creation. The tassels of her earrings swayed as she shook her head, and her azure eyes, as pure as the world's finest sapphire, focused intently on the crow before her. Those were eyes that could speak. "Are you mesmerized by my beauty? Do crows also have human aesthetics?" The girl's words interrupted Lucifer's appraisal, prompting him to add a comment except for not being mute. She had all the virtues. "I'm not a crow," Lucifer replied, flapping his wings. "I am the supreme ruler of the Underworld, the demon god of fall and death." Lucifer, his voice, though somewhat comical, carried an undeniable authority that commanded respect. "Are you really?" Lovelian seemed to panic suddenly, her voice tangling as she covered her mouth with her hands and took a small step back. "Yes, I am." This time, Lucifer did not flap his wings. It would be too degrading, merely responding to the girl's shock in a calm tone. After speaking, Lucifer casually surveyed his surroundings. Could this be a dream? How did I end up in the mortal realm? Having just awakened from slumber, his mind was somewhat foggy. "Are you the supreme, mysterious, yet utterly powerless king of the demon world, the invincible flying crow?" Lovelian looked at Lucifer with respect, her eyes unable to hide their amusement. If only those eyes could stop talking. Lucifer sighed inwardly. "You're the crow, your whole family are crows." A hoarse voice echoed in the girl's bedroom. The girl was not offended. Instead, she smiled. "But you are my first summoned creature. Can't you speak properly? She bent down to examine the crow closely. He, having been disturbed from his slumber in the underworld 16 times, no one would have a good temper. Then he fell into confusion. This girl's 4th-tier status was not sufficient to summon a ruler of the underworld. What did you use as a summoning medium? The crow tilted his head and asked that a crystal of light, something condensed from pure light elements. This one quality is not bad. The girl pointed to the shattered gem beneath the crow's feet. The crow lowered his head and then raised it again. Why could a pure crystal of light forcibly summon him? Was his 9th-tier strength just for show? Did he not care for his dignity? Also, he was a being inclined toward darkness. Do you know who I am? I do. The great crow Lucifer of the underworld. The girl seized every opportunity to tease the crow before her, her fingers entwined with her white hair as she carelessly replied. However, I now officially appoint you as the crow vanguard of my Church of Light. The girl smiled cunningly, bending down to gaze into Lucifer's black eyes, softly saying, in my future role as the Saintess of Light. Lucifer did not want to engage with the girl's sudden antics. He just wanted to understand why he had been summoned to the mortal realm. Looking into the crow's confused black eyes, Lovelian leaned in closer, allowing Lucifer to catch a faint scent, like a breeze wrapping flowers after a spring rain. Wait, something fell off. His sluggish brain seemed to realize something. Why did he have a sense of smell? No, why could he speak? No, why could he even hear sounds? The supreme ruler of the underworld, born from the essence of the underworld, had been deeply imprinted with its mark once a 9th-tier being from the underworld entered the mortal realm. They would be repelled by the rules of that realm. This meant that if Lucifer wanted to walk in the mortal realm in his true form, he would need strength to resist those rules. But he did not have it, or rather, no one possessed such power. Thus, Lucifer often walked the human world in the form of a crow because the crow's nature resonated perfectly with his own. However, only his vision remained. All other senses were blocked by the world. Even retaining just vision consumed a significant amount of Lucifer's energy. Yet now, he had appeared in the mortal realm in the body of a normal crow. Did this mean that the rules of the mortal realm were weakening? The more Lucifer thought about it, the more excited he became. He was a traveler since leaving the essence of the underworld. He had never left. In the underworld, the phrase survival of the fittest was taken to the extreme. Slaughter and death, chaos and conflict. There was no sun, only a blood moon looming overhead. Strange creatures abounded, evil spirits roamed free. In simple terms, Evenly would shake his head at that moon. The scarlet moonlight ensured that the underworld could never provide an environment suitable for normal life. In short, the underworld is a desolate place where not even birds dare to defecate. The underworld doesn't even have normal birds. He can only rely on endless slumber to kill eternal time. Where he can observe the mortal world in the form of a crow, just like playing VR in a past life, having only vision without any other sensations. Being in a senseless crow state is not pleasant for Lucifer. Everything is dull and tasteless. Lucifer understands well that the underworld shouldn't possess the emotion of pursuing beauty, as this emotion would only lead him towards destruction in endless time. But he was once human, a person living under the sunlight. The other beings in the underworld are used to everything there, but he still cannot adapt. Lucifer once read a saying, I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. Coming back to his senses, he ignored the girl's cries. The crow tightly closed its eyes, preparing to switch identities. Meanwhile, in the underworld, beneath the pitch-black shadows, atop an endless mountain of stacked bones, a pair of crimson eyes quietly lit up. The owner of the blood-red eyes is a pale-faced youth with deep features, dressed in black and gold attire made of magical power. Without delay, endless magical energy surged and gathered in his fist, smashing down into the void before him. The space instantly shattered, and the rippling spatial waves spread outwards like pebbles dropped into water. Stepping into the open spatial passage, Lucifer entered the channel between the mortal world and the underworld. I have come, long-lost sunlight. What greeted him was the long-awaited divine punishment. The vast thunderclouds had almost fully gathered the moment Lucifer stepped into the mortal realm. Boom! With just one strike, the peak 9th-tier physique was severely injured, forcing Lucifer to return to the underworld. Standing in the void, Lucifer was silent for a long time, even ignoring the severe wounds on his body. One could faintly see the white jade-like bones, with charred scars running across his entire back, failed again. This time was a risk. He should have tested the waters first. But Lucifer wanted to enter the mortal realm too much. It had been far too long since he felt the warmth of sunlight. There must be a way, Lucifer thought, suddenly noticing something. Lucifer looked down and scanned the nearby eighth tier demon. Its jade-like skeletal head was burning with pale blue flames. Upon seeing the severely injured form of its master, the flames blazed even more fiercely. Lucifer knew what it was thinking. It wanted to slide in and kill this severely injured ninth tier demon god. With a wave of his hand, the proud physique of the white jade skeleton cracked inch by inch, ultimately turning into a crystalline substance that fell down. In the air, it was swallowed by the pitch-black shadow and appeared in Lucifer's hand, the pure white crystal reflecting Lucifer's pale face and blood-red eyes. Crack! The crystal was crushed, turning into pure magical energy that surged into Lucifer's body, healing his back wounds slightly. Sighing, Lucifer vanished into the air. In the mortal world, the crow opened its eyes again. The first thing that came into view were two deep blue gems, or rather, the girl's eyes. He could even see the patterns in her pupils, like neatly arranged pebbles in a stream. Ignoring the girl's strange gaze, the crow spoke. "What is your name?" "Rowillian Bradley," she replied. "And you? Shall I call you Lucifer?" The crow nodded. He had to think of a way to convince the girl to help him previously. When playing VR, he couldn't communicate with anyone, and no one would be bored enough to watch a crow flapping around. After pondering for a long time, he said, "I am the ruler of the Underworld. If you can be my vassal, when I descend into the mortal realm, I will guarantee you a life of wealth and prosperity." Lucifer decided to be straightforward. His mind, having been in the Underworld for too long, wasn't suited to concocting a logically closed strategy to deceive the girl into helping him. Moreover, he had other plans. Although this was somewhat similar to I am Qin Shi Huang, send money. It didn't matter as long as he could stay by the girl's side. The girl in front of him seemed easy to deceive, or at least he hoped so. The light crystal I just summoned can be sold for enough to buy 10. Oh no, 100 first-tier crow beasts trained to talk and think in the Empire. The girl said nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to these matters. "I'm one of the most talented young people in the Empire, a 16-year-old fourth-tier mage. The Bradley family behind me is one of the oldest and most powerful families in the Empire. My grandfather is one of the few seventh-tier powerhouses among humans." She paused here. "I'm also the saint designated by the Church of Light, destined to be a seventh-tier mage and very likely to step into the eighth-tier supreme realm to continue leading humanity in counterattacking the demon race. What do you think I'm lacking?" The girl looked at the crow, her interest piqued, seemingly eager for the crow's response. "You lack a crow that can brag." Lucifer spoke, his expression blank. Chapter 2. Little Thing and Senior. Lucifer didn't expect the girl to be so powerful, a definite template for a female lead in a novel. His ninth-tier strength was simply not enough, though it was still impressive to behold. But it was like a homeless person whose billions in bank funds were frozen encountering a millionaire. "Do you have money?" "I do." "Can you spend it?" "No." "Hee hee." "Endure for a moment, and the winds will calm. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast." Lucifer decided to let go of some things. "Have you thought it over? Sign a contract with me and become my partner." The girl said excitedly the heroine in a play should have a talkative partner, and this little crow perfectly met her expectations. A little crow hopelessly lost in its own delusions. The youthful beauty would save it, even though this little crow had no real strength. But it didn't matter, she had resources. Lucifer nodded. A six-pointed star array flickered beneath the girl's feet, transforming into fragmented runes that merged into both the girl and the crow's bodies, an equal contract, without touching the soul. If the summoner is very satisfied with the summon, they can sign a contract to allow the summon to stay in the mortal realm long-term if the summon agrees. If not, a forced contract can be made, using the difference in soul power to subdue it. If the girl wanted a forced contract, not much, just the soul strength of a peak ninth tier. "All right, you will be the first general under this Saintess from now on." The girl spun the crow around. The crow pretended to look very happy, flapping its wings a couple of times. "You're acting very fake." The girl noticed the crow's emotions. Lucifer was stunned, she could see that. "But I still quite like it," the girl added. Lucifer sighed in relief, thankfully. It was just a quirk. "You are thinking some very bad things," the girl said seriously. Knock knock. A knocking sound came. "Miss, it's time for breakfast." A gentle female voice sounded from behind the door. I know. Rowillian responded loudly. Come on, let me show you our world, ruler from the underworld. Saying this, the girl extended her hand since she was at home. She was only wearing a pure white silk nightgown, exposing her fair skin as she reached out. My claws are very sharp, and I am really not an ordinary crow. Lucifer looked up. This crow body was obtained at a great cost, although mainly used to deceive the rules of the mortal realm. It still had considerable physical strength, at least. Capable of easily crushing a walnut. If this world had walnuts, that's fine. I have the protection of holy light. The girl puffed out her chest, and a pendant suddenly emitted a weak white light. Yet it seemed full of power. Anything below 6 tier can't even break my defense, the girl added. Lucifer flapped his wings and landed on the girl's arm. However, it seemed that she was not satisfied and flew to the top of the girl's head. Please don't expel any strange things above my head, the girl reminded, not overly rejecting Lucifer's behavior. I am a moral demon, Lucifer stated with righteousness. The holy light of the pendant was not a shield, but rather like an invisible layer of water wrapping around the girl's body, preventing possible sudden attacks. It could touch the girl, but any active attack would be blocked by the pendant. It was quite valuable. Although Lucifer did not understand the current world's prices after all, a crow could not closely observe people's transactions, and crows were ominous. People often chased him away. While pondering, the girl pushed open the elegantly carved wooden door inscribed with intricate magical patterns and walked out of the room. Seeing the crow turn back and gaze thoughtfully at the wooden door, the girl seemed intrigued. Can you understand it? I can't understand, the crow replied honestly. He truly could not understand. In his previous life as a college student, he only knew how to eat and play with a toy. Now, as one of the 4 pillar demons of the underworld, he only knew how to fight and play with a toy. Why had his eating skills disappeared? Because there was no delicious food in the underworld, or rather, nothing edible. Aside from Lucifer, the other 3 demons were all just lumps of yellow matter. History. Coming back to his senses, let's eat, Lucifer said, flapping his wings against the girl's head. Urging her, Lucifer noticed the girl's high tolerance, so he intentionally performed actions that would quickly warm up their relationship. Of course, not that kind of warmth. Purely friendly warmth. He needed to create some influence in the current world. These were proofs of Lucifer's existence. Beings that do not exist in this world cannot influence the world. Beings that exist in the world can influence it. Therefore, those who can influence the world are beings of this world. This is a flawed conclusion, but he could make some small changes using his 9th tier authority of chaos. Changing rules is difficult. Distorting rules is also difficult. However, it is much easier than changing rules. Lucifer once picked up the skeleton of a former 9th tier demon on Blood Moon, and within the skeleton was the authority of chaos and distortion. As for how that 9th tier demon died, Lucifer claimed ignorance. He did not know. When he first arrived on the moon, it was already in such a skeletal state. It couldn't possibly have been beaten into such a state by fallen and dead demons, could it? Could it? After all, they were brothers born from the essence of the underworld. Returning to the main topic, Lucifer's influence on the world was like an anchor. The greater the influence he had on the current world, the more solid the anchor became. Using the girl's identity and status was simply perfect. As long as he had a sufficiently strong anchor, Lucifer would descend into the current world. These anchors would fix him in this world, like giving Lucifer an ID card with rules as the police. When the police saw your ID card, they would know you were one of their own, not some 4 monsters. When he entered the current world, it would be fine if there were 9th tier beings in the current world. If not, caw caw caw. The girl did not seem to mind the small crow flapping its head. It appeared to be a matter of course. The long corridor was adorned with various paintings. The people in the paintings either had their eyes open or closed, their expressions solemn. Lucifer was fixated on the chest of one male portrait. Didn't get the wrong idea, he just wanted to look at the necklace in the painting. The gentleman in the painting glanced down at Lucifer and then averted his gaze. Lucifer felt it as he stared into the eyes of the painted figure. The eyes of the figure stared straight ahead, unmoving, seemingly lifeless. Quite good at pretending. Descending the wide, spiral staircase, Lovelian arrived at the reception hall on the 1st floor. She planned to enjoy a lavish breakfast here before heading directly to the academy. The luxurious chandelier slumbered, and a mahogany long table stood in the center of the reception hall, with a mirror leaning against the door, basking in the sun. The long mahogany table was laden with various colorful foods, big and small. Lucifer had never seen any of them, but that did not prevent him from flapping his wings and flying to the table. "Can I start eating?" Lucifer looked up. He was a polite demon. Of course, Lovelian smiled, seeing that the crow's claws were already on the edge of a silver platter, as if spring had brightened up a bit more. The surrounding maids did not question what this crow was or how it came all. The Lovelian usually treated them as friends. They should know their place. "This crow seems to be a creature from the underworld." Miss, the gray-haired butler, Audro, spoke up, had the authority and obligation to understand the situation around his lady and provide appropriate protection. A peak 6th-tier warrior, the Sky Rider, personally appointed by the Emperor of the Hiss Empire, had once followed Custer Bradley, the human 7th-tier warrior who battled against the demon race, and in his old age came to help take care of his granddaughter, T. Lovelian. He felt more like an elder than a butler. It was summoned. He claims to be a demon from the underworld. "But I think he's a very cute crow," Lovelian said with a smile. "There aren't many demons left in the underworld." Audro chuckled. "It indeed seems to be a bragging crow. Since the fall of that original demon, the underworld had been like a history. Currently, there were no 8th-tier or higher beings in the underworld. How long has it been since the title of demon has been heard? Years ago, when he fought into the core city of the demon race with a boss, the walls inscribed with the history of the demon race seemed to record some descriptions of demons. Unfortunately, he was a martial general and could not read. He could only infer some things from the fragments of words spoken by those magi. Demons were incredible beings. By the way, underworld creatures are different from demons. The demon race originated from the underworld. A 9th-tier demon's corpse fell into the current world, and life was born from that corpse, which is the demon race. He is the original demon. The origin this is his authority. Considered to be Lucifer's big brother, a very strong big brother, judging by the fact that his corpse could still resist the rules of the current world and give rise to living beings after being killed by the rules. He might have already been above the 9th tier. Of course, that is just a possibility. The 9th tier among the 9th tiers, the demon among demons. Stronger than Lucifer. After all, Lucifer was just a kid. Upon hearing this, Lucifer did not raise his head buried in the cream cake, but his eyes sparkled with disdain. There were not only 8th-tier beings in the underworld, there were even 9th-tier beings. The underworld did not have a passage into the current world and could only rely on a strong physique to traverse the void. Moreover, after traversing the void, they would still suffer attacks from the rules. But the current world had passages into the underworld. The locations of these passages corresponded to very remote areas of the underworld, where even 8th-tier underworld creatures did not exist, and the passages typically only open for a few months before closing. The generation of passage locations is random, and the closing time is random. Thus, humans have not explored too deeply. Besides, the demon race in the current world is already quite troublesome, and the underworld is indeed desolate. There is no need to spend a high price to explore a plane where results cannot be seen in a short time. At least for humans facing external enemies, that a plane where monsters are generally strong and troublesome, but resources are extremely scarce. This is the view of the current world humans have of the underworld. As for why there are so few resources, yet high-tier beings continue to emerge, that is an unsolved mystery for humanity. That crow's rank is a bit low. Do you need me to fetch some resources needed by underworld creatures? Audra didn't care whether the future Bright Saint's pet was an inappropriate choice. Like a crow, what he cared about was whether the crow had enough strength to follow Leviathan, of course. If Leviathan really liked raising crows, no one would mind. Bradley would silence anyone who objected. No need, no need. I believe this little crow can grow on its own. Leviathan waved her hand and then jogged over to Lucifer, giving him a light punch. Lucifer reluctantly looked up. The cake was very sweet. You can do it, right? Sure, I can. Leviathan smiled with satisfaction. I'll take you to the academy later. School? Lucifer thought of some unpleasant memories. However, the crow's frantic shaking of its head was selectively ignored by the young lady. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Leviathan changed into a snow-white fitted dress, her hair styled up to her ears. Gathering the corner of her pristine dress, Leviathan ran to the full-length mirror in the hall and twirled around. Magic mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world? Of course, it is you, my esteemed princess. Nothing in this world can compare to your beauty. The magic mirror said earnestly. Doral, your flattery is even sweeter than yesterday. Leviathan's light Laughter brightened the spring air. Not at all. It's just that you are even more enchanting than yesterday. Please do not doubt your beauty. I will never lie. Lucifer raised his head, covered in food crumbs, and shook it, thinking what a dog that licks. Mirror. Damn it, stealing my job? Caw, caw, caw. The crow raised its head and cried out, and Leviathan turned back at the sound, her blue eyes filled with confusion reflecting the clear lake. You are very beautiful, the crow managed to say. Thank you. You are quite cute too, Leviathan replied with a smile. Let's go. We are heading to the academy. Leviathan extended her hand, and Lucifer flapped his wings to land on the young lady's slender palm. Lucifer was slightly smaller than a normal crow, resembling a large crow chick. Lucifer provocatively glanced at the ancient full-length mirror, which remained unresponsive. You come from the central region of the Underworld, right? An ancient voice echoed above Lucifer's heart lake, causing ripples. Lucifer concealed his playful demeanor, his eyes beginning to glow with a hint of red. He hadn't realized earlier that this mirror actually came from the Underworld. A 7th-tier demon lord. No, an 8th-tier emperor in existence at the top of the food chain in the Underworld. AS for a 9th-tier demon god? That would be the one who orders the food chain. To make a long story short, little one, I angered Alex, and he sealed me into this mirror, ultimately banished to wander the Underworld. Eternal banishment is indeed more terrifying than death. Yet I was eventually picked up by a human exploring the Underworld and returned to the present world. If those demon gods knew I so easily entered the present world, they would surely be furious despite the fact that I'm still trapped in a mirror. The ancient mirror continued speaking, unnoticed by others. Perhaps having not encountered a kindred spirit for too long, the existence within the mirror spoke in a relaxed tone. One of the demon gods already knew. Lucifer remained expressionless. The 4 existing demon gods all wanted to enter the present world for different reasons. Only Lucifer's avatar as a crow successfully smuggled into the present world and was ultimately summoned by the young lady with an unknown method, completely possessing the 5 senses. This underworld creature had some potential, or rather, this mirror itself had some potential. Didn't believe an 8th-tier demon emperor had the qualifications to be helpless against the rules governing a 9th-tier god. Creatures from the underworld above the 7th tier would be erased by the rules of the present world. The mirror preserved the life of this 8th-tier little one. This mirror was extraordinary. Alex miscalculated, couldn't believe Alex would use such a miraculous item as a means to exile an ant. The source of the underworld often spits out strange things. Combs, mirrors, doors, curtains, weapons, and even urinals, all possessing unique functions. These items were divided among the 3 demon gods. The 4th, the greedy and brutal demon god, was still in a daze. Alex was the demon god of chaos and conflict, one of the 4 existing demon gods, and also one of the oldest demon gods born from the underworld, had witnessed the end of the origin demon gods that, if following the rules, Lucifer would still have to call him Big Brother. However, the bond between the 4 brothers could not be said to be non-existent. It could only be said to be minimal. Very minimal. That he was the 3rd demon god. The 5th was killed by other demon gods right after being born from the source of the underworld on the blood moon. Not the 1st, not the 2nd, not the 4th. Who was it? Lucifer didn't know, had no idea. Well, you're quite lucky, Lucifer replied lightly. Good luck on your journey in the present world, little one. Creatures from the underworld above the 7th tier cannot enter the present world. An 8th-tier underworld mirror spirit indeed had the right to call Lucifer little one. After all, Lucifer was just a little cutie below the 7th tier, even though this little cutie had just internally referred to this old predecessor as little one. Chapter 3 Academy. The luxurious carriage carried the girl and the crow towards the center of the imperial capital. The Bradley family was located in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Not because they lacked the strength or financial resources to occupy a piece of land in the center, but because the elderly man of the 7th rank believed that nobles should take on the responsibility of protecting the weak. The entire family migrated, influenced by Bradley, leading other prominent families to relocate as well, ultimately forming a situation where the 5 great families guarded the imperial capital from 5 directions. Passers-by on the streets tipped their hats in salute upon seeing the crossed silver swords on the carriage. Bradley had no family crest, and the crossed swords were the best proof. They were the weapons of one of the Empire's strongest warriors, albeit replicas. Lovey Lien nodded calmly to accept this. This was the glory of the family now, and also the glory of her, Lovey Lien, in the future. This early glory would be proven to belong to her, Lovey Lien, with time, of course, at a certain cost. The extraordinary horse-shaped monster pulling the carriage came to a stop, snorting out hot air. "Miss, we have arrived," the maid driving the carriage said softly. Lovey Lien responded, and before her hand could touch the hem of her skirt, the hem flew up automatically. Lovey Lien looked up. The black crow's claw grabbed the hem and flapped its wings. "You still have this skill?" The girl playfully brushed her fingers across the crow's head, smiling. "A gentleman's basic etiquette," Lucifer said. Yes, yes, yes. Great demon lord. Can you help me down from the carriage?" "Glad to serve." Lovey Lien stepped firmly onto the ground of the bluestone pavement. It was a square where people came and went, chatting, and upon seeing the Empire's brightest pearl, they smiled. Beautiful girls are always popular, not to mention that the girl's personality was very good, although they were initially surprised by the crow on the girl's head. "Good morning, esteemed saint." "Good morning, pearl of the imperial capital." Lovey Lien smiled and nodded in response. There was a pearl in the imperial capital, a gem. She was that pearl. "We'll leave first, Mississippi." The maid drove the carriage away from the square with Lovey Lien's permission. The carriage was too large and obstructed the flow of people, although the people of the imperial capital did not mind Bradley's small whims. At this moment, the warm sunlight fell on Lucifer, making him involuntarily stretch his body. He hadn't experienced this feeling in a long, long time. When was the last time? What's wrong? Does the creature from the underworld also like sunlight, my demon lord? The girl teased, poking the crow, enjoying the sunlight with her slender fingers. "You're still young. I can understand not knowing," the crow replied, squinting its eyes and trying to stretch its body to receive more sunlight. "How old are you, great demon lord?" "Old enough to forget," it said. The girl pouted, clearly not believing it. The academy's doors had not yet opened, and several students gathered here chatting. Many students were boasting about the high-level creatures they summoned with yesterday's summoning magic and the contracts they signed. They were all outstanding among the third-year students, having just learned summoning yesterday. The top 10 students from the 3 grades in the academy were not in the academy of the imperial capital, but in a place no one knew about. The teleportation portal through the square could help students reach their destination. The education in the academy was top-notch. Even those nobles had to admit it. So, some families generally would not interfere with their children's magic education before they graduated from the academy. It would only create a mess. After all, the head of the academy was the only 8th rank mage among humans, and also one of only 2 8th ranks. The other was the Emperor, Augustus Hiss, an 8th rank warrior, hailed as the most powerful emperor since the founding of the Hiss Empire, the pillar of humanity. "Good morning, Lovey Lien." A youthful voice rang out. A boy in a black suit took off his beret and waved to Lovey Lien. Rain Hutton, the rising star of the Hutton family, a 4th rank warrior, a genius at 17. "Is this your summoned creature?" "It doesn't seem very smart," the boy said, sizing up Lucifer and smiling. "I summoned a flying pig, so I sent it back. No one would know that pig didn't want to sign a contract with me anyway." "At least my crow is quite cute," Lovey Lien nodded, acknowledging him. "Crow brother, can you talk?" Rain approached and asked, looking curiously at Lucifer. Lucifer nodded. The boy's brown eyes widened, not surprised that the crow could understand human speech and respond, but rather discovering the faint aura of the underworld on Lucifer. "You're unusual," the boy said, retracting his shocked gaze and smiling. "Of course, I'm a great demon. Your holy maiden is merely a follower of my greatness." Lucifer raised his head and puffed out his chest. Smack! The girl struck Lucifer hard with her slender finger. "Be a little humble, demon lord." The boy looked puzzled. "Demon lord? Demons don't need to be humble. Isn't that a basic etiquette for demons?" "It used to be, but not now." Lovey Lien observed the serious expression in one of the crow's eyes. "You scared me. I thought you really were a demon." Rain seemed to feel a lingering fear. Lucifer glanced at Rain, who seemed a bit dim-witted. "You're thinking of something bad." Rain stared into the crow's eyes, his amber eyes filled with scrutiny. "No, you are. Honesty is a basic etiquette for a demon. You should believe me." Actually, I'm a 9th rank human powerhouse. I usually disguise myself, and when humanity is in crisis, I will strike." "I've already seen through you," Little demon, look at my sword of justice. Saying this, the boy waved his hand and drew a line in the air. Ah, I'm dead. What a powerful sword of justice. The crow covered its chest with its wings, seemingly severely wounded. Two childish fools, a female voice rang out. But it wasn't Lovey Lien. With long crimson hair, red eyes, and a red robe, this was a red person, a red girl. Sarandel Salt, with wheat-colored skin and exposed calves showing no excess flesh. Her toned muscles were visible to the naked eye. A fourth-rank fire mage, though she looked like a warrior. 16 years old and also a genius. However, she came from a common background and entered the academy through her outstanding talent. Don't mind her, she's just like that. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside, Lovey Lien explained while stroking Lucifer on her head. Rain disdainfully curled his lips, cold, more like thorny on the outside. Sarandel gave Rain's curled lips a heavy blow. Rain dared not speak out, trying to defeat his assailant with an angry glare. Sarandel glared at Rain, who cautiously took a step back. Is the young noble swordsman so unworthy? Sarandel sneered. She enjoyed seeing Rain flustered and helpless. It was truly adorable. Before Rain could finish. The fountain in the center of the square suddenly surged over the edge of the pool. The overflowing water slowly flowed and eventually formed a mirror-like water gate, rippling with brilliant golden light. The academy is open. I'll let you off the hook. Rain hurriedly ran into the water mirror. A faint ripple spread out, and Rain disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's go as well. Lovey Lien looked at Sarandel, who nodded. Lucifer squinted at the water mirror. This water mirror was unusual. As for what was unusual, Lucifer did not know. It was just unusual. What did you see again? The white-haired girl poked the crow on her head. I saw the intertwining of space and water, a perfect combination of the supreme mysteries of magic and practical applications in the real world. I witnessed the hard work and efforts of many people behind this magic. Such a complex spell requires countless individuals to conceive it day and night. It's so clever that even a god like me find it a bit challenging to see through it. However, fortunately, I am a studious god. For me, this is not difficult. Perhaps due to having been in the underworld for too long without speaking, he became quite talkative, and his words were fragmented and childish. Although Lucifer clearly did not realize this. Perhaps maintaining a childlike heart is a good way to combat a cruel world. There is so much to observe. Celebrander seemed thoughtful. The raven glanced at her, as if this girl didn't seem very smart. You're thinking of something bad. No, you're. Yes, I am. Lucifer looked up at the sky, wondering how anyone could see through his thoughts. The raven suddenly flapped its wings rapidly, trying to escape this sorrowful place. Lawful Rain shook her head. You messed up my hairstyle. Sorry, I was thinking of something very important, the raven said seriously. What bad thing are you thinking about? Celebrander asked. Lawful Rain curiously looked up as well. As she did, Lucifer almost lost his balance and nearly slipped down, but fortunately, the girl was quick to support him. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. The white-haired girl stuck out her tongue and placed the raven back on her head. I wasn't thinking of anything bad. I just recall my glorious days in the underworld. That was not a very pleasant time. Space reversed, and when I opened my eyes again, I was in the academy. Looking around at the drifting clouds, Lucifer was a bit surprised. A sky island, suspended above the imperial capital. The girl briefly explained. How was your glorious time? And then curiously asked. Not much. Lucifer surveyed the surroundings. The road, paved with blue bricks, extended to the horizon. Time had left many mottled marks on it, ancient and mysterious. Rows of white buildings stood tall. Flowers and grasses thrived alongside the ancient walls. And the ivy-woven fence waved at Lucifer and the others, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Like a forgotten ancient town, time had eroded everything about it, yet that simplicity remained eternal. The clouds and mists swirled, resembling a fairyland. And there were flying fish. Flying fish. A small carp, only the size of a palm, spoke as it floated in the air, its voice particularly hoarse, as if its throat had been dulled by time. Grandpa Carp, he is my summon and also my companion. Lawful Rain said playfully, waving her hand to greet the carp. Not bad, little raven. You're not bad either, useless little thing. Lucifer remained expressionless, internally mocking. You're thinking of something bad. The carp's murky eyes stare at Lucifer. Hee. Lucifer looked up at the sky. We're leaving now. Goodbye, Grandpa Carp. Lawful Rain hurriedly pulled Celebrander's hand to leave, while also giving a light smack to the raven on her head. Lucifer winced and let out a cry. Little raven. Caw. Lawful Rain seized the opportunity to mock Lucifer. Lucifer raised his wings to cover the girl's eyes, trying to make her trip. However, his plan failed as the girl grabbed his foot, claw, and flung him away. Lucifer flapped his wings to stabilize himself in midair. This was not difficult for him, as he was quite skilled in this area due to frequently playing VR. A trivial skill. Watch my great god's powerful dive. The raven accelerated towards the white-haired girl. Light Holy Spirit's protection. The girl chanted quickly, at least much faster than Lucifer's powerful dive. As the chant concluded, golden runes swirled around her, enclosing her like a ball. The raven tried to stop its dive, but inertia propelled it towards the girl, seemingly about to crash into the barrier. In the final moment, the girl waved her hand to dispel the magic and caught the falling Lucifer. How was that, great demon god? The girl's eyes sparkled with unstoppable laughter. Lucifer closed his eyes and played dead. You really are very childish. Celebrander looked at the pair with some surprise. Did Lawful Rain really summon this raven just yesterday? Why does it seem more familiar than her friend of 2 years? Really? Lawful Rain smiled shyly, flipping the dead-looking raven in her hand. The raven continued to play dead. Placing the raven back on her head, Lawful Rain and Celebrander walked into the academy. At the same time, the raven opened its eyes, revealing blood-red irises. Looking back at the carp beside the ivy fence, it was calm and serene, as if the playful raven had switched souls. The aura of authority. Lucifer pondered. The ivy fence closed again. The aura of the underworld, quite high in rank, well, Gus would handle it. The carp flicked its tail and disappeared into the mist, ready to continue its fishing activities in the clouds. Chapter 4. Chaos. The entire academy is situated on an island in the sky, protected by a wind-based magic array, so that the turbulent winds of the troposphere cannot disrupt the normal functioning of the Sky Island. Loviana and her companions walked along the cobblestone path, surrounded by buildings with white walls and red roofs. These are the residences of teachers and other powerful mages of the Empire, but they are usually quite busy, and most of the houses are uninhabited. The girl pointed out the white-walled, red-roofed houses to the crow, and the crow nodded. As they ventured deeper along the street, they reached the end where a different building appeared. This is the Magic Experiment Building, where apprentice mages can try out magic. We often organize team battles here to improve combat experience. Loviana pointed to the large, completely black cylindrical structure on the left side of the end of the street. Its black surface occasionally flashing with mysterious patterns. At least it seemed so to Lucifer, who was blind to magic. As a naturally born 9th-tier being, all the magic one should possess had already been inscribed in the blood, bones, and soul of the ruler of all beings from the moment of birth. There is no need to learn, no need to hone. One is born as the apex being of the world, the 9th-tier demon god. When Lucifer first arrived in this world, opening his eyes from the chaotic origin of the underworld, the supreme power had already whispered in his ear, "You are the ruler of the underworld, a born sovereign, a supreme god who cannot be surpassed. All lower beings of the underworld unconditionally obey the sovereign. Yet, there will always be beings from the surface attempting to gaze directly at the majesty of the demon god, just like the previous 8th-tier skeletal demon, who chose to strike when Lucifer was severely injured by the rules of the present world. Then, the underworld lost an 8th-tier monarch. The gap between the 9th and 8th tiers is vast, not to mention the natural restraining relationship that the ruler of the underworld has over beings of the underworld. Most importantly, he challenged a 9th tier being capable of killing others of the same tier. Killing and defeating are two different matters. Thus, that monarch of the underworld was instantly reduced to ashes, becoming nourishment. After that, the soul merged into the crow's body. This is the teaching building, where teachers usually give lessons. In her recollection, Loviana pointed to a tall, oddly shaped white cube on the right, with black lines entwined around it, resembling a magic cube. Lucifer wanted to ask why both buildings had no doors, but he felt that would be lacking in style, despite his actions having already stripped him of any semblance of style. There are space doors. Sarandel seemed to see Lucifer's confusion, reaching out to touch the wall of the white cube, his fingers disappearing from view, subtle spatial ripples spreading across the surface of the magic cube. This building is called the Radiance Building, which serves as the students' residence, fulfilling their daily needs for food and shelter. And it is also where students pick up tasks from the academy. Loviana pointed to the castle at the very center of the end of the street. Yes, a castle. We often take on tasks, most of which are quite simple. Pushing open the castle's large door, the group walked inside. We don't often return home. Yesterday was just an exception. The blonde, Rhine, leaning against a giant tree in the castle courtyard, said, appearing quite comfortable. You just ran pretty fast. No wonder you are the Empire's rising star. Sarandel looked like he had swallowed gunpowder upon seeing Rhine. Rhine selectively pretended to be deaf. Sarandel walked up to Rhine. Rhine selectively pretended to be blind. Sarandel punched Rhine. Rhine selectively pretended. Do you know what you were doing? Bullying in the academy is shameful. Rhine selectively chose to speak. Then you should resist, Sarandel scoffed. Yet he did not stop his actions, nor did he report to a teacher. For a moment, cries of anguish filled the air. Their way of interacting had always been like this. Let go first. Loviana covered Lucifer's eyes. At this moment, Lucifer was in the girl's embrace. Why are you covering my eyes? The crow asked irritably. Little crow cannot see violent things, the girl said matter-of-factly. You. Before Lucifer could finish his retort, a breeze that seemed to soothe the soul blew by, as if the wind were chanting poetry. Please, Miss Loviana, bring your summoned creature to my office. By the way, good morning, Pearl of the Imperial Capital. The whisper was as gentle as spring rain, rippling the lake of the heart. All right, Lord Dean. Loviana bowed to the empty space, the breeze brushing past the girl's snowy white hair, blooming like the most tumultuous waves on the shore. That eighth tier? Lucifer looked up to ask, accidentally brushing against the girl's softness with his beak. No feeling, really no feeling. The girl did not notice anything unusual, only nodding. Quite an interesting magic, Lucifer said. It's a very powerful mage. I thank the crow demon god for your praise on behalf of the dean. Loviana's eyes sparkled with a smile. No need, no need. After all, Lucifer was not modest. The dictionary of demon god does not contain the word modesty. Is modesty a basic etiquette of demon gods? I don't know. Unheard of. In the midst of this endless chatter, Lucifer's head was struck by the girl's fingertip. Lucifer wisely shut up. The girl, holding the crow, walked across the wide lawn of the castle courtyard. Green grass, gentle breeze, girl crow, flowing like poetry. The crow looked up at the girl walking seriously, seemingly enjoying it, though he didn't want to walk the world in the form of a crow all the time. Pushing open the castle door, it felt as if they had stepped into a realm of silence. The gentle breeze and grass were left outside. Lucifer surveyed the surrounding environment, contrary to its appearance. The interior space was unusually vast and exceptionally high, with brown and red as the main colors, white and black as accents. Rows of doors were arranged along the interior walls of the building. Looking up, one could only see the dazzling white light of the dome. This dean seemed very skilled at playing with spatial magic. The exterior of the castle was merely a facade. Inside, it was like a tower, with spiral staircases leading upwards, precisely passing by the doors of each room. Loviana did not go up the stairs but headed straight towards the center of the building. A pure white door, with only a door frame, stood abruptly at the center of the entire building. Touching the doorknob, she turned it. Click! Dazzling white light flashed, and before Lucifer could see what was inside, the girl had already stepped through the door. Although she had already asked, it still needed to be said in person to be formal. A gentle, smiling voice sounded near Lucifer's ear, who was still in shock. Hello, Miss Loviana, and the owner of the voice paused, then the tone became solemn. From the Underworld, a high-tier being, Lord Lucifer. I learned your name during your playful scuffle. Please forgive my eavesdropping. The old man maintained a low posture, but he did not appear humble. Instead, he exuded a sense of dignity, seemingly not overly fearful of Lucifer's high-tier strength. High-tier being? Loviana tilted her head in confusion, keenly catching the keyword, squeezing the crow in her hands. The crow wasn't he boasting, was he? But she quickly reacted. Good morning, Mr. Gust. An amiable old man, dressed in a loose linen coat, covered his body, his dense but pale hair bearing witness to the passage of time. His eyes were exceptionally bright, as if the sun and moon were contained within the body of an old man, dazzling like summer sunlight, yet quiet and serene like an autumn moon. Yes, a high-tier being. How high? I'm not too sure. You should ask him. Oh no, maybe him. In the language of the Hist Empire, there is a significant distinction between he and him. The old man also seemed uncertain, his voice a bit hesitant. The old man has good taste. I am one of the four-pillar demon gods of the underworld, decay and death. The girl gave the crow a sharp look. Be polite, the girl reminded the old man, who watched the interaction between a person and a crow with a slightly calm demeanor. After all, the old man had seen much in his life. Wasn't it just the bright saintess of humanity and one of the four-pillar demons of the underworld playfully interacting? The old man did not doubt the authenticity of Lucifer's words, for his eyes could see souls. In the old man's vision, behind the crow, there was a pair of blood-red eyes that he had noticed the moment Leviathan brought him to the Sky Island. The blood-red eyes lurked with endless killing intent and a chilling malice, like a beast circling its prey in a cage, waiting for the right moment to tear off the disguise and shred everything. Moreover, the aura of decay and death was indeed shocking. However, in this small scene, Gust had calmed his chaotic thoughts and prepared to organize his words. Wasn't there a ninth tier in the underworld? The girl spoke first, but it was only because humanity had not explored the core area yet. Children who had not seen the world should refrain from interjecting. Lucifer mocked, his tone quite cheerful. It was a great fortune for you to be my follower before, but alas, what a pity that you couldn't grasp it. The crow looked up at the sky, sighing endlessly, only to receive another hit to the head. The crow wisely shut its mouth. Hee, humanity indeed has only explored a tiny portion of the area. It is true that they do not understand much about the underworld. To be honest, I didn't really believe that such an extraordinary existence as the ninth tier still existed in the underworld. The old man smiled awkwardly. Lucifer wanted to say, old man, your eyes are quite good. Can you lend them to me for a while? But seeing the girl raise her finger restrained his desire to speak. I have seen records of the underworld demons in ancient texts. Logically speaking, their aura should be strictly repelled by the rules of the present world. How could they possibly enter the present world? The girl spoke, filled with uncontainable confusion. During the time of chaos. The old man slowly opened his mouth. During the time of chaos, both the person and the crow spoke simultaneously. The crow's head received another blow. Lucifer glared at the girl, while the girl's pure blue eyes met his gaze. Lucifer lowered his head, pretending to be ignorant. Good crow, doesn't he fight with the girl? The world constantly trends towards chaos. Order is merely temporary. Madness and chaos are the fundamental rules of the world. The old man smiled. Under prolonged oppressive order, the world will become strange. Please forgive me for using this word to describe the world. Like a living volcano, the boiling magma within will eventually erupt. It's just a matter of time. The world is the same. It will periodically release the chaos it has accumulated. Just at that time, during the time of chaos, the higher level rules will be inverted for a moment. This moment can last an hour or even a day. The old man paused. This is why you, as the future saintess of the Church of Light, summoned a dark being. But it shouldn't be a ninth tier demon, right? The girl couldn't believe that her summoning magic could actually summon a ninth tier. It is a ninth tier, but it is also not a ninth tier. Lucifer spoke seriously. The fact is indeed as such. At that time, my true form was in slumber, and my consciousness was trying to fully enter the present world using the crow's body, while you happened to use summoning magic, but I paid no attention to you. The crow disdainfully said, later you used forceful summoning. I didn't know why you could summon me. Thinking back now, it should be because of the inversion of the higher rules. You summoned a ninth tier demon as a fourth tier light magician, which you should take pride in. Lucifer looked up, seemingly quite pleased. Is that how a demon is? The girl did not feel fear upon confirming Lucifer's identity as a demon. Instead, she became even more excited, her eyes seemingly sparkling as she carefully examined the crow with her hands cradling it. Lucifer could see every detail on the girl's flawless and exquisite face, especially those azure blue eyes. The crow tilted its head to avoid the girl's gaze. Shy. Do demons also get shy? The girl seized the opportunity. Ahem. Gus coughed twice. The girl straightened up, casually placing the crow on her head. I have something I want to discuss with Lord Lucifer alone. The old man smiled. Were you going to negotiate this time? I want to listen. The girl was excited. Your level isn't enough. Lucifer mocked. The girl glared at him, and Lucifer avoided her gaze. Fine. The girl compromised, waving her hand in frustration before disappearing into a flash of white light. Now, Lord Lucifer, demon of decay and death, let us talk about your purpose for being so close to Leviathan. The old man's expression was unusually serious. Chapter 5. Freedom. How can a demon have emotions? Or rather, how can beings from the underworld communicate normally with humans? The underworld is filled with bloodshed and slaughter. Even the most normal beings would go insane after staying there for a year or two. No, even just a month or two. It is a paradise for the insane, a hell for the ordinary. Yet, a demon standing at the pinnacle of the underworld is chatting and joking with a girl who summoned him, their interaction harmonious. This normality is far too abnormal. The main reason the old man let the academy students take a break was that during times of chaos, the reversal of high-level rules might cause some issues on Sky Island. However, there were no issues on Sky Island. Instead, his students brought a major problem he had never considered before: how to balance a 9th tier being entering the real world. To enter the real world, Lucifer answered without hesitation. The temptation of light for a human soul, yet Lucifer, a being of darkness, was immense, so immense that he would give everything for it, even his life. How many years? Countless attempts, countless expulsions by the rules, carrying the scars of anxiety while contemplating the next way to enter the real world. After much thought, he discovered that by using the authority of death to wrap a crow's body in the aura of a corpse, he could peek into the real world through the crow's form. So he made a crow. However, a corpse lacks the 5 senses. He painstakingly added visual perception through special means, but this was far from enough. After waiting a long time, a girl summoned him, allowing him to enter the real world again in a different way and gain the 5 senses, though he did not know the reason. Perhaps the girl's summoning magic protected Lucifer, although this sounds a bit far-fetched. No one knows how tumultuous Lucifer's heart was when the girl, with the crow perched on her head, stepped out of the courtyard, spreading his wings to embrace the sun. Time's blade had nearly made Lucifer lose his original self, which made his regained form even more exhilarating. The long-lost sunlight ignited the remaining passion in his dull soul. This fire, ignited by sunlight, would only burn more fiercely, a flame that no storm in the world could extinguish. I will enter the real world, if you do not hinder me. I promise I will not interfere extensively with human activities. I only need a wooden house, a piece of farmland. Of course, if possible, I would prefer to live in a more luxurious residence. Lucifer tried to convey goodwill to the old man in front of him, who was one of the strongest in the real world. This meant that if the old man fully intervened in his process of entering the world, his chances would approach 0. The old man could even directly imprison him here, forcing him to abandon this precious body. Such a consequence would be too great for Lucifer. As for why he didn't hide his identity from the start, besides being a bit disoriented after just being summoned, there was another reason. It was unnecessary. The proportion of high-tier individuals that the future Saintess of the Church of Light would encounter must be quite high. Concealing a 9th-tier dark soul would not be easy. Divine beings have a natural sense of each other. As for why the little thing in the mirror did not sense Lucifer's true rank, it was because, as the ruler of the underworld, he exerted a natural high-level suppression over all underworld beings. 7th tier and above possessed divinity. Of course, it is not impossible to hide in front of high-tier human beings, as long as he continues to seal all senses except for sight. But what difference does that make compared to amputating everything below the eyebrows for a crooked pinky nail? Returning to the thought, when will the chaos the old man mentioned occur next? Who knows? How do you plan to enter the real world? What does this have to do with Leviathan? The old man frowned, constantly calculating in his mind. His eyes, like the sun and moon, narrowed slightly, hiding 2 points of divine light beneath drooping eyelids. Lucifer explained the reason to Gust, though he slightly embellished it. His original purpose was to quietly deliver some corruption through the bond formed by long-term interaction with a girl when Lovilian grew to the 7th or even 8th tier. This was something he could not accomplish before, as he was only a consciousness residing in the crow's body, not a complete soul. Bond are a good thing, not needing much. The daily corruption would be minimal, so minimal that the rules of the real world would find it hard to detect. Just as he used the authority of death to create the crow's body. Just like poison, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is nonsense. The most toxic poison in the world, if the dosage is small enough, cannot kill anyone. However, it will accumulate slowly until the time is ripe, followed by an explosion, perhaps without even the sound of an explosion. At that time, Lovilian would have no ability to resist the authority of a 9th-tier demon. Her character would be completely distorted, filled with humanity's most primal desires, akin to lowly creatures of the underworld. As for what happens afterward, Lucifer would not care, because the goal would have been achieved. The fallen Saintess might ignite a war sweeping across the entire continent, and the source of this would be Lucifer's authority of corruption. This influence would be more than sufficient as an anchor. Then, Lucifer would enter the real world through distorted authority. A perfect plan, isn't it? However, sacrificing an inconsequential person is not important, is it? What he explained to the old man was to help Lovilian reach the 9th tier, allowing the real-world Lovilian and the underworld Lucifer to work together to break the rules of the real world. This is a win-win. This is nonsense. If a demon talks terms with you, it must have ulterior motives. It could be for soul, a life, or simply for amusement. But there must be ulterior motives. A 9th-tier being cannot oppose the rules. However, the old man would not know. There are no 9th-tier beings in the real world. The crawling creatures down below cannot comprehend the power that crushes them. Is it a weak child or a muscular young man? The 9th tier is like a child, while the rules are like an adult. Two children combined cannot withstand even a hand of an adult man. But they wouldn't know. They wouldn't know what killed them, what kind of power it possessed, because both could easily crush them. The crushing effect of information disparity is enough to turn the world's smartest people into the easiest to deceive. A 9th-tier being cannot oppose the rules. The old man seemed to find the sunlight too weak, waved his hand, and turned to look out the window, smiling as he said, "Lucifer, look up. I once briefly stepped into the 9th tier." The old man seemed to be stating something trivial. When the supreme authority descended upon me and fused with me, I was indeed overwhelmed with emotion, believing that no being in the world could stop me. But I was wrong, so wrong. The rules are far too powerful. Before you appeared, humanity believed that there was no 9th tier in the underworld. So, I subconsciously thought there were similar rules blocking the underworld as well. After you appeared, just now, I realized that the rule binding you is unable to enter the real world. The rules do not only restrict you demons, they also restrict us. The real world does not allow the birth of 9th tier beings, and the authority imprinted in the soul is stripped away again. That feeling is truly unpleasant. It was only then that I understood why the ruler of the demon clan has been stuck at the 8th tier for hundreds of years without making progress. It is not due to insufficient talent, but because it is impossible. The 9th tier is just an ant before the rules. Two 9th tier beings are not enough to counter the rules. Lucifer's blood-red eyes lit up. You understand well? Not much. There are hierarchies even among 9th tiers. Yes. So, great and supreme 9th tier demon. Can you break the rules and give this little 8th tier a punch? I have no other hobbies. I just enjoy seeking death. The old man had a blank expression, and Lucifer remained silent. He currently lacked the ability. How about cooperation? I want to step into the 9th level to do something very important. Once I truly step into the 9th level, I will help you enter the world. However, the way I help you enter the world will differ from your original plan. I mean your original plan. The old man emphasized original plan, clearly indicating that he had known Lucifer's identity for a long time, as well as the true means by which Lucifer would enter the world. Perhaps when Lucifer just entered the world, this strongest old man in the current world had already sensed it. His earlier behavior was merely a disguise. The old man seemed unwilling to let Leviathan know too much. A powerful dragon cannot easily suppress a local snake, especially when this dragon is bound in a narrow cave, unable to turn around. Can you see me making moves on Leviathan? After Lucifer finished speaking, he regretted it, realizing it was pure nonsense. The old man did not reply, but instead shifted the topic elsewhere. The world is always like this. What you cannot obtain is something I discard like a shoe. What I yearn for, you can easily obtain. What do you want that I have? Power. Who would pursue such a thing? You? Lucifer scoffed mercilessly. The old man did not seem like someone who would go to any lengths for power. Of course, this judgment had no basis. It is not power, but the change that power brings. I want to resurrect someone. The old man looked around the room, waved his hand, and everything dissipated like bubbles. They arrived in a grassy plain. The vast, boundless green grass swayed, and the whispering wind brought the fragrance of distant soil and flowers. The old man's pale hair clung tightly to his withered skin, and the crow's expression remained unchanged. The old man gazed deeply at the endless grassland. I have lost something. The old man said lightly, something very important. The old man added in a low voice, I want to find her again. Another tragic love story. The crow smiled, seemingly indifferent. Klitsch. Maybe. She said she wanted to see the Hearst Prairie, that pure land of the world. So I created this prairie, even though it is not the real Hearst Prairie. After all, my abilities are limited. She liked daffodils, so the Academy's emblem is a daffodil. She liked the changing of spring and autumn, enjoyed the seasons changing. She liked the wind. She liked the rain. She liked the snow. She doesn't like you? The crow interrupted the old man's monologue, and the exposed Lucifer seemed a bit self-destructive, but he didn't mind grossing the other party out before failing. The old man glanced at him coldly. You are the one who is unloved. The old man's tone was very serious. The crow stared at the old man, remaining silent. He truly was an unloved being. He could become the summoning object of the future bright holy maiden only because he was her first summoning object and nothing more. People often have a deep impression of the first time and cherish it more, so the white-haired girl valued him more. Love? That is too extravagant for a demon lord of the underworld. Slaughter and death are the main themes of the underworld. Roses cannot grow in a place where birds do not defecate. A withered heart cannot beat again. If you want to enter the world, then listen to me. The old man looked at the faint blood-eyed phantom emerging behind the crow, as if he were crossing space to converse with the ruler on the skeletal throne of the underworld. Speak of your plan. The crow raised his head, his expression serious, and the blood-eyed phantom behind him grew deeper in color the moment the words fell. The most extreme death and slaughter flowed endlessly in his pupils. Blood eyes against the sun and moon, the underworld against the world. Chapter 6. Light and friends, what did the dean say to you? Little crow? Lovey Lien poked Lucifer, who had been silent for a while, as she walked to the cafeteria. Ever since their private talk with the dean, her little crow had become withdrawn, making her curious about what had happened. Demon God, Lucifer corrected the girl's mistake in a calm manner. All right, demon God, what did the dean say to you? The girl replied nonchalantly, seemingly unaware that her little crow had transformed into a demon god. He didn't say much. Lucifer didn't want to elaborate. Lovey Lien raised an eyebrow, pulling Lucifer down from her head and placing him in front of her. Quickly, tell me, please. The azure pupils reflected the crow, her eyes more pure than any sapphire, causing even Lucifer to feel a bit intimidated, genuinely. Lucifer didn't want to meet the girl's gaze directly, or rather, didn't he dare to? He said that when I enter the mortal realm, I can take you as my maid. Lucifer turned his head away, simultaneously flapping his wings. A wisp of black mist that only he could see emanated from Lovey Lien's skin, ultimately returning to the pitch-black feathers. Fallen recovery. Authority is something that is universal in both the mortal realm and the underworld. It is not rejected. But the premise is that a demon god with authority must be able to enter the mortal realm. This refers to the soul entering the mortal realm. The Crow VR simulator that Lucifer had painstakingly created was a low-level application of the authority of death to wrap a body in the aura of death, avoiding detection by the rules of the mortal realm. However, there's a prerequisite. You must first use the authority of death in the mortal realm to attach the aura of death to your body. This is unsolvable. Just like needing the password to open a locked box. You have to open the box to get the password, but the problem is you don't have the password. Thus, The completion of the above operations requires a bit of distortion and chaos, reversing the order of using authority and achieving the purpose. Ultimately, creating a crow that could contain a small amount of Lucifer as consciousness. I must say, he is indeed a genius. The curious girl didn't notice anything unusual. I don't believe you. Lovey Lien placed the crow back on her head, her white, soft hair slightly raised, expressing her dissatisfaction as if it were her masteress. You must have begged the dean on your knees to let you enter the mortal realm as a little follower of the light saint, which is why the dean allowed you to stay by my side. At this point, Lovey Lien's dark eyebrows furrowed, resembling rolling hills, and her azure, gem-like eyes rippled with indescribable emotions. Why are you a demon god? Are all demon gods as foolish as you? Besides, which demon god enters the mortal realm and starts shouting about being a demon god? You should be hiding your power, disguising yourself as an ordinary crow, looking for the right moment to launch a conspiracy to achieve an unspeakable goal, right? Lovey Lien spoke rapidly, representing her strong desire to complain. First of all, I'm not a villain. I entered the mortal realm just to bask in the sun, fish, drink tea, and eat desserts. So I don't need to disguise myself like the villains in the novels you read. Secondly, I am not a demon god. You are right. I'm just an ordinary crow. Lucifer didn't want to nitpick with the questioning girl, but he seemed to have forgotten that his original plan was to sacrifice Lovey Lien to enter the mortal realm. He certainly hadn't forgotten. Moreover, when a being with absolute power arrives in a new and interesting world, would it really be satisfied with just basking in the sun, drinking tea, and eating desserts? Lucifer is not a saint. He can't even be sure if he can remain calm and adhere to the morals of his past life when faced with a world that can easily distort him. People often say they aren't afraid of death. Perhaps they really aren't at that moment. But when death approaches, they will weep and submit to fate. The world is ever-changing, and so are people. The main reason Lucifer could retain most of his previous humanity in the Underworld is that he spent the majority of his time sleeping. Nonchalant, I want to talk to you. The girl pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with Lucifer's dismissive attitude. I don't want to talk to you either. What do you want to eat? The white-haired girl looked at the various foods in front of her, her slender fingers poking at the crow on her head. Honey cream cake, and that crunchy-looking cookie, and a cup of green grape. The crow replied, looking at the cafeteria's signature dishes. He still recognized the language of the mortal realm. That cookie called slime. Don't be fooled by its crunchy appearance. It's actually quite soft. The girl smiled. Just like you. Just like you. Just like you. Just like you. Good afternoon, you too. You seem to be full of energy. Lovey Lien stuck out her tongue playfully. Good afternoon, Ryan. The blonde boy, carrying a mountain of monster meat, walked over. Shall we join? Sure. It was Serendil, the red-haired girl, who answered. Ryan visibly paused for a moment. Sure. Ryan gritted his teeth, yet he still didn't erupt. Serendil smiled at Ryan. You two continue chatting. I'll take my leave. Lovey Lien quickly left the scene of gossip with the crow in tow, casually taking the honey cream cake from the self-service table. Why not take a look? Little crow isn't allowed to see these. I'm not a crow. I'm the ruler of the underworld. Don't act like my elder. My age is much greater than you think. All right. I know you're not a crow anymore. One could still faintly hear the girl muttering about how she was so old, yet still so childish. Despite Lucifer having spent a significant amount of time sleeping after crossing over, he believed his mentality shouldn't have regressed to such childishness. A long silence ensued. Lovey Lien. Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid? I am a demon god. Why should I be afraid of you being a demon god? We are friends, aren't we? Would you harm me? Lucifer looked up at the sky. I was originally going to use you. For no reason. Lucifer felt a surge of anger, like a rebellious child loudly rebuking his parents for their control. Friends? Do you think you deserve to be friends with me? The fallen demon god? You are just a pawn being used. Once I enter the mortal realm, I won't even glance at you. Do you think you're important? Just a disposable piece. Used up and thrown away, far away. Lucifer's tone was filled with sarcasm, but after speaking, he regretted it. It was clear that Lucifer noticed the white-haired girl's dejection. Aren't we friends? Lovey Lien's lashes lowered, her deep blue eyes dimming a bit. I thought we were good friends. The girl didn't continue. Although we just met a day ago. She truly wanted a crow as a friend. so that when she studied magic, etiquette, and various knowledge alone in the future, someone would accompany her. Being a young lady of the family isn't easy, especially when she bears the glory of the previous generation. The girl's delicate shoulders found it challenging to bear this honor. The crow's head lowered, staring blankly at the girl's hair. Lucifer. This was the girl's first time calling his full name instead of Little Crow. Are we friends or not? I suppose so. Lucifer felt that the girl might be getting angry, though he didn't believe that the girl would do anything irrational when angry. He did feel a bit scared of her disappointment. Why? Haven T, we only known each other for a day. Is Lucifer a superficial person? Or has he been in the underworld for so long that it has affected his mind? The girl did not speak, only tightened her grip on the honeycream cake she was holding, staring expressionlessly at the flowers and grass before her, like ancient snow that never melts. It's a friend, she said affirmatively. The snow on the girl's face melted away, as if the early spring breeze had awakened the sleeping life. And the smile that lit up the surrounding environment returned to her face. What did sunder Little Crow? The girl's tone returned to its usual lightness as she lifted her snow-white long legs to kick aside a small stone in her path. Her long hair flowing like the most beautiful dance in the world, swaying with the wind. I'm not. Lucifer did not continue to argue. He sensed that the girl was in a good mood, and unconsciously his own mood improved as well. She must want to use my 9th tier strength. She definitely does. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Lucifer tried to suppress the swirling emotions in his heart, pondering. Love at first sight is nonsense. Demons have no feelings. Demons have no feelings. Let me take you to see my dormitory. The girl was in a good mood, her steps light and brisk. She did not suppress her joy. Her voice was much more cheerful. The dormitory was not far. Along the bluestone path, Lillian began to jog. The wind lifted the girl's pure white hair, only to be pressed down again by her black wings. The girl's eyes concealed laughter, brighter than a spring day. The crow, a killjoy, remained expressionless. He also found it hard to show any expression. Have you fallen for me, Lord Demon? The girl suddenly shouted this nonsensically, like a fawn running freely in a sun-dappled stream. The gentle breeze covered the eyes of the tender leaves, pressing down on the shy and vibrant flowers on either side of the stone path, and even the insects that had just awakened in the tree gaps closed their eyes. Like what? If you don't like me, I'll give you away. Give. I really gave you away. The girl's voice was filled with exasperation. Give. I really gave you away. The girl stamped her foot, and even the tender leaves and flowers pressed down by the breeze lifted their heads. The crow said nothing more and looked up at the sky. The girl laughed, knowing you had fallen for me. Hee hee. What you're doing counts as sexual harassment in the underworld. After just returning from vacation, Lillian still had to tidy up her room. The student dormitory was located in the very center of Sky Island, just like the 5 great families the strong protect the weak. Rows of buildings with white walls and red tiles. Each student had their own independent courtyard. After all, there were only 30 students in the Sky Island Academy, 10 in each grade. The academy also had a branch located directly below Sky Island. That was the way out for most commoner geniuses. Of course, if you were talented enough, you could enter the Sky Island through the annual selection. Lucifer leaned against the window, watching the girl tidy up her bed. After all, the girl had no servants here. The girl was not particularly pampered. She did what any ordinary girl from a regular family would do, and she did it even better. People generally believe that rich kids lack skills due to their wealthy and relaxed environment, but the truth is often the opposite. They understand etiquette, know honor and disgrace, and may be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. They're often more excellent than one might imagine, because better conditions mean better education, more resources, and a broader perspective. The sunlight fell on the girl's exquisite and flawless face, so much so that Lucifer could see every pore on her creamy skin, as if an angel had kissed her, making it feel unreal. The girl moved back and forth in the dappled light and shadow, as if time had stopped at that moment. Lord Demon, don't just stare at my beauty if you have nothing to do. Could you help me take care of the flowers in the courtyard? Those flowers are very expensive. The girl felt the crow's gaze, tucked a strand of white hair behind her ear. The biggest mistake God made was giving you a mouth. I will complain to God about this. The crow flapped his wings, but still didn't move. What flowers could make Bradley's jewel feel expensive? Lucifer asked curiously. glass moonflower, dragon blood lotus, fairy tear, magnolia. They're all quite expensive and very hard to keep alive. I often end up killing them. The white-haired girl stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, but she was definitely raising the crow plump. As if joking, the girl said this line again. Hee hee. Just hearing the names of those precious flowers. Only this jewel of Bradley could kill them and still replace them with a new batch. So extravagant and inhuman. Lucifer chose to selectively ignore the latter half of the white-haired girl's sentence. Don't refute me, please, little crow. The girl prayed in her heart, catching a glimpse of the crow flying away from the corner of her eye, and her lips involuntarily curved upward, her movements quickening a little. Would it sunder a little crow? Demons really do not have feelings, but the Lucifer of the past did. Chapter 7. I don't like fighting night. The moon is like a flower. The spring days are gone. The gentle spring breeze has turned into a cool night wind blowing past Lucifer. The moonlight slips past Lucifer, leaning against the window, and spills onto the bed of the girl. Her white hair shines in the cool moonlight, and her eyes, as pure as the blue lake, are lost in thought as she gazes at the ceiling. The girl is not asleep, and the crow is also awake. Suddenly, the white-haired girl turns her head. Aren't you coming to bed, Lord Demon? She says, tugging at the thin blanket covering her. Under the moonlight, the girl smiles like a flower. With her jade-like, pure white long legs exposed to the air and only wearing loose pajamas, Lovalian is undoubtedly very tempting at this moment. I am a demon, not a crow. The girl looks a bit confused, wondering why he is saying this now. My soul is a normal male being. You better protect yourself. Lucifer says seriously. Yet his eyes never move. Too bad I can't do anything, he continues. Hearing this, the white-haired girl directly tosses aside the thin blanket. Come on, normal male being. After saying this, she lies flat on the bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. This is how I am. What can you do? The girl's ears turn red. But unfortunately, the moonlight does not pay attention to her ears. Lucifer does not see this scene. He does not have the night vision of a crow. He shifts his gaze, looking up at the bright moon above. The bright moon before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. Lucifer chuckles to himself, recalling the times in elementary school when he struggled to memorize ancient poems without understanding their meaning. But when truly experiencing the moment, it feels entirely different. The young man does not know the taste of sorrow, loves the high tower for the sake of composing new verses. He insists on speaking of sorrow. Now knowing the taste of sorrow, wanting to speak yet hesitating, but saying, what a nice cool autumn. Indeed, what nice autumn. Lucifer closes his eyes, reminiscing about memories far too distant for even a ninth-tier demon to cross. What are you going to do? The white-haired girl, who had not received a response for a long time, turns her head to look at Lucifer, who is reflecting by the window. I want to go back to the underworld and take a look. After saying this, the crow's body stiffens for a moment and falls straight down to the ground. The girl hurriedly uses her magic to support the crow and then uses her magic to move the crow back onto the bed. Sitting up on the bed, the girl places the crow on her crossed white legs, her blue eyes fixed on the unconscious crow. Now that she thinks about it, the crow must have closed its eyes for a long time after she summoned Lucifer, probably because its consciousness returned to the underworld. Clack! The girl flicks the crow's beak with her delicate fingers, seemingly thinking of something, and the corners of her mouth curl into a charming arc. So what if he's a demon? The girl turns over again, thinking how strange it is for a holy maiden and an underworld demon to be such a combination. Hee hee. The girl's face turns red, like the brightest flower in the world. Underworld. The blood-red eyes open, the black gold attire ancient and solemn. The master of the throne of endless bones awakens once more. The difference between the present world and the underworld is truly vast. The pale-faced young man slowly calms his fluctuating emotions and looks up at the blood moon. The blood moon, which has existed since his birth, casts a thin layer of pale red veil over the underworld. The river formed by blood winds around the endless bones and flows toward an unknown distance, with red and black as the main colors, chaos and slaughter as the main melody. Underworld. Without hesitation, Lucifer mobilizes the surging magic within him, transforming it into a beam of bloodlight rushing toward the blood moon. He could shatter space to reach it directly, But he needs to declare his status. His soul was recently not within his body, which could easily lead to misunderstandings among other demons. These misunderstandings could cause unnecessary troubles. He is not afraid of battle, but he does not like fighting, yet fighting seems unavoidable. After all, they are all his brothers. As if in response, a flash occurs in the far-off pyramid tomb of the Underworld, and then a beam of blood light shoots up toward the blood moon. However, during the flight, the blood light that flew out from the tomb splits off a smaller blood-colored light, chasing after Lucifer like a shooting star, growing larger as it approaches him, already reaching 100 miles long. A sword, Lucifer spreads his 5 fingers, and the magic of the Underworld within 1,000 miles is mobilized to form a gigantic scarlet hand that envelopes the giant sword, and then he grasps it. The giant sword instantly shatters, transforming into scattered streams of magic returning to the Underworld. Lucifer does not stop there. The scarlet giant hand transforms into a fist and strikes toward the pyramid tomb. A flash of 8th-tier life fluctuation appears within the tomb, seemingly wanting to take action, but then halting. This is because the demon that emerged from the tomb is already on the defensive. Alexis, a 9th-tier demon with 2 twisted demon horns, a goat-headed human body. The pale green flames in Alexis's eyes suddenly flare up, and with his magic, an even larger and more solid sword appears in front of him. The giant sword and the giant hand explode in midair, the enormous flow of magic causing countless underworld creatures to die tragically. The center of the explosion leaves a massive depression, rocks mixed with magma and blood flying like a grand meteor shower. This is the 9th tier. Merely testing one another's strength is enough to be astonishing. Alexis exhales. His blue flames in his skull gaze intensely, his expression somewhat serious. However, his actions do not cease. He pulls out a thick chain from the void, the end of the chain extending into the unseen, a decayed and ruined aura emanating from the other end of the void. Alexis prepares for battle. Recently, the atmosphere of decay and death in the Underworld has clearly weakened to the point that it is almost undetectable. Shouldn't it have suffered a heavy blow? How could there still be this kind of power? Truly a thankless task. Alexis, with flames in his pupils, stares at the blood-eyed figure above. You have offspring? The black-clad young man speaks. He is not angry at being attacked. Instead smiling, why not show it to me? The fleeting 8th-tier aura, just now, is not simple. It carries the aura of authority. Recently, there have been no signs of new demons being born in the origin of the Underworld. The authority of the Underworld can only be innate. If one is not 9th tier at birth, they cannot become 9th tier. But how could an 8th tier have the aura of authority? Moreover, it just so happens to be within a demon's territory. It is not hard to guess that Alexis has used some method to transfer some of the authority within him. What does he want to do? Lucifer watches Alexis below, his blood eyes flickering. There is nothing good here, Alexis says indifferently, gazing at Lucifer in the distance. Seeing Alexis ignore the question, Lucifer is not angry. Everything produced by the origin of the Underworld this time has nothing to do with you. A demon of chaos and strife? Lucifer smiles faintly. Alexis does not respond. His little scheme has been discovered. He sacrifices the cart to save the coachman. God knows if this madman above will recklessly ruin his 1,000-year plan. Taking a step back, the sea is vast. Alexis gazes deeply at Lucifer in the distant sky, turns, and transforms into a beam of blood light, returning to the tomb. Lucifer gazes at the pyramid tomb. Alexis has certainly guessed something, but it does not matter. He probably also knows what Alexis wants to do. It is nothing more than transferring the authority of chaos and strife to another being, or a puppet, at the cost of losing authority and falling in rank to enter the present world. Lucifer had thought of this method before, but the stripping of authority is troublesome. He did not expect Alexis to have some success. Lucifer enters the present world for freedom and sunlight. Why does Alexis? He does not care about these things. He is a native creature of the Underworld. Logically, entering the present world may even be uncomfortable. Why does he also want to enter the present world? Lucifer squints his eyes. The existing demons of the Underworld seem to have a strong desire to enter the present world, a desire like a wanderer's longing for home. But this longing does not affect the basic rationality of the demons. From Alexis's perspective, The great cost of transferring authority and falling in rank may not be for entering the present world at all. Perhaps it is for something else. What could be worth a ninth-tier demon giving up supreme power and authority? Higher authority, greater power. Lucifer cast aside the myriad thoughts in his mind, dismissing them as irrelevant. Instead, he shattered the space beside him, planning to step into the source of the underworld, hell. He hadn't intended to fight, but he ended up taking action. After all, he was a good young man. He promised himself he wouldn't resort to violence next time. Lucifer murmured to himself, gazing at the blood moon in the distance, and then dispelled the distractions in his mind. Chapter 8. Authority. Lucifer descended upon the blood moon. Unlike the surface of the underworld, the entire blood moon is an externalized form of the essence of the underworld. The 4 ninth-tier demon gods of the underworld were born from the very center of the blood moon. The essence of the underworld granted these 4 demon gods supreme authority. Lucifer sensed a slight fluctuation in the essence of the underworld, so he wanted to see what his mother had created this time. Perhaps it was a new demon god, the complete embodiment of authority, or perhaps some manifestations of authority. These items may not embody authority completely, but each manifestation has a special function. For example, the ancient mirror from the Bradley family, used by Alex to impose punishment. Its authority is likely secrecy. Otherwise, Lucifer wouldn't have guessed why a mirror could protect a being from the underworld of 7th tier or higher from entering the present world. That mirror is like an invisibility cloak, making the rules unable to see that 8th tier little thing, even causing him to not notice it at first. After all, as a demon god of the underworld, he is inherently sensitive to the aura of the underworld. However, Lucifer cannot wear that invisibility cloak. It is too small. It's like a giant dragon covering its eyes with a tablecloth, thinking others cannot see it. In reality, it's just deceiving itself. Lucifer slowly walked into the core area of the blood moon. The surging magical currents flowed freely like an ocean, capable of tearing apart any creature attempting to challenge them. At the very center of this ocean of magic is a dark red sun. Perhaps it should not be called a sun. It is the essence of the underworld, the fundamental existence of this world, and also the place where Lucifer was born. The dark red sun emitted a faint glow, flickering as if responding to Lucifer's arrival. However, it was just an illusion. The essence of the underworld has no consciousness. Lucifer scanned the surroundings, and the underworld creatures hurriedly dispersed. They may not be too afraid of death, but they did not want to provoke a ruler for no reason. Those who could come near the essence of the underworld were undoubtedly high-tier creatures, but no one was higher in rank than a demon god. As Lucifer approached the essence of the underworld, the time for the creation of items from the essence was drawing near. Suddenly, Lucifer turned to look into the distance. As if sensing something, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In the distance, the blood-red sky congealed into a massive magical shadow. A shadow that covered the sky and the sun, enveloping everything, including Lucifer. Lucifer's blood-red eyes lifted slightly. Ah, another one wanted to fight. With a wave of his hand, the chaotic magical currents around them instantly transformed into streams of magic, encircling their ruler. An unparalleled pressure mixed between the 2 demon gods' battlefield, instantly crushing any creatures that could not escape. The entire blood moon was instantly occupied by black and blood colors. A black shadow, blood-red pupils. Florus gazed at the blood-red eyes in the distance, lost in thought. The authority of Shadow and Abyss, one of the 4 existing demon gods. Yet he was not very satisfied. He wanted to rise to a higher level. His good younger brother possessed 4 kinds of authority, which took the other 3 demon gods by surprise. Can a demon god really kill another demon god of the same tier? The 3 of them did not know before. But after that day, they understood. That battle nearly tore through the entire underworld, fighting from the easternmost part of the world to the westernmost part. Now, the blood river that runs through the underworld from south to north is the result of that battle. The blood of his newly born brother, whom he had never met, is still slowly flowing in the blood river. The entire spine was extracted by his brother Lucifer, who did not know where it was placed. This is also why there are so many underworld creatures around the blood river. They're all drinking the blood left by a demon god, which can make them stronger. But that blood river does not contain what they need, the complete authority of the newborn. He guessed where that authority might be. He did not fail to see Lucifer and Alex's brief confrontation, but he did not believe that Lucifer was truly unproblematic. Lucifer's aura had disappeared from the entire underworld for a day. Among demon gods, there is mutual sensing. This sensing is not specific, but it can indeed determine whether one is dead. Disappearing means death, but Lucifer has returned. What does that mean? Although he could not figure it out for the moment, he could still take action to test it. If he failed, it wouldn't be a bad thing. At most, he would just get beaten up. With this in mind, Florus narrowed his eyes. Endless shadows spread beneath his feet, enveloping the entire blood moon in the blink of an eye. He did not intend to hold back. When facing a stronger opponent, giving it your all is not a sign of respect for the enemy, but respect for one's own life. He was very rational. Lucifer waved his hand, tearing a small gap in the shadows. Not large, but just enough to fit through. He stretched and looked at the ground of the underworld. The pyramid showed no signs of movement, and Lucifer smiled. As expected, those who live the longest are the most foolish. He slightly tilted his body to dodge the tentacle that suddenly sprang from the shadows. Blood flickered. The distance between the blood shadow and the shadow continued to close. Florus looked at Lucifer rushing toward him, his mouth twitching. "Come, let me see what you're made of." Lucifer stared at Floros as endless darkness enveloped Floros's body, ultimately vanishing in place. The blood light ceased, and Lucifer stood in the infinite darkness, gently stamping his foot. The surrounding darkness cracked like a spider's web, continuously spreading. While the distant Floros smiled, the entire world divided into two layers, with endless shadows lingering above, seemingly intent on tearing the blood red below into pieces. Lucifer stood on the surface of the blood moon, the deep shadows rapidly expanding to compensate for the damage caused by his footfall. Almost in an instant, the gaps around Lucifer were filled again, becoming even deeper, so thick that it seemed ready to drip. Lucifer raised his pale hand and gently swept across the shadow before him, as if shooing away an annoying fly. Death. The supreme command from the underworld demon god was swiftly enacted, and the surrounding shadows ceased their tumult, as if the previously roaring sea had suddenly returned to calm. In silence, the outcome was determined. The shadows were given the command of death. In the shadows, Floros' abilities would be significantly enhanced, and he would suppress any beings that entered the shadow realm. However, the suppression seemed to have little effect. Lucifer's body slightly bent. Floros did not think Lucifer was showing submission. With his hands quickly clasped together, he whispered, "Abyss of silence." As the demon god chanted, a black hole large enough to swallow Floros appeared beside him, and the chaotic magical power around them seemed to be summoned, swirling into the black hole. As Floros extended his arm forward, the black hole surged toward Lucifer at an incredible speed, distorting the space along its path with the vast flow of magical power. Lucifer's calves exerted force, and with his feet as the center, the area within 100 miles shook violently, as if the very space trembled. Crimson magic, as vivid as blood, enveloped Lucifer's entire body, transforming into a beam of bloodlight that shot straight toward the oncoming black hole. The sound of the sonic boom roaring in his ears, like an arrow released from a bow. No, faster than an arrow. At the moment of their collision, the black hole burst open like a fragile watermelon, black magic splattering everywhere, and the whirlwind it created tousled Floros' hair. The momentum of the bloodlight only paused for an instant before continuing straight toward Floros. The shadows beneath Floros' feet writhed, attempting to envelop his body, but suddenly, as if losing control, they attacked Floros instead. The shadows transformed into spiked tentacles, coiling around Floros like a python. However, he did not submit. Instead, he chanted an ancient syllable, "Abyss." A strange wave began to spread as Floros uttered that syllable, significantly slowing the speed of the bloodlight, and the tentacles wrapping around Floros disintegrated. Floros' expression turned grim. He gazed deeply at the unmoving Lucifer in the distance, and, from such a far distance, issued a command of corruption to the shadows beside him. Truly his good brother. "I will not participate in the production of the underworld's essence this time," Floros said, looking at Lucifer. Lucifer's blood-red eyes showed little fluctuation, and he said nothing. Floros gritted his teeth. I will give you additional compensation. Lucifer nodded upon hearing this, disappearing from his spot to reappear beside the essence of the underworld. Killing an underworld demon god is extremely difficult. The demon god Lucifer killed before was just born and could only exert 80% of his power. Thus, that newly born demon god fell at Lucifer's hands. He currently could not achieve killing Floros while only sustaining light injuries. Chapter 9. The demon god doesn't want to learn. Lucifer watched as the shadow enveloped Floros and departed without intervening. There was no point in stopping him. He couldn't kill him. The underworld was in a three-way standoff, and though it might be a bit boastful, he was the strongest. If he truly wanted to kill Floros, Alex would come out to stop him. The balance cannot be broken. Why were the four demon gods in a three-way standoff? Because there was another demon god whose presence was extremely low. Since his birth, he had hardly shown himself, and everyone automatically excluded him. Of course. The main reason was that this demon god was too weak. He was like a finished dish, and any of the other three demon gods could tear into this walking food. Of course, weak is only relative to the same tier. Even the weakest 9th tier demon could subdue the strongest 8th tier demon, not just a numerical crushing. Authority. Even the weakest demon god would have authority, and there was no clear distinction of strength and authority. Killing another demon god could grant one their authority, and the three demon gods, including Lucifer, were very interested in that weak one, but they tacitly refrained from taking action. The first one to act would certainly become the target of criticism. This was deadly, after all. As the other two demon gods wooed, Team Mind shifting their attacks toward a more significant threat. After Lucifer killed a demon god, every demon god became quite sensitive to competition among their kind. He withdrew his gaze and turned to look at the essence of the underworld. It seemed that something was brewing within the dark red sun. Before long, a dazzling red light flashed, and a string of bracelets appeared before Lucifer. The gems, seemingly soaked in the deepest blood, were strung together, each blood-red gem gleaming with an eerie luster. Lucifer was speechless. The usual output of the essence of the underworld should be 3 to 5 items, but this time there was only one. Did the essence of the underworld calculate that this time there was only him? Not very realistic. It had no consciousness. That much was certain. He beckoned with his fingers, and the bracelet floated before Lucifer. He didn't rush to touch this unfamiliar object, but instead sealed it with his vast magical power, as if encasing it in amber, solidifying the bracelet in that moment. The dark purple magical power slightly overshadowed the scarlet glow, making the bracelet appear even more mysterious. At this moment, Lucifer reached out to catch the falling amber, examined it carefully, and stored it in his internal space. The inside of a demon god forms a world of its own, which is also one of the reasons for the surging magical power of 9th tier demon gods. As the bloodlight flickered, Lucifer disappeared from his spot. In the present world, the raven held in the arms of a girl opened its eyes. The night was deep and people were asleep. The girl slept peacefully, as evidenced by the drool that dampened Lucifer's feathers. It was hard to imagine that a girl as beautiful as a work of art would drool in her sleep. Lucifer disdainfully pushed against the girl's hands that held him tightly with his wings, but the sleeping girl only tightened her grip, holding Lucifer firmly and rendering him immobile. Lucifer stopped struggling, sighed inwardly, and closed his eyes, intending to fall asleep. In her dreams, the girl's lips curled up slightly, like a water lily blooming under the moonlight in the courtyard, tranquil and beautiful. The next day, Lucifer was awakened by the girl shaking him. "Get up quickly, sleepy little raven. Time to wake up." Her clear voice was like a yellow aureole, striking Lucifer's fragile nerves like a death knell. "Lovelian, do you want to die?" The raven's roar sounded somewhat ridiculous in response to the girl's sweet call. Upon hearing this, Lovelian straightened her slender waist and said seriously, "I'm sorry. Demon God, I was wrong." Her expression was incredibly earnest, but her blue eyes spoke volumes. They clearly conveyed that the little raven looked cute even when angry. Lucifer understood the mischievousness in the girl's eyes. Apart from sighing, he could do nothing else. There was no hope for the raven. "Are you angry?" The girl leaned her face close to the raven, allowing Lucifer to see every detail of this perfect creation of God. Everything was perfectly beautiful, and this girl spoke to him in a pleading, almost spoiled tone. Lucifer's heart raced for a moment. This was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. A very long time. Was it lust? Or perhaps love at first sight? That seemed too far-fetched. So, what kind of feelings did he have for the girl? Lucifer shook his head, unable to come up with an answer. Today we have a magic practical class. The teacher will teach us some other magic techniques. It's one of my favorite classes, Lovelian said, without noticing Lucifer's unusual reaction, continuing on as she placed him back on her head. Her soft, pure white hair was indeed very comfortable for Lucifer. Lucifer shook his head, lying on the girl's head, listening to her talk about interesting things from past magic practical classes. For instance, how Rhine used purification magic to heal a dark creature, how Rhine used healing magic to kill a lab mouse, and how Rhine used earth-shifting magic to fly into the sky, calling it shifting to the heavens. There were many amusing stories, and they all had one common point: Reinhardt. What a legendary blonde, Lucifer sighed. This blonde truly was a talent. The white-haired girl, while recounting the fun past stories, secretly observed Lucifer's expression and couldn't help but smile, but unfortunately, only the gentle breeze brushing past her ears responded to her smile. While speaking, the girl quickly organized the books needed for class: Fundamentals of Magic, Advanced Magic, Magic Principles, and Natural Elements. The names alone were exasperating, evoking some not-so-pleasant memories for Lucifer. Does your academy have 5 years of magic and 3 years of elements? Lucifer asked a question that seemed nonsensical to Lovelian, as if he had suddenly lost his mind. 5 years of magic, 3 years of elements? Is that a book? I don't think I've heard of it. But if it is a book, Kadia might have seen it. After all, he has read a lot of books. The girl first expressed confusion and then patiently introduced Kadia, a man who is extremely diligent. Even his mumblings while daydreaming are about what he learned in class. No, that's not daydreaming. That's the thinking of a top student. Having been through high school, Lucifer was very familiar with these types of people. You'd think he was daydreaming, but in his mind, he had already solved a problem or gone through a vocabulary book again. Truly terrifying, Lucifer shook his head, trying to shake these frightening individuals out of his mind. Get the study nerd out of my head, as if opening the floodgates of the past. Recalling bits and pieces of memories, Lucifer's gaze gradually softened. He extended a wing to catch the wind full of memories, as if giving a fist bump to the past. What an unforgettable memory. Those who are immersed in the past cannot move toward the future. But for Lucifer, the bits and pieces of the past were the pillars that kept him from going mad in the underworld for so long. They were the anchors of his spirit, firmly anchoring Lucifer, this ship that had long departed and could hardly remember the passage of time. This ship was already quite dilapidated, but at least it still had an anchor, didn't it? The faint fragrance from the girl's hair slipped into Lucifer's sense of smell, like the scent of spring bamboo shoots sprouting after rain, and also like a touch of crimson blooming on a cliff. The world is cruel. The world is also beautiful. Isn't it? What strange things are you thinking about again? The girl shook her head at the suddenly melancholic raven and asked curiously. The world isn't too good. Lovelian walked into a classical classroom with Lucifer on her head. At this time, there were already 5 people in the classroom. A blonde with golden eyes. A 4th-tier warrior, a noble swordsman, Rhine waved at Lucifer and Lovelian as if sensing their gaze at the door, greeting them. With fiery red hair, tan skin, and slim yet muscular arms, a 4th-tier fire magician, Sarandil, was reading a book and hadn't yet noticed the arrival of the girl and the raven. With a monocle over his left eye, deep-set eyes, short black hair, slightly pale skin, and a handsome face with defined features, Kadia Wall was also present. The 4th-tier wind system mage, Berlorens, was a pale-faced young man with gray eyes, his weak body seemingly on the verge of collapsing while sitting upright in his seat. A black haori wrapped around his body, emanating a chilly aura. The 4th-tier shadow mage, the girl sitting in the corner, was another shining black gem of the imperial capital, Anxia. Her red and black dress, skin as cold as moonlight, and slender figure made her appear as a cold beauty who could bring disaster to the nation. The fourth-tier dark mage, noticing the change in light at the classroom door, Ansha slightly raised her gaze. Her blood-red eyes met the deep blue ones for a moment before she casually looked away, until she locked eyes with the crow perched above the white-haired girl. The cold gaze seemed to show some interest, but remained silent, turning instead to flip through the textbook at hand, her jade-like delicate hand casually fiddling with the pages. Lovelian introduced 5 people to the crow above her head. Lucifer. The crow's eyes narrowed, fixated on the quiet black-haired girl by the window. What? Are you interested in her? The white-haired girl noticed Lucifer's gaze and smiled, asking, "She's the Imperial Long Princess. After all, her power is even higher than mine. Her strength is about the same. And she's beautiful too. It's normal for you to be interested in her. Do you want to pursue her?" The girl's expression was quite intriguing, one hand holding a book, the other twirling a strand of hair, pretending to casually ask. "Not as pretty as you." Lucifer averted his gaze and said lightly, "In terms of appearance, the two were equally matched." However, Lovelian added points in Lucifer's eyes. The white-haired girl barely suppressed the corners of her mouth from rising, but before she could continue, Lucifer interrupted her with a spell. "Hurry and find your seat. What is standing at the door and smiling foolishly all about?" "I wasn't smiling foolishly. I was just thinking of some happy things." The girl lightly jumped over the threshold, her steps quick as the wind, and took a seat towards the front while retrieving her book. "What are you talking about?" "Lovelian, you can't hide your smile." The blonde boy, no, Rhine, spoke up. Their voices were very soft, and with Lovelian using magic to create a small barrier, the surrounding people did not hear their conversation. The girl's face instantly turned red. "You should think about how to communicate with Serendil properly, young master," she said with annoyance. Hearing this, Serendil looked up and glanced at Rhine, who again chose to be selectively blind. Lucifer was a bit curious why Rhine acted like a mouse encountering a cat when he met Serendil. Chapter 10. Distraction. Not wanting to dwell too much on the trivial matter, Lucifer instead flapped his wings and tapped the girl's forehead. The girl, puzzled, took Lucifer off her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Go sit by the window. The weather is nice today, and I want to bask in the sun." Lucifer said, as if it were perfectly normal for a crow to say such a thing. The girl smiled sweetly, slowly rising to sit by the window behind the black-haired girl. Gently placing the crow, she held onto the windowsill, right where it could soak up the sun. Lucifer comfortably spread his wings, the black feathers shining brightly, dazzling to the point of making it hard to open one's eyes. Seeing the crow's relaxed demeanor, Leviathan couldn't help but smile as well. "What are you laughing at?" Lucifer asked, confused. "It's surprising that a creature of darkness would enjoy basking in the sun. Shouldn't you be averse to the sun's rays?" "I can't see any sign of your aversion to it," Leviathan whispered close to Lucifer's head, her jade hand cradling her fragrant cheek, her white hair winding around her fingers. The warmth of the girl's breath seemed more comforting than a spring breeze, causing Lucifer to momentarily lose his train of thought. "Those are ordinary creatures of darkness. Don't compare me to a stinky old rat in a gutter. I am noble." Lucifer's voice abruptly trailed off. The girl pinched Lucifer's beak tightly, causing him to flap his wings in protest. Shoo, shoo, I know you're impressive, so don't talk back," she said soothingly, as if pacifying a child, her voice gentle like a light drizzle, comforting the crow's heart. She didn't need to be so cautious as she couldn't hear it, and even if she did, it wouldn't matter. Normal people wouldn't believe it. Lucifer broke free from the girl's grip and said disdainfully. She was of course referring to the nearby Ansha. Leviathan had set up a soundproof barrier between her and him, a spell that could easily be broken. But to silently breach this barrier and eavesdrop on a conversation between a person and a crow in front of a peak 9th level soul was as improbable as firing a rune cannon straight at a crow and having it remain unscathed. Initially, Leviathan didn't believe he was one of the 4 rulers of the Underworld. If it weren't for that old man vouching for him, he would probably still be teased by the girl as an ordinary crow. Oh, now he was being teased as an extraordinary crow. Thinking of this, Lucifer clenched his fists, wings. This was indeed a shameful history. Once he entered the mortal realm, he would definitely have to teach this disrespectful girl a lesson. "You're thinking of something unpleasant." The girl with lake blue eyes stared at the distracted Lucifer. Lucifer had no retort. Lucifer chose silence to express his mood of silence. The teacher is here. We won't chat anymore. Leviathan suddenly sat up straight, opened the book to the last lesson, and began her class. Lucifer watched the girl's serious expression under the sunlight, the sun illuminating her skin like mutton fat, and the tassels by her ears shimmering, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Not even the deepest, darkest shadows of floors had ever blurred his vision, yet now he found himself unusually dazed, tilting his head to look at the bright sunlight outside the window, listening to the sounds of spring carried by the gentle breeze, the birds singing in the treetops, and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air filled Lucifer's senses. Time quietly fell silent, and Lucifer was lost in thought for a while, shaking his head. Is this a dream? Feeling the warm and gentle presence beside him. It seemed not to be a dream after all. How wonderful! Everyone, pay attention to our graduation time. According to the Academy's tradition, we will arrange a year-long long-term trial. So remember to prepare. The middle-aged mage on the podium cleared his throat while organizing his books. It will be next Monday. Today is Friday. The audience erupted into a commotion. Quiet. The trial is very important. Narcissus Academy upholds the principle that practice is always greater than theory. I hope everyone can prepare seriously. You could discuss forming teams with each other. As the class ended, the middle-aged teacher left the classroom. The students immediately broke into small groups to discuss team formation. So Randall, Ryan, let's form a team, Ryan said boldly as he sat down next to Leviathan. Leviathan smiled. Of course. The three formed an alliance. Where should we choose as our trial location? Sarandal asked, raising his hand. Narcissus Academy provides 3 trial locations for students to choose from. 1. The Beastmaster Forest, a gathering place for elemental beasts. It is said that deep within the forest lies a pure-blood golden dragon of the 8th tier. However, students only need to explore the outskirts and obtain 4 4th-tier magic cores to complete the task. They have 3 people, which means they need to kill 12 4th-tier magical beasts. 2. The Scorching Plains, said to be the site where an ancient star fell to the continent, flattening mountains into plains. The scorching flames still burn upon the land of the plains. Entering the plains requires equipping a flame amulet or having a flame mage of the 3rd tier or above. The task is to find a heat core, which is one of the countless fragments scattered when that star fell. 3. The Dim Ashen Land, a battlefield between humans and demons. Thousands of years of slaughter and endless bloodshed have turned the once vibrant land into a deathly battlefield. The task is to find and kill the resurrected undead within the human territory of the Dim Ashen Land and bring back their crystal cores. 3 trial locations. 3 types of tasks. Leviathan poked Lucifer, who was daydreaming by the window. Where do you want to go? I don't know. Wherever you go, I will go. The crow replied coolly. Leviathan's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, so obedient. Ryan stared blankly at the interaction between the girl and the crow, then glanced at Sarandal, who contemplated for a moment. Let's go to the Beastmaster Forest. It should be safer compared to the other 2 places. The other 2 had no objections, and they ultimately decided to set off in 2 days. Leviathan walked along the cobblestone path, her slender and graceful figure light yet powerful, like a leisurely deer in the woods. The crow on her white hair yawned. The sunlight was generous, and the spring breeze was warm. Is your current strength just that of an ordinary crow? The girl asked curiously. Of course not. This body is something I spent a great deal of effort making, so it should be around the 3rd tier, although it can't use magic, the crow answered nonchalantly. That's so weak. I thought you were super powerful. What do you mean weak? The other 3 from the Underworld can't even play VR in the mortal realm. I'm extremely strong, okay? Lucifer retorted angrily, flapping his wings wildly and messing up the girl's neat hair. I was wrong. Oh, great demon lord. I won't dare to mock you again. She apologized somewhat perfunctorily, not even asking what VR was. After their playful banter, Leviathan remembered something. Why can't you use magic? Because using magic consumes magical power, and this body has no magical power. Because it's a corpse, so it has no magical power. Of course, sufficiently powerful species won't lose their magical power, even after death. But this is just a strong crow. What if I give you magical power? The girl contemplated. If you have magical power, can you release magic? Lucifer paused for a moment. You mean to say that you're going to lend your light magic to a creature of darkness so that it can cast light magic, right? Okay, that's an explosive idea. You've made the great crow laugh. Leviathan asked again, why does it have to be my magical power? I could directly buy a magic core suitable for you. Lucifer was silent for a moment, and after a long time, replied, I've never tried that. We can give it a shot. The girl didn't notice the rising excitement in the pitch-black pupils of the crow above her head, but after receiving a reply, her eyes lit up for a moment. All right, let's go. I'll buy you a magic core. Chapter 11. Trading within the Academy. There is a market primarily for students to trade freely. The teachers at the Academy are all mid to high-level extraordinary beings. If they obtain magic cores that do not suit them, they can sell them at the market to students. Students use credits to purchase items, which are issued uniformly by an elder based on the student's performance and distributed monthly. Each teacher undergoes an annual teaching evaluation, and the credits they earn from students are an important bonus. The way teachers earn these credits is simply through students choosing or purchasing items that the teachers have put up in the market. This is related to the teachers' year-end rewards and their reputation in the education field. Thus, 4th and even 5th level magic cores can be found in the market, as a noble, extraordinary being still needs a bit of dignity. The market is located underground on Sky Island, accompanied by the footsteps of a girl in a white dress. A crow flutters up and down amidst her pure white hair. Before the crow can complain, the girl has already stopped. We've arrived. Lovilien pointed to the stone door next to the classroom. The entrance to the underground market is very close to the teaching building. The surface of the dark gray stone door does not have any magical runes, but the moment the girl reaches out her jade hand to touch the door, it flashes with silver light. Accompanied by a heavy rumbling sound, the door slowly moves to reveal a descending spiral staircase. On both sides of the staircase, there are pale blue luminous stone lamps. Pretty high-tech, the crow mumbled. Huh? The girl looked puzzled. Nothing, let's go in. Oh. Passing through the spiral staircase and entering the underground market, a variety of extraordinary items are casually displayed on the ground, and blue light birds are flying in the air, each holding a glowing orb. Lucifer can sense that the orbs contain magic cores of various attributes. Each item seems to be restricted, and the market is quite ordinary now. Perhaps half the people from the Academy are here. After all, there are only 30 students on Sky Island. More surprisingly, in the center of this place, there is a sun, emitting light that makes the entire underground as bright as day. Even at the girl's feet, greenish grass is growing between the rocks. This really opened my eyes. The crow sighed. Its innate magic is only related to combat, not for assisting in daily life. It can indeed use its 9th level mental power to compress vast amounts of magic power to emit light. And it can also provide magic power to a large source of magic at any time to keep it going. But it is a 9th level being. When a lion proudly looks down on the ants below, has it ever thought that the ants can also build towers that are 100,000 or even several 100,000 times taller than themselves? Has it ever thought that the ants once ruled over ancient lands? Hearing this, the girl proudly raised her head as if the sun was created by her. This action nearly made Lucifer fall. Realizing her mistake, the girl steadied the crow, holding it in her arms and sticking out her tongue. Lucifer didn't mind too much. How are we going to buy magic cores? Lovilien chuckled. I have credits. What attribute of magic core do you want? Darkness. It's a bit more useful. After receiving the answer, the girl approached the stone pillar at the entrance and began to check. Honestly, Lucifer thought this was just an ordinary pillar. 4th level dark magic apes magic core. How ugly. She said next. 4th level dark crow's magic core. This fits you quite well. Look at this. The girl lightly tapped with her finger, and the projection of the magical beast appeared before her eyes. It had completely black feathers and blood-red pupils. Dark crow, a creature of the abyss. Adult wingspan ranges from 7 to 15 meters, completely black, and the deeper the blood red in the pupils, the stronger the power. The highest record for the species has been 7th level. Lucifer looked at the projection, which was about the same size as himself, and was stunned. What a coincidence. If the creator had a physical form, he would definitely sue for infringement. Is the body of the demon god a dark crow? Lovilien was also taken aback upon seeing the projection of the dark crow. Sensing the girl's thoughts, Lucifer said, I'm not a crow. This body was just casually created. And using magic has nothing to do with size. As long as there is enough magic power in the core, I can exert my strength. Give me an 8th level magic core, and I'll go deal with that demanding dean right now. Of course, Lucifer didn't say this. So as long as the magic power reserves are sufficient, that's all that matters. The girl thought selecting a magic core would be very difficult. Yes, the girl flipped through the options, and suddenly her eyes lit up. This one, this one, this one. Lucifer looked in the direction the girl pointed. 6th level Blood Demon Tree Magic Core. Legend has it that when the ancient demon god fell, a drop of blood splattered on a tree in the beast forest, and countless roots turned all the creatures in that area into blood demons, ultimately killed by the royal mage Gust. Seeing the price, Lucifer fell silent for a moment. 1 credit can be exchanged for a 3rd level magic core, 10 credits for a 4th level, and so on. But the value difference between magic cores of different levels is far more than 10 times. Lovey Lien had 273 credits, but the price of this 6th level magic core was 1 credit. Seeing the price, the girl was also dumbfounded. Such a cheap 6th level magic core hasn't been snatched up yet? Even if it can't be used for anything, buying it back and detonating it would still be a 5th level power bomb. You didn't give the dean money, did you? Lovey Lien looked at Lucifer blankly. Give a damn about money. I'm just a broke crow. Lucifer laughed in anger. Aren't you going to buy it? Silly girl. You can't refuse something that's free. Hearing this, Lovey Lien chuckled, and even for her, a 6th level magic core was a rare sight. Most of what she had seen were magic cores sent from distant battlefields by her grandfather. Without hesitation, she deducted 1 credit. A light bird carrying a glowing orb flew to the girl's side, and Lucifer reached out its claw to catch it, causing the light bird to instantly turn into a point of light and disappear. The magic core wrapped in the glowing orb gradually revealed its true form, with thick blood-red branches entwined with red light points, and one could even hear the branches contracting in faint, painful moans from time to time. This is the 6th level Blood Demon Tree's magic core. Lucifer held the magic core with its claw, weighing it. With this, I can probably match the peak of 6th level. Feeling the abundant magic power within the core, Lucifer realized that the legend was false. There was no trace of the demon god's aura in the magic power, and this tree demon should be something it cultivated itself. Chuckling lightly, 9th level, not even a drop of blood could be born by a small tree demon. Then is your blood very valuable? Lovey Lien asked absent-mindedly. Of course, at least I... Wait, what do you want to do? The crow irritably wriggled out of Lovey Lien's embrace. This crow body of mine can't be sold for much. Who said I wanted to sell you? I'm not short on money. The girl scoffed. Your gaze at me just now is off. That was concern for my little crow. Who is yours? You. Chapter 12 Preparation and Departure 3 days later, at the entrance of Sky Island Academy Safety First. In case of danger, crush the talisman given by the Academy to activate an energy shield of 7th tier strength. The Academy will also send teachers for rescue, so act within your capabilities. The koi fish in front of the students kept chattering. Stop it, old thing. The Dean Gus smiled. The koi fish was so angry it puffed up its whiskers and glared. You're the old thing? You're the old thing. Its tail swayed back and forth, creating heavy ripples in the air. Yes, I'm the old thing. Gus maintained his smile, ignoring the irritable koi fish, and turned to the students with a reassuring smile. Let's set off. The 300-year-old dean pondered for a long time before finally waving his hand. The students had become accustomed to the banter between the dean and Grandpa Koi, but they couldn't help but chuckle every time they saw it. How do we set off? Are we supposed to just jump down? The naive Lucifer asked. Below. Lovey Lien chuckled. Of course we just jump down. Can't you fly? With my tiny wings, you still dare to say that? At most, I can fly 20 or 30 meters before I start free-falling. Lucifer lamented. That's a lie. Not being able to fly is false, but not wanting to fly is true. A gentle voice rippled through Lucifer's heart lake. He turned to see Gus turning away. The old man's hunched figure was elongated by the eastern sun, making it hard for Lucifer to see the fleeting profile of the old man in the sunlight. What do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything. Lucifer scoffed inwardly. The most expensive thing is free. Even a kid knows that. And just because you told me to go, I would go. Do you have no pride? What are you dazed about? The girl patted the crow on her head. Nothing. Lucifer replied nonchalantly. Here we go again, ignoring you, little crow. The vast sky stretched endlessly, with a few black dots slowly moving through the air. People in the imperial capital looked up and saw different-colored quasi-dragons flapping their wings, flying in various directions. It seems the trials of the Water Fairy Academy are starting again. The last trial was 10 years ago, right? Yes. Every time the war between the human race and the demon race intensifies, the Academy arranges trials to accelerate the students' growth. The children are also unfortunate. 100 years ago, the Holy Light Church could have ended this war completely, but alas. Sigh. 3 days later, the black quasi-dragon in the sky occasionally flapped its wings, creating powerful gusts of wind. On its broad back was Lovey Lien's team. Does the little crow want some candy? Lovey Lien waved her finger dipped in honey in front of Lucifer. Lucifer wanted to retort, but didn't know where to start. He just turned his head to look at the distant sky. The childish one is pretending to be mature again. Lovey Lien stuck her tongue out. Maybe Brother Crow is contemplating the life of a crow. Ryan defended his brother Crow, stuffing something into his mouth again. Ryan was dizzy. He had already spit down several times in the last 3 days. The girl with fiery red hair ignored the foolish noble, stood up, and looked into the distance. This action startled Ryan. Sarandil gazed at the densely packed forest that seemed endless ahead. We're almost there. We can already see the border of the beast forest. In the lush forest stood a towering spire, surrounded by various buildings that were quite large, even bigger than those in the imperial capital. East City of Beast City. Most of the inhabitants were mages or warriors who came to train in the beast forest. Initially, there were no cities here, but as more people came, the demand arose, and the Empire sent people to build this city. There are 4 such cities. Sarandil spoke lightly. We can prepare to land. She gently patted the quasi-dragon's head, and with a dragon's roar, the quasi-dragon gradually folded its wings and glided down slowly. Since one cannot directly enter the city riding a magical beast, Sarandil chose an open space in front of the city gate. Many people were coming and going at the city gate. Upon seeing the large black shadow in the sky rapidly descending, many began to panic. The powerful gusts of wind brought by the quasi-dragon's massive body stirred up dust and fallen leaves at the city gate, accompanied by its heavy snorting and a low roar. The dust gradually settled, allowing people to see the 3 individuals and a crow on the dragon's back. The red-haired girl exuded a heroic spirit, and her light, red magical robe indicated her status as a noble mage. The blond boy behind her seemed still disoriented. He slid directly off the dragon's back and, leaning against its massive body, began to vomit. Even the quasi-dragon disdainfully shifted aside. The last to descend was the white-haired girl, her steps light. The pure white robe with golden patterns was incredibly holy in the sunlight, while the crow on her head looked as if it hadn't eaten, appearing listless. The 2 girls waited for the vomiting boy, and soon the 3 ignored the crowd's watching eyes and showed their academy tokens to the soldiers of the city gate. A silver-armored knight, with one hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, exhaled when he saw the token. The lining of his armor had long been soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, this group of people wasn't here to cause trouble. Although there were many high-tier extraordinary beings in the city, he would be the first to suffer if anything went wrong. He didn't dare to look more closely after taking the token, directly waving his hand to signal them to pass. In fact, even if the red-haired girl handed over an ordinary stone, he would let them through. After all, what was he risking his life for over 4,000 silver coins a month? Once the 3 and the crow walked far away, the black quasi-dragon flicked its tail and flapped its wings, disappearing again. Is this what nobility is? A copper-armored guard beside the silver knight stared blankly at the gradually shrinking black quasi-dragon in his sight. What a grand sight. I wish I could ride a giant dragon someday. That's a quasi-dragon. The silver knight had a complex expression to stand guard. Some things, if you're not born with them, are hard to obtain in this life. But the famous generals of the Empire also started from humble beginnings, didn't they? The copper-faced guard's voice was slightly immature, but the silver knight seemed to see the flushed face through the copper armor, hearing the pounding of a passionate heart. Because his own heart had once beat with fervor too. What's for dinner? Lucifer asked groggily. If you eat any more, you really won't be able to fly. Lovey Lien chuckled. I can clearly feel that you've gained a lot of weight. The crow raised its wings and took a look, deciding it was better not to retort. After all, it was mealtime. People were bustling about around them, and the majestic city gate exuded a bit of a lively atmosphere, with many vendors shouting on the sides of the road, and patrolling soldiers occasionally walking through the middle of the road. Let's find a place to stay tonight. Sarandel took out a map from her spatial ring. It was a map of Beast City. The map was very detailed, showing the layout of the entire city and its streets. Let's go to this one. Ryan pointed to a tavern not too far from them, Giant Dragon Tavern. The other two naturally had no objections. The final plan was for the three to spread out and gather specific information, meeting at the Giant Dragon Tavern in the evening. Lovey Lien walked down the street, and the crow on her head casually surveyed the surroundings. A black-haired person in ragged clothes, whose face was hard to see, passed by the girl, and in that instant, Lucifer caught a strange wave. Huh? Lucifer turned back to stare at the beggar-like figure until it completely disappeared. What's wrong? Lovey Lien seemed to sense the crow's movement and curiously asked, We're having something delicious tonight. Lucifer chuckled. Do you know what delicious food is here? Lovey Lien's blue eyes lit up. No? We still need to gather information. The news naturally refers to the information about the surrounding monsters. The monster forest is vast and endless, with countless adventurers entering to explore every day. However, some weaker adventurers, when they encounter monsters they cannot defeat, will return to the city to sell information about the locations of these monsters. Powerful adventurers who obtain this information pay a deposit first, and if they succeed in their hunt, they pay the remaining amount. If they do not return, the adventurer who provided the information, Of course, if the deceased powerful adventurer has strong friends or relatives, the adventurer who provided the information, not he. Chapter 13, Deep Crimson. After some inquiries, Leviathan gathered a lot of information about magical beasts, but whether it was true or not could only be verified later. During this time, there weren't any guys who were overly interested in her appearance. After all, the girl's looks were extraordinary, but the 4 golden stripes on her mage's robe were still very eye-catching. The white-haired girl bought some desserts on her way to the Dragon Tavern. As she was a bit tempted, by the time the three met, it was already evening. From the tavern's entrance, the setting sun hung perfectly over the city gate, and many figures moved back and forth on the city wall, likely patrolling guards. The girl turned back to share information about the magical beasts with Sarandel and Rain. Lucifer didn't turn around. He just watched the sun slowly descend until it completely sank below the horizon, leaving behind a trail of orange-yellow and light purple. The crow withdrew its gaze and looked at the three excitedly discussing in front of him, remaining silent for a moment. It's better not to discuss such matters in public. Lucifer's voice rippled through the hearts of the three with magical power. The three came back to their senses and noticed that the gazes of those around them seemed to be glancing over, immediately lowering their heads and pretending to be busy. Lucifer chuckled. Didn't they book a room? Or rooms for? Should have reminded us earlier. The white-haired girl shot Lucifer a glare. Lucifer responded with a laugh. The young boys and girls were going out for their first experience. Despite having learned a lot in advance, they still overlooked some things in their excitement. The tavern was filled with all kinds of people, and someone might have already set their sights on them. After all, they had loudly discussed their departure time for tomorrow. Let us go, the crow lazily urged. The three headed up to the second floor. Next to their previous discussion spot, a table was occupied by a man drinking heavily, his face flushed and his gaze hazy. After a moment, it seemed that the man became disoriented, dropping his wine glass, which shattered into pieces. The tavern owner merely cast a glance and tapped the table. A nearby waitress approached the man and politely issued an eviction order. The man looked disgruntled, but still left the tavern. Stumbling, the man turned down 2 streets before finally walking into a dark alley. At the moment the man's figure disappeared into the shadows, his dazed gaze suddenly became clear, and his steps became steady. Before long, a rat emerged from the shadows on the opposite side, standing upright like a human. Sir, the man knelt down, bowing his head. What unusual activity did those three who rode that mongrel today exhibit? The rat twitched its whiskers and spoke calmly. It seems to be a task assigned by the Academy, merely to hunt magical beasts, but I can't guarantee if they are putting on a show for us. After all, this information came too easily. The man lowered his head even further almost touching the ground. That shouldn't be the case, he. The gray rat chuckled. I thought Guster discovered our ritual and specially sent someone to deal with it, but I overestimated him. The top human mage is nothing remarkable. The laughter was quite smug. The bowed man remained silent. He did not believe that a top mage capable of bearing the weight of humanity would be as foolish as the rat thought. This being from the Underworld seemed overly arrogant. However, that didn't matter. He only needed to obtain that item. Indeed, nothing remarkable. Your skills are superior, sir. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? The gray rat's wise eyes looked at the back of the man's head, jumping up and patting it. Your brain is a good thing. You should use it well. The man internally complained, but outwardly he appeared extremely fearful. I was wrong. He even trembled a few times. The gray rat seemed quite pleased, turning and disappearing into the shadows. The man did not raise his head for a long time. In the silent darkness, he silently grinned. 70 kilometers in this direction will reach the Lake of Stars, where there are many mid-tier magical beasts. And it's the closest to us. However, the beasts live in the water, making them difficult to catch. Leviathan pointed to the magical beast forest map she had just bought. Moreover, it is said that there is a passage to the Sea of Stars at the bottom of the lake, so we might encounter high-tier magical beasts from the ocean. I heard that a few days ago, someone discovered a tree thick enough for 3 people to hug, which had been twisted off at the lakeside, seemingly by a serpentine magical beast that was advancing. Rain shared the news he had learned, adding, there's also Windless Cliff, where 5th-tier magical beast, the Windbird, nests. It seems to have recently given birth, and while the beast is out hunting, we might be able to snatch a few eggs. The more Rain spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Why didn't he, the person spreading the news, go themselves? Sarandel pondered for a moment and asked. Rain paused. Maybe it's because their strength is insufficient and they are too timid? Rain also felt the reasoning was a bit weak and chuckled to himself. Then let us go to the Lake of Stars tomorrow. And I heard that the lake has a spectacular view at night. Leviathan concluded this conversation. They booked 3 rooms. After Rain and Sarandel left, Leviathan and Lucifer exchanged glances. What are you looking at? You sleep. The crow flew back to the window, just as the bright moon hung high, casting silver moonlight on its dark feathers, adding a touch of holiness to this incarnation of the demon god. Does the crow not need to sleep? Leviathan opened her arms, her meaning clear. Not used to it. The crow turned its head away, slowly spreading its wings. As its wings opened and closed, it gradually rose. I'm going to check out the magical beast forest at night. You go ahead and sleep. Without waiting for Leviathan's reply, the crow left the window, flying into the sky. The girl, left behind, angrily slapped the bed, her white hair standing on end. Stupid crow. Smelly crow, dead crow. Lucifer, who had already gone far, naturally did not hear this. He was now trying to find the beggar from the day before. If he wasn't mistaken, there was a hint of Underworld aura on that beggar. The Underworld possesses divine beings, meaning those of 7th tier and above are restricted by rules and cannot enter the mortal realm. In fact, Lucifer had once controlled several 6th tier Underworld beings and sent them into the mortal realm to explore and return, but it had failed, because Underworld beings could only return through random spatial passages when they entered the mortal realm. Lucifer could send them there, but it would be troublesome for them to come back. After all, spatial rifts are entirely random. Moreover, when Underworld beings enter the mortal realm, their powers are suppressed, and they might even experience a drop in tier. Thus, Underworld beings are hardly seen in the mortal realm. But now, in the eastern city of Beast City, there was a hint of Underworld aura. Lucifer would never forget that bloody, slightly cold aura, just like how a dog cannot forget its own feces. Following the aura, Lucifer moved through streets and alleys until he landed on a courtyard wall near the city gate. The Underworld aura in the courtyard was faint, but it was nowhere to hide from a 9th tier demon god. The door of the 2-story villa in the center of the courtyard was tightly closed, and there seemed to be a layer of formation on the surface, an invisible membrane wrapping around the building. As Lucifer approached the 2nd floor railing, he paused in midair, his pupils turning blood red, and easily passed through the jellyfish-like membrane, entering the magic formation. Chapter 14. Under the moonlight, the villa area was incredibly quiet, and the expensive blue crystal chandelier remained unlit. Moonlight poured through the second-floor windows, completely separating the shadows of the second floor from the staircase, as if they were two different worlds. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, causing the moonlit shadows on the ground to tremble. Today I got closer to check. The girl had a faint aura of the underworld, likely because she had recently encountered creatures from the underworld. The aura was already very weak, indicating only a brief contact that didn't warrant much attention. During the day, the beggar passing by Lovi Lien spoke up under the moonlight, looking respectfully towards the shadow ahead. I already know about the three newcomers. You can ignore them. However, I am quite interested in the girl who arrived this afternoon. Follow her. The presence in the shadows coughed twice. But that girl seems to have a significant background, protected by a 6th-tier mage. I have faith in you. The beggar's eyes burned with determination, vowing not to disappoint his master. He naturally recognized the girl who had arrived by carriage that afternoon. At that moment, a gentle breeze had lifted the curtains, and her magical blood-red pupils were quite impressive. As for the 6th-tier mage, under the master's grace, what was that? At this moment, Hansky's gaze seemed to burn with flames. Who are you? The presence in the shadows suddenly asked. Hansky was taken aback. He knew that the master in front of him was not asking about himself. But who else could it be? Your father. The voice from behind made Hansky shiver. He had been completely oblivious to what was behind him. Cold sweat instantly soaked his disheveled shirt as he fearfully looked towards the balcony. A crow stood there, slightly tilting its head on the railing, its blood-red pupils reflecting extreme malice, mocking its prey like a ferocious beast. Hee. A gray mouse emerged from the shadows. You yist. My lord, I'm not joking. I really am your father, the crow said seriously. Let's not discuss whether you're my father. How about we step inside for a chat? The small gray mouse, hardly the size of an adult's palm, extended its paw in an inviting gesture and made way for the crow to enter. Hansky remained silent for a long time, feeling a bit dazed. Why hadn't the omnipotent master taken action after being provoked multiple times? Could it be that this crow was truly the master's father? You will call me father soon enough, the crow said nonsensically. The gray mouse was amused, my lord. Do not overstep. We do not interfere with each other. Otherwise, both of us will end up in a difficult position. The gray mouse instinctively believed that the unfathomable creature before it, like itself, came from the underworld, and that high-level beings from the underworld entering the real world was a taboo. Although it didn't know how the other had infiltrated the real world, if those few demon gods noticed, there would certainly be dire consequences. Since it had obtained that artifact 200 years ago, it had been walking on eggshells, fearing that the demon gods above would discover its method of entering the underworld. 3. The crow began to count down. Hansky looked at his master and noticed that the gray mouse was already impatient, extending its forelimbs as if intending to teach this unknown crow a lesson. 2. The crow counted again, and the gray mouse's face instantly paled. There was no joke. Hansky watched as his master suddenly fell to the ground, his hind legs twitching before he breathed no more. Didn't he calculate the time well, but doesn't he matter? The blood-red-eyed crow shook its head indifferently and lightly flew to the staircase railing leading to the first floor, seemingly recalling something as it turned to look at Hansky. Hansky knelt almost the moment the mouse fell. I am willing to sign a blood pact to serve you for eternity. The young man bowed his head in sufficient respect. Lucifer pondered for a moment. What use are you to me? Killing? Does the master need that? I know this dead mouse's plan. If it succeeds, it can grant you a power, the supreme power. Hansky spoke rapidly, emphasizing power. Power? Lucifer showed interest and continued. I have followed this mouse for 30 years. It claims to be the highest god of the underworld, the embodiment of the supreme will of the underworld. It established the Underworld Church a century ago with many followers, including nobles in the imperial capital. It has been asking its followers to search for a certain item, and I know that is the power. Hansky's tone was very confident. Lucifer did not ask how Hansky knew the mouse was searching for power. It lets you do as you please. Grace. It will grant grace to those followers who perform excellently in the church. Hansky's eyes reignited with fervor. What grace? Lucifer inquired with growing interest. I'm not sure of the specifics, but many extraordinary beings among the followers who were stuck at low tier with no hope of advancing to mid-tier managed to level up after receiving grace. Hansky said, explaining that he had been stuck at 5th tier for over 40 years. 30 years ago, he encountered the gray mouse, which had directly loosened his bottleneck and promised to help him advance to 6th tier if he found what it needed. Lucifer scrutinized Hansky closely. Unkempt, heavy brows, slightly flat nose, and small brown eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked, "So, you're willing to be a dog for a mere 6th tier? And even if you reach 6th tier, you won't live long, right?" The gray mouse helps people advance by draining their life force. How could it not affect its own life force? I had no choice. Hansky lowered his head. He knew that fast-track methods would come with a price, but his talent had already made 6th tier seem hopeless. He had no choice. How many people in the world didn't he even have the chance to give their all? He considered himself quite lucky. The gray mouse needed him to do things, and he needed the gray mouse to help him advance. "I can help you with that kind of advancement, but you must help me with something." The crow's words under the moonlight sounded like a devil's whisper. In the darkness, the young man's appearance slightly raised his head, seeing only 2 points of blood red. Okay. He nodded heavily. If decades of effort were to end here, no one would be content. In the underworld, the ruler sitting on the throne of bones was watching a mouse the size of a small mountain, its body burning with black flames. However, at this moment, the flames seemed to be less vigorous than before, even considerably weakened. Looking at the mouse's lewd demeanor beside him, Lucifer chuckled softly. "Am I your father?" Yes, you are." The gray mouse nearly cried. Just when it had a good layout in the real world, a crow suddenly found one of its avatars and claimed to be its father, just as it was about to retaliate. A demon god directly locked onto its true form in the underworld. It had thought this demon god was just here for fun, but it was that crow. It had already been hiding on the fringes of the underworld. As an 8th tier ruler, it could have had a nice territory in the center of the underworld. The demon god overseeing corruption and death. How could a 9th tier enter the real world? The gray mouse could only swallow its shattered teeth. Its lantern-sized eyes were filled with flattery. "My lord, this is my guarantee for entering the real world. I now present it to you as a gift for our meeting." The black flames surged as they spoke, the void burned to shatters, and finally, a pitch-black orb, roughly the size of an eyeball, fell out from the crack. The blood-eyed youth took the orb and examined it. Indeed, it was the hidden. Like the mirror at Leviathan's home, it was a manifestation of the authority of the hidden. The authority contained in this orb was greater. According to Lucifer's estimation, that mirror should possess 1/6 of the hidden, while this orb contained 1/3, with clearly defined knuckles. He lightly tapped the throne, pondering. If he were to obtain the complete hidden, he could probably directly enter the mortal realm. However, he shouldn't be able to unleash his power recklessly. After all, if you're wearing an invisibility cloak, you can't see me, but if I punch you while wearing it, you would definitely know I was in front of you. But in fact, this wasn't important. As long as Lucifer could walk the mortal world in human form, he would be very satisfied. Moreover, this method was much easier than creating chaos and distorting rules in the mortal realm. After all, to influence the entire continent. The quickest way would be to incite war, but it seemed not very good. Leviathan would hate him for it, right? Lucifer suddenly froze for a moment. Wait, why do I care about her opinion? Chapter 15. The demon god the Raven returned to the second-floor bedroom of the Dragon Tavern, unable to sleep all night. "Good morning, little Raven." The white-haired girl, dressed in pure white pajamas, reached out to pat Lucifer's head, who was leaning by the window, before turning and hopping lightly to the full-length mirror, leaving behind a faint scent unique to her. The slightly dazed Raven watched the girl examine herself in the mirror. "You've eaten too much these past few days. No matter how you look at it, you won't get any thinner." "Hard. My fists are hard." Lovelian's smile froze on her face. Lucifer, unable to see her full face, was getting ready to fly up and take a nap on her head, but was suddenly struck hard. Lovelian maintained her smile, but her eyes sparkled with mischief. Foul Raven who disrespects a girl." The white-haired girl swung a pillow at the Raven, who flailed its wings in a panic, trying to escape but was knocked down, forcing Lucifer to use his claws to flee. As he ran, Lucifer complained, "Hitting me won't make you thinner. You psycho." Watching the Raven run around with its wings over its head like a defeated rooster, Lovelian couldn't help but laugh again. taking advantage of her momentary distraction. Lucifer attempted to fly out the window, only to be hit by another flying pillow. Lovelian reached out to catch the raven. "Good little raven, someone wants you." The girl's soft whisper sent Lucifer flapping his wings wildly, but he still couldn't break free. How arrogant! How dare this little holy maiden humiliate me? Lucifer's declaration was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Lovelian, are you ready? We're about to set off." It was Sarendel's voice. "Ready," Lovelian replied energetically. "No more fooling around now." The girl looked at the little raven seriously. "Huh," Lucifer scoffed. Lovelian had chosen a red and black robe today, even pulling out a mask from her spatial ring. The mask had blue and white tail feathers that complemented her pure white hair perfectly. The thick robe completely concealed the girl's slender figure, making it hard for outsiders to tell whether she was male or female. "How do I look? Am I super cool now?" Lovelian twirled in place. Although Lucifer couldn't see her face, the joy was evident in her azure eyes. "Cool, cool, cool." Lucifer feigned indifference, flying to the top of Lovelian's head, closing his eyes as if pretending to sleep. "Foul raven, dead raven." The girl gritted her silver teeth, certain that the raven was just pretending to sleep. "Lovelian?" A voice came from outside. Lovelian stomped her foot and opened the door. The two people outside were dressed similarly to Lovelian, their wide robes covering their entire bodies. Sarendel wore a mask, while Ryan was more relaxed, his golden hair complementing his handsome face. "My robe has a hood." Ryan seemed to notice the questioning looks from the two girls and said lightly. Ryan probably had just come out not long ago. It seemed that Sarendel was the first to wake up and call him and Lovelian. Sarendel nodded. "We can set off to the Lake of Stars now." The three of them left the city and glided dozens of miles through the third-tier magical wind path, reaching the eastern border of the beast forest. It was springtime, and Lucifer, who had long since opened his eyes, caught sight of the vast green sea in the distance. Seemingly recalling something, Lucifer smiled. "What's wrong, Lucifer?" The girl's voice rang in his ears. Undoubtedly, it was Sarendel. Lovelian only called him Little Raven. "I've been here before." Lucifer didn't hide it, although he wasn't sure when it was. "It was during my VR experience, a raven wandering aimlessly in this grand world, dazed and listening to the rain in unnoticed corners. High mountains and flowing water, white snow and falling leaves. No one noticed this inconspicuous raven. Only the visual raven was like a lone little elephant, desperately squeezing into places that didn't belong to it. Sunshine and flames couldn't give this decaying body warmth. But the ancient demon god's deep-seated unwillingness burned fiercely within, driving the skin to explore continuously, until this ancient demon god's obsession was nearly burned out. On the verge of falling into a long slumber, it was rejuvenated by a white-haired girl. "I once built a nest on a cliff there. I wonder if it's still there." Lucifer seemed to sense the white-haired girl's curiosity beneath him. "My existence may have lasted much longer than you think." With this thought, Lucifer smiled again, despite mostly being in slumber during this time. To Sarendel and Rhine, he was just a low-tier underworld creature who entered the present world a few years or even a decade ago by chance. But Lovelian knew that the years Lucifer referred to as the demon gods were those she didn't quite understand, or rather, had never understood. "Why not tell me the story of that fallen and dead demon god?" Lovelian's voice was transmitted telepathically. "His story?" Lucifer raised an eyebrow, despite it being awkward in the body of a raven. "Yes, his story," the girl emphasized. "Beg me, and I will tell you." The raven seemed quite pleased, adjusting his body to bask in the sunlight, lazily responding, "Please, please, demon god." The girl understood her little raven well. "Ahem. Then I will graciously tell you the story of this demon god." Lucifer put away his frivolity and began to recite the tale of fall and death as if it were poetry. Long, long ago, he was born from the source of the underworld, and before him, two other demon gods had already been born from the source. Was that source of the underworld an egg? Not an egg. Don't interrupt me, or I won't tell you. Lucifer flapped his wings in dissatisfaction. "Oh." The white-haired girl rolled her eyes and chose to close her mouth, or rather, stop transmitting. When he was born, he possessed the highest authority and power in the underworld. But unlike the other two demon gods, he had a strong aversion to everything in the underworld. The blood-red moon, endless slaughter, and desire. All of these made him uncomfortable. "Isn't it strange? How could a demon god of the underworld have an aversion to the underworld? Lucifer seemed to be talking to himself, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. He knew very well that he did not belong to the underworld. By chance, he became aware of the existence of the present world. When he first attempted to enter the present world, he saw what he had long sought after in the instant he was driven away by the rules of the present world. What was it? The girl was very curious. Sunshine. The raven seemed to reminisce the warm sunshine that demon god first descended into the present world in his true form. At that time, the rules were far from perfect like they are now, so through various coincidences, he was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of that grand sunlight. Of course, only for a moment, and then he was expelled by the rules, severely injured, and fell into slumber. After he awoke, he began searching for a way to enter the present world. Slumber, search, experiment, slumber, search, experiment. During this time, he created a raven body that could walk freely in the present world, but it only had vision. This troubled him greatly. After an unknown number of years, this demon god seemed a bit weary. He seemed to need to rely on slumber again to maintain what he called sanity, something ordinary underworld creatures didn't need. The raven was quite nostalgic, about to continue his tale when interrupted by the girl. And then a beautiful girl brought the nearly hopeless demon god into the present world. Lovelian squinted her eyes. Did the demon god then fall in love with that girl? And they lived happily ever after. Stop. Be serious. I'm very serious, so. Demon God, Chapter 16. The Black Sword. 3 days later, in the Beast Forest, a gentle breeze brushed through the treetops, bringing with it the fragrance of soil and flowers. The trees in the Beast Forest were significantly taller than those in the outside world. Lucifer had seen at least 10 trees that were thicker than 10 people could encircle. And even when looking up close, it was hard to see their tops. However, more prevalent were the dense thickets and the small animals that occasionally scurried through them. The layers of trees acted as natural soundproofing, leaving the forest filled only with the sound of the wind. Something fell off. Leviathan released her mental energy to sense her surroundings, furrowing her brows. Indeed, Sarandil nodded. They had likely stumbled into the territory of a magical beast. Its rank was probably not low. Ryan placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. The golden gem on the hilt sparkled in the sunlight that occasionally filtered down from above. The aura of a 5th-tier beast was about 100 meters in front of them, in a cave, resembling a small tiger. Alert! Leviathan heard Lucifer's telepathy and exhaled. At this moment, one of Lucifer's claws was gripping the magic core of a blood tree demon, using it as a medium to spread his 9th-tier mental energy, easily detecting the feline magical beast. Under his perception, the black and white striped beast, which was at least 3 meters tall when lying down, was sleeping with its eyes closed, completely unaware that someone had sensed it. Leviathan then told her companions to avoid the cave ahead. Aren't we going to kill it? A 5th-tier magic core is worth at least 12 4th-tier magic cores. Killing it would complete your task, Lucifer said, somewhat surprised by Leviathan's strategy. None of us can take it on, she replied. What about me? Lucifer raised a claw holding the magic core, indicating he could easily kill the beast. This is training, not vacation. Leviathan tapped Lucifer's head in annoyance, seemingly realizing something. She quickly covered her mouth. Hee. Seeing her companions staring at her, Leviathan stuck out her tongue. The little crow is acting up. I'll teach him a lesson. Hee. Lucifer buried his head in the girl's hair, mixed with a faint fragrance, and closed his eyes again. What tier is Brother Crow? Ryan asked casually. 3rd tier, but the silly crow can't use magic, Leviathan replied without thinking. As a contract partner, she could sense that Lucifer's soul was not within the crow's body, likely having returned to the underworld. Thinking about how this dead crow had returned to the underworld multiple times over the past few days, Leviathan felt a bit angry. After finally entering the present world, why do you keep running back to the underworld? Is the scenery there better than mine? The girl's thoughts swirled like leaves occasionally blown down by the wind, spinning around before returning to the earth. Underworld this time, Lucifer did not sit on the skeletal throne, but stared blankly at the crimson river beside him. Soon, a pale-faced man slowly emerged from the dark shadows in the distance, leaning on a black staff as he approached Lucifer. The tall figure Frolis stopped beside the blood river, his gray eyes fixed on Lucifer, who was squatting beside him. After a long pause, Froley smiled. "Have you found a way to enter the present world?" "Yes." Lucifer extended his right index finger to tap the surface of the blood river. And the ever-churning crimson river seemed to freeze in an instant. Even the splashes in the air were frozen in time. Froley, watching this scene, was not surprised. He lightly tapped the still blood flower with his staff. The static blood river gradually returned to normal at the point where the staff touched the blood flower. Lucifer's expression remained unchanged as he slowly stood up. Froley's face seemed to grow even paler. Impressive. He did not forget to compliment the young demon god. "Destruction is much easier than preservation. What will you give me?" Lucifer did not turn his head, but stared at the still, surging blood river. On the opposite bank, a black skeleton wielding a rib sword was slashing forward, its opponent being a face flower. The smile on the flower's face had burst, oozing a pale yellow liquid that continuously corroded the skeleton. The skeleton tried to distance itself, but was entangled by the flower's root system, which resembled blood vessels. It swung its sword in a frenzy, causing blood flowers to splatter, but its black bones were also corroding. "This is something I obtained a long time ago." Froley extended a hand, and simultaneously, a black hand reached out from the shadows surrounding them, placing a sword in Froley's hand. Noticing Lucifer's puzzled gaze, he explained, "This is the product of the Underworld's essence before you were born. I even fought with Alex for it." Froley's sickly face twitched, but he spoke slowly to Lucifer. Behind Lucifer, the blood-red pupil shadow fixated on the sword, which had a pure black blade and a blood-red eye on the hilt, albeit in a half-closed state. "It seems quite suitable for you, doesn't it?" Froley chuckled, like a brother preparing a birthday gift for his younger sibling. "Hee." The boy directly took the hilt of the sword and casually swung it in the air. The black blade traced a graceful arc under the blood-red moonlight, its tip cutting through the void, leaving a fissure in space that quickly mended itself. "Are you satisfied?" Froley seemed quite proud. Just as he was about to continue speaking, "Huff." The black blade pierced into Froley's chest, but did not pass through. The blood-red eye on the hilt widened at the moment of penetration, and bright red blood flowed from the wound toward the eye on the hilt. The color in the eye deepened, mingling with a hint of madness. The black blade trembled, as if wanting to completely pierce through Froley's heart. Froley slowly looked down at the black sword that pierced his heart, grinning. "Isn't it time to end this?" Hearing this, Lucifer withdrew the sword, and the eye on the hilt was overwhelmed by unwillingness, seemingly wanting to roar at Lucifer in utter madness. Lucifer glanced indifferently at the eye on the black sword, and the trembling blade instantly stilled. The eye of the black sword closed again, tightly, as if it had seen something unimaginable. A sword that can carry the blood of a demon god. The wound on Froley's chest had already healed. "Not bad, is it?" Before Lucifer could respond, Froley meaningfully looked behind Lucifer and then took a few steps back into the shadows, disappearing from Lucifer's view. Lucifer turned to look at the face flower and black skeleton on the opposite bank, discovering their corpses were being devoured by a gargoyle. It seemed to have picked up the pieces after they had mutually destroyed each other. "Master? It seems he has noticed me." A voice came from behind Lucifer. It was the gray mouse, its body engulfed in black flames, its large head bowed respectfully with its front paws placed before it. "It's fine." Lucifer waved his hand. In terms of concealing his presence, it was normal for Lucifer not to match Froley's, who wielded the power of shadows. Chapter 17. Roar, have your followers been notified? Lucifer glanced at the blood river and spoke lightly. He did not take away the secret from the gray mouse, as it would be of no use. Such a small amount of authority was not enough to help the demon god deceive the rules. Of course, a bit more might be able to deceive the demon god, but the authority possessed by the gray mouse was already sufficient to overshadow its own aura, allowing its avatar to enter the present world. Originally, the gray mouse entered the present world by releasing its avatar through randomly appearing passages, but now it was much more convenient. A demon god personally paved the way. Just notifying is enough. Lucifer withdrew his gaze, his pale hand gripping the sword hilt, the sword body horizontally in front of him, as if dark red blood was slowly flowing on the black blade. Lucifer threw the sword to the gray mouse. "Go find someone you think can do it. Let's go with Hansky." "Obeying your will." The gray mouse swallowed the black sword into its belly. It had a deep memory of this follower named Hansky. After all, it was this human named Hansky who brought. By the way, what is the name of your church? Lucifer suddenly asked. The Underworld Church. The gray mouse replied respectfully. All right, go ahead. Lucifer waved his hand, signaling the gray mouse to leave. Lucifer knew that the gray mouse had its own little thoughts, but he didn't care. In fact, he didn't care whether the task he assigned to the gray mouse could be accomplished because it was irrelevant. It would be best if the moves made casually could gain momentum. If not, it would just be for fun. In the present world, the long-sleeping crow opened its eyes from the grass pile, somewhat confused as it surveyed its surroundings. Exposed rocks and the weeds in between, directly in front was a bonfire, currently burning with flames. Beside it were two beds where Sarandil and Rhine were lying asleep. You're awake? Leviathan said, supporting her chin with her jade hand, communicating through thoughts. Lucifer shook his head. We've been walking for a day, and we haven't encountered a single fourth-tier magical beast. At night, we found this cave, just as I was keeping watch. Under the firelight, the girl's delicate face showed signs of fatigue. But Lucifer could feel that she was very happy at this moment. Perhaps it was the girl's first long journey. If you're tired, you can sleep. I'll keep watch. Leviathan shook her head, indicating that she was not tired. Staying up late is not good for your skin. Lucifer countered. If I become ugly, will the little crow abandon me? In the dim firelight, the girl whispered softly. Yes. Lucifer replied bluntly. The girl did not speak, merely got up and moved closer to the grass pile where the crow was. Surprisingly, she did not give Lucifer a beating for his cheeky remark, but instead held the crow tightly in her arms, making it difficult for him to break free without harming her. Lucifer could smell the faint fragrance of orchids on the girl, and she remained silent, just holding on. Before the girl fell asleep, Lucifer only heard her murmur, "No." In the morning, outside the cave, birds and beasts chirped. Lucifer stood on a stone pillar at the cave entrance, surveying the surroundings. Good morning, little crow. Leviathan yawned as she walked out of the cave. Her originally neat and beautiful white hair was now quite messy, with a few strands sticking to her fair cheeks, adding a touch of wild beauty to the stunning girl before him. Behind her were the red-haired Sarandil and the blonde Rhine. Morning, the crow said before turning back. Good morning, world. The handsome youth roared, startling many birds and beasts in the forest. Ah, Sarandil delivered a heavy blow, causing the youth to reevaluate himself. Roar suddenly. A deafening roar came from deep within the forest, scattering several incredibly powerful flying magical beasts. Many low-tier birds and beasts near the center of the roar were nearly shattered into blood mist in an instant. The sound waves of the roar swept through the chaotic branches and stones at a speed almost like a tornado, quickly expanding around them. Reaching the cave, where the three were located in the blink of an eye, Leviathan immediately deployed a light shield to protect the three and the crow. Lucifer also manipulated the magical core, causing the surrounding trees to grow wildly and intertwine, blocking the flying debris. When the tsunami-like dust gradually settled, Lucifer's crimson pupils slowly faded. Cough, cough, cough. The three were still coughing from inhaling the dust. Rhine quickly regulated his breath and exhaled. Leviathan and Sarandil soon returned to normal. What was that? Shock remained on Rhine's face. What kind of terrifying creature could cause such destruction with just a roar? A dragon. Lucifer spoke, casually brushing the dust off his wings before flying to Leviathan's head. The wind from his wings cleared the dust from the girl's white hair, and then Lucifer lay on top of her. It should be that legendary golden dragon, because it had been far too long since a dragon had appeared on the continent. People had forgotten what a dragon's roar sounded like. Is the legend true? Rhine was astonished. Deep in a magical beast forest, there is an ancient golden dragon that has experienced the elven era, the demon god era, and now the human era. It is said that it has a treasure trove blessed with a golden secret, containing various rare treasures. Why did it suddenly go berserk? Sarandil frowned. For nearly 100 years, there had been no records of the golden dragon. This was also why it became a legend, but now, why had it suddenly appeared so abruptly? Perhaps it's hungry? Rhine timidly suggested. Sarandil shot a fierce glare at the timid Rhine. Perhaps it sensed danger. Leviathan seemed to think of something and chuckled. Little crow, am I right? Heh. Lucifer did not respond because it was indeed possible. Lucifer could not guarantee that the 8th-tier dragon had not sensed him. The divinity within the soul attracted each other, just like authority. The power of fate could also connect broken authorities through various coincidences, such as that ancient mirror and the gray mouse's spirit pearl. The medium among them was Lucifer. But even if it sensed Lucifer's existence as a demon god, it would either choose to unleash dragon language magic to destroy the area where the crow was, or silently leave, or simply do nothing. Why suddenly choose to expose itself and then do nothing? Is that dragon male or female? Ryan suddenly asked. Maybe it's about to give birth? His voice got quieter. Divine beings can reproduce asexually. Lucifer paused before saying, "The Crow Brother knows so much." Ryan gave Lucifer a thumbs up. Should we continue towards the Star Lake? The sudden rampage of the Golden Dragon might attract many adventurers. Sarandel raised his hand and said, "Continue. How can we give up halfway? I'm going to become a legendary warrior." Ryan said confidently, "Let's continue. It should not affect us." Leviathan thought for a moment and replied. Lucifer still gazed at the distant source of the roar, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 18. Star Lake. Due to their previous journey, the three and a raven quickly arrived at Jiaxing Town, a small town located 10 miles south of Star Lake. This town, situated in the Beast Forest, has a very long history, with a steady stream of people coming and going at its entrance, providing vitality to the distant little town. A 3rd-tier Wind Whisper bird magic core costs 10 gold coins or 120 silver coins, and copper coins are not accepted. The Jiaxing Network, from beginner to advanced, ensures a safe journey for your Star Lake adventure. Don't miss it if you pass by. Starfish scales are priced at 1 gold coin per scale, and there are only 3 available. If you come late, you will miss out. The price of silver shark teeth is negotiable. Amid the shouts of various stall owners, the 3 arrived at the entrance of an inn, where a sign read Star Moon Inn. As soon as they entered, Lucifer saw a familiar figure sitting alone at a table, drinking, deep-set eyes and a pale face. It was Berlorens, the 4th-tier shadow mage from the Water Fairy Academy. However, he wasn't wearing his monocle at the moment. Berlorens? I remember he seemed to be teamed up with Kadia. If he is here, Kadia should be nearby as well. Ryan smiled. Kadia is quite the encyclopedia. The black-clad youth at the table glanced up briefly, then returned his gaze, lifting his wine cup, the red liquid rolling down his throat, his gray pupils seemingly becoming a bit hazy. Sarandel looked at the seemingly drunk Sarsleal with indifference. He didn't seem inclined to engage with us. Lovelia nodded. Let's check in first. The white-haired girl approached the counter, and the elderly man beside it folded his newspaper, his small brown eyes scrutinizing the girl and the raven perched on her head. How many rooms? The old voice came from his throat, and after a quick glance, he withdrew his gaze. 3 rooms, the girl replied succinctly. The old man didn't say much, quickly retrieving 3 identity crystal stones and handing them to Lovelian. The white-haired girl passed the identity crystal stones to Sarandel and Rhine, preparing to head upstairs to check the rooms. However, the old man suddenly spoke again. If you're just here for training, I advise you to leave early. It's quite dangerous here lately. I don't want your deaths to disturb the peace of this place. After saying that, the old man lay back in his chair and closed his eyes. How did he tell I was a noble? Ryan wondered as he went upstairs, curious. That sword of yours has a pricey magic gem embedded in it, right? The raven on the white-haired girl's head said with a laugh. The magical aura inside is quite strong. Ah. Ryan touched his curly yellow hair and looked at the sword in his hand. The sheath was made from the skin of a 6th-tier magic lizard, and the blade was fully wrapped in secret silver, forged from starlight gold. Combined with the 3 embedded magic gems, it allows Ryan, as a warrior, to quickly release magic in battle for unexpected effects. This sword is not only a perfect piece of art, but also a deadly weapon. The blond youth rubbed his nose. I forgot to cast magic on this sword. Sarandel simply raised a finger, and a stream of light flew from his fingertip, attaching itself to Ryan's sword. Instantly, the gem's glow faded. You can do that? Ryan exclaimed in surprise. Why can't I? Sarandel glanced at Ryan. Ryan nodded hurriedly, not daring to say more. Lucifer watched the two, feeling a bit curious. Why would noble Rhine be afraid of Serendil, who came from a common background? Soon, Lovelian arrived at her room door, and as the girl stepped inside, it seemed as if she sensed something, causing Lucifer to turn around. At the end of the corridor, a gray mouse was waving. Lucifer nodded, and the gray mouse disappeared again at the staircase. The blue-eyed girl did not notice the unusualness of the raven on her head this time. She simply pushed the door open and entered the room, calmly placing Lucifer across from her at the wooden table, then sitting facing him. Lucifer felt a bit dazed, his black eyes fixed on the girl's blue pupils. After a long while, what's wrong? Lucifer broke the silence. Lord Demon, should you tell me about your experiences over the past few days? The girl smiled, leaning closer to the raven opposite her until Lucifer could feel her breath. The azure eyes reflected Lucifer's image, seemingly possessing endless charm. Haven't I been with you these past few days? The raven replied calmly. What else can I do? I can sense your soul. Lovelian gently exhaled, leaning her slender waist against the chair back. The girl lightly raised her left hand, and a small hexagram array lit up on the smooth back of her hand. The light emitted from the array slowly dispersed, seemingly connecting to the raven's left claw. The raven tilted its head, looking at the hexagram array on its claw, momentarily dazed. Oh, a contract magic. He almost forgot about that. I returned to the Underworld. Lucifer remained unperturbed. What did you return to the Underworld for? The girl was dissatisfied with Lucifer's answer. To conspire with someone to enter the mortal realm. Lucifer said dismissively. Weren't you supposed to have reached an agreement with the principal? Didn't he promise to help you enter the mortal realm? He is so powerful. It shouldn't be a problem. Lovelian rested her chin on one hand, while the other picked up a piece of fruit provided by the inn and brought it to her mouth. If he were really that capable, he wouldn't need me. Lucifer internally scoffed. How do you know my return to the Underworld to find someone is also part of my plan with Gust? Lucifer began to ramble. Gust is very supportive of my plan. He even said to take good care of me, or else if the plan is delayed, you'd become a lifelong sinner of the human race. Lucifer mimicked, gripping a piece of dried fruit of unknown origin and putting it in his mouth. The girl only smiled. I knew that smelly raven wouldn't speak. Then will you use me? The girl seemed to ask jokingly, her body relaxing as much as possible against the chair back. The inn room was very quiet. For instance, Lucifer could hear the girl's rapid heartbeat. You have no value for me to utilize. Lucifer chuckled. This was of course a lie. Being the holy maiden of light, she certainly had value, but he wouldn't utilize her, so she equated to having no value. Do you like me? Lovelian exhaled, standing up from the chair, her face flushed, but her eyes remained fixed on the raven ahead. Lucifer's smile froze on his face. A long silence ensued. He certainly understood what it meant for a girl to ask such a serious question. What attracts you to me? Lucifer hesitantly voiced this question. I don't know. It just is. The girl hesitated as well, but then became firm in the next moment. I just like you. Today, the people at the entrance of the Star Moon and saw a raven suddenly fly out from the second floor, seemingly exuding steam. Accompanying the raven was a crisp roar from the second floor room. Damn raven, you're done for. Chapter 19, I will not harm you the next day. At the entrance of the Starlight Inn, the three, along with the crow, were all set to depart. On the forest road leading to Star Lake, there were many solo adventurers requesting to form teams. After all, having more people around ensures one's safety. Of course, Lovelian and the others did not need to pay attention to these requests. As their journey progressed, the three of them easily arrived at Star Lake. The sun hung high in the sky, releasing its light freely, and the azure lake seemed to come alive with waves, with fish occasionally leaping out of the water, shimmering with golden light, eliciting gasps from the crowd by the lake. Star Lake connects to the ocean, and Star Town was established near Star Lake, benefiting from its resources. Every year, countless young adventurers come to explore. Seeing the two girls and a boy gazing at the blue lake, a frail old man smiled and introduced himself. The old man's hair was gray, and his eyes were a murky gray, lacking luster, seemingly blind. Star Lake is a no-fly zone, so you shouldn't attempt to fly over the lake. Otherwise, falling into the water would just be a joke, the old man said, as if he sensed the white-haired girl's crow was about to take off. You're not blind? Lucifer asked with interest. Even after the white-haired girl gave him a light smack on the head, he continued, "You're cursed, aren't you?" Lucifer scrutinized the old man for a moment before suddenly asking with a smile. Although it was a question, it was more of a statement. "The young friend has good eyesight. When I was young, I made some mistakes and learned some lessons." The old man did not appear angry. Rather, it seemed he truly could not see. "I apologize on behalf of my crow," Lovillian said, glaring at Lucifer, who had already perched on her shoulder. Lucifer closed his mouth, which had just opened. "Would you like to hear my story?" the old man suddenly asked. Sarandil began to look at the old man warily, while Rhine, who had been preparing to listen to a story, was influenced by Sarandil's cautious demeanor and quietly took a few steps back, his other hand silently gripping the hilt of his sword. "Ha, never mind." The old man suddenly laughed again, breaking the tense silence. "When people get old, they tend to talk more. Come on, young people." The frail old man walked away. As they watched the old man's unsteady figure gradually fade into the distance, Lovillian furrowed her brow. "Why did you say he was cursed?" she asked Lucifer directly. "Because he is cursed, of course," Lucifer replied nonchalantly. "If the old man wasn't cursed, would he say he was?" "You know, I don't mean that." The frustrated girl stamped her foot. "I know you don't mean that." Lucifer understood human speech, but the curse on him was too peculiar. He couldn't explain it clearly. It was merely that he couldn't articulate it. In his perception, it seemed to be a curse imposed by a creature adept in dark magic. Most likely a beast. Beast magic was more volatile than that of humans. Lovillian naturally wouldn't question the demon god's insight, so she stopped asking further. "Where should we start exploring?" Ryan raised his hand and asked. "Star Lake is vast, and it has many interwoven tributaries. Perhaps we should rent 3 boats and explore the periphery separately, but don't go too deep. Otherwise, if we encounter danger, one person might not be able to handle it." Sarandil proposed the initial plan. The 3 then headed to the boat rental point by the lake to rent 3 boats. It's worth mentioning that they encountered Sassalir and Kadia while renting the boats. The scholarly-looking Kadia smiled and nodded at them, while Sassalir, dressed in a black robe, said nothing. "Those dark types always like to act aloof," Ryan remarked, watching Sassalir walk away. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. The white-haired girl silently laughed to herself, thinking, "My crow is not aloof." After boarding the wooden boat, equipped with a windscreen, Lovillian waved goodbye to Rhine and Sarandil as the boat moved in different directions, and the 2 quickly disappeared from Lucifer's sight. "The water in Star Lake is a bit salty," Lucifer said, lightly pecking at the surface of the water. Lovillian squinted her beautiful eyes, saying, "I've heard that countless adventurers die in Star Lake every year, and many bodies are hidden at the bottom. Do you think they?" "Boring." Lucifer turned his head. "You're the boring one." Lovillian sat at the edge of the boat, swinging her jade-like feet and creating ripples on the otherwise calm surface of the lake. A gentle breeze occasionally swept across the lake, brushing against the girl's white hair and bringing a hint of her fragrance to Lucifer at the bow of the boat. "What do you think you will do once you enter the world?" The girl tilted her head slightly, showing half her face to Lucifer. "I don't know what I will do." Lucifer hesitated. He thought for a moment, maybe I just want to bask in the sun? But he could already feel the warmth of the sun normally, though it was in the form of a crow. "Will you destroy this world once you enter?" Lovillian turned her head again, her legs slowly swinging in the lake, as if casually asking. "I should tea," Lucifer said, looking at the golden fish that suddenly leapt from the lake. Living beings, or rather, sentient beings, need emotional support to exist. If I were to kill every living thing in this world, I would probably be very bored. Then let me ask a more specific question. Will you stand on the opposite side of humanity? Or rather, will you stand against me? Lovillian suddenly turned her head, asking seriously. The girl's azure eyes fixed intently on the crow, filled with seriousness, fear, and concern. Why would I stand against humanity? Lucifer did not answer the question directly because he did not know the answer either. However, if Gus had asked this question, he would certainly have said no. Facing the girl before him, he felt it was better to be honest. Watching the silent girl, Lucifer also fell silent. I, with power, and I, without power, are 2 different beings, Lucifer said, meeting the girl's puzzled gaze. You're asking me now whether I would indulge my desires without caring about the damage to this world. I feel that I wouldn't. But when my true form arrives, and no one in the world has the strength to resist my will, if someone were to ask me, then whether I would act recklessly, I guess he would just sneer disdainfully. The mindset of being an ant and that of being a dragon are completely different. The mindset of a free dragon and that of a bound dragon are also entirely different. Different identities and circumstances lead to entirely different choices. This does not mean that the demon god from the underworld is not me. On the contrary, the crow you see now contains the complete soul of Lucifer, a ninth-tier demon god. But precisely because I am in the body of a crow, there are many things I do not consider, as my abilities are limited. I do not have the power to destroy the world. However, a ninth-tier demon god can easily destroy a world that cannot produce ninth-tier beings due to the constraints of rules. Lucifer did not say this last part. He simply looked at the girl. The girl also remained silent. She understood what Lucifer was trying to convey. Maybe saying this makes me feel a bit insane. But after such a long time, I don't know how much of my humanity he can still retain. Chapter 20. The Collapsed Cave on a warm spring day. With a gentle breeze, a single wooden boat drifted aimlessly across the vast lake. "Where should we go?" asked Lovey Lien, leaning against the cabin, gazing at the silhouette of the crow standing at the bow of the boat. "I don't know. I've never been here before," the crow replied, shaking his head. The last time he played VR in the Forest of Warcraft, he didn't even know this large lake existed. Did he just not notice this ocean hidden within the forest at that time? Or had this lake formed over the years? A lake of such massive water volume caused by natural processes would at least take 1,000 years or more. But Lucifer had learned recently that the last time he saw the banner of the Hiss Empire when he came to the real world in crow form. The Hiss Empire had only been established for about 2,000 years. 1,800 years ago, the 9-tier gods disappeared one after another, leading to a war among the remaining 8-tier angels, the closest to godhood. The war dragged on until the founding emperor of the Hiss Empire, Lesk Hiss, appeared, bringing an end to the godhood chase. This was the history Lucifer had recently come to understand. According to the timeline, it was easy to deduce that this lake was most likely not naturally formed. However, this had nothing to do with him. The crow at the bow basked in the warm spring sunlight when the girl behind him suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" Lucifer turned to look in the direction she was pointing. A swirling vortex was forming, with fast-moving water spiraling around a center, drawing in objects from a radius of several hundred meters, ultimately hiding them beneath the lake surface. "A vortex," Lucifer said, still feeling lethargic. "Why are you so calm?" "We're being sucked in," Lovey Lien said anxiously, ready to pick up Lucifer. Suddenly, Lucifer's eyes widened as he stared at the girl. "Aren't you a 4th-tier magician? Escaping from a vortex should be a piece of cake for you." The flustered girl stopped, awkwardly smiling. "I forgot," before Lucifer could make another sarcastic remark. Lovey Lien pulled out a light staff from her spatial ring. The diamond-shaped golden crystal at the tip of the staff began to shine. As the girl chanted, golden sparks lifted from the bottom of the boat, isolating it from the water's surface. The rushing water could only touch the golden barrier under the boat. Such a barrier would ensure they were unaffected by the water above. Lucifer watched the surrounding waters grow increasingly turbulent and frowned, though it might have been an imaginary gesture. Something's off, even if there is a vortex. The lake's surface shouldn't be this large. He muttered in confusion. Could there be a water-type magical beast at the bottom of the lake? Lovey Lien suddenly asked. The possibility of a collapse at the lake's bottom seemed even greater. Such a large vortex would require at least several meters of size to stir up. Lucifer felt that the vortex might be due to a collapse of rocks at the lake's bottom, causing a cave deep underground to fill with water. After all, if a magical beast truly wanted to attack their wooden boat, it wouldn't be so complicated. The vortex formed by the rushing water continued for several minutes before finally subsiding. "It seems the lake bottom has collapsed. Should we go down and take a look?" Lucifer asked, looking at the unfathomable lake's surface. They had naturally prepared water stones for the Star Lake, but if they were sucked into the vortex, even the water stones might not save them. It seemed that the cave at the lake bottom was already filled. Why go down? Lovey Lien blinked her blue eyes. Maybe the cave at the bottom of the lake hides some rare treasure, like a prayer left by a legendary magician? Or perhaps the sword of a dragon-slaying knight. Lucifer appeared quite interested. I'm not interested. Why would I want those things? Lovey Lien seemed oblivious to Lucifer's desire for exploration. Unless a little crow begs me. I might agree. Please, Lucifer said straightforwardly. Not sincere, Lovey Lien pouted, then made a helpless expression. Then I'll reluctantly go with you. Hee hee. With so many points of sarcasm, Lucifer momentarily didn't know how to respond. He reached out his claw to grasp the water stone the girl handed him. A light blue stone the size of a baby's fist, and then picked up a small branch from the surface of the blood tree demon core with his beak. He channeled magic into the water stone. In an instant, a light blue small aura spread from the center of the water stone, just large enough to envelop the crow's body. This aura formed a thin membrane around their bodies, ensuring they could breathe underwater while also feeling the rhythm of the lake water. Lucifer nodded towards the lake surface, signaling Lovey Lien to join him. Lovey Lien similarly channeled magic into her water stone, and the only difference was that her aura was slightly larger. Lucifer nodded, retracting his wings and jumping into the water. Splash! As he fell into the lake, the water instantly enveloped Lucifer's entire body. Contrary to his expectations of icy coldness, he only felt a slight chill at the moment of entry, but the crow quickly adapted. The spring sunlight filtered through the water, casting layers of mottled shadows on the lake bottom world. In this bizarre underwater realm, a figure resembling a goddess sank into the water. The girl's white hair flowed gracefully behind her, and her azure eyes were filled with observation and curiosity, like a fawn surveying the surrounding forest. The light and shadow constantly shifted and twisted between the girl and the crow due to the water's rhythm. Yet her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on the crow. Lucifer channeled magic from the core, and instantly, crazy water plants in the darkness of the lake bottom entwined around Lovey Lien's slender waist and Lucifer's claws, allowing them to descend to the lake bottom at a steady speed. However, after diving 30 meters, it seemed that light was swallowed by endless darkness. Only the bizarre fish swimming past them occasionally proved they were indeed in the lake. In the infinite darkness, the girl's pupils emitted a faint blue light, resembling a blue gem that had fallen to the lake bottom countless ages ago, making one want to sink deeper. Lucifer focused on the faint blue glow of her eyes. In his current magical capacity, he could certainly help him see Lovey Lien's full appearance. Flapping his wings, he successfully caught the girl's attention. Aren't you the Light Saintess? Don't you have any means of illumination? Lucifer directly communicated with her telepathically. I thought you liked this kind of atmosphere. The girl giggled in the darkness, extending her hand. Suddenly, a milky white light enveloped both the girl and the crow. The pure and sacred magic did not bring too much pressure on Lucifer. Instead, it felt quite comfortable. I am a righteous crow. Of course, I prefer the light. Lucifer said, not believing his own words. The girl beside him knew that the little crow was about to start spouting nonsense again and wave her hand to interrupt the spell. Her long and fair fingers pointed downwards, indicating that she had already spotted the cave. Only then did Lucifer notice they had arrived at the lake bottom. It was a collapsed cave with a radius of at least 10 meters or more, shrouded in deep darkness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. They stood at the edge of this cave's entrance at the bottom of the lake, akin to being on the edge of a cliff in midair. The underwater cliff, Lucifer couldn't help but recall a term from his past life. However, this should be called the lake bottom cliff. Lucifer chuckled at himself. Chapter 21. Darkness perhaps because of the recent collapse. Many fish creatures swam out from the bottom of the pit. They might not even know what had happened, only aware of a strong suction pulling them into the cave. Many fish, such as the starfish that Lucifer had seen by the shore, swam by, 1 gold coin for 1 scale, enough to support a family of 3 for a month. The fish tails, resembling starry silk ribbons, slowly glided past Lucifer, their long, slender bodies gradually disappearing from his sight. Aren't you going to catch them? Lucifer turned to look at Leviathan. That fish looked pretty cool. Too troublesome. Leviathan waved her hand dismissively. We should explore the lake bottom cave now. As she said this, the girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Didn't you say you didn't want to come down? Lucifer wanted to retort. That was before. Now I really want to. If not for being at the bottom of the lake, Leviathan would have surely jumped with excitement. All right, go down then. Lucifer rushed towards Leviathan, who stood by the cliff at the lake's bottom. There was no sound, or rather, the girl remained completely still. Did you forget this is in the lake, little crow? The girl's azure eyes sparkled with cunning, and the surrounding milky white light magic added a touch of sanctity to her. I won't tease you anymore. The girl hugged the crow, close, gently leaping, her light body slowly descending in the lake, the white halo illuminating the interior of the collapsed cave around them. Unlike the water plants spread across the lake bottom, the exposed rocks were jagged, glaringly sharp. Many of the rocks were embedded with the skeletons of unknown creatures, or perhaps they should be called fossils. In the depths of the pitch-black cave, not a glimmer of light could be seen, as if a ferocious beast had opened its gaping maw, waiting for prey to stumble into its trap. Leviathan and Lucifer quickly entered a mysterious place that had not been trodden by anyone for perhaps 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Fortunately, the water-repelling stone that Bradley had equipped Leviathan with was an extremely rare treasure, allowing the girl and the crow to thrive under heavy water pressure. With a startled exclamation from the girl, Lucifer felt that the girl holding him had seemingly stepped on a solid ground. As she waved her hands, the pure white magic grew increasingly intense, as if boiling at the lake's bottom. Eventually, the magic transformed into points of light that exploded, illuminating the entire cave floor. Lucifer looked ahead at the grotesque bronze beast sculptures that were now lit up, two beast statues guarding a majestic bronze giant door in the middle. Accompanied by the heavy sound of mechanisms, the eyes of the two bronze beast sculptures glowed red, as if fierce beasts were about to awaken. Lucifer gazed at the bronze statues, which were about 2 people tall, and their increasingly vibrant red eyes. Are you really waiting for them to transform? Lucifer couldn't help but speak up. Oh, still surprised, the girl quickly regained her composure, extending her hand. As the space ring on her finger glimmered, a light staff appeared in her hand. With the girl's incantation, the scattered points of light regathered into swords, floating in the water, rushing towards the 2 bronze beasts at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! In an instant, the light swords effortlessly destroyed one bronze beast, while the other bronze beast shifted its position just in time to evade the fatal blow as it awakened. Collateral damage, a fender. The bronze beast spread its heavy wings, creating a powerful current as it swung, clutching a bronze sword in its claws. Lucifer chuckled. Your good friend was taken out in an instant, and you're talking about collateral damage? The girl swiftly unleashed another light sword, shattering the remaining bronze beast with precision. The proud girl raised her head and smiled. Lucifer swayed in her arms, wanted to take a look near the bronze door. The exposed part of the bronze door was over 10 meters high, with another part hidden among layers of rocks. The mottled surface seemed to flow with endless years, the ancient rust narrating tales of past glory. Do you recognize this script? Approaching, Lucifer looked at the runes carved at the bottom of the bronze door, the ancient runes flashing in the lake. Leviathan frowned, gently reaching out to touch the surface of the bronze door, her fingertips tracing through time as if passing through the ages. This seems to be the language of the demon race. As one of the top students at the Water Fairy Academy, the pillar of humanity's resistance against the demon race, Leviathan had certainly studied the language of the demons. The language here resembles the demon race's language, but many details are completely different. The girl gently caressed the carvings on the bronze door, pondering for a moment. So this isn't the so-called language of the demon race? Lucifer tilted his head, saying, Speaking of which, the demon race was born from the corpse of a demon god. So do I count as an ancestor of the demon race? That's a matter from thousands of years ago. According to historical records, the demon race initially consisted of mindless flesh creatures, mere tools that knew only slaughter. However, after many years of evolution, rational beings began to emerge within the demon race, and now almost every high-ranking demon possesses considerable intelligence. Leviathan paused. The current demon race is vastly different from the past. So do I count as their ancestor? I guess so. After a long silence, the girl expressed her uncertain conclusion. Then that settled. Lucifer casually shook his wings, shifting to a more playful tone. I'm the ancestor of the demon race. And you're a descendant of humans. What should you call me? The girl was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, lover. Lucifer fell silent in response. The girl didn't continue speaking, merely gently pushing the bronze door forward. Naturally, the bronze door didn't budge. This door, do you really like me? The girl's unspoken question was interrupted by the crow in her arms. I really do like you. The girl gently tapped the head of the crow in her arms, while also surveying the surroundings of the bronze door for any hidden mechanisms. Like what? You. This was what Leviathan said while looking at Lucifer. No, what I meant was, what about me attracts you? You're very cute. The girl almost blurted it out. Goo. Lucifer had never thought in this life or the last that he would have anything to do with cuteness. As a demon god, you don't take pleasure in slaughter and bloodshed, yet you spend all day thinking about eating delicious food, lacking any pride, a ninth-tier powerhouse. By the way, you also cling to me all day to soak up the sun. Clearly, you could find any place to bask in the sun, yet you insist on being on my head. The girl said leisurely, you're very close to me. Don't you like me? Or are you too embarrassed to express your affection? The girl's azure eyes hid joy and raw love. Lucifer fell silent. Those who lacked love from a young age might also lose the ability to express love, and even when loved later, they would be cautious. So, do I really deserve it? Chapter 22. You deserve it. You deserve it. Leviathan held the raven in her arms up to her front. This way, their gazes could meet directly. The girl's eyes seemed to penetrate the heart of a once insecure boy. Perhaps. Hee. Lucifer remained non-committal, turning his head to look at the bronze door, still looking for a mechanism. If Lucifer had a human expression at this moment, it would definitely be a very fake smile. Does the bronze door really have a mechanism? She seemed to mockingly chuckle. Perhaps. What if the door wasn't locked to begin with, but the person inside thought it was locked and ended up trapping themselves? The girl whispered, but we're outside the door. Lucifer answered without thinking. I wasn't talking about the bronze door. The girl raised an eyebrow. I meant, haha. We're here for an adventure, not to solve emotional problems. Lucifer chuckled. Let's think about how to open the bronze door. Leviathan said nothing more, walked to the bronze door, and placed her hand on it. Unlike before, the girl's fingertips radiated pure white and intense light, seemingly driving away all evil and filth. Boom! The bronze door, several meters wide, slowly split open from the middle, as if the heavy history buried within was being pushed toward one person and one raven. Lucifer stared at the girl. The door isn't closed? The girl smiled. Hee. Lucifer remained non-committal. The wide and heavy bronze door slowly moved to both sides, causing the surrounding water flow to stir. A stone path, over 10 meters wide and several hundred meters long, appeared before the one person and one raven. Beside the grand road was a pitch-black abyss, terrifying. Please? Lucifer said please while already moving forward. The girl followed Lucifer with small steps. Why are you in such a hurry? As she stepped onto the stone path, the girl observed her surroundings and said, this place, boom. The bronze door behind them thundered shut at an unprecedented speed. The raging water flow blowing the girl's hair after being weakened by the water-repelling stone. This feels like a sacrificial ritual. Lucifer ignored the already closed bronze door and continued, sending the required offerings through the judgment of the bronze door and then taking the offerings away in some way. Lucifer recalled the Pyramid of Alex, one of the 4 demon gods of the Underworld. The demon god, skilled at provoking wars and then hiding behind the scenes to collect his spoils, such as the souls of the defeated. Lucifer had seen the array carved on the altar across the stone path, even somewhat familiar. Could this be the work of some demon god? Lucifer finally made an uncertain statement in an uncertain tone. Perhaps. The girl tilted her head. Logically speaking, the only one who can truly interfere with the real world is me, this demon god. Lucifer paused, of course, not ruling out whether the other 3 had some hidden means. The original Lucifer didn't care about the actions of the other 3 demon gods. After all, it didn't have much impact on him. He was confident that nothing in the underworld could kill him, even if they teamed up. So, does that mean other demon gods also have means to enter the real world? The girl frowned. Is it that easy for demon gods to enter the real world? Easy? Lucifer scoffed. If it were easy, I wouldn't be a raven right now. But suddenly, at the end of the stone path, the altar erupted with scarlet light. the light growing more intense, even causing the entire stone cave to begin to shake. Lucifer stared at the center of the light, where a figure seemed to be continuously solidifying. My soul feels like it's being drawn. Leviathan looked at her hand. Her soul existing between the real and the unreal seemed to be being pulled. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, leaping onto the girl's shoulder, his claws applying slight pressure, causing the girl's previously unstable soul to instantly calm down. Just now, the protection of the goddess of light failed. Leviathan felt a lingering fear as she watched the gradually solidifying figure in the distance. Since you have seen my true form, why not bow? A grand voice echoed throughout the stone cave, causing endless ripples in the surrounding water. Alex? Lucifer spoke uncertainly. The figure in the scarlet light noticeably paused, and then Lucifer felt a mental force sweep across his raven body. Lucifer? The figure in the light suddenly roared. How could you possibly enter the real world? The figure instantly solidified, with prominent demon horns and a fierce skull head burning with pale blue flames. The flames seemed to have no temperature. Even the ripples in the surrounding water could disrupt the rhythm of the flames. At this moment, Alex was extremely shocked, to the extent that the girl could see the emotion of shock on the skull's head. The towering skull, after solidifying, didn't even pay attention to the white bone staff beside him and walked straight towards Lucifer. The girl's light sword appeared in her hand, creating a barrier of light between Alex and Lucifer. Alex stopped his advance, looked through the light barrier at the girl, smirked contemptuously, and then looked at Lucifer. What a coincidence! Lucifer smiled. What a coincidence! Alex had adjusted his emotions. Truly didn't expect to see you here. Hee hee. The emotionless laughter passed through the light barrier to the ears of the one person and one raven. I didn't expect to see you here either. On the contrary, Lucifer smiled very happily. Let me guess, this body of yours is the defective product from the last tomb, right? Before Alex could respond, Lucifer continued. You stripped your own authority, trying to blend into the real world in a 7th tier form. But you didn't expect the rules of the real world do not allow 9th tier existence. And it's not just blocking us demon god from entering the real world. Hee hee. Alex smiled without sincerity. Then your 9th tier soul still cannot enter the real world. And what is conversing with me now is just a clone of yours. Just as Lucifer was about to continue speaking, Alex interrupted. But at least my clone still possesses 7th tier strength. He smiled, then looked at the girl beside Lucifer. You should know that the one on your shoulder is a demon god, and you have been blessed by the gods of the real world before. Why not take action? Alex said to the girl holding the light sword. You must know that this demon god beside you is brutal enough to be called so even in the underworld. Demon gods are good at disguise. Alex's skull cracked. This clone was unstable due to the sudden solidification, and it could even be said that this clone was merely a projection of that defective product in the tomb. The soul hidden deep within the body was far from the real world. Turmoil and conflict, corruption and death, shadows and abyss, despair and contempt. Hee hee. We are all despicable thieves. You are no exception. With the dissipation of the light barrier was Alex's clone. Who is he? Shouldn't you use him? So who is he? Another demon god of the underworld, the master of turmoil and conflict. Lucifer was pondering the meaning of thief. Oh, chapter 23, The Descent. So, is this the place where a demon god originally chose to descend? Lo Lien approached the altar, gazing at the intricate and mysterious patterns on the ground, and asked Lucifer. It shouldn't be. Lucifer shook his head, stating that his power was insufficient to create this bronze hall in the mortal realm. A crow flew above the girl's head, adjusting its posture. This was originally supposed to be an altar, which happened to be discovered by Alex, who then borrowed it. Then who built the altar? Lo Lien frowned. The inscriptions on the surface of the bronze door were largely similar to the demon language. So which demon clan does this bronze hall point to? Perhaps. Lucifer looked at the empty interior of the bronze hall. Maybe there are still some hidden mechanisms we haven't discovered. Hidden mechanisms? Maybe I'm being overly suspicious. But how do we get out now? Lucifer looked at the tightly shut bronze door behind him and asked, Can a magic power in your demon core sustain you to break through the rock above? Lo Lien slightly raised her head, looking at the jagged rocks above. I don't know. Lucifer spread his wings, looking helpless. Who knows how thick the layer of rock above is? When they fell just now, it was dark, Only the ghosts know how deep they descended. The girl stroked her chin, blinking her azure eyes as if she thought of something. That demon god was able to descend here. Why can't you? How can I? Lucifer paused. How did Alex manage to bring his avatar in? Although Alex's soul did not enter the mortal realm, he truly felt the presence of a demon god. Was it some means of Alex? Or was this place inherently capable of shielding part of the rules? You're really a genius. Lucifer spoke with a hint of surprise, due to habitual thinking. It was hard for him to suddenly realize that his true form could also try to intervene here. I might have to leave for a while. Lucifer smiled and, without waiting for Lovilien's reaction, the rigid crow's body slowly fell from above the girl, and due to the resistance of the water, the girl easily caught the crow. Infuse your magic power into the crow's body. I can locate this place through the summoning contract. Lucifer's distant voice echoed grandly in the bronze hall. The girl hugged the crow, slowly pouring her magic power into it, while sensing the hexagram formation in her soul. The golden hexagram formation linked to a 9th-tier demon god. In the Underworld, a blood-red pupil opened, and an extreme malice instantly swept the surroundings, shattering the middle and low-tier beings that couldn't escape in time. Lucifer cautiously called out to the hexagram formation embedded in his soul. The hexagram formation left by the summoning magic was too fragile for a 9th-tier soul. It was so fragile that Lucifer needed to carefully protect this contract formation. The blood-colored youth in the vast space ignored the overwhelming aura coming from the distant pyramid tomb, closed his eyes, extended a hand, and gently touched the space, as if pushing open a slightly ajar door. However, unlike a creaky wooden door, with Lucifer's forward pressure, the space cracked like a mirror, spreading like a spiderweb. In the distance, Alex was rapidly approaching, but the young demon god seemed to be a step ahead. Before the attack that the distant demon god was gathering could land, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only Alex, whose expression was complex. In a mortal realm, Lovilien suddenly sensed the hexagram formation in her soul responding, occasionally shining with golden flashes. The girl slowly curled her body, holding the crow, seemingly waiting for something. Bang! It sounded like a violent knocking on the door. Boom! The space not far from the girl suddenly shattered like a mirror, and the water in the lake instantly poured into the crack, with a massive suction force pushing the girl's body toward the fissure. In a hurry, Lovilien released her magic power to block the water flow, but the condensed magic shield was instantly shredded by the turbulence in the space crack. The girl closed her eyes, holding the crow, seemingly accepting her fate, allowing the water to push her toward the crack. Unexpectedly, a hand slowly reached out from the fissure, pressing on the girl's delicate shoulder, preventing her from falling into the space crack. The owner of the hand seemed a bit puzzled, but upon seeing the girl with closed eyes, suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, the girl opened her eyes and saw a boy with blood-red pupils grinning at her. "Who are you, little crow?" The girl carefully sensed the hexagram formation in her soul. Yes, whether it was the response from her soul or the girl's intuition, she smiled again, looking at the blood-colored boy behind her as the space crack gradually healed. She exclaimed in delight, "You're so tall." Looking at Lucifer, who was half a head taller than her, she reached out her hand to gauge his height. Lucifer, a bit speechless, swatted the girl's hand away. "When I was a crow, you call me a crow. Now that my true self is here, what should you call me?" Actually, his current state couldn't be considered his true form. He chuckled, his blood-red pupils fixated on the 2 azure stars of the girl. "Still call you Little Crow." Lovilien stood on her tiptoes and patted Lucifer's head. "You are Little Crow." She raised her other hand holding the crow's body and waved it in front of the boy, her eyes now narrowed into crescent moons. Lucifer looked at the exuberant girl, momentarily unsure how to reprimand this disrespectful girl. "This should be our first meeting, right?" she suddenly said, her azure eyes filled with endless joy and excitement. "Isn't it, Little Crow?" The last sentence was whispered into the boy's ear as the girl stood on her tiptoes against his cheek. "Don't take advantage of your blushing." Lucifer instinctively touched his cheek, which indeed felt a bit hot. "Hee," the girl giggled, then curiously asked, "The other demon god can only descend with a not-so-powerful avatar. Why can you descend in your true form?" "Because I'm stronger than him." The demon god seemed rather proud. "Yes, Yes, yes, little crow is the strongest. The girl patted Lucifer's head again. This time, Lucifer did not swat the girl's hand away. With part of the secret authority combined with the unique characteristics of this place. After who knows how many thousands or tens of thousands of years, Lucifer finally descended into this true world. Lucifer stretched his back, sizing up the girl holding the crow. Feeling Lucifer's gaze, the girl was momentarily stunned. Then her face turned red. No. She held the crow tightly. What's not allowed? Lucifer asked in confusion. It just isn't allowed. The girl paused and softly said, not here. You're overthinking it, right? Lucifer chuckled. I was thinking about how to get you out. And you. Before he could finish, the girl stomped on Lucifer's foot hard. It didn't hurt at all. In fact, if Lucifer hadn't intentionally suppressed the natural defenses of his body, the girl might have collapsed on the spot. However, Lucifer was more than happy to play along with the girl, pretending to be in pain and taking a few steps back. Stop pretending. The girl interrupted Lucifer's boring act, but couldn't help but laugh. The two were at the bottom of the lake, in an unknown depth, just looking at each other, as if time had stopped. Chapter 24. Kiss, I will open the bronze door behind you, and you can return the same way. After a long silence, Lucifer spoke. And what about you? Loviana raised the raven in her hand. I should return to this raven's body. My true form cannot leave this area. Lucifer paused, then carefully sensed the surroundings, suddenly laughing. The girl looked at Lucifer, who had suddenly laughed, suspiciously. Are you okay? Your brain can get you to the 4th level. That's quite a miracle. Lucifer's smile faded as he stared seriously at Loviana. What do you mean, a great miracle? My talent. The girl's lips were silenced by a finger. Not knowing what the girl thought of, she blushed, like the evening glow stirred by the setting sun. There's an 8th level magical beast right beneath us. Lucifer pointed downward, retracting his finger from the girl's lips. I'll take it down in a bit. You can bring its magic core outside. I shouldn't be short on magic power for a while. Lucifer said excitedly. We can also go find that old dean to fight. This time the girl didn't ask whether Lucifer could win. Should I find a place to hide? Hide? Lucifer was puzzled. Why would you want to hide? Seemingly piecing together the context, Lucifer laughed. Are you underestimating the 9th level too much? The demon whispered in the saint's ear, and the Radiant Saint's face turned red. Lucifer noticed that he was too close to the girl and took a step back. The girl felt the breath by her ear disappear, opened her eyes in disappointment, hesitated for a moment, and took a step forward again. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lucifer looked at the girl, whose exquisite and perfect face was completely reflected in the demon's blood-red pupils. Their noses were almost touching. The girl stretched out her hands and hugged the demon before her. The sudden warmth in his embrace caught Lucifer off guard. The girl gently twisted Lucifer's waist. Hug me. Then she took another step closer. Lucifer, realizing too late, wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, feeling her scorching body temperature and her fervent heartbeat. Your heartbeat has quickened. It was the girl who spoke first. The two embraced, and the girl felt the other's heated breath, smiling shyly. You lost, Lord Demon. The girl released her hold, allowing her to see Lucifer's eyes again. You were moved, ignoring the girl's flushed cheeks and the heartbeat she just felt. Perhaps this demon truly lost completely. Lucifer did not refute this time. Go on, I still need to fight monsters. The girl reluctantly left his embrace, but still looked at Lucifer with a smile, not moving an inch. Stop looking at me. Lucifer was a bit overwhelmed. I was just checking to see if my little raven would blush. The girl smiled sweetly. Lucifer's face was very hot, but not flushed. Not knowing what to say, Lucifer responded with a hee. Then he waved his hand, in the girl's perception. He merely waved his hand lightly. It's over, Lucifer said. What's over? The girl looked at Lucifer, but she quickly learned the answer. In the unfathomable darkness below the stone path, a spherical object the size of a lantern slowly emerged. The silver, mysterious runes on the surface of the sphere flickered, and the intricate and delicate patterns made one marvel at such a perfect craft in the world. But Loviana could sense the immense magic power contained in the object emerging before her. She had never sensed such colossal magic power in any person or object before. Perhaps Dean Gust had it too, but the girl never had the chance to truly perceive the unmasked magic power release of an 8th level being. The girl looked at Lucifer in shock. Shouldn't you be praising me? Lucifer seemed to find some confidence, extending his 5 fingers and then clenching them into a fist. As if receiving a command, the 8th level magic core emitted a shattering sound and slowly compressed under the girl's gaze. The enormous magic power completely suppressed by the more refined force, eventually forming a magic core the size of a baby's fist. Lucifer reached out to take it and placed it in the girl's arms. Loviana suddenly laughed. Lucifer looked at the girl. Doesn't this look like a couple raising a child, with the husband going out to work and leaving money for the child? The girl looked at the sleeping raven and the magic core in her arms, then glanced at the astonished Lucifer. Don't be ridiculous. Lucifer held back for a long time before spitting out these words. How was this ridiculous? Aren't we a couple? The girl said with a smile. This is just the beginning of being a couple. Are we supposed to go find the Empire to certify our marriage? Without a wedding, but in love. That is a couple, the girl said matter-of-factly. Go on, I'll send you out of here. It's exactly that, the girl chattered on. Boom! The distant bronze door opened again under the immense magic power, directly breaking through the rock above, which was too eye-catching. You can just return the same way. Before the girl could respond, Lucifer held her and instantly arrived at the bronze door. Lucifer could sense that the peculiar boundary ended here. The girl stepped out of the door slowly and then stopped. Lucifer watched the girl's back as she halted, feeling a bit puzzled. The girl suddenly turned her head, stood on tiptoe, and gently pecked Lucifer's lips. By the time Lucifer reacted, the girl had already gone far away. Feeling the faint warmth and moisture on his lips, Lucifer smiled in place and then turned to walk toward the altar, leaving only his lonely figure in the vast hall. He walked to the side of the altar and sat down slowly. Lucifer looked around at the darkness. It can come out now. An undeniable voice echoed throughout. A black flame rat, the size of an adult, walked out of the dim space. You didn't see anything just now, Lucifer said lightly. Yes, my lord. The gray rat, wrapped in black flames, lowered its head. How did the task go? Everything is normal. Not bad. Try to push it forward faster. Yes, my lord. The gray rat constantly speculated about the girl's identity in its mind. What kind of person can make a demon bow down? Supreme authority and ultimate power. This was its stereotype of demons. But now a demon actually lowered itself to a human girl? Yes, in the gray rat's view. Lucifer's behavior was completely inconsistent with its image of demons. Do you have any questions? The cold voice seemed to penetrate the marrow. The gray rat shivered, hidden authority. Lucifer, filled with pink bubbles, was momentarily stunned. Then, a silver light appeared in the palm of his right hand, ultimately converging into the gray rat's body. Go! He waved his hand. Yes. Chapter 25, Chaos in the Dead of Night. The tranquil starlit lake emitted a faint blue glow, as if the stars were truly buried at the bottom of the lake. Amidst the dazzling and magical radiance, a wooden boat glided slowly across the water, resembling a scene from a myth. Loviana rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the sleeping crow before her, blinking her eyes. The brilliance of Starlit Lake was grand, splendid, and fantastical, yet the light in the girl's eyes seemed to rival it not in the slightest. Little crow, stinky crow, clumsy crow, the girl murmured, tapping the wooden platform with her other hand. The crow seemed to respond to the girl's call, awakening slowly under her intense gaze. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. The girl gently extended a finger to poke the crow, which had yet to steady itself. Lucifer, just standing up, was pushed down again. What are you doing? Lucifer glared at the smiling girl. Let us see if you're my little crow. The girl's south eyes curved into crescent shapes as she poked Lucifer again. Lucifer flapped his wings to avoid the attack. Who else could it be? Who said, I am now an ordinary crow, so I have no evil thoughts, but if my true form enters the world, it will destroy the world. The girl's smile had not faded since Lucifer woke up. Did I say that? Lucifer feigned ignorance. You did, I remember. The girl whispered softly. Haha, I don't remember. Lucifer scratched his head with his wings, having forgotten. Suddenly sensing something, both Lucifer and the girl turned to look outside the cabin. Countless fish leapt from the vast lake's surface, as if something was chasing and hunting them from beneath the water. Loviana and Lucifer exchanged glances. Maybe it's a magical beast? Loviana pondered, her azure eyes observing the thrashing fish. I don't know, Lucifer shrugged unbothered. After all, He held an 8th tier magic core, and with his 9th tier mental power, defeating an 8th tier peak was not impossible. The highest peak in this world was indeed 8th tier. What type of 8th tier magical beast did you kill before? Lovi Lien suddenly asked. It should have been a dragon, Lucifer replied casually. I killed it without a second thought. Why do you ask? I was wondering if the 8th tier magical beast Eskin went mad due to its master's death. Lovi Lien gently stroked the crow, causing it to shake its head. Not likely. That giant dragon was sleeping when I killed it. It seemed to be severely injured already, just temporarily delaying the spread of its wounds through sleep. Lucifer shook his head. It probably didn't have time to tame these local magical beasts, right? Lovi Lien stared at the churning lake. While Lucifer focused on the lake's surface, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through space to the lake's bottom. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from the distant sky, and almost simultaneously, Lucifer raised his head to look at the white streak of light on the horizon. Under the faint starlight, that white light traced a dazzling trajectory, the long, fiery tail resembling a divine brushstroke across the sky. Lucifer watched the meteor, and the direction it was falling was precisely where they floated on Starlit Lake. Surging magical power continuously flowed from the 8th tier magic core, as if responding to a supreme command. The chaotic magic, upon entering Lucifer's body, was dismantled and transformed into the purest dark magic, pure and profound, ready for Lucifer's further manipulation at any moment. Don't be nervous. He is the angel of the Holy Light Church, Lovi Lien whispered. According to tradition, the Holy Light Church would prepare an angel for each generation of saintesses to ensure their normal growth. As she said this, she smiled. Although I'm only a candidate for the saintess now, my talent is already sufficient for the Holy Light Church to send an angel to escort me. Just 6th tier? Lucifer felt the magic in his body dissipate. After all, this body couldn't retain magic for long and could only draw and use it as needed. It's at the peak of 6th tier, and with the unique blessing of the Holy Light Church, a 6th tier angel can exhibit 7th tier combat power under the protection of the Holy Light. Only the Saintess and Saintess candidates can activate the Holy Light protection. Lovi Lien corrected him. I'm also quite powerful, okay? The girl proudly lifted her head. Although I'm only 4th tier now, with the aid of some magical equipment, I can also contend with 5th tier. At that moment, the girl resembled a victorious general on the battlefield, awaiting the Emperor's commendation. Impressive. Lucifer certainly wouldn't choose to ruin the girl's mood at this moment. But he seemed anxious now. Watching the distant meteor gradually decelerate, a figure under the intense white light slowly emerged above the lake's surface. Wearing silver armor and a pure white cloak, with several high-tier magical beast feathers embedded in the shoulder armor. The tall figure wielded a giant sword nearly as tall as a person. The heavy sense of oppression forced the fish thrashing on the lake's surface into submission, and the chaotic magical beasts at the bottom seemed to sense the presence as they quickly swam deeper into the lake. But the armored knight in the sky was faster than those magical beasts, pressing down with a sword in hand clad in silver gauntlets, accompanied by a very low chant. The white light on the giant sword illuminated the entire lake's surface, rendering the fish magical beast at the lake's bottom unable to escape. The air was torn apart, and the once calm lake was shattered like a mirror once more. The white light on the giant sword transformed into a sword shadow, instantly piercing through the beast's skull, its eyes, as large as an adult's outstretched arms, wide open in apparent unwillingness. The lake's surface returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. Only the blood-red lake surface testified to what had just occurred. Lucifer looked at the so-called angel floating in the air. The angel also examined him, but quickly shifted his gaze to the girl. Saintess, the armored knight slowly descended onto the lake's surface, causing ripples to spread. But this angel did not fall to the lake bottom. Lovi Lien slightly nodded, acknowledging him. The Pope has sensed an extremely malevolent aura at Starlit Lake and commanded me to inform you to leave as soon as possible. It would be best to leave the magical beast forest quickly. Chaos will soon erupt here. Crontes explained rapidly. We will notify the Water Fairy Academy. This trial should be cancelled. Please follow us and leave quickly. Extremely malheureux. Lovi Lien calmly stroked the crow in her arms. It's not me. It should be Alex. His authority is chaos and conflict. It seems his avatar collapsed so quickly in the underground cave because he used his authority. Lucifer's voice resonated in Lovey Lien's heart lake. The recently agitated fish magical beast should have been contaminated by the authority, and the area within a few hundred miles centered here will likely be affected. Chaos should erupt here soon. Lucifer had just carefully sensed the surrounding environment, and in the air, only he could see white virtual lines slowly floating. He certainly knew this was the residue of Alex's authority. He initially thought it was the dispersal caused by Alex's avatar's death, but now it seemed Alex intentionally released part of his authority. Lovey Lien subtly nodded and then looked at Crontes. Please take us away. We? Crontes was puzzled for a moment before glancing at the crow in the girl's arms, suddenly realizing, yes. Chapter 26. Turmoil in the eastern part of the beast forest, near the edge. Flying is prohibited around the beast city. Of course, this only applies to commoners and some low-ranking nobles. However, Cranster did not intend to make a grand entrance into the city, so they entered as ordinary civilians. On the way, Lovey Lien informed Serendil and Rhine about the potential uprising in the beast forest, and Serendil and Rhine were also rushing back. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, causing the wind chimes hanging around a chime. The two walking on the street turned back almost simultaneously to look at the city gate behind them. The ancient bell, which had not rung for 100 years, echoed, and waves of sound, thick enough to be seen with the naked eye, spread out. Boom! The heavy history buried seemed to be awakened again by the bell toll, and in response, the eastern beast forest seemed to boil. From the sky, countless beasts were in an uproar, and after a brief bout of infighting, they seemed to receive some command and marched uniformly towards the beast city. A blood-colored scroll unfolded from 100 miles west of the city. Countless beasts roared, and in the sky, the chaos of beasts danced wildly, with flying beasts spreading their wings and even blocking the sky. The bell of the town beast rang. We are finished, someone on the street screamed while holding their head. The chaotic crowd broke free from the shackles of morality, and almost in an instant of the riot, some people rose up to kill and loot. Cranster did not intervene. Beneath the silver mask was a silence that brought despair. Alex must have had a plan long ago. His purpose was likely not just to send a clone into this world. Lucifer communicated with Lovey Lien through thought. The golden dragon deep in the beast forest should also be affected. Now was the best time to leave. Lovey Lien hesitated and finally spoke up. Can we stay? The girl's gaze turned towards the distant city gate, where the knights at the gate were already ready to set off, and faint blue magical patterns appeared in the void. With an order from an unknown source, the patterns burst forth with light, striking the group of beasts. Blood stained the edges of the beast forest red. Every inch of land was drenched in boiling blood, and a faint smell of rust pervaded the entire battlefield. Countless adventurers who had not managed to escape died under the indiscriminate attacks. The magic pattern cannons in the void effectively suppressed the spread of the beasts. But it wouldn't hold for long. The authority of the 9th tier was only temporarily released, leaving the surrounding area within 100 miles, if not further, completely out of control. For reasons unknown, Alex did not choose to impose the chaos and conflict authority on the humans in the beast city. Of course, Lucifer replied decisively. Your choice is my will. Thank you. Lovey Lien gently stroked the crow in her arms, her azure eyes suddenly turning red, then returning to blue in an instant. No one noticed the girl's change, as if something had shielded everything. Boom! Suddenly, a roar that seemed to come from ancient times resounded through the sky. A vast power sweeping across the entire area. Trees within 100 miles fell, the ground cracked, and even some lower-tier beasts in the sky were instantly torn apart into blood mist. Almost simultaneously, a massive silver magic circle appeared high in the air, directly above the source of the roar. The huge silver magic circle charged up in an instant, and a brilliant silver light left an indelible spot on everyone's retina. The silver light, which almost covered a quarter of the beast city, smashed down fiercely, and the dispersing silver magical energy created turbulence that shattered the space. Cranster stood in front of Lovey Lien before the shockwave hit, his silver armor absorbing the impact, and in the end, he only took a step back. He was injured. Lucifer, who was extremely sensitive to blood, sensed the change in the silver-armored knight, but said nothing. After the magic circle struck, the vast smoke and dust spread. As the wind blew through the sky, the dust cleared, revealing a colossal creature standing majestically among it. Sacred golden scales covered exaggerated tendons and muscles, flowing like water with the creature's breathing, its heavy breaths wreaking havoc on the already chaotic environment like a level 10 gale. But the extraordinary beings present could clearly see that this exaggerated creature, which was almost 1/3 the size of the beast city, was injured. Golden blood dripped slowly from its elegant and noble dragon snout, and the scorching dragon blood ignited pale golden flames on the ground. The shattered scales crushed the surrounding trees within dozens of meters, as if a meteor from the heavens had fallen. The sacred scales shimmered with the light of the moon, and the dragon's might slowly spread in the light and shadow, releasing a terrifying aura that was suffocating. The golden dragon, Lovi Lien marveled at this mythical creature. The Pope has arrived. Cranster sensed the familiar aura. Perhaps the headmaster of the Narcissus Academy had also come. He said in a calm, yet firm tone, pausing for a moment, only they can contend with this dragon. But this beast city may become history. Lovi Lien gazed at the two eyes in the distance that seemed to burn like the sun, remaining silent for a long time. Is this the 8th tier? Her tone was complex. Could the world really possess such power? Yes, this is the 8th tier, the pinnacle of this world. Cranster looked enviously at the figure that had just appeared in the sky. Headmaster Gust, the peak archmage of humanity at the 8th tier, a ghost in time and space. A magician in the seams of time, a beacon in the void. This was the title given to Gust by various so-called prodigies who had been defeated by him over the centuries. But most prefer to call him the strongest of humanity, the first magician under the sky. Gust arrived here the moment the beast forest erupted. Crossing thousands of kilometers in a short time was not difficult for an 8th-tier archmage proficient in spatial magic. However, it had consumed quite a bit of magical power. Gust exhaled lightly, his white hair swaying in the wind. Suddenly, a space nearby rippled open, revealing a middle-aged man wearing a crown and a pure white robe with golden patterns. Garfulton Neal, the 7th-tier light mage, the Pope of the Holy Light Church. Known as the listener of the divine will, the earthly agent of the goddess of light, capable of battling the 8th tier with the faith power of countless believers. Lucifer looked up at the two. The emperor of this empire still hasn't arrived. Cranster said softly. That 8th tier glorious warrior built this great empire atop countless corpses with his immense fighting spirit and unparalleled violence. But human strength has its limits, and heroes eventually fade. The emperor, who had fought all his life, severely wounded the demon emperor in a struggle decades ago, but had already exhausted his strength. No one knew when this 8th-tier warrior would die, but all the citizens of his empire hoped that this great emperor could continue to protect his kingdom. The upcoming battlefield is left to the 8th tier. We must go. Seeing Lovi Lien's hesitation, there will be someone to assist the civilians. And those who come here are all adventurers who lick blood on the edge of a knife. They should pay the price for their actions. Cranster said as calmly as possible, but his tone carried an unmistakable hope. Chapter 27. Fall, I no longer need protection. Your protection has gone too far. As a warrior approaching the 7th rank, you should be helping to block the monster horde, not thinking about protecting me and taking me away. The girl lowered her head and then raised it again, saying, I can't leave, at least not now. Canstedt fell silent and suddenly smiled. As you wish. Beneath the knight's helmet was a relieved smile. Please bestow your blessing upon me, holy maiden. The girl said nothing more, not caring about the knight's test, and picked up the light staff. The gem at the top seemed to transcend time and space, emitting thin white rays of light that connected to the bowing, silver-armored knight. Canstedt's aura instantly surged, the holy light making his silver armor sacred, and the sword at his waist became even sharper. Go, intercept the beast tide, the girl commanded. As if at that moment she was the radiant holy maiden bearing the fates of countless lives. Understood. Canstedt's figure vanished from the spot and appeared on the front lines of the beast tide the next second, swinging his sword as countless monsters fell. Turning back, the girl looked at the crow in her arms. Do you have a way to restrain it? She pointed to the golden dragon fighting with Gust and the Pope of Light. I do. I obtained an 8th rank magic core before, and I can even completely resolve it. Lucifer replied, but I don't think that Pope of Light would allow me to use the 8th rank magic core to its full extent in this world. The crow's black gaze seemed to pierce through space, watching the still chanting Pope of Light, as if they were waiting. Waiting? The girl casually pinned a gale wolf to the wall and continued to approach the monster nest. Seeing a magician girl clearing the monsters, those around began to run toward her. Before the girl was a snarling horde of monsters, and behind her were a group of adventurers, still brave enough to lift their swords, though their hands trembled. I don't want to die. Can someone save me? Do you think we all want to die? Why? Why? It's always like this, my damn fate. A young adventurer knelt on the ground, crying, why am I so unlucky? What did I do wrong? Roars and curses echoed behind her, and the girl tightened her grip on the staff, her voice calm. I'm the eldest daughter of the Bradley family, a 4th rank light magician, and the future holy maiden of light. Her plain voice seemed insignificant amidst the irrational howls, but most adventurers could hear it. The young adventurer lifted his head, his tear-streaked face momentarily dazed. The girl planted her staff into the ground, and pure white light enveloped the crowd, pushing back the surrounding monsters. I don't want to say much. If you still have the will to fight, then pick up your swords. This city has fallen. You all know what that means. The young adventurer felt his wounds healing, and his fighting spirit began to rise. Kill! Someone behind him drew their sword, shouting in rage, charging forward. Go! The sharp swords were raised above their heads, as if this could bring them boundless courage. More and more adventurers passed by the kneeling young man, who only gazed at the girl's unparalleled back under the light magic, thinking, if only he could. Wiping away his tears, the young adventurer stood up and noticed a crow perched on the girl's shoulder. Seemingly sensing his gaze, the crow slowly turned its head, its pitch-black pupils like the deepest night, causing one's soul to sink. Are you saying they are waiting for you? The girl asked, puzzled. Of course not. Gust knows of my existence. If he wanted to stop me, he wouldn't go through so much trouble, the crow casually replied, ignoring the young man behind them who was distorting. They should be waiting for Alex. After all, his aura of authority is too heavy. He is the demon god of chaos and conflict. Such authority cannot bring peace to this world. Compared to my authority of fallen death, it seems harmless. The young man behind the girl, now more of a monster than a human, had bloodshot eyes appearing all over his surface, each with its own intention, moving randomly until a bloody hand suddenly extended from his throat, crushing the largest eyeball, causing the monster's body to collapse again. What happened? The girl wanted to turn, but was blocked from seeing by the crow's wing. You should be concerned about the monsters continuously pouring in from the front. The monster's body, filled with the aura of corruption, struggled continuously. Among the many eyes, 2 fixed on the crow's back, and the bloody hand that was crushing the eyeball seemed to have found its target. With 2 crisp sounds, like grapes being crushed, the agitated bloody hand fell silent. Moments later, it seemed to gain awareness, controlling the fallen body to stand up and stagger towards the monster horde behind. A 3-rank white ape with red eyes approached the monster covered in eyes, its long arms piercing through the monster's body upon contact. Purple blood soaked the white ape's hand, seemingly corrosive, but the now mindless white ape didn't care, even starting to gnaw on the monster. In just a moment, the monster's broken body collapsed, and the bloody hand had lost a few fingers, weak and powerless. The standing white ape roared, and suddenly a bloody flower appeared in its abdomen. The 3-rank monster used all its strength to tear apart the blood flower, but as blood continually flowed into it, the flower kept expanding, ultimately bursting its abdomen. As the white ape's strength waned, it finally fell to the ground, the bloody flower blooming and emitting a strange bloody scent, attracting surrounding monsters to feast. Is the authority of chaos and conflict meant to incite war? The girl asked the crow on her shoulder while eliminating the low-rank monsters that had mixed into the city. Not just that, Lucifer replied. Quarrels, pushes, and fights among humans are also chaos. These chaos feed into Alex's authority, making him stronger. Of course, war is the greatest boost to his authority and what he excels at the most. Then how does your authority enhance power? Fall in death? The girl took out a bottle of light green liquid from her spatial ring, pouring it over the thin bloodstain on her pure white arm. In an instant, the wound disappeared, and she re-entered the battle. "You're really pushing yourself." Lucifer observed the girl's determined face. "I initially thought you would leave. Are you changing the subject?" The girl casually threw a light sword to save a middle-aged adventurer on the brink of death. "Not all. I'm just genuinely shocked." The crow exaggerated its tone. "My authority is not dangerous at all." Chapter 28. Absurdity. How did the Dean and the Pope confirm that Alex would enter the world? Lovillian asked in confusion, with the corpses of magical beasts behind her. The higher-level magical beasts were blocked outside the city gates by Kanst and other high-level warriors and mages, with only low-level magical beasts entering the city. As a fourth-tier light mage, the girl could easily handle the beast tide. Her luminous staff continuously provided her with magical power. "Do you need me to take action?" "For free," Lucifer said calmly. The cave at the bottom of Star Lake, which could obscure the rules of the current world, should not be a coincidence. Alex was definitely plotting something. However, it didn't really concern me. Lucifer shook his head, but I really didn't like him. "How casual." Lovillian advanced step by step toward the city gate, with each step being surrounded by frenzied magical beasts. "You seem to have changed a bit," Lucifer suddenly said with a smile, as if he suddenly understood something, his pitch-black eyes looking at the girl, seemingly seeing through everything. "What's changed?" The girl's movements noticeably paused, then returned to normal. "It's nothing." The crow lifted its head, looking at the roaring golden dragon in the sky, its scarlet gold scales shining in the sunlight. Under the restrictions of the silvery space magic, the massive dragon's body could not cause greater destruction, and even under the Pope's continuous light, sword formations, and scorching attacks, it became battered and bruised. "It seems about to begin." The crow on the girl's shoulder closed its eyes to sense the true festival. Opening its eyes, Lucifer's gaze pierced through everything. "What is about to begin?" Lovillian seemed suddenly anxious. "Then it looks like I need to take action too." Lucifer did not answer the girl's question. "I need to leave for a while." As if in response, a loud sound suddenly erupted from deep in the mountains dozens of miles away, followed by a towering firelight and the flying limbs of magical beasts. Then, an avalanche-like explosion shockwave covered everything along the forest path, reaching the girl's side, pushing the already prepared Lovillian back 3 steps. Lucifer spread his wings and flew off from the girl's shoulder, the wind flowing past the crow's body, lifting it up. "Where are you going?" Lovillian watched the crow fly away. "To where I need to go." Lucifer laughed heartily, as if this moment was the real him. Without pausing, he easily dodged the flying magical beasts in the air, and before leaving, he infused the girl with a part of the breath of the giant dragon from the bottom of Star Lake using an 8th-tier magic core, ensuring her basic safety. "Crow brother, be careful. The flying magical beasts are dangerous." Lucifer glanced down, the golden-haired figure particularly eye-catching in the bloody scene. Ignoring it, he maintained his flying posture, black feathers gliding through the air. Reinhard held a long sword, which had already claimed the lives of several magical beasts in a short time, still shining with silver light, mysterious runes constantly appearing, flowing like water. Another wolf-shaped magical beast lunged at Reinhard. The golden-haired boy held his sword forward, the magical beast's sharp claws embedded in the blade, the blood between its teeth making the fierce wolf-shaped magical beast even more terrifying. Tiny sparks scattered around after brief contact. Reinhardt twisted his wrist, sweeping the sword horizontally with one hand, and the wolf-shaped magical beast was cleaved in half. A strong bloody smell spreading as the surrounding frenzied magical beasts gathered again. "Huh." The boy amidst the magical beasts was full of vigor, raising his long sword high. The raging fighting spirit within him flowed into the sword body, the silver blade expanding inch by inch, a terrifying aura brewing. "Judgment." A syllable was spat from Reinhardt's throat. In the next moment, the surrounding magical beasts fell as the boy's silver sword descended, broken limbs and bright red blood flying everywhere. In the splattering blood, the boy's golden hair danced in the air like an invincible war god. Boom! A blazing crimson fireball swept over the boy's head, the heat wave lifting his hair, and a loud bang echoed not far behind him. A fire-breathing wind bird wailed in agony, but the intense flames did not diminish. As the fire grew, The magical beast's cries became lower and lower until it completely lost its life force. Being dazed on a battlefield is a big taboo. In the distance, a flash of fire red appeared, surrounded by crimson flames. The girl's agile figure was none other than Serendil. Reinhardt did not refute. What is the situation in the Beast City now? He casually waved a sword energy, slashing down a magical beast that was constantly growling in the air. I'm not sure, but there should be big trouble. Serendil shook his head, looking at Lovilian, who was approaching. Do you know the situation? I have a rough idea. The silver-haired girl looked at the massive figure in the sky, while terrifying roars echoed from that direction. Occasionally, two small figures appeared. This battle was still ongoing. The girl briefly explained the situation to the two, but she did not mention Lucifer. This beast city should become history, Lovilian said softly, watching more and more magical beasts crossing the city gates. Ninth tier? Is there a ninth tier existence in the underworld? Reinhardt was very surprised. Isn't there no 8th tier in the Underworld's records? That should only be the area explored by humans. Serendil responded quickly, providing an answer. Yes. Lovilian nodded. Then what was Crowbrother doing just now? Wouldn't he encounter danger? Reinhardt asked again, because the aura of the 8th tier magical beasts surrounded the silver-haired girl. No magical beasts approached again, but the three tried to clean up these low-level magical beasts as much as possible. I don't know. The girl's voice seemed to carry some resentment, but quickly returned to calmness. But he won't encounter danger. Don't worry, the girl said softly again, not knowing who she was speaking to. Reinhardt and Serendil did not ask further. The three quickly organized themselves to actively hunt magical beasts, trying to delay the time before the beast city was breached. In the magical beast forest, surrounded by rampaging magical beasts and destroyed vegetation, the air was filled with the smell of blood and plants, creating a very strange atmosphere. A man wearing old standard armor touched the rune stone at his waist, which was carved with an eye that had several pupils, emitting a faint yet extremely small aura that enveloped Lacron, allowing him to survive here. Damn, the Underworld God Church. Lacron cursed angrily in his heart, but continued with the task at hand. One by one, malicious seeds were placed into the broken bodies of magical beasts by his rough hands, and the seeds quickly grew into blood flowers. Lacron looked at the blood flowers with trepidation. He knew very well how strange these blood flowers were. If he accidentally touched them, it would be worse than death. If it weren't for, Lacron murmured, his black pupils lost in thought, his daughter's smile surfacing in his mind one by one. Suppressing the gentle smile at the corners of his mouth, a cold expression returned to his face, unnoticed by anyone or any magical beast, except for the land soaked with tears. Such scenes occurred in many places in the magical beast forest, where the followers of the Underworld God Church held strange seeds whose use they didn't even know, seemingly believing that this way they could sow their own desires. Chapter 29. While the pitch-black feathers danced in the wind, like the eyes of an abyss, calmly observing the chaos below. Occasionally, a few airborne magical beasts drew near, only to be instantly swallowed by the suddenly appearing black rifts. Lucifer had originally planned to bury a few demon seeds in only certain areas of the beast forest. These were little trinkets he had created through his fall during his boredom in the underworld. He was initially worried that an excessive release of demon seeds would attract the attention of the 8th-tier beings in the present world. But now the situation had become uncontrollable due to Alex's involvement. Uncontrollable meant unknown. Unknown meant danger, or perhaps opportunity. By expanding his influence with demon seeds, he ultimately aimed to use them as a means to draw himself into the present world. As for why he didn't use the power of the 8th-tier magic core to directly affect this world, because the power of the 8th-tier magic core belonged to the giant dragon that had already died and did not belong to Lucifer. Flying above the chaotic beast forest, a sudden dazzling scarlet light appeared on the surface, and Lucifer glanced over. A girl with red pupils was dancing among the magical beasts, blood flowers continuously blooming on the frenzied beasts, her blood-colored eyes cold as ancient ice, seeming mechanical, with every bit of magical power used perfectly, without the slightest leakage. Known as the Black Gem of the Empire, Encia hiss. But what drew Lucifer's attention was not this. but the aura of the 6th-tier mage nearby, having a sense similar to that of magical beasts. Demon race? Lucifer speculated in his heart. He had never seen a demon race before. For him, who had once been an ordinary crow, the territory of the demon race was a forbidden zone. He could never cross the demon river that separated the human race's territory from the demon race's. This was his first time seeing the demon race. This race born from his brother's body, described in human history as bloodthirsty, mad, and powerful. At that moment, Encia suddenly looked up at the sky, where a crow was freely circling in the air, while the flying magical beasts around her, spreading their wings and baring their claws, seemed oblivious to it, like a harbinger of death from mythology, announcing a person's demise. Encia's expression became dazed. Her cold face seemed to regain some warmth. She suddenly lowered the blood-red staff in her hand and spread her arms to the sky, as if embracing her own death, calm and sacred. Lucifer raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused by the girl's strange behavior. Hesitating for a moment, he ignored the suddenly deranged imperial princess and continued flying deeper into the beast forest. Seeing the crow fly away, why did this crow show no interest in the vessel? This body was a deadly temptation for any magical being. Doubt crossed the girl's delicate brow, but only for a moment. A white fox, wrapped in white magical light, rushed towards the girl, who was dazed in place. Rip! It was as if a piece of cloth had been torn apart, revealing a figure cloaked in black, emerging from behind a tree as thick as 3 people could embrace. The wide cloak concealed the face, and from the girl's perspective, all she could see was a shadow. "Lady Saint, please respect your own life." A gloomy voice came from the direction of the cloaked figure, and although the demon beneath the cloak tried to restrain himself, he could not hide the greed that seeped through the voice, like a cheetah that has just killed its prey but has to resist its desire to eat, dragging its catch up a tree to protect its food from the hyenas that come to fight over it. The cloaked figure seemed to fear something even more terrifying, so much so that he only dared to think in his heart and not take any action. The girl regained her calm, as if the one who had just sought death was not her. An old, hoarse laugh that was indistinguishable in gender drowned out the roars of the surrounding magical beasts. The cloaked figure stepped on the blood pool beside the white fox. The saint has made a jest. The words of the cloaked figure were filled with respect, but his expression and attitude seemed completely contrary. "When my lord succeeds, you will still be the black gem of the empire. You should remain silent." The girl's voice rang out, and the cloaked figure smiled, disappearing from the spot. The girl clenched her hands tightly, the specks of blood red adding a scarlet hue to her pale hands. But the wounds healed in the next moment, leaving only the bright red that adorned her hand as proof of the wound's existence. The raging winds continued to swirl, until they gently bounced off the side of the silver-haired old man, as if merely brushing off dust. The old man did not carry a staff. Centuries of accumulated years had allowed him to reach a terrifying affinity for magic, or rather, he was the embodiment of magic in the present world. The old man's fingers gently tapped in the air, and dozens of massive silver chains appeared beside the proud golden dragon, with the ends of the chains connecting to the void, tightly binding and wrapping around the dragon. The dragon roared, struggling fiercely, and cracks appeared on the silver chains, causing the void at the end of the chains to shake with the brute force. At that moment, not far away, Garfulton waved his staff, and a brilliant light fell violently from behind this middle-aged man in a gold-patterned white robe onto the vast back of the golden dragon. Visibly, the seemingly indestructible scales on the dragon's back began to shatter, and its strong limbs seemed unable to withstand the weight of the light, producing a tremendous sound of bones breaking. The light pope seemed to have exhausted all his strength, exchanging glances with Gust, before landing pale on the city wall of the Beast City. He then swung out a massive sword of light that swept across the front of the city wall, smashing all enemies in front of him, illuminating the sky in an instant. In the previous moment, Kent felt the terrifying aura behind him, exchanging glances with the city lord of the Beast City, Oriel, who was fighting alongside him on the front lines. In an instant, both appeared in the air, able to glimpse the splendor of the approaching 8th tier light magic. 8th tier, Oriel sighed, the pinnacle of the world, truly an awe-inspiring power. Kant nodded in agreement, looking at the magnificent silver sword energy gradually dissipating along with the magical beasts. Eighth tier power, the silver-armored angel whispered, his gaze dark and uncertain. Back at the city wall, Garfulton felt the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, swallowed it down, and stood in place to regulate his chaotic breath. Just now, that strike against the golden dragon had nearly exhausted everything he had, and then swinging out the sword of light only added to the burden on his already depleted body. In the empty air, Gust was still battling the golden dragon. The furious dragon roared, spewing forth a stream of blazing golden flames from its throat, which appeared from a distance as a golden pillar shooting from the ground to the sky, with terrifying temperatures creating waves of heat, rushing toward the 8th-tier magic master in the air. The old man's left eye glowed with a silver light, instantly disappearing from the spot and reappearing behind the dragon's body. Then his right eye, golden like the sun, radiated brilliance, and pure golden lightning spears appeared in the sky, neatly arranged above the dragon, as if divine punishment were descending. Boom! Thousands of lightning spears struck the ground, each one no less than 8th tier, and the golden scales trembled beneath the spears, not out of fear, but out of excitement. The dragon was the true master of thunder. Some lightning spears that missed the dragon created a deep pit in the ground spanning hundreds of meters, perhaps becoming a lake in years to come. No, Chris, this is your last chance. The old man's voice was faint, as if no one could hear it. The power of authority had polluted the nearly out-of-control Noclis, which seemed to briefly regain its sanity. The golden vertical pupils regained some luster as it looked at the silver old man in the sky, and then glanced at the surrounding chaotic situation. Its compassionate gaze seemed to see through everything. It whimpered. This ancient golden dragon let out a mournful cry, and after that, the golden brilliance in its pupils slowly began to fade, gradually being covered by coldness and madness. In the moment before it was completely eroded, its sorrowful eyes fixated tightly on the old man in the sky. Gust understood the meaning this ancient and noble life wanted to convey. Kill it. Chapter 30. Destruction. The Star Lake resembles a brilliant sapphire embedded in the earth, its azure waters still shimmering beautifully, captivating all who gaze upon it. In stark contrast to the bustling scenes of adventurers from days gone by, only a solitary, gaunt figure remains by the lakeside now. A gentle breeze brushes past, lightly stirring the few strands of the old man's frosty white hair. These strands dance freely in the wind, intermittently revealing his deep, inscrutable eyes, as if they conceal countless unknown secrets and stories. Quillrad slowly patted his legs, which had grown numb from sitting for too long, then cautiously extended a hand, dry and brittle as wood, to gently touch the calm surface of the lake. The originally tranquil waters rippled in response. The old man's face, shriveled like orange peel, cracked into a faint smile. However, no matter how closely one observed, it was difficult to detect even a hint of true joy on his face. Instead, behind that smile seemed to linger an indescribable sense of desolation and bitterness. The great wings of death. The old man uttered these words in a deep, hoarse voice, almost syllable by syllable. Each word seemed to carry immense weight, imbued with an unparalleled reverence. If one could penetrate this seemingly devout facade he presented and delve into the depths of his eyes, they would find an unquenchable fire of endless rage and resentment burning fiercely, as if it sought to consume the entire world. I beseech your response. The old man's withered hand remained on the lake's surface, lingering. I, your humble servant, Quillrad, beseech your response. He prayed once more, his tone growing increasingly respectful. But this time he had already risen, his expression agitated, as if he were anxiously anticipating something. No response. Ha! The old man, who had lingered by Star Lake for 100 years, suddenly erupted into mad laughter. As he laughed, tears streamed down from his murky eyes, trailing down his cheeks. Finally, the old man quickly composed himself, extending a gnarled finger and gently swiping it across the surface of the lake. The azure waters of Star Lake seemed to obey the command, parting to either side, clearing a path for the old man into the depths of the lake. The lake was already under the influence of unknown forces, and the beasts within surged wildly towards the frail old man. Yet the water acted like an indestructible mirror, preventing any beast from breaking through. The old man soon arrived before the bronze door, which stood wide open. Without pausing, he was swept forward by magic onto the long corridor, glancing at the altar at the end of the corridor. Bowing slightly, he knew that it bore the mark of an even greater presence. He then looked into the endless abyss of darkness beneath the corridor. Pitch black, despairing, unknown. The old man pressed deeper into the abyss, all the way to the bottom beneath the long bridge. A noble figure lay quietly on the ground, surrounded by a captivating scent of blood and the flowing water. The wings of death, the black pure-blood giant dragon, said to have been active since ancient times, had fallen in this unknown underground. Compared to the massive body of the rampaging golden dragon outside, this 8th-tier black dragon's corpse was relatively smaller. Pure-blood dragons can control their own finely tuned skeletal structures upon reaching adulthood, so the size of the body does not indicate a dragon's strength. And now this dragon, a symbol of death and fear, the one who had roared and even once attacked the goddess of light in ancient times, lay dead here. Quillrad's hand trembled uncontrollably as he slowly extended a finger, gently touching the impenetrable scales of the black dragon. Each scale resembled meticulously carved obsidian, emanating a profound and mysterious glow. These scales were tightly arranged, forming an incredibly robust armor that not only displayed immense defensive power, but also exuded an unparalleled aura of nobility. The moment Quillrad's fingertip made contact with the scales, a chilling sensation coursed through his arm and spread throughout his body. He could feel the hardness of the scales was beyond imagination, as if no force could shatter them. The smooth, mirror-like surface reflected the surrounding light and shadows, making the entire dragon appear even more majestic and awe-inspiring. After being severely injured by a strike from the goddess of light, the black dragon had hidden its body, wandering across the continent to recover from its wounds. Arriving at Star Lake a millennium ago, when it was not yet a lake, a human adventurer inadvertently stepped into this dragon's territory, and under the pressure of fear and death, the young adventurer made an eternal vow of servitude. The vow was bound by the black dragon's dark magic, turning it into a curse. Now, the black dragon was dead, but the curse remained. Quillrad grinned maliciously, gazing at the massive wound on the black dragon's once proud head. One could easily infer the scene of that moment. The great had trespassed into the domain of the greater and naturally faced punishment. The 8th-tier magic core was gone. The wound was proof of that. The black dragon's once proud minions and impenetrable scales seemed nothing more than refuse in the eyes of that greater being. Only the magic core, which had been refined over millennia, held any value. A greedy aura enveloped the frail old man as he trembled and climbed onto the noble dragon's body. Before long, the sound of flesh being gnawed echoed from the lake's depths. 2 days later, in the Beast City, the battle between Gust and the rampaging golden dragon continued. This strongest human mage seemed to be waiting for the true master of the feast, always holding back strength, as if guarding against something. Meanwhile, the Pope, who had reached the peak of the 7th tier, but had a special means to briefly attain 8th tier power, had vanished after a beam of light from the city walls. Knights and mages were continuously dispatched within the empire, merely to buy time for the civilians in the rear to evacuate. Apart from the Beast City, the nearest towns to the Beast Forest were dozens of kilometers away. These towns organized reinforcements to head to the Beast City as soon as they received the distress signal. Not far behind the Beast City, in the camp for reinforcements, a young officer observed the writhing mass of flesh before him. This was what his subordinates had obtained after killing a beast with crimson eyes. According to the knight, at the moment he slayed the beast, a blood flower erupted with an incredibly enticing scent, causing him to lose his senses momentarily. Fortunately, the knight had brought a focus-enhancing talisman. Upon regaining consciousness, he found the talisman shattered and realized the malevolence of the blood flower, reporting the location of the dying beast. Ultimately, the young officer sealed it using special means. Until now, beneath the pale green translucent screen, the mass of flesh continued to writhe, seemingly proliferating by the moment. Lumbasa frowned, pacing back and forth in the tent. "Commander, there's a report from the front." A burly man clad in heavy armor approached the tent, glancing warily at the blood flower beneath the pale green screen, then lowering his head slightly. "We captured some people while cleaning up the remnants of the battlefield. They have been spreading these seeds into the corpses." The burly man extended his other hand, revealing a small black orb, about the size of a fingernail. "Exuding a sinisteora." It seemed these were the source of the blood flowers. The burly man frowned again. They seem to refer to these things as magic seeds, and they only grow on corpses. Lumbesa picked up the black seed, his brown eyes peering through its surface as if glimpsing the truth. "What identities do those who spread the seeds have?" He gently rubbed the so-called magic seed and asked. "Most are commoners, with only a few nobles. After our inquiries, those nobles revealed the forces behind them." The burly man pondered briefly. "It seems to be called the Church of the Dark God. That cult that ran rampant within the Empire years ago. Do these sewer rats still dare to stir up trouble?" Lumbesa squinted, as if a hunter had found no prey in a ruined trap. "Aren't there still a few members of the Dark God Church in the capital?" He had been too lazy to care before, but now he decided to report it and let the Judgment Department handle it. The young commander waved his hand, returning the demon's seed to the burly man, and called for the elves to come and study it. He patted the burly man's shoulder, looking at the devastated scene outside the tent. Gust was easily battling the 8th-tier golden dragon, and reinforcement from the rear of the Empire would arrive soon, with more supplies on the way. But why? Why was the Empire's order to delay time and abandon the Beast City? Such power could completely clear out the beasts flooding into the Beast City and continue to expand forward. The young commander murmured, clenching his fists. The bowed knight lowered his head, his eyes burning with passion. Chapter 31. "Gold, is Brother Crow back yet?" Ryan asked Leviathan, who was also at the camp. The girl shook her head, saying that ever since Lucifer flew away 2 days ago, there had been no news of him. It seemed that only the contract magic proved he still existed in this world. Sarandil noticed the girl's sadness and pinched Ryan. Realizing he had misspoken, Ryan changed the subject, asking when this battle would end. He pointed to the distant golden dragon poised for action and the constantly flickering figures in the sky. "How can we speculate about an 8th-tier battle?" The fiery-haired girl shook her head, pulling her gaze back from the distance. "Shouldn't a high-level battle end in an instant? This battle has been going on for 2 days, right?" Ryan asked again. Before he could get an answer, a young man dressed as an adventurer approached the trio's tent, his voice respectful yet assertive. "A messenger. May I come in?" After receiving permission, the young man stepped closer to the tent, respectfully looking at the 3 youths who were even younger than he was. "Mr. Lawrence from Narcissus Academy has sent you these and instructed you to complete the tasks in the letter." The young man opened the package in his hands, revealing 3 beads emitting a blue glow and a letter. Leviathan accepted the package with thanks, and the young man turned to leave the tent. The moment he stepped out, he let out a breath. So, the noble lady is not only beautiful, but also gentle. Inside the tent, the 3 opened the envelope, only to find it blank. Just as they were puzzled, an ancient voice echoed in their minds. "You must be curious about who Lawrence is, but as soon as I speak, you will surely know." The 3 exchanged glances, confirming that they could all hear it and recognize the voice as that of Mr. Karp from the Academy. "The Bee City will undergo a significant change soon, so try to leave within a week. I also hope you 3 can place these purification beads in 3 different locations. This may influence the situation in the near future. The world is very dangerous now, with demon gods lurking, ancient gods fallen, and the northern demon race eyeing the Empire, which has kept most of its high-tier combatants occupied. Meanwhile, something has happened in the eastern beast forest. As an old carp without any strength, I truly don't know what to do. I don't know what Gust and Garfieldin are waiting for either, but they certainly have their reasons, and I can't be bothered to care. Little ones, don't rush forward in a fit of passion. If the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. The Empire doesn't need you to support its backbone. Protecting yourselves is the greatest contribution to the Empire and the Academy. Place the 3 beads in the Bee City, the Sun and Moon Lake, and on the Windfall Cliff. These 3 locations form a triangle between the Beast City and the Beast Forest. The ancient voice grew fainter until it disappeared. Leviathan looked at the 3 beads in her palm, which emitted a faint glow, and exchanged a nod with the other 2. In the depths of the beast forest, a man holding a blood-red, long sword broke through the bushes in front of him, looking at the massive crack in the ground and grinning. "Don't get too cocky." A cold voice made Hansky shiver, his elongated gaze landing on a branch of a tree. A crow with blood-red eyes stood there. "Yes, my lord." Hansky lowered his head, revealing a humble posture. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the blood sword in his hand, feeling both fear and excitement. A regular 5th-tier warrior had effortlessly slain a high-tier beast in the depths of the beast forest with this sword, something he had never even dared to imagine before. The corpses of the dead high-tier beasts were withered, as if all their blood had been consumed by this devil's sword. The eyes carved on the sword guard seemed to have a life of their own, as if they would open at any moment. And all of this was granted to him by the man before him. Lucifer did not notice Hansky's expression. He did not care. He was only looking at the crack in front of him, the abyss beneath it merging with the crow's deep gaze, as if he truly belonged here. "You can go down now." Lucifer's command was brief. Hansky executed it promptly. The moment the command ended, he jumped down, feeling the wind whistling past his ears and the rapidly changing scenery. A few seconds later, Hansky landed. Lucifer, not far from him, folded his wings and stood on a raised rock. For some reason, he didn't want to stand on anyone else's head in his crow form. "Is this spatial magic?" Hansky asked cautiously. "Yes," Lucifer replied casually, sensing a familiar aura. Suddenly, Lucifer noticed a shift in the surrounding aura and looked at Hansky's sword. Hansky felt the gaze of the divine envoy and looked at the sword in his hand. The blood-red eyes on the sword guard were surveying the surroundings. It first disdainfully glanced at its current master before casually looking at Lucifer. Just an ordinary, until the eyes on the sword guard met the crow's eyes. Deeper red than blood, more profound than the abyss. It had seen this pair of eyes before, or rather, it had seen them not long ago. Hansky broke out in a cold sweat, but remembering that the divine envoy was beside him, he steadied his mind. "Is there anything here that interests you?" Lucifer raised an eyebrow, looking down at the blood sword. "No." The blood sword trembled slightly and replied in a muffled voice. "Huh." Lucifer suddenly smiled, glancing at Hansky, a chill running from Hansky's bones to his limbs. He nearly trembled and gritted his teeth as he threw the blood sword to the ground, stepping on the eye. "The divine envoy asks you a question, and you answer. Do you think we can't do anything about a broken sword?" After doing all this, Hansky casually glanced at Lucifer, noticing the crow showed no reaction, before he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The blood sword beneath his foot didn't say anything more, merely closing its red eyes. Hansky stomped a few more times, cursing under his breath before picking up the blood sword again, looking at Lucifer standing on the rock. "What will you do next, my lord? Are you not worried that I don't mean that?" The crow smiled at Hansky. "I'm not worried. I believe my lord will make the wisest decision." Hansky's gaze was as loyal as a dog wagging its tail at its master. Lucifer found it amusing. He knew that Hansky was merely putting on a facade, but the feeling of "I know you're acting" and I know you're acting" was a first for him. He naturally didn't expose Hansky's thoughts and said, "Let's move on." Hansky felt a sense of relief and raised his head to look at the open ground around them. This isn't the beast forest anymore. Lucifer recalled this familiar feeling. Gust grassland, that illusion in his heart, with endless tender green and fragrance. It was unlikely that anyone in the present world could match Gust's magical prowess. So this space hidden beneath the celestial crack was likely crafted by Gust himself, perhaps even specifically set for this golden dragon. Then, if what Gust said about the golden treasury and the golden secret spell was true, it must also be hidden somewhere in this space. But why did Gust tell him the secret of this golden dragon? And why did he create this space for this beast? Chapter 32. Rainfall, the cliff of falling winds in the forest of beasts, known as the cliff from which even the wind cannot escape. Due to the turmoil set up by Alex, the beasts that originally inhabited this area have gathered towards the edge, leaving only a few scattered low-level beasts behind. Lovillian casually cleared these beasts and stood at the edge of the cliff, watching the waves of beast tides attacking in the distance and the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from the beast city. The girl sighed sadly. The 3 who received the mission split into 3 paths, each placing a water droplet at designated locations, agreeing to meet 10 miles southwest of the bee city. Gently embedding the blue pearl into a crevice in the rocks, Lovilian's heart tightened at the thought of the unknown demonic seed. "Is it you?" The girl stood quietly at the cliff's edge, a gentle breeze brushing against her delicate face, stirring her silky hair. The deep-seated thoughts and emotions within her felt like leaves caught in a wild wind, fluttering down towards the cliff's bottom. Meanwhile, in the mysterious space beneath the rift in the sky, Lucifer sneezed. Shaking his head, he looked towards the enormous tree ahead. Undoubtedly, this was an unprecedentedly gigantic tree. Even thousands of people embracing it together would struggle to completely surround it. From a distance, this colossal tree looked as if it had stepped out of a myth, piercing the clouds and standing tall, seemingly supporting the weight of the entire world. Its thick trunk resembled a towering mountain, its intertwined patterns telling tales of the passage of time and endless vitality. The tree crown overshadowed the sky, with lush branches and leaves resembling a green ocean. Each leaf seemed like a city, a lake, a forest. The massive branches extended into the infinite void. Looking up, one could only see the broad green leaves like cities. The heavy flow of time passed over this tree, ultimately only taking away a few leaves. Hansky was so shocked that he couldn't speak, merely gaping and glancing at Lucifer, pointing at the tree that reached the heavens and the earth. "I know what you want to say, but don't speak yet." Lucifer stared at the towering tree, where the roots formed a massive opening, perhaps just a small gap between the thick, intertwined roots, but for the one person and one crow beneath the roots, it was undeniably enormous. Is this the lair of the golden dragon? Hansky's eyes burned with unprecedented heat, greed and ambition instantly overcoming his fear of the unknown and the gigantic being, until the crow glanced over. Its cold gaze quickly extinguished the flame of ambition in the middle-aged man's heart. Hansky became obedient, lowering his head to look at the ground. Lucifer withdrew his gaze and looked at the golden rune door in the root's crevice. This enormous door emitted a dazzling golden light, flowing across its surface like a vibrant golden river. It seemed to possess life, at times rushing powerfully, splashing countless brilliant sparks, at times flowing slowly, like a thin layer of golden gauze gently covering the door. As the light flowed, vast and powerful magical energy continuously rippled out from the door's crack. This magic was like surging waves, spreading outwards with unparalleled strength. Standing not far away, Hansky felt an invisible pressure rushing towards him, involuntarily staggering back a few steps before barely stabilizing himself. "Take that sword and poke it in." Lucifer's blood-red eyes fixed on Hansky and the sword in his hand. Giving the order, Hansky was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, picking up the blood sword and charging towards the enormous door. Boom! A strong shockwave radiated outwards, and Hansky, holding the sword, had his clothes billowing and hair flying. The crow's feathers were lifted by the fierce wind, yet its gaze remained calm. The blood-red sword emitted a sound of unbearable shattering. The blood-red pupils widened to their maximum, seemingly about to roar. Hansky watched as the slender sword body shattered bit by bit, and the golden ripples before him gradually ceased to flow. His hand holding the sword hesitated slightly. Then, thinking of Lucifer behind him, his eyes took on a hint of madness. With his left leg stepping back and his right leg lunging forward, he used his waist to drive his arm with all his might. With a crisp sound, the terrifying shockwave instantly swept across the area, as if the deity controlling the wind had gone mad. The remaining sounds seemed to be nothing but the roar of the air rushing away and the curses coming from the slender blood-red sword. The mighty giant fell to the attack of the ants, but the ants seemed to pay a broken price for it. The demonic sword from the underworld shattered. Lucifer did not care. Even as the blood sword shattered, he looked in resentment and disbelief at the unmoving crow amidst the raging wind, which remained calm, not even giving the sword a glance. Hansky, who had been violently thrown back against the crow, seemed to realize something and looked fearfully at the crow in front of him. He did not care what the blood sword felt upon entering this space, for he did not intend to let the blood sword leave here. Otherwise, how could the great divine envoy be stopped by the mere secret spell of a golden dragon? Lucifer did not know Hansky's thoughts, but he indeed had a method to break through this door. The simplest way was to use an 8th-tier magic core to forcibly break through. The portion of the Devour authority within the blood sword was retracted. Lucifer looked at the so-called golden treasury without any obstruction. It was not the imagined mountains of gold and silver, but rather a gigantic statue, a statue of a dragon. If that golden dragon, which was the size of half a beast city, were to appear here, it could only submit beneath its enormous body. Majestic and imposing. Lucifer rarely used this term to describe the size of a creature, as there were many large beings in the underworld. However, if the statue before him were a once real creature, it should indeed be 9th tier. The dragon god? Lucifer pondered. The eyes of the dragon god statue shone with golden light, as if the sun beneath the roots of the tree, radiant and brilliant. Lucifer began to call upon the magic power of his 8th-tier magic core, wrapping Hansky in a massive flow of magic. In the blink of an eye, the person and the crow disappeared from their spot. Why not fly? If relying solely on the flying ability of this crow's body, it would probably take until tomorrow to reach their destination. The black magic flow rushed towards the dragon's eye, stopping at the eyelid of the dragon statue. A golden gem, seemingly insignificant in comparison to the enormous pupil, yet its radiance illuminated the entire space. Without the protection of the 8th-tier magic flow, the person and the crow might not even be able to approach this golden gem. Lucifer exerted all his might to activate the magic core, releasing all the magic power within. In Hansky's perception, it was as if another round of black sun had emerged and gradually expanded until he completely lost consciousness. In the last second before losing consciousness, he only saw the pitch-black sun devouring the golden sun. At that moment, the golden dragon battling Gust paused, as if time had frozen. Gust seemed to understand something, letting out a heavy sigh, unparalleled sadness enveloping the entire battlefield. A silver giant sword capable of holding up the sky, wrapped in the chaotic currents of shattered space, plunged vertically into the head of the golden dragon, ultimately penetrating the skull and embedding itself into the ground. The heavy airwaves subdued everything around, a fierce wind passing through, leaving not a blade of grass behind. The old man's face bore no joy of victory, only the sorrow of losing a dear friend, and the light in his eyes, which contained the sun and moon, dimmed slightly. In the pyramid of the underworld, Alex opened his eyes, 2 balls of pale blue flames burning with confusion and doubt. Why did the golden dragon, which had already given up resistance, still possess a lingering will to resist his encroachment? Clearly, if the golden dragon took one more step, devouring a city of the Empire to gain the rule's recognition, plus the life of an 8th-tier dragon, even with Lucifer's unexpected interference in the sacrifice of a dragon, the life force of just one golden dragon would undoubtedly suffice to set up a sacrificial ceremony to summon him. With the immense vitality of the giant dragon building its body, that soaring blood energy is enough to conceal the aura of a 9th-tier demon god's soul. With part of his authority utilized, even if Gust is stronger than this giant dragon, he can still control the golden dragon to step into the beast city. There are still countless lives in the beast city. He certainly looks down on the vitality of these humble lives. The vitality of an 8th-tier giant dragon is worth everything. He only cares about the recognition of earthly rules by humanity, as humans are the favored ones in this realm. He needs this recognition of the rules. But why? At the last moment, did the golden dragon regain a moment of consciousness? Chapter 33. Memories stir the heart, he. Emotionless laughter echoed through the towering pyramid. Alex waved his hand and rose from the throne. The tomb was empty, with only the flickering blue flames in Alex's eyes. Clack, clack, the skull with a ram's head stepped down the stairs, the bones making a crisp sound as they touched the steps. And the blue flames in the skull's eyes deepened. Suddenly sensing something, it halted. Before long, the demon returned to the throne, the flames in its eyes dimming after a brief flare. God's envoy. Dazed, Hens woke up from above the crack in the ceiling, where they had previously been in the bushes, and upon seeing the crow on the branch, he instinctively said, "Eat it." The command echoed in his ears, and Hansk, still confused, saw a fruit-like object emitting black gas appear before him. The ominous black mist swirled around the crow's blood-red eyes. This doesn't seem like a good thing. Hansk swallowed hard but still tremblingly reached for the fruit, exaggerating his movements as he lifted it to his mouth, glancing at the crow on the branch, waiting for a stop command. But there was none. This man, who had struggled his whole life to reach the 4th tier and was well known as a local adventurer, gathered his courage, his eyes filled with unprecedented determination. As he swallowed, the seemingly dry fruit turned to liquid upon entry, the icy sensation piercing his stomach, while an invisible power spread through every vein and tissue in his body. Black veins surfaced on his arms, his body growing stronger and bulkier, dark purple eyes replacing his brown ones. Just a second before the change, Hans tried to widen his eyes, staring intently at the crow ahead, filled with hope. But the noble envoy did not respond. His hair grew wild and turned white. In an instant, the middle-aged adventurer of merely 2 meters transformed into a 5-meter-tall monster with developed muscles. The rebirth you wanted. The crow on the branch chuckled lightly, the wind stirred, and the leaves fell silent. The humanoid monster that Hansk had transformed into paused, wanting to speak but only able to emit muffled sounds. It bowed down, burying its head in the dirt, repeatedly performing a kowtow. Don't worry, you will return to your original form soon. Lucifer did not see himself as a demon who took pleasure in manipulating hearts. He even thought of himself as a good person, just like when he was a child in a welfare home, seeing another child alone and wanting to play. Feeling lonely, Lucifer approached to talk. They became good friends, but the younger, weaker Lucifer soon became the target of bullying. His only friend dared not step forward, even pretending to dislike him in front of the bullies, hoping this would prevent him from being seen as an outsider, hoping this would spare him from bullying, and maybe allow him to blend in with the older kids. Lucifer continued to play with him. After all, there was no one else to play with Lucifer, even if his friend would betray him at times. The insecure child grew up and got into college. Previously, he had never entered a milk tea shop. The kindness of society and the help of the state solved his basic tuition and sustenance, so he thought the world was still good. In the days leading up to the crossing, he held the money he had saved from part-time work, $478. It felt like that amount could give him infinite courage as he approached the milk tea shop. The various drinks on display dazzled him, but in the end, he walked out of the shop without buying anything. It seemed he still couldn't bear to part with it. Then he died. Fortunately, he had quit his summer job the day before, or he would have troubled that kind boss again. This was the first thought that crossed his mind in his last moment. Then he never saw the sun again. The foul, decaying so long for the sun's warmth, even if it meant being shattered. He watched himself grow colder, gradually moving toward him. But he wanted to see the sun one more time, that warm, comforting, reassuring sun. And then he met a beautiful girl he might have avoided on the street in his past life. In front of such a beautiful girl, the insecure boy would always scrutinize his shortcomings and become even more timid. The sun was outside the window behind the girl. It was speechless the moment it arrived in this world, and he woke up in the next moment. The demon in the underworld, filled with rage, slaughter, and wanton destruction, seemed truly fragile in the face of love. This love was not romantic. It was merely the love of care. It might not be sacred, but it certainly had magic, capable of giving flesh to his soul. Lucifer felt the wind and snapped back to reality from his memories. He had originally planned to create some chaos to set anchor points, but now he seemed to miss that girl. Should he go back? The humanoid monster trembled slightly upon hearing it could regain its body, tears almost forming in its eyes, if it could cry at this moment. What was the purpose of the envoy turning him into this? The humanoid monster, transformed from Hansk, received no instructions from the envoy for a long time. Its mountain-like body quivered slightly as it raised its head, seeing the crow on the branch with hollow eyes. Upon spotting the crow, it lowered its head again, fearing to provoke the adult. After a long while, the magic seed just now reshaped your body, the dullness and decay brought by age, along with the hidden scars from youth, will recover in a few days, and you will reach a peak state you have never experienced before. The crow did not turn back to look at the humble Hansk on the ground. Try it yourself. See if you can break through without relying on others' power. Break through your 5th tier. Borrow a bit of courage from your former self, and restore a bit of confidence to your former self. Lucifer's last sentence felt like it was directed at Hansk, but also like it was meant for himself. The monster opened its mouth, seemingly laughing silently, and bowed heavily several times before completely disappearing into the monster forest. Lucifer exhaled at the spot. He originally intended for Hansk, with his monstrous body, to lead the Fallen Legion to launch a second attack on the monster city. But Hansk's humble, desperate gaze reminded him of his past self. It seemed indeed not very good. He didn't want to see the disappointed bubbles in that azure lake. Lovelian stood at the edge of the windfall cliff, hearing the final wail of the golden dragon. Suddenly, it seemed she sensed something. The silver-haired girl turned to look southward, toward the crack in the ceiling. And with her fourth-tier mage vision, she could barely see a black dot slowly approaching her amidst the monster swarm. The enlightened girl smiled, tucking her messy hair behind her ears, clasping her hands behind her back, as if about to meet her other half. The crow that flew over landed squarely on the girl's head, a faint fragrance swirling around it. Lucifer squinted his eyes, feeling very comfortable. "Where have you been?" The girl gently patted the crow's head and walked down the windfall cliff. "To destroy the world," Lucifer suddenly said seriously. "Did you succeed?" The girl asked with a smile. "No." The crow suddenly made a crying face, looking quite comical. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't see the crow on her head. How did it not succeed? How could the great demon lord fail? Of course, it was because a brave girl stopped the great demon with a plate of desserts. Was one plate enough? The girl grasped the crow's head and pulled Lucifer down. "Enough." The crow, grasped by fate, dared not act recklessly. "You will have a chance in the future. Don't rush." The girl placed the crow back on her head, softly saying, "Maybe." The crow looked up towards the distant sky, where Gust was, sensing the gaze from the ground. The 8th-level mage turned to look at Lucifer, whose eyes resembled the sun and moon, filled with calm, yet profound, unspoken, and heavy sorrow. Chapter 34. Secrets. Do you know what I have on me? On the way back, the girl recalled the crow's words in the city of monsters. "You have changed," along with that gaze that seemed to see through everything. "I know." Lucifer did not expect the girl to be so straightforward. Of course, he knew half of the secret authority. Only in this way could he deceive the eyes of the demon god. The girl was not at the 4th level, but at the 5th level. In an instant, as chaos and strife spread, the secret authority within the girl revealed its aura. It was only for a moment, but coincidentally, Lucifer was right beside her, and he keenly sensed this aura. "It has gained intelligence, hasn't it?" Lucifer asked uncertainly. "Yes." The girl slowed her pace, her smooth and delicate calves lightly touching the grass in the woods, like a forest sprite. The breeze lifted her hair, and she said, "I don't know why it suddenly gained intelligence and began to resist my acceptance. Maybe it prefers me." Lucifer said seriously, jokingly, "Is that why you flew away that day?" Lovelian suddenly asked. "Partly," Lucifer admitted frankly, "but I thought I should trust you." The girl laughed, her eyes narrowing into crescents, thanking the demon god for his trust. "It is something I've had since I was born," the girl whispered, only realizing what this silver rune was after reaching the 4th level. "The deepest laws of this world, authority. I have never dared to use its power recklessly, only using it to conceal my aura. This is what I promised my grandfather." "Your grandfather is quite cautious." Lucifer laughed. "So do you need this authority?" "But my grandfather told me that it seems to be incomplete. Is it useful to you?" The girl did not mind Lucifer's interruption and asked directly, "Will you give it to me if I ask?" Lucifer countered, "After all, I'm just a little crow. How could a little crow take something so high-level?" He exaggerated, as if the girl had done something to offend him. After saying that, Lucifer felt a bit off, falling silent. In front of Lovelian, he seemed to lack the majesty and dominance of a demon god, appearing more like a child. "Drama queen." The girl sniffed, saying, "You say you're demon god, but when it suits you, you say you're little crow? Then I'm a demon god now." Lucifer swayed his head, saying, "Give me the authority." He said casually, as if just asking for a glass of water. "How?" Lovelian asked. "You enter the underworld and connect with me." Lucifer's head entered Lovelian's view from above, the crow looking at her in a half upside-down posture. "Will you come? What do you think?" Lovelian straightened the crow's body. You have to promise me that if you can enter the real world in the future, you must respect life and hold reverence for it. If you're worried about that, the best way for you is to stop me from entering the real world." The crow seemed indifferent. "Then you would cry, right?" The girl laughed. "Indeed, very beautiful, but unfortunately no one appreciated it." "Maybe?" Lucifer thought seriously for a moment. "If I deceive you and go on a killing spree after entering the real world, you would definitely cry, right?" "You dare." The girl flared up like a cat with ruffled fur. "No. Just because you say no, it's no? I say no, it's no. What do you think otherwise? I'll ignore you forever." Lucifer laughed in anger, no longer provoking Lovilian. "Let's not talk about this. Will you agree to me?" The girl walked boldly in front of Cat, without worrying at all that the cat would attack. "Just because you promise doesn't mean I will keep it." The black fat cat lightly tapped the hamster's head with its paw, signaling it to behave. Those who do not intend to keep promises would not say that. The hamster ignored it and picked up a nut to throw at the black cat. Hee. The black cat was hit squarely but didn't dare to show its teeth, only shrinking its head back. "Then I will keep my promise." "When will you enter the underworld?" he asked casually, as the incomplete authority is not enough for a demon god to remain hidden in the real world. "Anytime," the girl said seriously. "After giving you the authority, we can continue searching." Lucifer became interested, though he knew this could likely affect whether he would obtain this authority. "What if I already have the remaining hidden authority? Like a devil whispering, asking for souls from people. You know they are after your soul, yet your greed always offers your soul willingly." "If I have it, I have it." This time it was the girl who didn't care. "With me here, you wouldn't dare to do bad things." "So confident?" The crow raised an eyebrow. "Please, you have to admit, you've fallen for me, right?" The girl crossed a small stream in the woods, leaving a fragrant breeze behind. "Indeed confident," the crow murmured. "Making bold claims, being factual is confidence, being unfounded is arrogance. Did you create that underworld teaching?" Lovilian continued to walk with small steps. "No, after all, I've only been in the real world for less than a month." Lucifer shook his head, "But now I am indeed leading their actions." "Did you leave me just to do this?" The girl raised an eyebrow, her curved brows like the moon of her hometown, bright yet cool. "Yes." Lovilian did not ask why, merely to enter the real world. "At that time, when you realized I had a part of the hidden authority, why didn't you tell me directly?" The girl frowned, the pale moonlight reflected in the blue lake beneath her brows dimming. "What do you think?" This seemed like a question that was already known but still required an answer. The girl did not follow Lucifer's "what do you think," but kept silent. "Because I felt I didn't need to." Lucifer felt very calm. "I have my own way. So you don't need me anymore?" One party in a relationship places themselves in a humble position. If this were a normal couple, the other party would never deny them from a high standpoint. This is also a kind of bondage, but unlike moral coercion, both parties are willing. "Of course, I need you," Lucifer answered without hesitation. "Then you can ask me directly." The girl shattered the bottom line. A lack of emotional support in childhood can lead to a child growing up to overly care about others' indifference in daily life and feeling indebted. After falling in love, it seems that only those who are in the giving position can maintain so-called dignity. The inner blockage has no key. So at this time, a domineering and unreasonable lover is often needed. "Do you think I'm unworthy of helping you?" The girl frowned. Lucifer did not answer. A long time passed. "Do you want to come to the underworld?" He extended an invitation to the girl. This ancient existence, with a youthful soul, sincerely invited her. The curve of the girl's lips rose, outlining the moon of tonight. Chapter 35, Confrontation. The position against the tide of beasts. Serendil and Rhine's gazes were drawn to the returning crow above Loviana's head. Unable to contain his curiosity, Rhine asked directly, "Brother Crow, what exactly did you go to do this time?" At that moment, a gentle and steady voice slowly came. Perhaps it went to chase the dreams deep within its heart. As the voice fell, Gust walked steadily towards the three. When Gust got closer, they could see the comforting smile on the old man's face. He appeared just like an ordinary elder, gazing kindly at the younger ones before him. It was as if the thrilling battle from the day before, where they had slain the golden dragon, had nothing to do with him. The person standing here was merely an ordinary old man. Rhine awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Malmar would be proud of you, grandson." The old man smiled at the embarrassed youth. Malmar Hart, a seventh-tier warrior of the Hart family, had once followed the emperor of the Hiss Empire to battle against the demon race, and still stood at the forefront of the war between humans and demons. The youth involuntarily puffed out his chest. The glory of his forebears was indeed something to be proud of. "You are Serendil, right?" The old man turned his gaze to the girl with fiery red hair, and Serendil felt honored. "Yes," she replied, "coming from an ordinary family, yet still standing out. Becoming one of the 10 of Sky Island, your excellence is evident." "Thank you for the praise, Dean," Serendil politely thanked him. The silver-haired old man waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be overly concerned. "Very good." The old man finally looked at the white-haired girl and glanced at Lucifer without leaving a trace. Lucifer noticed the momentary gaze and understood. "I won't disturb you any longer. You should leave here soon. This trial has ended, and you have successfully graduated." Gus said again. "Huh?" Ryan voiced his confusion, and the other two looked at the old man in bewilderment. "The city of beasts cannot be held. The golden dragon is not our true enemy." Gus' expression turned serious. "Gaffleton and I never thought we could save the city of beasts from the enemy. The outcome of this battle has been decided from the very beginning." "Aren't the enemies the tide of beasts?" Ryan shouted, then realized it was inappropriate and lowered his voice. "With your strength, wouldn't it be easy to deal with a beast tide without an 8th tier? But what if the enemy is a demon god? The Lake of Stars, as predicted by the dragon god thousands of years ago to be a fusion point, unexpectedly advanced the merging with the Underworld, Deathwing. The ancient dragon guarding the bottom of the Lake of Stars was banished here by the goddess of light to guard for 1,000 years, only to be unexpectedly polluted in mind by a demon god from the Underworld, leading to the rampant spread of that demon god's authority, which also corrupted the golden dragon. The present world is a collection of positive energies, while the Underworld is naturally a collection of negative energies. Only through the balance of yin and yang can longevity be achieved. The separation of tens of thousands of years has already made the two realms unstable, and even chaos has begun to appear in the present world, like a loophole. The present world and the Underworld have begun to merge preliminarily. The demon god from the Underworld has already begun to show its fangs to the present world. Thinking of this, the old man raised his head and glanced at Lucifer. Will the prophecy of the world tree come true? The old man sighed in his heart as he thought of this. Where are the variables in the prophecy? Could it be you? Not only the city of beasts, but the empire will soon withdraw its western border by 300 kilometers. The old man smiled and said, being the current peak combat strength, he could not show any signs of frustration in front of the younger generation, but he still did not explain the reasons to the three. Ryan also realized that the dean did not want to say much and did not ask further. "Loviana, you did well too. Go leave," the old man said with a smile, the morning light behind him faint, his figure as faint as an ink painting submerged in water. The three exchanged glances and bid farewell to the dean as they left. The old man watched the backs of the three young people, smiling, but he did not leave, only walking slowly to the edge of the camp. "You're the dean of the Narcissus Academy, right?" A young voice rang in the old man's ears. Lumbesa walked to the old man's side, facing him sideways, looking at the many injured knights and mages being brought back, most of them merely covered with a white cloth. People came and went, and a heavy atmosphere hovered over the camp. "Since you know the city of beasts cannot be held, why is the Empire still sending reinforcements here?" Lumbesa pulled out a roll of tobacco from his chest, lit it, and gray smoke rose, obscuring the young man's eyes. "You're Lumbesa, right?" Gus quickly reacted. "The commander who played with one of the 10 demon kings, Nelson, at the front line? A very good young man. I didn't expect the Empire to call you back." "Too much praise, Dean," Lumbesa said flatly, his voice slightly hoarse in the smoke. The young man cleared his throat. "Not being able to study at Narcissus Academy has always been my regret." Though he said so, his tone remained as calm as a windless lake. Hee. Gus did not say much further. The news about the demon god in the Underworld should have been communicated to the higher-ups of the Empire, right? The old man's eyes seemed to pierce through the distant layers of trees to see the still chaotic city of beasts ahead. "Yes," Lumbesa replied, neither servilely nor arrogantly, not bowing down because the old man was the strongest of the human race. "The Empire will notify soon." The old man smiled and said, "But it wouldn't hurt to tell you in advance. The Underworld and the present world are about to merge, and a quarter of the territory west of the Empire will soon become a direct battlefield between the Empire and the Underworld. The old man spoke startlingly. This nearly 1,000-kilometer land was about to become a dead zone, a lifeless land of death. If the present world and the Underworld merge, then who can resist the demon gods? What significance does the opening of this battlefield have? Lumbesa was shocked for a moment, but then questioned. At 27, he was merely at the peak of the 5th tier, but he knew there was a vast difference between the 5th and 6th tiers, let alone the 8th and 9th tiers. Then how can humans, with a maximum combat strength of only the 8th tier, resist a 9th tier demon god? Those demon gods still cannot enter the present world, Gus said lightly. Perhaps due to his gloomy mood, the old man spoke a lot today. There are rules in the present world that prevent demon gods from entering, and there are also rules that prevent beings in the present world from exceeding the 9th tier. Lumbesa's heart trembled greatly. If only one demon emperor could cause so much trouble for the human race, then how about the Underworld, which had multiple demon gods and countless demon emperors? How could they cope? In that instant, Lumbesa felt an unusual burning sensation in his fingertips. He suddenly came to his senses and looked down, only to realize that the cigarette he held was nearly burnt out. Ashes fell like snow, as if telling the quiet passage of time. Lumbesa instinctively raised his head to look beside him. However, the old man who should have been sitting there was nowhere to be seen. Adventurers and supporting warriors came and went, but Lumbesa only felt emptiness. At the Lake of Stars, Gus' figure appeared, and almost simultaneously, a crow emerged from the shadows on a branch. A man and a crow locked eyes. According to our agreement, you should not interfere with the present world. A white light flashed across the ring on the old man's finger, and a seed emitting dark energy appeared in his hand. Your handiwork? Chapter 36. By the lakeside of the stars indeed. Lucifer responded thoughtfully, such meaninglessness. The old man shook his head steadily. This white-haired elder, standing at the pinnacle of human sorcery, gazed intently at the calm lake of stars. His sharp eyes seemed capable of piercing through the lake's waters obscured by the stars, reaching the lake bed directly. The current world still forbids the existence of 9th tier beings. Gus stepped forward, treading upon the water's surface. Even if you have means to enter this world, you can only do so at the 8th tier. Moreover, due to your identity as a demon god, the power you can retain after entering this world will be even less. Since you know that this world does not permit the existence of 9th tier beings, why do you need my help to enter the 9th tier in our agreement? How can I help you? The crow perched on a branch spoke with a smile. You have methods to evade the rules. Naturally, I do too. Gus smiled in understanding. I underestimated the means of a demon god. The old man took a step forward, causing ripples to spread across the lake surface. Changing the subject, he asked, do you know there are anomalies at the bottom of the Lake of Stars? It was both a question and a statement of certainty. After all, the magical patterns on the Holy Light Sword in the Holy Temple had issued a warning the moment the demon god entered this world. This time, it was an unprecedented brilliance. A flicker of light passed through the current world, and not long after, the light bloomed, sustaining for a long time. The fleeting light was likely from a demon god who had not entered the world but had activated their power. The subsequent enduring light must be the demon god personally descending into the world. Gus was certain that the demon god who had entered was Lucifer. Otherwise, the destruction of the Beast City could not be so minimal. The power unleashed casually by a 9th tier being far exceeds the limits that a great city can withstand. I know, Lucifer spoke. When my true form descended, I could feel its atmosphere resembling that of the Underworld, like two worlds on the verge of merging. However, he did not believe that the Underworld would continue to merge with the current world. As one of the supreme wills of the Underworld, his perception of the entirety of the Underworld would not be mistaken. Such a merger is undoubtedly extremely special and rare. Have you heard of the prophecy of the World Tree from 10,000 years ago? Lucifer was unclear about this prophecy from 10,000 years ago and did not know what the World Tree was, but he maintained his composure. 5 demon gods from the Underworld were peering into the current world, their savage fangs gleaming, as the ambition and unwillingness of the souls and failures from the Underworld were ignited. Burning, 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 the flames of war reignited the entire world. Gods fell, and the stars dimmed. The old man chanted the prophecy as if softly singing an ancient poem. But there are only 4 demon gods in the underworld. Lucifer looked into the old man's eyes, which shone like the sun and moon, filled with unprecedented seriousness. He recalled something, the chaotic and twisted demon god, that newly born demon god, just birthed from the essence of the underworld, had its spine, inscribed with power, pulled out by his brother. Its blood spilled into the chasms left by the world's great war, while its remaining corpse was fought over by other demon gods. The specifics were unclear. He only remembered the essence of the underworld seemed to be grieving, and the blood rain fell heavily. Is it because of me? Did the prophecy deviate? Lucifer gazed at his black feathers, deep in thought. Gust looked at the crow in contemplation, remaining silent. He turned to look at the bottom of the lake of stars. Gently stamping his foot, silver light extended from the old man's feet, covering the lake's surface. Soon, the surface of the lake appeared as if it had frozen over. A thin layer of ice reflecting silver light, the mysteries of space flowing like water on the surface of the ice. At the bottom of the lake of stars, Quillid, with a mouth full of crimson, had a frenzied gaze, as if he had lost his sanity, continuously banging his head against the rocky wall. Each impact sounded like a siege hammer striking a bronze door, echoing with immense thuds. Beside the deranged old man lay a black skeleton, devoured of most of its flesh. The massive skeleton only had sparse flesh hanging on its pitch-black bones, telling the tale of the misfortune of this noble dragon. Suddenly, a strange rune spread out around the altar. Quillid, upon being touched by the rune, seemed to regain his sanity in an instant. His eyes clearing up, but he seemed no longer to be the original Quillid. The calm Quillid ignored the scar on his forehead, looking at the black skeleton beside him, sneering disdainfully, his gaze penetrating through the heavy rock layers, all the way to the silver ice layer on the lake's surface. The old man by the lakeside also seemed to be watching the disdainful smile of the man at the lake bed. Calmly, Lucifer seemed to sense something and turned his gaze to the bottom of the lake. For no reason, he too smiled disdainfully. The smile of Quillid at the lake bed froze on his face like dried meat. "It seems you know each other," Gust whispered. "You should know you are speaking nonsense." Lucifer turned to look at the white-haired old man beside him, speaking bluntly. Yes, the old man laughed, lightly splashing the lake water. Instantly, the vast surface of the lake was disrupted, retracting inward. The entire lake of stars was enveloped by immense spatial magic, collapsing in circles under the command of the magic's master, all the way to the hall behind the bronze door and to Quillid, who was using magic to resist the collapse. However, the now frail old man appeared to be struggling. It seems these transient anomalies cannot allow a demon god to exert all their strength in this world. The old man looked at Lucifer, implying something. Yes, Lucifer acknowledged calmly. If I did not possess half of the secrets, I wouldn't even be able to kill that black dragon at the bottom of the lake after entering this world. On the other side, Lavillian, waiting for Yelan's arrival, furrowed her brow, her gem-like pure eyes gazing at the direction Lucifer had just flown away. The surface of the azure lake rippled. "What's wrong, Lavillian?" The nearby Thranduil noticed his friend's concerns and asked softly. "It's nothing." Lavillian covered her heart with her hand. Feeling a bit stifled, the silent girl pondered within, "What do you really want?" The white-haired girl pursed her lips, the breeze passing by, as if stirring the curtains of the girl's thoughts. Lake of Stars, unparalleled darkness enveloped the entire Lake of Stars, including the old man who had just cast spatial magic. Gust looked at the profound darkness beneath his feet, stunned for a moment, then smiled in relief. The crow, which could be easily manipulated just days ago, had now transformed into an uncontrollable demon god. The old man calmly raised his head to look at the crow, as dark as ink. The deep darkness devoured everything, including the magic of space. Eighth tier, the old man smiled bitterly, an eighth tier with power. This is something I cannot contend against. Gust had not anticipated that there was also an eighth tier magical beast at the bottom of the Lake of Stars, which was deadly. This meant a demon god possessed a magical power reserve comparable to his own, and in terms of power, he could not mobilize the authority of time and space, while the other party was the demon god who governed corruption and death. Gust wanted to use spatial magic beside the Lake of Stars to temporarily seal the incoming demon god, while also giving a warning to the restless collaborator. But that seemed improbable now. It was very likely that this place would be the end of his life. The magical power circulating within him for 100 years surged wildly, and the colors of the sun and moon in the old man's eyes grew deeper, but stopped at the sound of voice. "No need." Lucifer glanced at the old man about to launch an attack. "I'm not your enemy." The heavy and profound darkness faded away, as if it had never appeared. Then how to explain the demon's seed? The demon's seed is merely a whim. They will soon disappear. Lucifer noticed the old man's confusion. "If I wish, I can achieve what I want. You can no longer stop me." Finally, the crow on the branch gave the old man a look. It was a declaration, as well as a warning, leaving the old man standing in place. And the lonely quilled. Chapter 37. Return. Lucifer stood on the girl's shoulder, occasionally feeling the gentle breeze that carried the faint fragrance of the white-haired girl, as if he were among a field of flowers. "What did the director say to you?" Lovalion communicated with Lucifer through thought. "Nothing much." Lucifer's gaze drifted to the distant sky, seeming to think it too perfunctory. "With the secret, I can already enter the mortal realm." The crow looked at the girl's delicate profile, and she turned her head. The distance between their eyes was less than 5 centimeters, but the distance between their hearts was even closer. "Do you need me to enter the underworld?" The girl gently blinked her eyes, the azure lake rippling as she softly spoke. "No need." Lucifer shook his head. "My soul is right here." He nodded again. "Do I need to do anything?" "No need." Lucifer provided a negative answer. "You don't even need to permit me. I can forcibly take the authority within you that seems to have already gained sentience. But once I take the authority, your strength will become exposed under high-level perception." Lucifer pondered for a long time. "Are you really ready?" "I've been at the 4th tier for a long time. It's time to advance." The white-haired girl smiled. "Are you really ready?" "A demon god will enter the mortal realm because of your help. Though due to the secret, this demon god cannot exert all of their strength." Lucifer shook his head, dismissing the wild thoughts. "Just trust." Suddenly, the place where the 3 of them and the crow were located was covered by a massive shadow. Lovalion looked up. A gigantic drake descended onto the grass in front of them, exuding an unmatched aura. As it landed, steam erupted from the seemingly indestructible gaps in its scales, like a heavy steam engine. "It's time to leave." Sarandiel glanced back at the city of beasts and softly said, "What a magical journey." Reinhardt similarly expressed his sentiments. The city of beasts, standing for hundreds of years in the beast forest, had just fallen, and they had become witnesses to the city as destruction. Is the power of a demon god really that terrifying? The two looked up at the sky simultaneously, the boundless blue reflecting in their eyes. But the sky offered no answers. "It's time to go." Lovalion, standing on the dragon's back, looked at the still-dazed Sarandiel and Reinhardt. As for Lucifer, he had already found a small area on the dragon's back to crouch down. The two climbed onto the drake's body, and with the powerful flapping of its wings, the surrounding grass was pressed down by the strong wind as the drake took to the sky. In the bustling suburbs of the imperial capital, an ancient building stood tall. This was the residence of the Bradley family. In the spacious and bright hall, a huge ancient mirror was placed, standing quietly like a sleeping giant. Suddenly, the ancient mirror flickered with a faint light. Audro noticed the anomaly of the mirror and looked towards it. "I have a bad feeling. I sense something terrible is about to happen," Doral said calmly, seemingly accepting of his fate. However, Audro chuckled dismissively, stroking his graying beard. "Haha, don't worry. Who will be interested in a mirror?" He clearly did not take the concerns of the being within the mirror to heart. "If you knew that a powerful 8th-tier demon emperor was hidden within this mirror, you probably wouldn't be so relaxed." Doral silently lamented in his heart, as the originally exquisite and intricate patterns on the back of the ancient mirror began to twist and distort, as if calculating something. At that moment, Audro looked up at the distant sky, murmuring, "The lady should be back soon." A hint of anticipation and contentment showed in his eyes. "Soon," he added with emotion, "if it weren't for the old general personally writing to inform me, I truly wouldn't dare believe that such legendary beings as demon gods still exist in the world today." The old general, having experienced the vicissitudes of life and fought throughout his life, couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of this, a look of regret appeared on Audro's face. It's a pity my body is no longer what it used to be. I can't accompany the general into battle anymore. Looking at the aging face in the mirror, he sighed. Suddenly, the surface of the ancient mirror rippled like flowing water, revealing the image of a young and valiant man. Smiling with hair flying, a high nose, and deep-set eyes that seemed to see through everything. Audro certainly recognized the person in the mirror. It was his former self, the one who fought alongside the leader on the battlefield, slaying the demon race. The old man looked at his reflection in silence for a long time. Finally, he waved his hand, causing the valiant image in the mirror to dissipate, while softly saying, "You never concede in flattering others." "Perhaps," Doral replied nonchalantly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. In fact, what he had just done was merely provide an opportunity for an old friend to reminisce. However, for him, there seemed to be little worth recalling from the past. Since his inception, he had been at the third tier, struggling in the terrifying underworld. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, where every moment was filled with endless danger and cruelty. To survive and become stronger, Doral had to engage in fierce battles with other equally powerful beings. They devoured each other, competing solely to stand out in this bloody competition. After countless life and death struggles, Doral successfully broke through to the 8th tier. But looking back at the past, his endless memories were filled only with slaughter and bloodshed. To him, living might just be an instinct, a choice to continue existing in this world. Until he angered Alex, the great and noble demon god of the underworld. His soul was imprisoned and exiled, but inadvertently entered the mortal realm. As his sleeping soul awakened, emotions gradually began to emerge. Sensing that his friend beside him seemed to be reminiscing about the past, Doral smiled inwardly. Audro clearly spoke of not caring, but deep down, he still longed to return to the battlefield against the demon race. Sky Island, the rampant currents did not shake the majestic and colossal Sky Island in the slightest. As if there were invisible hands steadily holding it, calm and powerful. The white-tailed carp swayed its body, drifting in the air like leaves in the wind. The aged eyes watched as the drake descended in the distance. Next to the carp were Kayet and Sasliel. As Lovalian and the others dismounted from the dragon's back, the carp instantly appeared in front of Lovalian, looking at Lucifer. "You surprised me." The carp's eyes narrowed slightly, gazing at Lucifer above the girl's head, emitting a dangerous glint. This was conveyed through magical sound. "Old thing, just wait to die and don't meddle too much." Lucifer was always ruthless with his words, even if everyone thought he was wrong. "Huh." The carp chuckled, flicked its tail, leaving Lucifer with its back. While a hoarse voice came from a carp, "You've done quite well. The future is your battlefield." Hearing this, Reinhardt lowered his head, his eyes reddening. Feeling helpless in the face of danger was not pleasant. Sarandiel's mindset was much better, but seeing Reinhardt bow his head in silence, her mood also grew heavy. In the distance, Kayet and Berlorns approached, looking at the three of them. The scholarly Kayet patted Reinhardt's shoulder. "Didn't Ancia come back with you?" Balorins slightly raised his hand, signaling him to speak. The once gloomy eyes were no longer like a stagnant pool, but filled with concern. This time, there were 3 groups of students from Narcissus Academy heading to the monster forest. Kaya and Balorins in one group, Loviana, Reinhardt, and Thranduil in another, and Angzia in a solo group. Loviana and Thranduil exchanged glances, slightly shook their heads, and were about to mention that they hadn't seen Angzia when suddenly a voice echoed in Loviana's heart lake. In the monster forest, a 6th-tier demon seemed to be following her, Lucifer said briefly. How could there be a 6th-tier demon within the Empire? Before the girl could finish her confusion, Thranduil had already explained the situation to Sazriel. After receiving a response, Balorins appeared quite dejected, waved his hand, and left. Chapter 38, Division returning to the family residence. Lovalian seemed a bit tired, and the luster of the azure lake had dimmed slightly. Audro, who greeted her at the door, looked at his young lady's weary expression and didn't know what to say, eventually offering just a few words of encouragement. The girl walked into the hall, and suddenly, the ancient mirror at the entrance trembled violently, its intricate patterns twisting rapidly, as if something extremely terrifying appeared before it. Lucifer's crimson eyes were fixed on the trembling ancient mirror, like a hunter watching its prey struggling in a trap, mocking yet still steadily approaching the prey. The crow summoned by Lovelian is a demon god. The ultimate malice of the world instantly engulfed Daler's mind, leaving this exiled, 8th-tier underworld creature with only the blood-red gaze of Lucifer in his mind. Lovelian looked at the shaking mirror with a puzzled expression, turning to Lucifer on her shoulder, only to find that at some point, the crow's eyes had turned pure blood-red. However, unlike Dalar, who was also staring into the blood-red eyes of the mirror, the girl felt no discomfort at all. "What are you doing?" The blood color in the crow's eyes faded, revealing an 8th-tier underworld creature in the mirror. Its deep black pupils flowed with reason, and the mirror it inhabited bore fragments of secrets. If a demon god were to enter the real world, it must possess the complete secrets. Lucifer looked into Lovelian's eyes and spoke slowly. "The price for my normal entry into the real world is that you lose your secrets in the death of the being in the mirror. By the way, the feeling of being stripped of power is quite unpleasant," Lucifer added. "Such a price, can you accept it?" Lucifer's final question was said with a smile. "Is there any way for me to stop you?" Lovelian asked softly. "There is," Lucifer continued to smile. The girl looked at Lucifer in confusion. "All you need to say is, 'I do not wish to.'" Lucifer gazed into the girl's azure eyes, which seemed to possess infinite magical allure, attracting his soul. "It's that simple," he said with a smile. Before Lovelian could respond, he added, "When I was setting up the demon's seed, I was thinking of entering the real world through another means, and this method has a high success rate." The crow turned its head to look at the sky outside the hall. "Can you guess why I gave up?" He turned back to the girl, smiling brightly. "Because of me?" The girl pointed at herself, her eyes sparkling with joy. This time, Lucifer did not speak. Lovelian suddenly laughed. "You really, really like me, don't you, little crow?" She hugged the crow in her arms and twirled around, her pure white hair dancing in the air, the sunlight illuminating her fair skin, as if an angel were descending. Odro didn't understand why his young lady had suddenly become so excited, but seeing Lovelian so happy, he gently smiled at the entrance of the courtyard. The next day, warm sunlight poured into the girl's bedroom, and a gentle breeze occasionally brought the scent of flowers, filling the air with vitality. The girl, with disheveled hair, woke up in her white bed wearing pajamas, her fair arms resting on her forehead. Looking at the crow beside her pillow with its eyes closed, she smiled dazedly. She reached out to embrace the crow, her lips curling into a blissful smile. The scent of the girl enveloped Lucifer, and he opened his eyes, only to see the girl's delicate collarbone and fair skin. "Another hug, and I'll suffocate." Lucifer shook his head and pulled his head out. Looking at the girl's smiling eyes, he suddenly felt weak. "Don't. Just one more hug." The girl reached out to embrace Lucifer again. This time, Lucifer didn't resist. Only a bit more smile appeared in his eyes. The girl lay on her side on the bed, looking at the crow in her arms. "I know Dalar is an underworld creature, but it's 8th tier? I always thought it was just a slightly smarter lower tier underworld being." The girl looked a bit incredulous. "Are you surprised?" Lucifer adjusted his position in the girl's embrace. A bit, the girl sniffled, then slightly furrowed her brows and pouted. "Did you already know it was an 8th tier demon king in a mirror?" "Yes," Lucifer replied calmly. "And what do you mean by already know? It's been less than a month. Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" The girl's slender fingers bent, tapping the crow's head lightly, laughing softly. Lucifer winced in pain, but didn't say more. "Once you obtain the complete secret's authority, can you enter the real world in your true form?" The girl seemed to ask with some anticipation. Lucifer nodded slightly. The girl slightly parted her lips, whispering in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Then I'll give you mine." As she spoke these words, her eyes seemed to be suddenly infused with a light, becoming bright and twinkling. At this moment, the girl's delicate white feet were also restlessly swaying in the air, like flowers dancing in the wind. Just as she was swaying, she suddenly seemed to think of something, her movements abruptly stopping. After a brief pause, she added, "But you need to ask Dalar about its authority." Hearing the girl's words, Lucifer playfully asked, "What if it disagrees?" His tone carried a hint of teasing and mockery. "If it disagrees, it still has to agree," the girl said boldly, as if she were a general with a guaranteed victory. You must have a way to spare Dale's life, right? She changed the subject, looking at Lucifer with a pitiful expression. After all, the little mirror hadn't he done anything wrong. Lucifer's eyes still brimmed with laughter. Seeing the crow smile, the girl laughed too, lifting the crow in her arms. Little crow is the best. Breakfast time. Odro had already finished his meal. This elder, who followed the 7th-tier warrior in battles, was merely a nominal steward. Even Lovilien's parents would greet him. At this moment, the elder stood by the dining table, smiling as he watched the scene of the girl playing with the crow. It had been a long time since the young lady smiled like this. Ever since her parents passed away, Lovelien seemed to have built a high wall around her heart, deeply sealing away her real and vibrant self. She still smiled and cried, but those were merely surface emotions and could not fully represent her true feelings deep inside. Perhaps she was not much different from before, still able to handle the various trivialities of life and interpersonal relationships. Or more accurately, she was still brimming with the vitality known as life force. The current young lady is truly wonderful. A knock on the door interrupted the elder's thoughts. A white-haired maid entered the hall with the elder's permission, slightly bowing, and presented an envelope sent by the Narcissus Academy, reminding the young lady to open it personally. She offered the letter with both hands. Odro took the envelope. The white surface bore the imprint of a narcissus flower, and the intricate patterns seemed to exude a rich fragrance. He slightly closed his eyes, concentrating to sense the magical circuit hidden within the envelope. Thin, weak yet exceptionally clear magical lines gradually emerged under his consciousness, intertwining like a spiderweb. This was indeed the proof from the Narcissus Academy. The elderly man held the envelope, his gaze falling on the girl not far away, who was completely focused on coloring the crow's wings with cream. Ahem, the elder gently cleared his throat, trying to catch the girl's attention. However, the girl, immersed in her creative world, seemed unaware of the elder's actions and remained dedicated to applying cream. The maid standing nearby couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at the scene. The girl, who seemed to awaken from a dream upon hearing laughter, lifted her head. When her gaze met that of the old man and the giggling maid, a faint blush instantly appeared on her originally snow-white cheeks, resembling a delicate flower about to bloom, both shy and enchanting. A letter from the Narcissus Academy, the old man said with a smile, slowly extending the envelope in his hand towards the girl. Chapter 39. Fear, Dear Lovelien. The graduation ceremony will be grandly held this Sunday at the Sky Island Mansion. Please attend on time. This ceremony will be an important moment in your academic career, and we look forward to witnessing this glorious moment with you. We hope you can prepare in advance to greet this special day in the best possible way. Narcissus Academy. This brief letter lay in Lovilien's fair and slender hand, the stationery exuding a faint fragrance of daffodils. She gently unfolded the letter, her gaze sweeping over the concise and clear words. When she finished reading the last word, the exquisite daffodil pattern that was originally embossed on the stationery suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light. The light, like a lively spirit, instantly filled the entire room. As the light continued to intensify, the stationery gradually became transparent, as if it were merging into this radiance. In the blink of an eye, the entire letter transformed into countless tiny specks of light, slowly dispersing like brilliant stars in the night sky. These specks of light intertwined and spun in the air, eventually disappearing without a trace, leaving only a faint, elusive fragrance lingering in the air. Lucifer, who had been silently observing nearby, raised an eyebrow and softly congratulated Lovelien. Congratulations on your graduation. Lovilien's beautiful and delicate face did not reveal much surprise. She simply replied lightly, graduation. However, the slight furrow of her brow still hinted at her complex emotions. Lovelien gently shook her head, gestured to Odro, and then walked back into the room, with Lucifer following closely behind. She softly closed the bedroom door, as if shutting out the noise and turmoil of the outside world. The girl slowly turned around, her gaze, gentle as water, fell on Lucifer. Her arms, as tender as sheep-fat jade, cautiously stretched out and softly embraced Lucifer. Her blue eyes resembled a deep ocean, rippling with intricate emotions. These emotions intertwined, seemingly with 1,000 words to express, yet unsure where to begin. You can always stay by my side, right, little crow? Lovilienne softly parted her lips, her voice as clear and pleasant as wind chimes in a gentle breeze. However, as soon as she spoke, she seemed afraid of receiving an uncertain answer and quickly added, "No speaking, okay?" After saying this, she extended her slender finger and lightly tapped Lucifer's head, indicating it should remain silent. Lucifer quietly gazed at the girl, fully aware of her current thoughts and worries. "When you obtain complete authority, will you be able to come to the real world to accompany me?" As she spoke, she gently pressed her smooth forehead against Lucifer's dark forehead. The slightly warm contact made Lucifer's heart flutter, as if a warm current had spread throughout his body. Yes. At the same time, he clumsily attempted to flap his wings, gently patting the girl's back, hoping to convey a bit of warmth and comfort. Upon hearing Lucifer's answer, a radiant smile blossomed on the girl's face. As charming and beautiful as flowers blooming in spring, she slightly lifted her head, her gaze unwavering and serious as she looked at Lucifer, solemnly saying, "Then I will give the authority to you now." The girl closed her eyes, her slightly trembling eyelashes perhaps representing her current unease. After waiting for a long time, she opened her eyes and saw Lucifer smiling at her. "You actually bullied me again." The charming girl pouted her brows, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at Lucifer in front of her, and she huffed in annoyance. She raised her delicate little hand and mercilessly struck Lucifer's head. However, this seemingly fierce blow felt somewhat soft when it landed on Lucifer's head. Nonetheless, Lucifer still put on a pitiful appearance, covering the spot that had been hit, blinking innocently at the girl. Then, he slowly raised his head to meet the girl's angry gaze, explaining leisurely, although taking away authority usually causes immense pain. That's only for ordinary people. For someone as experienced as me, it won't be too torturous for you. Upon hearing this, the girl's originally tense little face instantly drooped, her cheeks puffing up like two ripe peaches, tinged with a faint blush. Her round and lovely face looked like a budding flower, ready to bloom at any moment. Then, she extended her slender fingers and poked at a soft spot on Lucifer's body again. Seeing this, Lucifer reacted swiftly, lightly sidestepping to easily avoid the girl's attack. However, unfortunately, he ultimately could not evade the girl's subsequent blow to his head. With a crisp bang, this time it landed solidly on his head. "What about Daler?" The girl slightly squinted her beautiful eyes, which were now even more enchanting, like a deep lake shrouded in mist, profound and mysterious, as if it held endless secrets and emotions that made one eager to explore. Amidst the swirling mist, clouds and rosy hues seemed to rise, making the entire scene dreamlike. Hearing the girl's question, Lucifer still wore a cheerful expression, but his tone carried a subtle gravity. His situation is indeed a bit complicated. His authority has solidified into a mirror, but for me, it's not a big problem. At most, it just requires some time. Upon hearing this, the girl eagerly inquired, "Then how long will it take?" However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly felt that she had asked too eagerly. So she shyly twirled a few strands of hair with her slender fingers and softly added, "And Daler hasn't done anything wrong." As she spoke, the girl unconsciously stole a glance at Lucifer, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. Lucifer raised an eyebrow and confidently replied, "With me protecting him, wanting to die is not an easy task." As he spoke, Lucifer's dark feathers seemed to reflect a proud light, drawing attention. Seeing Lucifer so confident, Lovilienne couldn't help but smile brightly. She quickly clapped her hands, her movements lively and energetic, like an innocent child praising something she loved. She reached out her hand to gently stroke Lucifer's crow head. "Little crow is really amazing." This gesture made Lucifer feel quite appreciated. He even comfortably squinted his eyes, fully enjoying the gentle care from the girl. Chapter 40. The present world in the evening. The sunset slowly unfolded like a stunning painting. The sun emitted a particularly gentle glow, resembling a kind old man spreading his last warmth over the earth. The orange light at the horizon blended with the blue-purple hues of the sky, as if God had accidentally knocked over a palette, causing these colors to intertwine freely and form a dreamlike landscape. The imposing and grand residence of the Bradley family loomed tall, with its gates rising high. Being in the suburbs, and with the Bradley family's intentional seclusion, there were hardly any signs of people around. A young girl stepped through the gate, gazing at the ancient mirror before her. At the same time, a crow perched above her curiously looked into the mirror's surface, as if it had pierced through the surface and was peering directly into the soul of the mirror. The wide mirror no longer trembled. It seemed to know its fate and awaited the arrival of the sword of Damocles. Nothing to say. The crow spoke with a mischievous smile. No, thou la replied calmly. As a strange light flickered across the mirror, seemingly looking at Leviathan, though he hadn't expected that the Saintess of the Holy Light would coexist harmoniously with a demon. The long years flowed past him, but such a scene was truly unheard of. Are you really the 8th-tier demon king from the Underworld? Though it had long been confirmed, Leviathan found it hard to imagine that the inconspicuous magical mirror, which usually flattered her, concealed the soul of an 8th-tier monarch. Lucifer was the same way. Was the wind of the Underworld just a form of flattery? The girl's eyes suddenly curved like a crescent moon, her lips slightly rising, revealing a sly smile, as if she had thought of something very amusing. Ahem! Lucifer gently cleared his throat, signaling Leviathan to continue speaking. This was the result they had agreed upon, for the girl to explain to Dollar and have him cooperate. The mirror that carries you is something the little crow desires, Leviathan said seriously, her smile fading. You need not worry about being discovered by the rules of the present world and suffering divine punishment. The little crow will protect you back to the Underworld. The girl patted the crow on her head, and Lucifer nodded in response. Is this a multiple-choice question? Dollar wanted to retort, but didn't he know where to start? It can be. The being in the ancient mirror spoke in a deep voice. He didn't understand why the noble demon cared about his thoughts. But he didn't refuse the demon's authority. You need not worry about Alex. Lucifer guessed Dollar's concerns. He would no longer pursue you. Thank you. Dollar hadn't expected there would be after-sales service after selling his authority. After a moment of silence, he asked, May I ask your name? Leviathan could even see the nervousness of the being in the mirror. Fall in death. Lucifer, the crow said nonchalantly. Moments later, a pale, humanoid figure appeared in the mirror, which was unlike a human in that it had no facial features. Only a large eye opened and closed where its navel would be. It resembled some low-tier demons. And if it weren't for Lucifer's confirmation, she would find it hard to believe this was an 8th-tier monarch. Some high-tier demons in the present world had their own system of etiquette, orderly with hierarchy. On the surface, they even seemed more dignified than humans. Only low-tier demons retained a chaotic appearance. Lucifer was not overly surprised. There were hardly any beings resembling humans in the Underworld, except for a few extremely special ones. And even humanoid beings were quite rare. But for some unknown reason, in the Underworld, the higher the degree of anthropomorphism, the stronger the power. Of course, there were exceptions, like Alex. Thus, most Underworld beings were evolving towards humans, such as the typical Underworld creature, the human face flower. Without further contemplation, Lucifer, who had been quietly sitting atop the girl's snow-white hair, slowly stood up. The previously deep and mysterious pupils of Lucifer were undergoing an astonishing transformation. The blood-red color at the center of his pupils spread outward like spilled red ink, rapidly expanding until it completely stained his entire eye. The scarlet whirlpool spun in his eyes, exuding a chilling aura, as if it contained a terrifying power capable of devouring all souls. At the moment Dollar locked eyes with those blood-red pupils, an irresistible pull surged, and his consciousness felt as if it were a kite with its string cut, instantly losing control and plunging into endless darkness. From the girl's perspective, she only saw the faceless figure in the mirror vanish without a trace at an astonishing speed. Immediately, the entire mirror began to develop fine cracks, which spread rapidly like a spider's web. With a crisp snap, the mirror shattered completely into countless tiny fragments, each flickering with a dim light. Then, these fragments transformed into dots of gray light rain, as if drawn by some mysterious force, continuously merging into the body of the crow, who, after completing this series of actions, the crow exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Its fatigue was not solely due to successfully taking Dollar's authority. More importantly, it had expended a lot of energy and stamina to safely return an 8th-tier Underworld being while in a relatively weak form. Is it over? Leviathan carefully removed the crow from her head and watched its eyes with concern. She saw Lucifer's originally scarlet pupils gradually returning to their normal pitch-black hue, which relieved Leviathan, who had been anxious. About right, Lucifer replied. Once I return to the Underworld, I just need to erase the part of the authority that has gained sentience. Part of the authority on Leviathan had gained sentience. Give me a minute. After saying this, the crow fell backward, and the girl quickly caught it in her hands. What happened, miss? The maid, holding a water jug, softly asked as she looked at her mistress's appearance. Nothing. Leviathan concealed her complex and joyous emotions as she replied. She glanced at the water jug in the maid's hand. Let me have it. I'll water the plants today. After saying this, she reached out to take the silver water jug. The maid was taken aback for a moment, but did not stop her. She simply stood by and watched her mistress's excited demeanor, along with the crow that had been placed on her head and seemed to be sleeping. Under Leviathan's elegant and subtle gesture, the maid dressed in plain attire nodded slightly, then walked away with soft and silent steps, leaving the tranquil courtyard. An entire courtyard. Only the graceful girl stood alone. The girl stood elegantly in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by vibrant and competing flowers. She gently hummed a melodious song, her voice flowing like a clear stream, intertwining with the rustling sound of the breeze brushing through the flowers, together forming a wonderfully exquisite natural symphony. At the same time, she held a delicate water jug in her hand, slightly tilting the spout as cool spring water cascaded from it like a silver waterfall. These crystal-clear droplets accurately hit the vibrant flowers, instantly splashing countless tiny water droplets, leaving behind beads of dew on the petals and green leaves like pearls. At this moment, Leviathan felt particularly joyful, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight, and her lips involuntarily curling into a charming arc. It was as if the entire world had become more beautiful because of her good mood. The gradually rising moon emitted a gentle glow, beautiful and dazzling. Tonight, the gentle wind seemed to caress the courtyard softly, carrying a waft of floral fragrance. Chapter 41 has arrived. Dong dong, like the sound of a knock on the door. A sudden noise echoed in the void of the courtyard. Llewellyn looked towards the center of the spatial disturbance, knowing that he had come. Crack. That piece of space seemed to shatter like a broken ice surface, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading from the center of the disturbance. A fierce wind howled out from the broken space, blowing through the girl's snow-white hair. She eagerly awaited the appearance of that person. However, the first thing to catch her eye was the blood-red moonlight cascading down from the other end of space. Lucifer stood quietly behind the spatial door, gazing at the girl before him, who cradled a crow in one arm and held a water bottle in the other. The girl's skin, as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, appeared even more dazzling under the cold moonlight. Under Lucifer's gaze, the girl gently extended her arms, slowly placing the water bottle and the crow on the ground, then made a gesture as if to embrace, yet her feet did not move forward at all. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were quietly waiting for the arrival of something important. Long time no see, Lucifer said softly. In fact, not much time had passed, only a few dozen seconds. After all, when it came to matters involving entering the mortal realm, he was always swift and decisive. At this moment, Lucifer's skin, which had originally been as pale as paper, subtly revealed a hint of blood color, and even his deep red eyes seemed to soften a little. As a demon god from the underworld, the absolute master of corruption and death, this demon undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the dark supernatural being's hierarchy. Time passed through countless moments, and he finally stepped into the realm of the living without any restrictions. With ease, the demon god embraced the girl, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. This sense of security made him squint his eyes slightly, tightening his hold on her. If you keep holding me like this, I might suffocate. Llewellyn felt his breath and the fervent heartbeat, while her own heart raced wildly. Lucifer indulged in the girl's scent, but also eased his grip a little. Did the demon lord get what he wished for? The girl gently patted the broad and solid back of the young-looking demon god, her lips curving up slightly as she teased softly. However, surprisingly, the demon god remained silent for a long time, not responding at all. The girl keenly sensed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. She hesitated for a moment and then cautiously spoke again. Her voice slightly paused, as if fearing to disturb something. "You aren't crying, are you?" With a restless heart, the girl tried to break free from the warm embrace of the demon god to see his face, to confirm whether her incredible suspicion was true. Just as she began to move, the demon's arm suddenly tightened, pulling her firmly back into his embrace, rendering her unable to move an inch. "So what if I am crying?" A slightly rough voice of the demon god sounded in her ear. He sniffed hard and then said, "Let us hold on for a while longer." His words seemed to reveal an indescribable vulnerability. Upon hearing this, the girl's initial desire to struggle vanished without a trace. She quietly nestled in the arms of this seemingly pitiful demon god, feeling his heaving chest and slightly trembling body. Therefore, she extended her hands and gently patted the demon god's back, as if soothing a wronged child. Time passed second by second in the surrounding silence, and only the two embraced figures appeared particularly warm under the moonlight. It was unclear how long had passed when Lucifer slowly released his arms that held the girl tightly. "Your eyes look fierce," she said, looking at his blood-red eyes with a gentle smile, "but they're quite beautiful." This was of course a joke. After all, the black-haired youth's eyes were still slightly moist and red around the edges, and the once imposing demon god appeared somewhat weak. Lucifer naturally understood the girl's intent, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere with humor. "Not as good as your eyes." He gazed dreamily into Llewellyn's eyes, which resembled a deep blue lake, as if that azure water contained an irresistible, deadly allure that deeply attracted him. He was certain that deep within, he longed to uncover all the secrets hidden behind those eyes. "Are you completely free now?" The girl raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a blooming smile like spring flowers. She gently reached out her delicate white hand, cautiously smoothing the youth's slightly disheveled hair, allowing his eyes, which had been obscured and revealed a hint of grievance, to be displayed again under the bright moonlight. A gentle breeze quietly passed between them, as if a playful sprite danced joyfully. The youth nodded slightly, as if he had shed a heavy burden, appearing relaxed and at ease. "Free." Lucifer slowly raised his head, surveying the dreamlike beauty around him. Vivid flowers swayed gently under the silvery moonlight that flowed like liquid silver, resembling a group of graceful dancers showcasing their elegant moves. The tranquil and expansive night sky twinkled with countless stars, like numerous dazzling gems embedded in the black canopy, emitting enchanting brilliance. What touched Lucifer the most, however, was the pure white circular disk hanging high in the sky. It hung quietly in the air, casting down silver and pure light, like a mother's gentle hands caressing the earth, bringing endless warmth and comfort. Once his sky was always shrouded in a haunting blood moon, bloody and oppressive. Now, that terrifying blood moon had vanished, replaced by this bright moon radiating soft silver light. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of various mixed flowers, weaving into the nostrils and intoxicating one. The cool and comfortable feeling brought by the breeze brushing against the skin made Lucifer unconsciously exhale. Standing before him was this girl, who could be called stunningly beautiful, becoming the most dazzling presence in this exquisite painting. As a traveler from another world, he could no longer remember how much he had experienced during the long years of his journey. Yet, he had successfully stepped into this real and beautiful world. "Look at me." The girl's call brought the dazed youth back to his senses. The moment Lucifer turned his head, a cool and soft sensation brushed against his lips. The girl stood on her tiptoes, and Lucifer's hand instinctively climbed up her slender waist, embracing her tightly once more. Chapter 42, Proclamation by the Lake of Stars. A silver ice layer completely covered the broad surface of the lake, and at the bottom, Quillid opened its gray eyes and looked up at the silver curtain. That old thing had given it its final shackles. Alex smiled silently in his heart. How strange it was to not stop the obviously more dangerous Lucifer, but to instead prevent it from destroying a trivial human city and sacrificing a few insignificant humans in order to enter the mundane world as an ordinary demon. How long can this eel built with your life force last? Quillid, controlled by Alex, shook its head, its gray-white hair floating in the lake water, as if it were lamenting. Crack, a barely noticeable crack, appeared at the edge of the silver ice layer, spreading at an extremely slow pace. You could do nothing. A voice echoed from the bottom of the lake, reverberating in the underwater cave, Rhine family trial ground, among several pillars made of black heart stone. A golden-haired youth swung the silver sword in his hand. The not-so-wide blade gleamed in the sunlight, as if a divine presence had descended, with sword energy spreading out, leaving slender lines on the already worn stone surface. Huh. The youth exhaled, wiped away what might not even be sweat, and looked into the distance. Number 12. Lack Street, second-floor bedroom, on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Sarandil spread out paper in front of the red table and dipped a feather into ink. Teacher, I have received your letter, but I truly do not understand what the disaster you refer to is. Who caused it? The dean said that the demons of the underworld are coveting the mundane world. But what do they seek? What can I do about it? Without a signature, Sarandil folded the paper and handed it to the white dove by the window. The dove, anthropomorphized, nodded, spread its wings, and disappeared into the horizon. The girl gently stretched her fiery red evening clouds draped over her shoulders, also gazing into the distance. Sky Island. Gust gently tapped the chessboard, causing the queen's piece to move slightly. The old man's eyes were like an abyss, deep and inscrutable. The carp across the chessboard lightly flicked its long whiskers, its tail unconsciously dancing in the air, watching the chessboard before it. The carp gently moved a piece with its whiskers, raised its eyes, gesturing for Gus to continue, and spoke. How long do you think your seal can hold? 2 months. The old man coughed a few times and replied, truly worthy of being a magical pet born in the cracks of time and space. The carp sighed slightly, using 8th-tier power to confine a 9th-tier demon to one pool. Hee. The old man did not care about the carp's praise. You and I both know that demon cannot use its full power in the mundane world. Saying this, the old man moved the piece again. At least for 2 months, no demon can enter the mundane world. From this point alone, you, Gust, are indeed worthy. Before the carp could finish speaking, a surge of pitch-black air suddenly rose like a raging tide at the edge of the chessboard. The powerful and violent airflow carried a chillingly immense magical force that swept outwards with overwhelming momentum. Everything outside the chessboard's small area was reduced to dust under the impact of this raging airflow. At the same time, the malicious intent that rose recklessly was like a demon's gaping maw, the bloody aura unique to the underworld rolling in like a torrent, engulfing the entire domed room. At this moment, the originally bright light seemed to be suppressed by this evil force. Even the sun hanging high in the sky appeared dimmer, as if it had lost its former brilliance. Flames ignited in the old man's eyes, reminiscent of the sun and moon. A silver glow spread from his fingers, quickly weaving into an indestructible spatial barrier in the air. This barrier firmly protected the old man and Lawrence across from him, shielding them from the invasion of the black airflow and the malicious bloody aura. Once the black mist-like magical power dissipated, a black-haired youth stood tall within, wearing a black golden cloak draped over his shoulders, a low black top hat perched on his high head, and a frivolous smile in his blood-red pupils. 2 old men. Lucifer paused, seemingly feeling it was impolite, and changed his tone. 2 nearly dead gentlemen. Do you have anything to say? He gently removed his hat and placed it on the chessboard, the magical power behind him quickly forming a dark throne. And he slightly bent forward to sit on the newly erected throne, casually crossing his legs. Lawrence stared in terror at the round, bulging fish eyes, fixating on the suddenly appeared demon before him. His whiskers trembled violently, flailing about like seaweed blown by a fierce wind. Why you, Lawrence stammered, his voice sharp and piercing from excessive astonishment. His wide fish eyes were filled with disbelief, the pupils nearly popping out of their sockets. Each word felt like it was stuck deep in his throat, difficult to squeeze out, filled with endless fear and shock. Gust felt the invisible yet all-encompassing dark magical power in the space. This immense magical flow was squeezing the surrounding space to the brink of collapse, which also meant that all spatial magic would lose its effect here. However, compared to the carp, Lawrence was much calmer. Impressive. The old man couldn't help but exclaim. This is indeed sincere. Whether it's the means of circumventing rules or the power of a ninth-tier demon, it is worthy of admiration. However, thinking about how the enemy did it is less important than considering what the enemy will do next. Lucifer raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. The defeated displaying such reactions is quite annoying. He certainly wouldn't go on a killing spree. He just wanted to scare Gust, but it seemed he hadn't succeeded. Should I panic in response to your arrival? Your Excellency the demon? Gust remained composed, as if the magical power capable of shattering the entire space in an instant did not exist. Yes. Lucifer nodded. He and expected to truly make this old man feel panic. You really are quite calm. The youth casually waved his hand, and the enormous magical flow around disappeared from the old man's perception. I know you have many arrangements, but now that I have descended, do you have any means left? None. Gus was quite at ease. You are this. Lucifer couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. The old man still had a blank expression. Lucifer lightly tapped the chessboard, the sound resonating in the hearts of everyone present. I won't interfere greatly with the mundane world. You too can rest assured. Upon hearing this, the carp let out a sigh of relief, but still kept a close eye on Lucifer. Also, if you find a fusion point similar to the Lake of Stars, notify me immediately. Lucifer waved his hand. Only then did the old man finally look surprised at the young demon, his graying eyebrows arching. Is it really that simple? It's really that simple. As if sensing something, the youth shrugged nonchalantly, then transformed into black mist and disappeared as if he had never been there. By the way, don't tell Leviathan I was here. The last voice seemed to come from a great distance, echoing in the room. The demon has entered the mundane world. Lawrence clutched his fish head with his fins, shouting at the old man Gust sitting still. Didn't you say that the fallen and death demon can't enter the mundane world for a short time? Can't we still take this opportunity to reach an agreement with him? Don't panic. Gust chuckled lightly. Though I don't know how he managed to do it, there will always be someone who can restrain him. Leviathan? The carp looked at the old man in disbelief. The old man's mouth curled into a slight arc. Chapter 43. Intimacy Imperial Capital. Bradley family residence in the second-floor bedroom. A girl lay on a mahogany chair by the window, her slender figure accentuated by her nightgown. She held a book in her hands, looking somewhat weary as she stifled a yawn. Suddenly, the sunlight in the room vanished for a moment, and when it returned, a tall figure appeared behind her. The girl let out a muffled sound, closed her book, and glanced back at the grinning young man. The irritation she felt from waking up to find Lucifer missing dissipated somewhat, but she still pouted to express her displeasure. Where have you been? She gently set down her book and turned to ask. Sunbathing, Lucifer answered nonchalantly. Then he received a light punch from the girl. Although it didn't hurt, Lucifer pretended to be gravely injured and took a few steps back. Seeing his exaggerated expression, the girl couldn't help but laugh. Don't lie to me again, she said softly. Okay, Lucifer replied, standing up and walking closer to her. What are you doing? The girl asked warily as she looked at the approaching young man. The reflection of his red eyes grew nearer and nearer in her blue ones, until they were almost touching. The girl's face flushed even more, as if it could bleed, and she could only mumble, No. What are you thinking? Lucifer laughed, reaching out to tuck her messy white hair behind her ear, gently pinching her slightly hot cheek. Soft, he said, only to receive another punch. This time, however, Lucifer didn't step back. Instead, he moved even closer. He gently inhaled the scent from her neck, like a puppy sniffing a bone, feeling the warmth radiating from her neck. The girl's face grew even hotter. If she had a steam vent on her head at that moment, it would probably be engulfed in steam instantly. Are you scared? He chuckled, burying his head in her shoulder, greedily taking in her soft, fragrant scent. This was undoubtedly a poison that could intoxicate a fallen and deathly demon. Am I scared of you? The girl huffed, little crow. Lucifer wrapped one hand around the girl's slender waist, as if embracing the whole world. I really thought that after entering this world, I wouldn't be able to help but act recklessly. But compared to the boring plan of destroying the world, being close to the girl in front of me seems like a good choice. Hearing this, the girl twitched her nose as if seizing the opportunity to turn the tables. So, does that mean I'm feeding the demon with my body? As she spoke, she swatted away the mischievous hand of the demon. Who feeds the demon like you? Lucifer looked innocently at the girl's profile. As a perfect creation of God, her side profile was still excessively exquisite. You're not being honest, she whispered, tugging at the young man's shirt. If you're honest, you wouldn't let me hold you, Lucifer huffed. Releasing his grip was impossible. You let go, and I'll hold you, the girl said with a smile, though her face was still flushed like a shiny red apple. I'll give you a princess hug. Upon hearing this, Lucifer didn't let go. Instead, he used his other hand to slide onto the girl's delicate legs and lifted her completely into his arms. Naturally, this earned him a flurry of punches from Princess Leviathan, who was unable to withstand the attack and ultimately placed the girl on the windowsill. The height of the windowsill allowed Leviathan, who was shorter than Lucifer, to meet his gaze while sitting. Beautiful, Lucifer murmured, almost dreamily. The girl's beauty was undoubtedly stunning. Her brows and eyes curved like a crescent moon, and her usually snow-white skin resembled the mountaintop that had been covered in a century of snow. Her shy face seemed to reflect the evening glow of the four seasons, especially her eyes. If there was anything in this world that could hurt this demon, it might only be the disappointment reflected in the blue lake of the girl's eyes. However, Lucifer did not believe he would disappoint her. What'd you say? Leviathan asked as she noticed Lucifer staring at her, mumbling something and then falling into a daze. She lightly tapped his head and casually ruffled his black hair. I said you're beautiful, Lucifer replied seriously. Smooth talker, the girl twisted the arm around her waist, then sniffed again. Say that more often, and I'll give you a hug. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Lucifer, her delicate arms gently wrapping around the demon. A smile on her lips, as if she embraced her entire world. This is your reward, isn't it? Lucifer mercilessly exposed her, only to be pinched by the girl from behind. It's to reward you, she said fiercely, yet her grip on Lucifer did not loosen. After a while, Leviathan suddenly said softly, pick me up. I want to lie on the bed. Lucifer certainly wouldn't say anything like do your own things at this moment. He simply gathered her into his arms. With the soft jade in his embrace, Lucifer felt a bit nervous. Your heart is racing, Leviathan said, wrapping her arms around his neck and blowing into his ear. He could only chuckle at this moment when he had never even held a girl's hand in his past life. Feigning calmness, the girl lightly tapped the bridge of his nose and even pinched it. Lucifer said nothing more, walking to the bed and preparing to set the girl down. At the moment he was about to let go, a cool sensation brushed against his lips, followed by a wave of sweet fragrance. Just as Lucifer was still in a daze, the girl had already wrapped herself in the snow-white quilt, but her flushed earlobes still revealed the turmoil in her heart. Of course, Lucifer wouldn't let her escape. He reached under the quilt and tickled her waist. Being attacked, Leviathan had no choice but to squirm under the blanket, occasionally letting out reluctant giggles and soft protests. After playing around for a long time, Leviathan lay on the bed with her face flushed, her hair in disarray against her cheeks, breathing unevenly. Lucifer, on the other hand, looked well put together, chuckling as he watched the girl. You jerk! Leviathan was furious, looking at Lucifer, who was laughing beside her, and threw a pillow, which he caught steadily. Seeing Lucifer about to attack again, the girl quickly tightened the quilt, exposing only her head, along with a pitiful face and soft eyes. Lucifer gave up and sat on the edge of the bed, gently stroking the girl's white hair. What do you plan to do from now on? Leviathan asked, revealing only her blue eyes, seemingly on guard against a sudden attack from him. Just follow you, Lucifer said nonchalantly. Then why didn't I see you this morning? The girl said mournfully, even pulling the quilt down to reveal her entire head, but then feeling insecure. She pulled it back up. Turtle, hiding your head, Lucifer chuckled. Next time you call me, I'll definitely come right away. Really? The girl's eyes sparkled with blue light. Really? The young man's gaze softened unconsciously. This was extremely rare in the endless years prior, or perhaps it had never existed. Then how do you explain your identity? Leviathan pulled one hand out from under the quilt and grabbed Lucifer's hand, resting by the bed. You used to be this big, and now you're this big, she said with a smile, and Lucifer laughed along. Your identity in this world is easy to resolve, but how do we explain it to Grandpa Otelo? The girl frowned again. I can't just say that the little crow I summoned has become human, right? Guster will handle it. Lucifer gently stroked the girl's forehead, speaking softly. At this moment, the girl nodded like an orange cat. Chapter 44, Gold, Nakla's welcome to the Academy's farewell ceremony. The calm voice was amplified by magic, echoing throughout the training ground. At this moment, 9 students were seated in the front row of the makeshift stage, while 16 teachers occupied the back row. Yes, there were more teachers than students. The gap between Sky Island's Narcissus Academy and the Narcissus Academy, located in the center of the imperial capital, lies here. While the younger generation generally operates at the first and second tiers, with rare cases of the third tier, Sky Island focuses on nurturing a generation of prodigies, averaging at the 4th tier, an achievement that an ordinary person might never reach in their lifetime, but this is merely their starting point. Guster looked at the uniquely characteristic young men and women below, a few strands of appreciation shining through his aged eyes. He smiled slightly, occasionally stroking his white beard. Anyone could see that this old man, who had surpassed a century, held a high position and stood at the pinnacle of contemporary magic, was quite happy. The elder did not speak much on stage. He merely said a few words before stepping down. However, before descending, Guster glanced back at his students. No one could decipher the complex emotions in the elder's gaze, and no one paid him any mind. The students excitedly envisioned their futures, not noticing the departing principal's expression. Disappointed? Lucifer leaned against the black jade pillar in the training hall. None of his students came to give him a big farewell hug, making this old man feel sad. Would you like a hug from me? As he said this, Lucifer amused himself. He chuckled. The elders still smiled, while the young people pondered the future, holding on to the past, which was what the elders should do. Clap, clap. Lucifer applauded, unsure if he had heard the elder's words or if he genuinely agreed with what Guster said. Was that illusion of the golden dragon built by you? It was a question, but it sounded more like a statement, indicating the questioner had great confidence in their judgment. Yes, the elder did not deny it, merely extending his hand. This is not a place for conversation. Saying this, he turned and walked into the shadows behind him. Lucifer shrugged and followed indifferently, without his permission. One could at least be 8th tier to see him, but since Guster said so, taking a few steps was harmless. Crossing the surface of the magically marked stone, he stepped into the shadows. Rovilian? Thranduil waved his hand in front of his seemingly dazed friend. The silver-haired girl came to her senses and looked at Thranduil. You've been grinning for a long time. Thranduil looked at the silver-haired girl in confusion. At this moment, the blue-eyed girl looked exquisitely like a doll. If it weren't for her occasional silly grin, Thranduil would have thought Rovilian was under some kind of spell. It's nothing, Rovilian replied, casually, thinking of something joyful. Let's go and enjoy our dinner. Thranduil didn't dwell on it, taking Rovilian's hand and leading her out of the venue. There's another gathering tonight on Sky Island. At the back of the training ground, Lucifer sat in a chair made of magical energy, while the elder remained still, standing. This makes me seem disrespectful to the elder, Lucifer said with a smile, yet he made no move. Guster merely smiled in response. Nakla is that golden dragon. The elder's eyes revealed nostalgia, and there seemed to be a hint of sadness deep within. He and I were good friends. Lucifer did not interject. He was not surprised by this outcome. After all, it was unlikely that the golden giant dragon forced Guster to create an illusion for him. Guster possessed a magical energy reserve that could be considered the pinnacle of living beings in this world, not just for show. When I was in my 20s, I was only 6th tier then, and the battlefield between the demon race and the human race was extremely fierce. As the elder spoke, he paced, and the surrounding environment rapidly transformed as if traversing through space. A gentle breeze blew from nearby, carrying the fresh scent of tender grass and intertwined soil, a fragrance carefully crafted by nature, refreshing to the senses. Looking up, the sky was clear, like a massive mirror that had been meticulously polished, with no clouds to obstruct, reflecting the entire world brightly and clearly. The deep blue became the main color of this sky, resembling an expansive ocean suspended overhead, slowly unfolding like a mysterious and ancient scroll. Against this picturesque sky, the vast grassland appeared even more lush and vibrant. From above, the endless green looked like a soft green carpet laid out, extending to the horizon. Wildflowers dotted the grass, red, yellow, purple, each blooming in its own beautiful color, collectively forming a vibrant pattern across the grassland. From afar, these flowers seemed to sway in the wind, as if telling ancient and touching stories. Hurst grassland, the elder Guster's lover's lifelong pursuit, compared to the last time Lucifer observed in the form of a crow. This illusion was undoubtedly more complete and rich. It was not difficult to deduce that the elder had been continuously updating the illusion. Narcissus is a symbol of self-love. As if recalling something, Lucifer looked at the elder, seemingly surprised. The elder seemed oblivious to the young man's unusual gaze, continuing to recount a story from a century ago. I often wandered at the forefront of the battlefield against the demon race. Each time I joined a fray, I would bring massive casualties to the demon race. The elder seemed a bit proud. At the time, none of the demon race at the 6th tier could match him. No one was his opponent. On the battlefield, he galloped freely because he was a spatial mage. Even if the demon side targeted him, they still couldn't do anything about him. Lucifer remained non-committal. The element of space had always been a privilege of the 9th tier. When someone could wield divine power below the divine tier, it was naturally difficult to encounter opponents below the 9th tier. I was more arrogant than anyone else. Everyone thought that this young man, barely 30, would soon step into the 8th tier's supreme realm. Guster continued his narrative, changing his tone, but the young man at that time was very full of himself. He was certain he would ascend to the divine tier and achieve the true supreme god. At that time, the world would bow before him. He ascended to the 8th tier at the age of 44, and in his arrogance, he believed the divine tier was within reach, that everything was within grasp. There were rumors that a primordial golden dragon was hidden in the Beastmaster Forest, a right-hand companion to the dragon god, reputed to have the strongest dragon scales under the dragon god, governing nobility and sharpness. It guards the secret of the dragon god ascending to the divine tier. The elder's tone was no longer calm. It seemed that the surging emotions of the past were resurfacing within his aged body. Chapter 45 is quite interesting. He was certain he could become a god. He didn't need the so-called secret of becoming a god to ascend to divinity. Yet, he still chose to visit the Beastmaster Forest. Unsurprisingly, he fought with the golden dragon that guarded the secret. The dragon language magic of the dragon race indeed had a unique talent for destruction. Even he, who considered himself invincible in this realm, took quite some effort to defeat the golden dragon. The young man, who believed the divine position was within reach, simply took a look at the dragon heart, which was said to contain the secret of becoming a god, and then returned it to Noclis. There was no secret of becoming a god within it. In the years that followed, believing he had mastered the mysteries of time and space, he often visited the Beastmaster Forest to discuss the hierarchy of gods with Noclis. During this time, Noclis told him that the greatest use of the dragon heart was prophecy. It could predict all future factors that might cause fluctuations in the present world, such as the 5 demon gods from the Underworld synchronizing the fusion of the Underworld and the present world, or a demon god attempting to enter the present world using the Star Lake as an anchor, or the disappearance of the gods. At this point, the old man's expression became unprecedentedly serious as he fixed his gaze on Lucifer. Could the prophecy have gone wrong? Lucifer shrugged nonchalantly. You are the only variable. The old man responded calmly. The dragon goddess prophecy did not mention that there was a demon god trying to enter the present world before the chaos and conflict of the other demon gods. The prophecy also did not mention that before the complete fusion of the underworld and the present world, a demon god would truly enter the present world. Yet, you still appeared before me, appeared on the shoulder of Leviathan. A small summoning spell summoned a demon god capable of destroying the world. This matter, no matter how one looked at it, was absurd, laughable. The old man exhaled and looked at Lucifer. Lucifer remained non-committal, pondering, is it because I'm a traveler? Originally, the demon god of fall and death should have threatened the present world along a normal trajectory with the other 4 demon gods. His appearance led to the death of the chaotic and distorted demon god, resulting in only 4 demon gods left in the underworld. But his crossing was not a soul transfer. From the moment he awakened, he knew he was the supreme demon god of the underworld, the master of fall and death. Was it a prophecy error, or some other variable? "The dragon heart should be with you now," the old man said lightly, gently picking up a fallen petal from the grass. The light pink petal still had dew rolling on it, which fell as the petal moved, landing on the blades of grass, which trembled but then returned to normal. The old man gently rubbed the petal, his fingers becoming moist, and a faint floral fragrance spread. "This." Lucifer reached out, and a piece of irregularly shaped golden stone appeared in the space. This was obtained from the eye of the massive statue in the dragon god's illusion. "Yes." The old man gently blew on it, and the petal floated up, swirling in the air before finally transforming into pink light spots that scattered. "It can predict one last time." Lucifer raised an eyebrow, weighing the so-called dragon heart in his hand, with golden flashes gliding across its surface, as if it had life. "You want this thing?" Lucifer looked at Gust, who smiled. "I don't need it. Although most of its prophecies are quite accurate, I actually don't believe in fate. Because no matter what it predicts, I will still do what I should do and won't do what I shouldn't." "Then why were you so sure when you told me the prophecy?" However, this disbelief in fate coincided with Lucifer's view. A gentle breeze blew through Lucifer's hair, and he smiled. With a slight exertion of his 5 fingers, the so-called dragon heart, which was said to have prophetic abilities, shattered in space, turning into golden fragments that floated in the air. The breath of time. Lucifer watched as the shattered golden light swirled around Gust. No wonder it had prophetic functions. "Old man, you owe me a favor." Lucifer remained indifferent as he took a few steps forward, seemingly recalling something. "Oh, arrange a noble officer identity for me when I go out." After speaking, Lucifer's figure disappeared from the Hearst Plains. This was certainly not to repay Gust's favor. The time authority contained within a dragon heart could not be exchanged for the position of an imperial officer. Arranging an officer was merely a matter of a word for the highest counselor of the Royal Magic Alliance. Gust stood in place, watching the golden light dancing in the air, stunned for a long time. Finally, he chuckled softly. In an instant, the golden light gathered around the old man, and the originally pale strands of hair turned black. The traces of time rapidly faded from the old man's decaying body, as if the master of time had cast a reversal spell on him. When everything ended, the old man looked at the patterns in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the pupil in his right eye resembled a great sun, radiating boundless light. The old man smiled broadly. At the evening banquet, Rhine and a blue-haired boy were hugging shoulders, seemingly due to having drunk too much. The golden-haired boy's voice was particularly loud and drawn out. "Idia," saying this. The boy took another sip of wine. That day, the Beastmaster city turned dark. There were beasts everywhere. I just relied on a sword to force my way through a bloody path. You have no idea how impressive I was that day. Idia, who was being embraced, had only drunk a little wine, but being just a mage, how could he push away Rhine, a 4th-tier warrior? At this moment, he could only curl up like a quail, listening to Rhine's bragging. Impressive to the point where you can't even speak clearly. "Huh?" A cold voice rang out, undoubtedly a lifeline for the deeply troubled Idia. "Sister, he's drunk." His youthful face seemed on the verge of tears. Idia was the youngest among the 10. He called everyone brother or sister. "I'll handle it." Sarandil coldly extended his left hand to support Rhine, and before the golden-haired boy could react, his whole body had already fallen into Sarandil's embrace. The girl with the light pink eyebrows raised her right hand, clenched her fist several times, but then relaxed, only supporting Rhine to the dining table, occasionally gently patting the boy's back. Idia looked at the figures by the dining table, shadows covering his pupils, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. "Are you not going to play?" A pleasant voice sounded from behind. Leviathan appeared behind the boy. She had been following Sarandil. "Ha! I can't drink too much." The boy shyly scratched his head, smiling bashfully. The white-haired girl said no more, directly walking toward the dining table where Sarandil was. Idia's lips curled into a slight arc. The Holy Maiden of Light? Interesting. Suddenly, a hand landed on Idia's shoulder. in the gaze of the boy questioning life. The newcomer chuckled lightly. A twin demon god? Quite interesting. Huh. Idia's smile stiffened on his face, as if every bone and drop of blood in his body had been frozen by an overwhelming chill. Chapter 46. Twin Thrones Since His Birth. Lucifer has subconsciously believed that every demon god is an individual wielding their own power. This ingrained way of thinking made him instinctively overlook the fundamental reason for the weakness of the fourth demon god in the Underworld. The twin thrones represent greed and tyranny, and the being before him, Idia, is the answer. There is no mistake. The scent of that food is too familiar to him. He has tried countless times to seize the authority of this demon god, but due to the balance of power, he has never been able to act. The twin of the supreme throne lowers its rank through one of its selves, transferring power to the other. This is akin to the 8th-tier body in the Onyx Pyramid tomb. However, this natural twin's transformation is evidently more convenient. Let me guess, you transferred the power to your brother, who shares the same throne, allowing you to enter the mortal realm in the guise of a low-tier underworld creature. At this moment, Lucifer's smile is undoubtedly terrifying to Idia, a demon god. The smile of a demon in the underworld has always been chilling, but to a demon god, it is merely a minor trick. Yet, the whispers of the young man behind him continuously stimulate Idia's nerves. He still doesn't even know how he was exposed. Moreover, he doesn't even know who is behind him. But why is your brother so weak? Logically, if you gave all your power to him, he shouldn't be weak to such an extent. The person behind him seems to be pondering, their hand pressing on Idia's shoulder, repeatedly tapping on his shoulder bone as if to provoke his limits. Before Idia, who was preparing to grit his teeth and fight back, could speak, the person behind him seemed to have come up with an answer. He cannot bear it. The young man behind him seems confident in his deduction, and Idia can even feel the smug face of the other under the shadow. The twin thrones bear the power of a demon god precisely because neither of you can fully carry the complete power of a demon god when taken individually. Therefore, the demon god who bears all the power can only rely on their physique to forcibly accommodate the entirety of the demon god's power, which is an unstable compatibility. He cannot fully harness that power himself. The more the person behind him speaks, the more excited he becomes, as if he has uncovered the answer to a riddle. So, his performance is extremely weak. Therefore, he doesn't dare to participate in the fixed output of the Underworld's essence, because he lacks the power to guarantee his survival in the conflicts of contention. Cold sweat drips down Idia's youthful face onto the grass, and at this moment his mind is a blank slate. Are you afraid? The person behind him stops speculating, leaning closer to the young man's ear, whispering softly. Idia opens his mouth, remaining silent. He can sense the surging power transmitted from the hand on his shoulder. This is a power that should not exist in the mortal realm. There is no doubt that the person behind him is also a demon god. But why can other demon gods enter the mortal realm? But at this moment, he has no time to ponder this question. Truly impressive. Lucifer expresses heartfelt admiration. I thought I was already remarkable enough. The young demon god sighs. Hee. Idia can only manage a strained smile through clenched teeth. What are you here in the mortal realm for? Lucifer naturally responds, tightening his grip on Idia's shoulder even more. This time, it firmly grips the essence of this demon god, which is also his foundation. The magical power within Idia calms instantly, and this drama that can't even be called a battle comes to a complete end. Idia smiles with relief, reaching out with his other hand to wipe the cold sweat from his face. Of course, it is for power and authority. At this moment, he seems to have accepted his impending death, becoming calm. Aren't you? He laughs disdainfully. Not really, but Lucifer does not refute. Is there still unclaimed authority in the mortal realm? Lucifer raises an eyebrow. Idia falls silent. He seems to have not anticipated that the demon god behind him knows nothing at all. You don't know? He asks softly. Should I know? Lucifer raises an eyebrow, saying, Go ahead, but I advise you not to engage in any petty schemes. Idia exhales, surprised by Lucifer's response. You're Lucifer, the one who governs the fallen and death, right? He seems to ask casually. Lucifer does not speak, only increasing his grip. Idia's youthful face instantly contorts, as if an unbearable weight has been placed upon him. The entire soul of his body seems to lose perception in that moment, Idia almost feels as if his entire soul is being torn into countless fragments, ready to completely shatter. Lucifer gently taps the back of the young man's head again, pulling him back from the pain of his torn soul. After regaining consciousness, Idia no longer hesitates. The initial legacy memories of demon gods contain information about the loss of authority after the disappearance of the ancient gods. This is also the information imprinted in the essence of the underworld by the original demon god. The pantheon of gods worked together to carve out the world's negatives, forming the underworld. Those negatives, dark powers, and authorities transformed into the essence of the underworld. And from the overwhelming negative emotions gathered, the original demon god that was born from the essence of the underworld would then form the blood moon of the underworld. The original demon god did not submit to the constraints of the pantheon and forcibly broke the rules to enter the mortal realm after the gods disappeared, but ultimately died due to the rules. Only one phrase returned. The gods of the mortal realm do not exist, but authority has always existed. All of these are memories from the legacy, entirely true. Idia speaks rapidly, answering many of Lucifer's doubts in a short time. The 5 demon gods in the prophecy were not wrong, because there are 2 demon gods governing greed and tyranny. If it weren't for Lucifer's appearance, the demon god governing chaos and distortion would not have died. Everything would have proceeded along the predetermined trajectory. No, there's also a flaw. The so-called earlier interference in the mortal realm than the Lake of Stars Alec does not exist because of Lucifer's appearance, which caused the demon gods of greed and tyranny to intervene early. The gods of the mortal realm do not exist, but authority has always existed. Lucifer murmurs in his heart. The ancient gods suddenly vanished, the authority of the mortal realm scattered, and the gods do not exist. Everything seems to point to one answer, an answer that seems to have been known from the very beginning. Authority activation. Lucifer silently smiles in his heart, releasing his grip on Idia's shoulder. The moment his hand departs, Idia feels as if a brand has been imprinted on his soul, the brand of death. It truly is you, Lucifer. Idia guessed correctly, but he indeed cannot smile. The invisible barriers around Idia rapidly collapse in his perception. Without these barriers, they would have been discovered long ago. After all, the 2 of them are a bit too close. Why are you here? A joyful voice comes, and Idia, with his head lowered, looks up to see a delicate, smiling face of a girl, though clearly not directed at him. Just came to see you. Then he watches the demon god of fallen and death show a smile that disgusts him as he approaches the girl, extending his arms in a gesture to embrace her. Idia doesn't know where to start with his complaints. You know what to say. A cold voice rings in Idia's heart. He glances up at Lucifer, who is smiling while holding the girl, then looks down at the grass. Chapter 47. Identity and disappearance. Lucifer felt the girl's body fragrance lingering in his nose and unconsciously tightened his embrace. Lovie Lien seemed to suddenly realize that this was the Academy's evening party, and her face flushed red in an instant, like the evening glow clinging to the setting sun. Lucifer also loosened his grip accordingly, but his fingers again grasped the girl's hand. I spoke with the dean, and he helped me arrange an officer's identity. Lucifer said quietly, from now on, we can openly date? The girl's lips curved into a smile, her voice unconsciously rising a few notches. Realizing her excitement, she quickly covered her mouth, nervously glancing towards Serendil's direction, only to find her staring at Rhine, and she breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, I can just say you're a young and promising officer, and our love will be perfectly normal. She excitedly whispered in Lucifer's ear, her eyes sparkling as if she were a rich young lady and a promising officer. The girl's laughter was like a silly deer that had found food, causing Lucifer's lips to unconsciously curve into a smile. So how are you going to reward me, young lady? He lowered his head, leaning close to the girl's soft cheek. The girl also stood on tiptoe to give her lover a reward, like a light butterfly giving a gentle kiss to the flower it loves. Touching the moist trace on her face, it was Lucifer's turn to grin foolishly. Look at you, so unsteady. Lovie Lien lightly tapped Lucifer's nose with her delicate hand, smoothing his wind-blown hair and straightening the tie that had been pulled askew on his chest. When did you come? When Gus spoke, but you couldn't see me then. I remember you said you would wait for me at home. Lovie Lien first questioned. then revealed her cute tiger teeth, asking fiercely. Haha. Lucifer did not answer directly. So you lied to me. The girl gently twisted Lucifer's waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. Yes, I shouldn't have lied to you. Just hug me again, and I'll forgive you. Idia watched the two who were whispering sweet nothings in front of him, like weathered stone carvings. The Holy Maiden of Light and the demon god of the Underworld are dating? How could the Holy Maiden of Light fall in love with the demon god of the Underworld? He should probably sneak away quietly. Just as he was about to step away, a curious female voice forcibly held him back. Idia, why are you still here? Lovi Lien asked in surprise, realizing it was inappropriate. Oh, I didn't mean that. The girl changed her tone. I wanted to ask. She looked at Lucifer with a questioning gaze. Why are you two men staying in such a dark place for so long? We hit off at first sight, right? Lucifer awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled. Isn't that right? Seeing Lucifer's forced smile, Idia stiffly smiled as well. Yes. This gentleman has taught me a lot about magic. Before Lovilien could respond, haha, I have some matters at home, so I'll leave first. Have fun. You too. Idia disappeared into shadows. After the hasty farewell, the girl turned back to Lucifer. You have some dirt on you. Lucifer smiled. I exorcised it for him. He wanted to thank me. The girl's doubts deepened. Lucifer didn't know what to say. Should I say there's really nothing between us? What a joke. You'd better not be hiding anything from me. The girl sniffled, her clenched fists relaxing as she took Lucifer's hand. Let us go. I'll introduce you to Serendil. Lucifer was a bit confused. Isn't it too early? The girl shot a glance at Lucifer. Lucifer fell silent as he was led by the girl in a white evening dress towards the table where Serendil was seated. Ryan was currently bent over, his whole body curled up like a boiled shrimp, his face pale as paper, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He tightly covered his mouth with both hands, his throat repeatedly making waves of retching sounds. With each violent gag, he felt as if his stomach were about to turn inside out in excruciating pain. Before him, the grass was already covered with the vomit he had just expelled, the pungent smell quickly spreading, making the surrounding air feel murky. The once lively party scene now had a 10-meter radius around Rhine, completely empty. Only Serendil stood beside Rhine, quietly watching the scene, occasionally patting the boy's back, her face showing an indescribable expression. Lucifer found it amusing to look at Rhine. That blonde guy is really funny. The girl with fiery red hair sensed someone approaching and looked up to see Lovi Lien linking arms with a young man, appearing very intimate. No surprises. Serendil's brain temporarily malfunctioned. This is my boyfriend. The girl gently patted the young man's hand, and Lucifer smiled gently. Lucifer had met Serendil and had a preliminary understanding of her, but Serendil had never seen Lucifer's true form and didn't know when her good friend started dating. However, she had no time to ask for specifics at the moment, only supporting Rhine, awkwardly smiling at Lucifer. Hello, she said, forcing calmness into her voice. Lucifer nodded to indicate he heard her. Is Rhine drunk? Lovi Lien asked curiously, looking at the still bent-over blonde boy. He is too foolish. Not to mention, this makes Serendil angry. She knows he can't handle his liquor, yet he insists on drinking, and now he asks like this. The key is, he doesn't even need to use his magic to dispel the drunkenness. If Rhine didn't want to get drunk, there's no way these drinks could take down a fourth-tier genius warrior. Serendil's expression was reminiscent of a housewife. Lovi Lien mischievously chuckled and leaned close to the red-haired girl's ear. When are you two planning to get together? Serendil's face turned rosy, but she chose to retaliate directly. That has to wait until you get married. Maybe when you do, we'll be together, she said softly. The white-haired girl seemed like a steam kettle suddenly opened, bubbling steam out. Serendil chuckled softly. The Pearl of the Empire looks lovely with a flushed face. Why are you looking down? Strike while the iron is hot. Oh dear, I was wrong. Lovi Lien hugged her friend, using one hand to try to cover Serendil's mouth. The red-haired girl gently turned her head to dodge Lovi Lien's attack, but didn't continue to beat the fallen dog. By the way, we're essing Zia. Isn't she back yet? Lovi Lien scanned around, but couldn't find the slender figure of the Imperial Princess. She went missing during her training, and we still haven't found her. Serendil's tone became serious. Most likely at the demon's base? Lucifer silently answered this question, standing beside them. It was probably another special constitution being coveted by the demons to extend the lives of a few dying old ones, or simply to take her back for brainwashing, turning the imperial princess into a demon. In an instant, Lucifer thought of dozens of possibilities, but it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 48. Gentle Lovelian looked at Lucifer. At that time, I only saw a 6th-tier demon following her, but I didn't understand specifics. Lucifer communicated telepathically, saying that under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to find her. Actually, it's not too hard, although he refrained from using his full power, considering that using excessive strength in a mortal realm would nullify the secrecy effect. Even so, a 9th-tier demon god could still rampage through this world. He only needs to run directly to the demon territory and declare that he is looking for Princess Anxia of the Empire. If he doesn't see her within the specified time, he can justifiably blame every demon equally, regardless of whether that 6th-tier demon successfully brought back Anxia. Even if Anxia is missing, in the face of extermination, the demons would surely do their utmost to search for her. They would even start to worry about Anxia's safety. After all, the demon god would kill every demon equally, and the demons have no ability to resist a demon god's slaughter. He possesses the greatest violence in this world, and violence is often linked to power. Lovelian nodded, signaling that she understood the situation. If you need, I can find her, Lucifer offered, still communicating telepathically. No need. Lovelian replied telepathically as well. Just stay with me. She looked up at Lucifer's eyes, those blue eyes reflecting a complex emotion that Lucifer couldn't quite comprehend. Do you think I'm heartless? She asked softly, creating ripples in Lucifer's heart lake. Lucifer realized she was saying that he didn't need to get involved with Anxia's matter. After all, he was a demon god, and if he participated, then as long as Anxia was alive, she would undoubtedly be safe afterward. But Lovelian's answer was that she didn't need his help. No, Lucifer chuckled lightly, shaking his head, this time not communicating telepathically. Even if you must say, I'm heartless, it's not towards you. The white-haired girl merely smiled. Sarandiel stood by, watching the two exchange glances, feeling quite out of place, then suddenly heard the tall, slender young man say, no. All right, I know you two were just communicating telepathically. You two chat first, I'll take reign back. Sarandiel felt she should give up this space. Ah, Lovelian reacted. No need. As she saw Sarandiel pick up the dizzy rein to leave, Lovelian quickly followed, lightly tapping Lucifer's lips before leaving. Wait for me at home. Lucifer, standing still, watched the girl's departing figure, his blood-red pupils unconsciously softening. So nice. He exhaled, turning to look at Idia, who was walking backward, and smiled lightly. What's wrong? Are you so afraid of your brother? Lucifer smiled innocently, but from Idia's perspective, that smile was terrifying. The flowing blood seemed to freeze. How could that be? You are my beloved friend, my brother. How could I be afraid of you? The river of blood in the underworld still flowed. The piece of the spine with the mark of power belonging to the demon god, who governs chaos and distortion, had yet to be found. Lucifer suddenly stepped forward, and Idia retreated a step. The two locked eyes. Lucifer was smiling happily, but Idia's smile was strained. Let's go. Lucifer clapped his hands. I'm in a good mood today. Okay. Idia felt like crying, sensing the death mark on his soul. He even thought dying here wouldn't matter. But one thing led to another, and the young man quickly vanished from the spot. Lucifer looked at Idia's back, his expression becoming serious, pondering for a moment. Is there something special about Sky Island? Why did Idia choose this place? Here resides the strongest wizard of the human race. Yet Idia still took the risk to become a student of Sky Island. So he must have some purpose. Hidden authority? Lucifer's gaze wandered, the moonlight at night filtering through the clouds, casting a gentle glow on the young man's shoulder. Like a one-man show on the world stage. In the underworld, a vast abyss extending for thousands of kilometers. The land on both sides of the abyss was stained black with endless blood, and occasionally a few skeletons would emerge from the ground, howling, burning, only to accidentally fall into the abyss, completely swallowed by the profound darkness. At the bottom of the abyss stood a pitch-black palace. This huge palace was built against the rock wall of the abyss, and the long period of shadow made it damp, with several eerie blood-colored flowers blooming nearby. swaying slightly in the bloody wind. The blood moon in the sky still emitted a faint red light, gently draping the entire underworld in a thin layer of red gauze. But there was no light at the bottom of the abyss, only pitch blackness. Inside the palace, a bronze coffin lay quietly in the center of the hall, as if it were part of the palace itself. Time had left no trace on the surface of this bronze coffin, as if time had stopped flowing around it. Boom! The heavy sound of pushing the coffin. The bronze coffin, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, was slowly pulled from within, revealing its occupant, a youth with an extremely pale complexion. He had deep-set eyes and a high nose, but notably his left eye appeared to have been scratched by something sharp, leaving a terrifying scar. The youth opened his eyes. The deep brown pupil in his right eye turned stiffly as if still not adapting, while his left eye socket was filled only with a haunting white. "Brother, brother," a voice that seemed to come from a great distance echoed throughout the palace, making the youth's eyes grow clearer. "What happened, Idia?" Rhaegar responded softly, his voice accompanied by a hoarse cough. "Lucifer. Lucifer has also entered the mortal realm. He found me." Idia's anxious voice seemed to cross space, leaving the youth momentarily stunned. "That fallen and deathly demon god?" The youth appeared quite surprised, as the coffin lid was pushed to the ground, shaking the whole palace. How did he enter the mortal realm? Rhaegar could hardly control his emotions, but after a brief breath, he calmed down. What did he do? It seemed that the steady voice of his brother possessed a calming magic, and Idia slowly recounted the events to Rhaegar. Impressive. Rhaegar slightly tilted his head to look at the top of the palace. "I thought we were the only demon gods who could enter the mortal realm." This ancient demon god muttered to himself. "You return to the underworld first." After a moment of contemplation, he ordered his brother, "At least get the death off you. But we have already found that thing." And soon, Idia's voice suddenly rose. "You discovered." Rhaegar placed his hand on his forehead, staring blankly at the top of the palace. Did he find out? His brother's words made Idia, who was hiding in the garden, feel a tightness in his heart, as if an invisible hand had grasped his heart. "He knows?" Chapter 49. No. He doesn't know. Idia hesitated for a moment, then firmly said to the Underworld's legger, "He only encountered me by coincidence. And it seems he came here just for a human girl." A human girl? Even though he couldn't see Legger, Idia could imagine the surprised expression on the other's face. "Yes," Idia said seriously, "he seems to have fallen in love with that human girl." A conflicted expression appeared on his youthful face. Understanding love was difficult for him. A high-ranking demon god bows down for a human girl out of love. This was something he completely could not comprehend. Even though he had been in the mortal world for a year and had seen many couples, he still could not understand. "Do you have any way to control that girl?" Legger's words stopped halfway. His brother was now under the control of death. "Come back." Legger felt deeply exhausted, not only in spirit, but also physically. "I'm a bit tired. This body bears a power that it cannot carry alone. Every inch of bone and blood is oppressed by supreme authority and power. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." Legger knew the weight of this saying better than anyone. Across the space, that exhaustion and pain seemed to transcend everything. Originally, it should have been his brother entering the mortal world. He possessed a smarter mind and a stronger physique. All right, Idia understood his brother's pain, and his emotions unconsciously sank, his face seemingly wet with something warm rolling down. After a long silence, he raised his hand. "Love? It doesn't seem like a very noble thing." The youthful boy looked at the tears in his palm and forced a smile, but his eyes were red. Star Lake, the moon was bright, and the stars were few. The faint moonlight filtered through the dense forest, silently spilling onto the rocks by Star Lake. Due to the breach of the Bee City, there were no adventurers left here, and most of the beasts were still fighting against the human reinforcements on the front lines. Human soldiers tried to buy time for the evacuation of the civilians in the rear, but they themselves did not understand why. Despite the continuous reinforcements and the decreasing number of beasts in the beast forest, the Empire's high command still issued a retreat order. The cracks in the ice layer on the surface of Star Lake continued to spread, and the black aura at the bottom of the lake continually corroded the entire lake. The starry fish, once a symbol of good wishes, had been polluted. Its formerly golden and shiny scales now appeared lifeless. lacking vitality, like a zombie fish aimlessly wandering in the lake. Occasionally, a decayed hand would reach out from the lake bottom, pulling in a fish that had been dead for days. Adventurers who had died for many years seemed to have revived in this star lake. In a cave at the bottom of the lake, Alex examined his brand new body and smiled silently. Death Lucifer would never have thought that he could also touch the realm of death. Even the ritual he set up required the permission of the master of death's authority. To pray to a deity for power naturally requires acknowledgement. However, most deities do not do this because there are too many followers and they cannot respond to all of them. Therefore, followers only need to present enough offerings, and the authority they belong to will naturally respond. Before entering the mortal world, Lucifer didn't even know what a follower was, nor did he know there was a way to borrow the power of the deity. Of course, mainly because he himself was a deity, he did not need to borrow power. Alex thought of this brilliant method, spreading the aura of death throughout the bottom of Star Lake. Coupled with his full force, the seal on the lake's surface would accelerate its decay. Just 1 month. Alex clenched his shriveled fist. The deep blue flame in his pupils burned, as if consuming endless desire and engulfing everything. As long as nothing unexpected happens, an accident should be coming. Alex suddenly looked up at the rock wall above. His deep gaze instantly pierced through all obstructions, seeing the silver-haired old man on the surface of the lake. The old man's mouth curled into a smile, seemingly a bit happy. A bad premonition arose in Alex's heart, and this bad feeling gradually turned into reality with the old man's actions. The old man opened his hands, gently stroking the silver ice layer. The seal, which had already formed slight cracks, instantly began to restore itself, as if time was rewinding, bringing everything back to the beginning. How is this possible? Alex roared, almost breaking through the seal. The old man could even imagine the furious expression of the demon god at the bottom of the lake. How could a seal that cost life force be repaired? Alex seemed to suddenly understand something, instantly shattering the rock above him, coming to a position just a foot away from the lake's surface. The deep blue eyes burned with a seemingly unquenchable flame, fixating on the golden light in the old man's right eye. Time of the seal was rewound. Alex opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but fell silent. Why does part of the authority of time reside in the old man? Why can the old man contain authority? Why did the old man come here the moment he received authority? His eye sockets seemed to tear apart, gritting his teeth tightly. Good. The waves in the lake splashed, seemingly accompanied by the demon god's tremendous anger. Very good, but still, not a single drop of water splashed onto the old man's body. The silver-haired old man just stood on the silver ice layer, coldly staring at the roaring demon god below. You have no chance now, he said softly, as if unloading a 1,000-pound burden. Why bother? Compared to the furious demon god, the now calm Alex appeared even more terrifying. Gently patting the blood vessels that had just bulged from his rage, he smiled and spoke. If I enter the mortal world, I will only be interested in the authority scattered in the mortal world. What you want to protect, what you desire, what you possess, everything. Everything I will not occupy. I will not bring any loss to the mortal world. You will still, but you have no humanity. The old man interrupted Alex's explanation, his aged and calm face showing no extra expression. Alex was disinterested in continuing the argument. Why would a deity have humanity? Why would they need humanity? I only know that if you continue to stop me, Lucifer will enter the mortal world earlier than I do. Alex's speech suddenly became very fast. He is more brutal than me, more. Alex suddenly stopped speaking because he saw the old man's expression of pity. Pity from the enemy is usually not a good thing. Alex was not foolish enough to that extent, but he did not want to believe it either. Don't tell me he has already entered the mortal world, Alex muttered almost to himself. Gus did not answer this distraught demon god. No, a roar like never before shook the heavens. Chapter 50. Secret Patterns. I never thought the world could be so absurd. Alex stood on the rocks at the bottom of the lake, staring blankly at Gus, who was still repairing the seal overhead, and said, Why can Lucifer enter the mortal realm so early? Why? It's like waiting for a fruit to ripen. He has waited so long for this fruit, and then suddenly someone just picks it from the tree at random, and it's ripe? Shouldn't the normal script be that those who can't wait and pick the fruit directly suffer bitter punishment? How can he still taste the sweetness? What did I, Alex, do wrong? I just wanted to destroy. At this point, Alex looked up at the sky and stopped looking at the old man. The moon in the mortal sky was indeed very round. On the other side, Lucifer lay on the girl's bed, enveloped by her fragrance, feeling quite at ease, just like when he was just born from the source of the underworld. The moonlight outside fell evenly on the windowsill, gently flowing onto the wooden floor of the bedroom. The oak-colored floor reflecting silver light, as if silver-white spirits were dancing. The window was closed, so there was no wind. Lucifer's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly before opening, his blood-red pupils resembling 2 points of red flame in the night, cold yet mixed with a hint of warmth, human warmth. She back. Lucifer looked down at his coat and inner lining, all neat and tidy. Not good. Intentionally messing up his collar, so that Lovelin would come closer to him to fix his clothes again. This is the wisdom of the demon god. Everything is ready, just lacking the favorable wind. As soon as the bedroom door was pushed open, Lucifer moved closer, standing at attention, reporting to General Lovelin, the house-sitting task you assigned has been successfully completed. Please give instructions. Lucifer's expression was serious, his demeanor earnest, as if he were truly a soldier completing a mission. Lovelin chuckled lightly, tapped the tip of the soldier's nose, and pretended to be serious as she looked at Lucifer, as if she were truly a general inspecting her troops. Well done, Corporal Lucifer. Next, you have an even more arduous task to complete. The silver-haired girl feigned mystery, her fair hands clasped behind her back, pacing beside Lucifer. The girl's fragrance was undoubtedly the most deadly scent in the world to Lucifer, yet at this moment, the demon god still maintained a serious gaze ahead, resembling a well-trained soldier with a firm will. Can you escort your general to bed? Lovelin's small face was serious as she stretched out her hands, waiting to be picked up. Lucifer couldn't help but laugh, prompting the girl to punch him. No laughing. The girl frowned, her delicate brows furrowing as if the crescent moon was covered by clouds, revealing a layer of haziness. I won't laugh. I won't laugh. Lucifer wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the silver-haired girl, who naturally intertwined her fair arms behind his neck, her long, soft white hair cascading down from the young man's arms, resembling a galaxy suspended in a dream, with white waves flowing gently. The clothes were messy again. The girl in his arms sniffed delicately and freed one hand to straighten Lucifer's inner lining, because she needed to maintain balance. She could only lean closer to the young man's chest, bringing her center of gravity closer to Lucifer. Lucifer felt the soft body in his arms like jade, his heart racing, yet he made no further movements, simply smiling at the girl in his embrace. After straightening his collar, he noticed the girl being stared at seemed to be in a daze, and then she realized the young man staring at her suddenly moved closer, those blood-red pupils drawing nearer. The delicate white legs trembled up and down. The pure white evening dress that just past her knees danced back and forth with her movements, making her white feet flutter through the air. After a long while, pervert, Lovelin, her face flushed, huffed softly, resembling a drunken white cat, her entire body feeling soft and limp. You're too beautiful, Lucifer said earnestly, using his arm to pull the girl even closer. The silver-haired girl's exquisite face and the sharply defined features of the young man were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Every breath made it hard for both to control their emotions. Little crow, stop talking nonsense. The girl's face began to heat up, but she still pressed on, her seemingly weak arms once again wrapping around Lucifer's neck, making her resemble a koala hanging on a tree, seemingly never to part. This sense of security almost made Lovelin feel suffocated with satisfaction. Stay with me, she whispered. Lucifer gently patted the girl's smooth, shiny back while listening to her whispers in his ear. The moonlight outside gradually retracted, seemingly unwilling to disturb their tranquility. After a long time, feeling Lovelin's breathing becoming steadier and the soft white arms almost hanging down from his neck, Lucifer gently patted the girl's shoulder while leaning toward the luxurious bed. He carefully placed the soft body in his arms onto the bed, as if placing the world's most precious treasure. The already sleeping girl did not wake up due to Lucifer's release. A smile still lingered on her lips, like a pure angel gazing at the world's beings. Feeling the girl's steady breathing, Lucifer's lips unconsciously curved upward. A flash of crimson light flickered in Lucifer's hand, and after the light passed, a red agate bracelet appeared in his palm. This is a product of the Underworld's source. Lucifer still did not know what authority was contained within it. After all, only those with a very high level of affinity for the authority could perceive its existence before it truly manifested. Clearly, Lucifer's affinity with the authority in this bracelet was not high. However, as a manifestation of authority, this red agate could be considered a natural enchanting material. This point is beyond doubt. Just like the ancient mirror where Dalrymple previously resided, even an ordinary 8th tier could not inflict substantial damage on that hidden mirror. Moreover, because it was a solidification of authority, and authority possesses the characteristic of indestructibility. Even if it were completely shattered by external forces, it would still condense again due to the mutual attraction of the same authority, until it was contained by an 8th tier, serving as its capital for becoming a deity. Back to the point, Lucifer took out this bracelet not just to take a look. He intended to carve protective secret patterns into this bracelet. Though called protection, it was actually just a manipulation of chaos and distortion. When attacked, it would distort the destructive properties of the attack into other harmless attributes, or simply directly distort them into healing. However, the degree of distortion was directly proportional to the consumption of the secret patterns. But Lucifer could replenish it continuously, so the consumption could be ignored. Dark purple magic surged from his palm, and under the incredibly delicate manipulation of magic, complex secret patterns were carved onto each red agate until the vast magic dissipated, and the gray light on the surface of the agate bracelet was hidden. Lucifer gently pushed aside the girl's silver-white hair and placed the bracelet on the bedside. Then he transformed in a black mist and disappeared from a spot. Only the moon outside, half obscured by clouds, witnessed everything. Chapter 51. 3 demon gods in the deepest part of the underworld, within the pyramid tomb. Alex, having returned his soul to his body, slowly settled onto the grand and luxurious throne. His towering figure radiated a chilling aura, the majesty of the demon god permeating the entire domain. The pair of horns atop his head, symbolizing the pinnacle of demonic power, twisted and spiraled upwards like 2 ferocious dragons entangled in battle. The surface of the horns was intricately engraved with dense, inscrutable runes, resembling ancient magical incantations that contained endless dark power. Each time Alex breathed gently, those runes would flicker in response. Sometimes they appeared like faint flames, flickering in and out, carrying a strange and elusive glow. Eerie blue flames blazed like ghosts in the eye sockets of this demon god, their bizarre and profound light seeming to penetrate the endless abyss of darkness. At this moment, he exuded a heart-stopping pressure, yet also hinted at a barely perceptible calmness. His rugged fingers rhythmically tapped on the armrest of the throne in a seemingly casual manner, each tap producing a crisp and dull sound, akin to the drumming echoing from the depths of hell, striking fear into the heart. As the rhythm of the tapping resonated, the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly, forming ripples almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He was waiting. With a rumble, the tall main door of the pyramid slowly slid open, as if the ancient heart was once again beating, the blood-red moon casting a faint, hazy veil over this tomb that seemed to have not seen light for a millennium. He has arrived. Alex was not surprised by Lucifer's arrival. The human form of Lucifer appeared small before the towering door, but the light of the blood moon stretched his shadow long, extending all the way to the foot of the throne. Alex sneered, standing up. Whether intentional or not, his large foot stepped squarely on Lucifer's shadow, symbolizing sharp claws like blades ready to tear the shadow apart. Suddenly, both Lucifer and Alex turned their gaze to another shadow within the tomb. The pitch-black shadow slowly writhed, eventually revealing a gentleman dressed in a tailcoat. The gentleman removed his top hat and slightly bowed, seemingly greeting them in a friendly manner. Both Alex and Lucifer remained expressionless. But Flores did not feel awkward. He took out a black gentleman's cane from the shadow, the tip of which was embedded with a transparent black gemstone. Tap! The cane lightly struck the stone bricks of the tomb, producing a crisp sound. Two of you have been thinking about entering the mortal realm. But how is it going? Florus asked with a light laugh, handing the removed top hat to the black hand formed from the shadow, which then sank into the darkness as the hand descended. The ancient gods have vanished, and there are no deities left in the mortal realm. You should all know that as long as any one of us three can enter the mortal realm, those unclaimed powers will almost certainly fall into his hands. Florus paid no mind to the looks of disbelief from Lucifer and Alex, continuing, "The mortal and underworld realms are merging, and the rules of the mortal realm are loosening, which means that a ninth-tier existence could emerge at any time. And once one steps into the ninth tier, that is trouble. Trouble can be dealt with, but it is ultimately somewhat disgusting. If we three demon gods obstruct each other, then none will have the opportunity to enter the mortal realm, and the powers will only be devoured by those ants. Even if we truly enter the mortal realm at that time, those desserts will ultimately be tainted." At this point, Florus seemed to feel nauseated, gently coughing a few times. Seeing the flames in Alex's eye sockets flicker with impatience, Florus quickened his pace. "Rather than fighting among ourselves, we might as well join forces." The blue flames in Alex's eye sockets flickered, as if mocking, even producing a sound of laughter. Florus did not grasp the reason behind Alex's mockery. This well-dressed old gentleman looked toward Lucifer at the entrance of the tomb, displaying a look of confusion. "I don't know what happened. Maybe Alex has gone mad?" Lucifer said with a smile. After all, his return to the underworld was merely to mock Alex for amusement. After all, Guster had obtained the power of time, and although he could not be fully accommodated due to the rules of the mortal realm, it was sufficient to completely seal the Lake of Stars. He did not expect an even greater amusement to present itself. Florus turned his gaze to Alex. Alex could no longer manage a smile. "Lucifer has already entered the mortal realm. Your conspiracy seems to have little use now," he said coldly, glancing again at the tall figure at the entrance. He was the first demon god to enter the mortal realm. Alex knew that once Lucifer entered the mortal realm, he would not allow another demon god to follow. Even if he were to join forces with Florus now, what of it? Even if Lucifer was currently in the underworld, they would not be able to inflict even a serious injury on Lucifer. Moreover, Lucifer could enter the mortal realm at any time. What could two demon gods, who were unable to act freely in the mortal realm, do to an upper-tier demon god who could exert full power there? Nothing at all. The alliance of Florus would not even exist from the start, and he believed he had merely failed just before entering the mortal realm. At least he had gotten close to his goal. What about Florus? Lucifer has ascended, and you are still crawling on the ground, asking me how to walk. Florus's lips remained curled up, sketching a faint smile, but that smile appeared somewhat unnatural. He, accompanied by this light chuckle, his unfathomable gaze slowly turned towards the place where Lucifer's figure stood. A heavy shadow, as thick as inky satin, quietly enveloped his face, as if an invisible curtain completely concealed any emotions and thoughts he might express. In this rich darkness, it was difficult for anyone to glimpse what he was truly pondering. Even the slightest change in expression was thoroughly concealed, like a pearl sinking into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. Can I kill Lucifer here? That was clearly impossible. Thoughts continuously surfaced in Florus's mind. Even though he had played the role of a clown tonight, this did not affect his rational judgment. How did Lucifer evade the rules? When did he enter the mortal realm? Forget it. What could your brain possibly come up with? Seemingly sharing the same plight, Alex's desire to mock reached its peak at this moment, disregarding even the usual demon god's dignity. "Fool!" Florus directly spoke, then seamlessly melted into the shadows, disappearing into the tomb. If the goal cannot be achieved, then there is no need to remain here. Alex was not angry. He simply watched Lucifer, who was still enjoying the spectacle. Shall we talk business? Chapter 52. The authority of the gods. Lucifer was momentarily puzzled. He had simply come to seek amusement, not for any serious matter. Did Alex think that seeking his amusement was a serious matter? That was quite amusing. Alex looked at Lucifer, the young demon god's profound features clearly defined under the blood moon, his tall figure and calm confidence exuding an air of nobility. He did not believe that Lucifer had come here merely to see him make a fool of himself. This was an unspoken understanding between demon gods. As the ancient demon god took a step forward, the entire pyramid tomb gently trembled, as if responding to Alex, and a magical energy in the air surged wildly, like a boiling boiler subjected to high temperatures. Alex's deep blue eyes grew darker with his imposing figure's stride, the deep blue flames seemingly burning with eternal secrets. As the flames flickered, the distance between the two demon gods had already closed to just 10 steps. You cannot perceive the authority of the present world, can you? Alex spoke softly, his voice echoing throughout the space. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, the crimson light within him growing ever more vibrant, yet he remained proudly standing. The blood-red light behind him merely serving as a backdrop, quietly draping a layer of light red veil over him. Dark magical energy appeared behind Lucifer, like a hurricane stirring up towering waves, and standing at the center, Lucifer resembled a king in the eye of the storm, commanding thousands. So what? He chuckled, no longer questioning the nonsense of whether you could perceive the authority of the present world. Combined with what Flores had just said about the first demon god to enter the present world easily claiming its authority, and Alex's contemptuous smile now before him, as well as Edia's lurking on Sky Island, it was not difficult to guess that other than himself, demon gods had a special perception of authority. But it seemed that this perception only worked in the present world. Otherwise, Alex would never have chosen that ancient mirror, which carried secrets, to exile Doral. It seemed Alex was finally pleased to find a flaw in the perfect demon god, but he did not laugh for long before calming down and looking at Lucifer. You are truly special. The thoughts in Alex's mind continued to align, as if an unprecedented idea was being constructed. However, he did not say more. You will never be able to perceive where the authority lies in the present world. The authority left by the ancient gods will never be yours. He elongated his voice, as if such majesty would expand accordingly. You can only obtain those authorities that even the gods despised in ancient times. Even if the authority left by the gods is before you, you will remain oblivious. Alex's voice grew louder until it enveloped the entire pyramid tomb. Yet it did not cause any substantial damage to the tomb. Lucifer's expression remained unchanged, but he contemplated. What had the ancient gods left on their authority? Did Alex not seem to understand that the will of the gods was activated by authority? Was it that the memories of demon gods did not communicate? Or was Edia deceiving himself? Although Lucifer's hand had already touched Edia's soul at that time, he could not guarantee whether Edia had lied. Lies did not necessarily need to be false. The truth could also construct lies. So, what had the consciousness activated by that authority done to themselves before disappearing? Why could shield his perception? Even when he held the dragon god's heart, which contained part of the authority of time, in the illusion of the present world, he could not perceive its secrets until Gus told him it was for prophecy. Only then did he deduce that it contained the part of authority related to time. But why could it not shield the perception of other demon gods? Edia's presence on Sky Island clearly indicated that he knew there was authority left by the ancient gods there, and the only ones that maintained the ability to shield perception were those authorities that had been activated. Those authorities that had never produced consciousness remained as attention-grabbing as the sun in the night. For example, the hidden authority. He almost knew the authority contained within the ancient mirror the moment he touched it. And the hidden authority on Lovilian's body only became conscious when the Beast City was about to be breached. That was when he noticed the hidden authority. After all, half of the hidden authority was enough to deceive a demon god. However, the devouring authority within that magic sword still did not shield his perception. No, he sensed the authority contained in the sword while in the underworld. He had not carefully observed that magic sword in the present world. So why could he have such keen perception of authority in the underworld, yet fail to search for and discover the authority of the gods in the present world? Crossing over. The word flashed through Lucifer's mind. He did not belong to this world. His fate was not intertwined within the threads of this world. But why did only the authority that had once become the gods shield him, while those that had always existed as tangible objects did not? As he pondered, a voice emerged. Chaos and strife, Alex suddenly said. The demon horns atop his head swayed gently with his movements, symbols of power appearing on the surface. Corruption and death. He looked at Lucifer again, his words pointed. Shadows and the abyss. greed and cruelty, chaos and distortion. He gazed at Lucifer again. The underworld is a negative collective. You know this all too well. His deep blue flames burned quietly, and the space within the tomb seemed to be deformed by that terrifying temperature. So what are you trying to express? Lucifer remained indifferent. Indeed, it really didn't matter. He had no great desire for power and authority now. What am I trying to express? Alex chuckled softly, seemingly pleased to take the initiative in the conversation with Lucifer. After all, he had not seen this young demon god actively ask him questions for 1,000 years. Unparalleled physical quality and supreme control over magical power, combined with the authority of negative attributes. This is a demon god. Since the birth of the origin demon god 10,000 years ago, the conquest and domination of the world by demon gods have been etched into their souls. Ask yourself, do you not desire a great war? Alex excitedly raised both hands. Looking at Lucifer, your blood, your bones, your soul, every inch tells you. To spill blood across the world, to turn everything in sight into scorched earth. To let war trample those so-called peaceful lands, feeling the screams and wails of living beings. Surely that is the most beautiful music in the world, is it not? And my authority is the root of war. All you need to do is help me enter. Just don't stop me from entering the present world. My authority is enough to plunge the world into panic. Even now, you can enter the present world, but you cannot truly seize the true power of the present world. So let me, your brother, help you. Just don't stop me. He looked at Lucifer with fervor, but found that Lucifer's blood-red eyes were filled with calmness. The speaker was passionate after a fiery speech, yet his audience merely looked at him calmly. An audience that could not empathize was the greatest insult to a speaker. You do not have such thoughts? Alex stared in shock at the tall, calm-faced youth at the door, nearly asking in disbelief. Lucifer paused for a moment. Chapter 53, just for you, you are truly a special demon god. Alexei remained silent for a long time before uttering a few words. It seems that ever since you were born from the essence of the underworld, you've had a strong aversion to everything in the underworld. Everything about it seems to make you uncomfortable. For a period after your birth, as one of the supreme rulers of the underworld, you almost frantically sought ways to enter the mortal realm, even if it meant being severely injured. Alexei recounted Lucifer's past. You seem indifferent to everything in the underworld. You even worry that its chaotic nature might change you, maintaining a nearly prolonged state of slumber. This is precisely why the chaotic and twisted demon god underestimated you, and paid a bloody price for it. You don't even possess the brutal and murderous nature of underworld beings, yet your authority, the authority of corruption and death, continues to grow. The blood-red soil of the underworld is indeed a greenhouse of death. He chuckled lightly. At this moment, Alexei no longer resembled a demon god eager to wage war, but rather like an older brother recording his younger brother's experiences. Everything about you, he whispered, his tone beginning to shift. It's truly enviable. At this moment, the ancient demon god raised his noble head, staring intently at the young demon god before him, the azure flames reflecting the calm blood-red eyes of the young demon god. Rather than saying, I'm special, Lucifer shrugged. Why not say you were special? Perhaps demon gods should be like this. He seemed to think of something, chuckling lightly, the image of a white-haired girl appearing in his mind. What do you envy about me? Lucifer mocked. Do you envy that I possess multiple authorities? Do you envy that I have greater power? Or perhaps you envy that I'm younger than you? Lucifer suddenly changed the subject. Then you should indeed be envious. His tone became lighthearted, but from Alexei's perspective, that was disdain. The blood moon outside still hung high in the sky, its faint red light separating Lucifer, who was near the door, from Alexei, who had returned to his throne. Under the blood-red moonlight, the young demon god stood proudly, while the ancient demon god remained silent in the dark shadows. The two demon gods gazed at each other calmly. I will think of a way to enter the mortal realm. I hope you can stop me then. Alexei spoke in a low voice, sitting back on the tall throne, as if only the throne behind him truly belonged to him at this moment. I do not recommend you enter the mortal realm early. Lucifer shook his head, as if genuinely trying to dissuade him. If you were to face me alone, you would surely die. The young demon god calmly declared the consequences of the other entering the mortal realm without permission. So I suggest you wait until the underworld and the mortal realm are completely merged. Perhaps then Floris will come to assist you. Otherwise, if you enter the mortal realm and face me, it will indeed be quite tragic. Hee hee. The demon god on the throne chuckled lightly, not refuting the statement, perhaps unable to refute it. What is your reason for wanting to stop me from entering the mortal realm? Alexei gently tapped the armrest of the throne. Is it because you want to slowly search for the remnants of the god's authorities in the mortal realm? After saying this, Alexei shook his head, dismissing this guess. Lucifer seemed uninterested in this. You can't bear to see the beings of the mortal realm suffer slaughter? After saying this, Alexei laughed at himself. A demon god, no matter how special, would not be associated with kindness. Suddenly, a scene flashed in Alexei's mind. He saw his avatar at the altar, a white-haired human girl, and that one above her. Lucifer. Ha ha! He suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had discovered the answer to everything. That white-haired human girl? Lucifer raised an eyebrow, neither opposing nor agreeing, but smiling as he spoke. You have a brain. He gave Alexei a thumbs up, though Alexei might not know its meaning. The demon god of corruption and death cares about human girl? The flames in Alexei's eyes danced wildly, as if he had uncovered something extraordinary. Excluding all possible options, the remaining most unlikely result was the answer. The demon god who governs turmoil and conflict laughed for a long time. If tears were allowed to exist in his fiery eyes, perhaps one could truly see traces of moisture. What a surprising yet unsurprising answer. The shadowed Alexei appeared dignified and heavy, but his mood seemed quite good now. All right, now you know where my bottom line lies. Lucifer said nonchalantly, I do not know what you will do next, but I hope you can avoid crossing my bottom line. For a rational and steady demon god, Lucifer chose to clearly outline his bottom line. If the other party was smart enough, they would not provoke him. After all, even enemies have degrees. Right now, Lucifer and Alexei had not reached the point of no return. However, if the other party were a top-tier mischief demon god like Floris, Lucifer would prefer to use his fists. Love is truly a marvelous thing. Alexei said, but you should know, the origin demon god died because of love. This is something that even the top ranks among demon gods cannot control. It can also bring about the downfall of a god. Alexei implied, the higher-ups fell from grace because of love, while the base ones were reborn due to love. I don't know that the origin demon god died because of love. However, Lucifer remained expressionless. You understand it well, don't you? He asked. Perhaps. Alexei ceased speaking, gesturing for Lucifer to leave. The heavy shadows obscured everything. Alexei seemed to intend this. Lucifer looked at the throne in the shadows and the tall figure upon it. Hee hee. Lucifer turned, tearing through space, traversing the void, and returning to the mortal realm. After a long time, the demon god on the tall throne chuckled softly in the darkness. This morning sunlight is not too glaring. The sun emits a soft glow that illuminates the entire world. Against the vast background of the sky, that gentle sun resembles an oil painting hanging against a blue backdrop. In the courtyard, Lucifer lay on a chair, feeling the morning breeze. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance wafted by, just as Lucifer was about to open his eyes. Two cool hands covered them. Before the mischievous Leviathan could speak, Lucifer had already made a serious response. My wife. The girl's face instantly flushed red, like the sun at the edge of the morning sky. However, she did not release her hands, merely leaning down to gently peck Lucifer's face. You answer correctly. The white-haired girl's hands loosened, and she wrapped her arms around the young man lying in the chair, her cascading white hair spreading in front of Lucifer. The girl's fragrance becoming even more intimate. The reward is too little. Lucifer extended his hand, gently curling a few strands of the girl's silver hair, bringing them to his nose to sniff lightly. Pervert. The girl lightly scolded, but she moved a little closer to Lucifer. Just for you. Chapter 54. Visit Raymond is a baron of the Empire, but secretly, he is also a bishop of the Church of the Underworld. With disheveled gray hair and the middle-aged, paunchy appearance, Raymond squints his brown-black eyes at the envelope before him. The surface of the envelope is embroidered with black flower patterns, spreading out in circles. And a dark golden seal is placed at the opening, completely sealing the letter inside. After carefully checking it to ensure nothing was overlooked, Raymond hands the envelope to a white dove by the window. The dove flaps its wings and flies towards the horizon under Raymond's watchful gaze. The Church of the Underworld has traditionally used black crows to deliver messages, but for some unknown reason, the Church has recently requested a change in messengers. Seemingly because the divine messenger's avatar is also a crow. Father. A girl's voice comes from outside the door, crisp and accompanied by a knock. Gumin. A smile involuntarily appears on Raymond's lips as he slightly stands up and looks towards the now open door. A charming young girl stands at the entrance, dressed in an exquisite light green dress, one hand still pushing the door open while the other holds a flower basket. The basket is filled with colorful flowers, and as the door opens, the fragrance of the flowers wafts into Raymond's study with the gentle breeze from outside. Is there something you need? Raymond approaches his daughter, gently stroking her long black hair. Scarlet, feeling her father's warm touch, instinctively squints her eyes, but she hasn't forgotten the purpose of her visit. The flower basket. I picked these with my friends from the academy at the Star Sea Grand Garden. Seeing the smile radiating from his daughter, Raymond's own smile grows brighter. The flower basket is beautiful. He gently takes the basket, as if he has received a treasure from the world. Your classmates at the academy are easy to get along with, right? Is anyone bullying you? Perhaps most fathers unconsciously soften their voices when speaking to their daughters, completely shedding their imposing demeanor from outside. No. Scarlet shakes her head, then looks up at her father's few strands of white hair. Father, you haven't rested in a long time. You need to take care of your health. Noticing his daughter's concern and worry, Raymond smiles a bit awkwardly. Father will. After a brief chat between father and daughter, the young girl prepares to leave, while the middle-aged man simply smiles as he watches her retreating figure. Take a good rest. The girl, already stepping out the door, turns back to look at her father. Raymond pauses for a moment, then responds with a smile, I will. The door closes once more. I will, the middle-aged man murmurs to himself. Everything will come to an end. The last adventure, at the entrance of the Bradley family residence. Lucifer stands proudly in formal attire. The silver-armored guards at the entrance do not immediately chase him away. After all, there are always some outsiders who want to see what the illustrious Bradley family of the Empire is like. Of course, if they could meet the Empire's brilliant gem, the future Holy Maiden, that would also serve as a point of pride to boast about. The gate is designed with intricate patterns, with silver sword runes woven throughout. The main entrance features a double opening design, with two guards standing on either side, silver swords hanging from their waists. In the sunlight, the silver armor gleams dazzlingly, and the guards remain dutifully vigilant. Lucifer standing at the entrance is not there just to bask in the sun. Mainly, he needs a reasonable identity to enter the Bradley family residence. After all, he is considered the future master of this place. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that since his real body entered this world, he has hardly seen these two guards. After all, he never uses the front door. Expecting two mere fourth-tier, silver-armored guards to notice the stealthy entrance of a demon god is indeed asking too much. I'm a friend of Leviathan, invited here by her. This is her invitation. Lucifer hands the recently made envelope to the guard. The guard on the left takes it, while the guard on the right keeps a watchful eye on Lucifer, ready for any sudden movements from the young man. The guard senses the magical energy within the envelope and returns the invitation. He waves his hand, signaling his companion to open the gate, stepping back to indicate that Lucifer may enter. The wide gate opens, and the flowers in the courtyard sway gracefully, illuminated by the gentle sunlight, creating a colorful scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Lucifer walks into the courtyard, carefully observing his surroundings, though it is not his first visit here. Passing maids glance at Lucifer and secretly appraise him. After all, the entire Bradley household, including the butler, maids, and cooks, consists of just over 50 people. Everyone is familiar with each other, so the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar young man naturally draws attention. Lucifer confidently strides into the hall, noticing that the old mirror that used to be placed at the entrance is no longer there. An old man stands in the center of the hall, gazing at a large oil painting hanging on the wall. The oil painting depicts a young and valiant warrior, standing resolutely amidst chaos, gripping a sword that gleams with a cold silver light, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. In front of a young warrior, a terrifying scene unfolds, an endless abyss of darkness, an inferno filled with countless grotesque and clawing demons surging forth. Yet, the young warrior shows no fear. His gaze is resolute and determined, revealing a willingness to face death head-on. He raises his silver sword high, seemingly preparing to meet the fierce onslaught of the demons. Old Odro stares at the painting, seemingly unaware of Lucifer's arrival. "You are the crow on the young lady's shoulder, right?" The elderly man's voice, steady and resonant, spreads throughout the hall without him turning around. "Impressive." Lucifer genuinely praises, not denying Odro's assumption. After all, a veteran who has fought on the battlefield for many years and has a straightforward personality would certainly have great confidence in his judgments. But it's just a matter of tossing out a question while holding the answer. The old man turns to assess the young man behind him, noting his chiseled features and tall stature, then gazes into his eyes. The old man's deep-set eyes seem capable of seeing through everything, yet they cannot penetrate the blood-red pupils of the young man to grasp his inner thoughts. Aside from being a bit pale, which is somewhat hard to look at, everything else is fine. Odro offers his critique. He indeed has the qualifications to do so. Leviathan's parents left this world long ago, and the founder of the Bradleys is out on campaigns, leaving only this old man, who followed her grandfather and retired due to severe injuries, to accompany the young girl as she grows up. Lucifer naturally cannot refute this. Skin that has not seen sunlight for a long time will inevitably have sickly pallor, appearing bloodless. He could certainly change it with magic, but that would only be an illusion. From a moment, he was born from the essence of the Underworld. He has looked this way, and no matter how much time passes, he will remain the same. Grandpa Odro. Leviathan's light footsteps descend the stairs, her crisp voice ringing out even before she sees the two men in the hall. Has Lucifer arrived? Well, there's a traitor. Upon hearing the girl call Lucifer's name, he knows it was she who informed Odro of his identity. Chapter 55. Everything is left unspoken. The girl in a white trailing gown appeared lightly before Odro and Lucifer, stepping gracefully in her low-heeled crystal shoes. As she crossed the stairs, she resembled a deer leaping over a clear stream in the woods, light and agile. Upon seeing a familiar young man with red eyes standing behind the elder, the girl first smiled and then playfully stuck her tongue out at Lucifer. "After you left, Grandpa Odro asked me where the little crow had gone, and I couldn't hide it from him." The girl's telepathic voice rang like a clear spring in Lucifer's heart. "I'll make it up to you tonight." Feeling it wasn't enough, she added playfully, "What kind of compensation?" Lucifer became interested and responded telepathically, though his expression remained neutral, wary of Odro noticing anything. "Tonight, I'll take the initiative." The girl's soft voice seemed to linger around the young man's ears until Odro gently cleared his throat, causing the young man to wake from his reverie and show an awkward yet polite smile. "That works," Lucifer replied to the girl with a mental voice. "If there's anything to discuss, it can be said privately. There's no need for such exchanges in front of an elder." Odro lightly tapped the table, though he wasn't truly angry, just chuckling a few times. Hearing this, Loviana lowered her head, her delicate face resembling a rosy apple. Yet she still walked over to Lucifer and hooked her arm around his. Odro looked at Lucifer with a displeased expression, though he had already known in the morning. It still didn't improve his mood at that moment. Forget it. As long as the young lady is happy. The old man, coming to terms with it, shook his head and looked at Lucifer, communicating through thought. "Take good care of our young lady. She's the only one of Bradley's generation. If you do anything to hurt her..." Odro didn't finish his sentence, but Lucifer understood what he meant. Waving his hand, Odro slowly left. It seemed Odro still didn't know about his identity as a demon god. Lucifer looked at the girl in his arms, but she merely blinked her azure eyes at him, staring blankly. "How did you tell him about me?" Lucifer naturally needed to clarify. "I said you were a promising officer from a beast city. Grandpa Odro has been in the rear for so long, he must not be familiar with the young generals of the Empire, so I managed to pass it off." The girl innocently blinked her eyes, her small hand gently wrapping around the young man's waist, hanging onto him like an octopus. Lucifer recalled the longing expression Audro had while looking at the oil painting on the wall. It didn't seem like that of a true old soldier content to remain in the rear. Moreover, how could an elder who had watched Loviana grow up not see through the girl's little thoughts? After all, Loviana's feelings were written all over her face. "Carry me." Loviana, hanging on Lucifer, shook him, signaling him to lift her. "Where to?" Lucifer momentarily lost his bearings, instinctively placing the girl on his back. Her soft and lovely body pressed closely against him, a few strands of fragrance wafting from behind, and he could even hear her breathing at that moment. "Upstairs." The girl giggled, lightly tugging at Lucifer's collar. "Hurry up, hurry up." Her cheerful voice echoed through the hall. Audro, who had not gone far, paused his steps, sighed, and then quickened his pace. "Don't you want to walk this little distance?" Lucifer adjusted Loviana on his back, but his body obediently moved toward the staircase. "This trailing gown is just too big," the girl complained, pouting while gently wrinkling her translucent little nose. "And these shoes are really uncomfortable." As she spoke, she playfully lifted her delicate, snow-white legs. The lines of her calves were beautifully smooth, like finely carved artworks. The high-end, low-heeled, crystal shoes wrapped perfectly around her tiny, exquisite feet. Her little feet were fairer than snow, with a hint of rosy pink, and her slightly exposed toes resembled clusters of freshly ripened white grapes, tempting to the point of making one want to stop. Lucifer averted his gaze, focusing ahead with determination. The girl seemed to sense Lucifer's change, her azure eyes flickering. As they ascended the spiral staircase, she kept swaying her shiny little legs and occasionally nibbled on Lucifer's ear, causing him to flush. "Do you really like looking at my legs?" the girl mischievously whispered near Lucifer's right ear. Carrying Loviana, Lucifer felt a slight tingle in his right side, softening him a bit. "Haven't you touched them before? Why are you so shy?" The girl pressed her advantage, smiling sweetly. "Stop swaying." Lucifer could only advise verbally, his hands supporting the girl behind him. However, the girl seemed even more energized, her attacks becoming more intense. The girl let out a soft exclamation, her face suddenly turning bright red. Lucifer smiled, halting the restless hands behind him. "You naughty boy," the girl huffed, breathy and weak, lightly punching Lucifer. "Are you behaving now?" Lucifer chuckled, lifting the girl again, causing her to hold onto his neck tightly. "Not a chance." The girl stubbornly refused, gritting her silver teeth, her small hands shaking his head, but it didn't budge. This naturally led to Lucifer's counterattack. After a flurry of movement, the girl lay on the young man's back, her face flushed. "Can you hurry up?" she softly said, twisting Lucifer's ear. "You keep distracting me. How can I walk?" Lucifer blinked his innocent eyes, chuckling. "Naughty boy," the girl weakly argued. "Kiss me once, and I'll take a step." Lucifer became a little shameless. The girl continued to pout, saying no, but Lucifer's steps began to move upward. Arriving in front of the girl's bedroom, Lucifer gently set her down. The trailing gown that had been dragging on the stairs glided over the wooden floor, the jewels embedded in the white dress sparkling like lost treasures coming to light. The moment Loviana landed, her legs nearly gave way beneath her, but luckily, Lucifer was there to steady her. "It's all your fault." The silver-haired girl looked at the young man with a resentful expression, puffing up her cheeks. Lucifer chuckled, but didn't retaliate. He wouldn't be foolish enough to ask why the silver-haired girl could descend the stairs lightly in a gown and low-heeled shoes, but couldn't ascend. After all, everything was left unspoken. Chapter 56 Lullaby. A girl with long, snow-white hair was sitting on the edge of the bed, puffing her cheeks like a hamster hoarding food for winter, stuffing her mouth full of nuts. Meanwhile, Lucifer was leisurely leaning against the window, slightly squinting his deep, blood-red eyes, enjoying the warm sunlight gently falling on his face, as if the whole world was softly caressing him. A light breeze brushed by, stirring a few strands of his black hair, adding to his air of mystery and laziness. The girl became even more annoyed. She narrowed her eyes slightly, pouted her red lips, and sulkily muttered something before carefully lifting her delicate little foot, as white as mutton fat jade, and lightly kicking at Lucifer, who was leaning by the window. Then she suddenly turned quick, like a little hamster that had accidentally bumped into a black cat, swiftly rolling into the warm quilt like a plump bead without a sound. Following that, she tightly clutched the moon-white bedspread, desperately pulling it over herself, as if she wanted to completely wrap herself up and isolate from the outside world. In just a moment, her entire body was snugly surrounded by the soft quilt, leaving only her vigilant head exposed. Lucifer opened his eyes and turned to look, chuckling softly. "You little turtle." His blood-red eyes were filled with amusement as he gently leaned closer to the girl's face, the sunlight behind him casting a warm glow on her skin, which resembled mutton fat jade. Lucifer gently poked her cheek. The girl puffed her cheeks in anger, looking like a pufferfish that had been wronged. Yet she had no way to retaliate against Lucifer. He poked her again. No more poking. The girl rolled around in the quilt, causing the moon-white bedspread to move with her. "It feels nice." Lucifer retracted his hand, smiling gently. "Then you poke your face for me," the silver-haired girl said. Shrinking back a little, her azure eyes swirling like clear blue sapphires soaking in the crystal-clear winter-spring water, rippling with the movement of the water surface. Lucifer gazed into the girl's eyes, scheming in his mind. "All right, I'm right here." He clasped his hands behind his back and leaned in closer. Lovelian stretched out a fair hand from her turtle shell, reaching toward the leaning Lucifer. "I can't reach." The girl's hand fell just short, and, as she spoke, she revealed her entire shoulder from the quilt, giggling. "Got you." Just as her cool, jade-like hand touched Lucifer's cheek, her world spun as if she had lost weight. And before she knew it, she was in Lucifer's arms. "This trailing gown is really not easy to wear," Lucifer said to the girl in his arms. "I can't even touch your legs." Because of the fitted design of the gown, the white dress clung tightly to the girl, and when Lucifer picked her up, he could only graze the white silk and the adorned gems. Though it felt a bit prickly, it was nothing serious. Not being able to touch is better. The girl, now aware, lightly huffed, not showing much reaction, her fair face remaining unblushed. "Did you know I would suddenly hug you?" Lucifer asked with interest, tightening his grip around her slender waist and lifting her slightly. "You lecher. I already know you." The girl's delicate face was pressed against Lucifer's chest, seemingly sensing something. The corners of her mouth lifted. "Every time you hug me, my heart races." "You are too tempting." Lucifer was honest, like a big gray wolf encountering a little white rabbit, unable to resist eating her. The girl said nothing more, merely inching closer. "Do you want to go somewhere?" Lucifer gently swayed the soft, jade-like body in his arms, as if cradling his most precious treasure. "Where to?" Lovelian closed her eyes, leaning against Lucifer's chest, feeling the heartbeat of her lover, a smile still lingering on her lips. "I don't know." Lucifer paused. The girl delivered a light punch to his chest. "Then why ask?" She opened her azure eyes, speaking softly, yet her words were filled with tenderness. "Don't stop," she added, referring to the swaying when Lucifer held her. Yes, yes." Yes, Lucifer smiled wryly, gently rocking the girl in his arms, and began to hum a lullaby. "What song is this?" The girl, enjoying the warmth in Lucifer's embrace, opened her eyes again, curiously sniffing him. "A lullaby from my hometown." Lucifer paused for a moment before responding. "Is there such a song in the underworld?" Lovelian said, half amused and half complaining. "And where is there a husband singing lullabies to his wife?" She lightly tapped Lucifer's ear but didn't twist it. "Now, there is." Lucifer laughed, and he stopped humming. "Continue." This time, Lovelian didn't open her eyes again, only lazily saying, "I want to take a nap for some reason." Every time she lay in his arms, she found it particularly easy to fall asleep. She felt that lying in his embrace allowed her to not think about anything, as if everything was being supported and that little silver-haired girl could be fearless. Lucifer, hearing her, said nothing more and continued to hum a tune that a young mother, holding a child, would sing while fanning herself on a summer night in a small county town from his past life. He didn't know the name of the song, nor did he ever search for it later. He only knew that the boy who returned home would softly hum it in bed. The sound so soft that the child on the other bed, just a few steps away, couldn't hear it. It seemed that this was enough to fall asleep. It seemed that this could deceive himself into believing that there was still someone in the world who loved him. Lucifer's memories were gently stirred by the girl's slight movement. Looking at the girl's exquisite profile under the sunlight, he smiled and continued to hum this lullaby, which he might never know the name of. The difference this time was that he was singing it for the girl who loved him and whom he loved. As the girl's soft breathing and the young man's gentle humming mingled, time drifted to noon. Lovelian woke up to find herself still in someone's arms. But this person had his eyes tightly shut, leaning against the chair. She blinked her azure eyes, carefully examining the young man's sleeping face. And not knowing what she thought of, she gently smiled. Her jade hand caressed the young man's cheek, slowly moving upward, gently detaching herself from Lucifer's embrace, and tenderly helping the sleeping Lucifer onto the bed. Daytime napping lazybones, she laughed softly in the sunlight. Unaware, Lucifer remained asleep, a smile on his lips, as if he were having a sweet dream. Chapter 57. Where do the demon races come from? The sky is clear and the breeze is gentle. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, a silver-haired girl holds an envelope. The seal on the envelope is constructed from pure light magic, with twisted lines of light and a semicircular, blazing white center that seems to emit a slight warmth. Lucifer is also observing the surface of the envelope, gently leaning towards the girl. Don't mess around. Lovelian gently pats the young man's head. Lucifer ignores her and greedily sniffs the reassuring scent on the girl, his blood-red eyes showing a look of enjoyment. Like a ginger cat lying in the afternoon sun, the silver-haired girl doesn't mind Lucifer embracing her slender waist. She delicately opens the envelope and pulls out the letter. A letter from the Church of Light? Lucifer, who has his arms around the girl from behind, rests his chin on her soft shoulder while feeling the subtle sensation of her silver hair brushing against his face, murmuring, "Is that so?" Yes. The situation at the border is becoming increasingly severe due to the demon races. Lovelian replies seriously, "Stop blowing air at me." She gently turns her head, as if coaxing a child, "Be good." Lucifer tightens his embrace. Lovelian smiles helplessly but indulgently, unfolding the letter. The demon races are becoming increasingly rampant, and the border is under siege. The envelope does not include any greetings, simply describing the situation at the imperial border. The Holy Church of Light was established 1,000 years ago, inheriting the doctrine of illuminating the eternal night and subduing evil, passing down the holy light to this day. Subduing evil? They wouldn't want to subdue me, would they? Lucifer lightly exclaims, pointing at the words on the letter. They are targeting scoundrels like you. Lovelian swats away Lucifer's increasingly restless hand with one hand, huffing lightly. Just hold my waist properly and don't have any improper thoughts, at least not until tonight. She adds softly. Lucifer settles down, merely wrapping his arms around the silver-haired girl's delicate waist while casually scanning the contents of the letter. Yes, yes. The Holy Maiden of Light is right, he chuckles. You're not even officially in office yet. Lovelian's flushed face is buried in her silver hair, like a treasure hidden in Tianshan's snow, only visible after crossing that snow. The letter says you need to take office early. Lucifer shakes the girl in his arms and leans closer to her snow-white neck, feeling her warmth. Lovelian briefly schemes the contents of the letter, which mostly describes the general situation within the empire. At the end of the letter, the Pope writes in bold ink, "Since the battle at the Bee City, I have been seriously injured and have not yet recovered. I write this letter hoping you can come to Kelton next Monday to take over the Holy Church of Light. Signed, Gaffleton." There is actually a bit of a problem here. Lucifer places one hand on the girl's shoulder, twirling her long silver hair. Guster is fully capable of handling that golden dragon alone, which means it would be quite hard for this so-called Pope to get injured with Guster's involvement. But he said he was injured in the letter. Lucifer slowly releases the girl's hair, falling silent. What if it was an accident? Lovelian thinks it's a slim possibility. Could be. Lucifer releases his hold on the girl. After all, nothing is impossible. The young man's blood-red pupils are filled with jest. The Holy Maiden of Light and the demon god of the Underworld can fall in love. What else is impossible? The girl lightly taps the grinning young man in front of her and gently pinches Lucifer's ear. Be serious. I've always been serious. Lucifer straightens up, his tall figure in a well-fitted black suit, looking quite impressive. Looking all serious and formal, Lovelian covers her mouth and laughs, her happiness rippling like layers in a blue lake, as if every ripple could touch Lucifer's heart. The girl is laughing. Lucifer looks at her and chuckles. I'm done playing. I need to get serious, she says, her smile fading into seriousness. At that moment, she looks even cuter, and Lucifer gazes at her earnest expression. Do you need me to take you directly to Gaffleton? Lucifer also puts away his smile, looking at Lovelien, wanting to see what the situation is. I hope that Pope is genuinely as injured as he claims in the letter. That would be best. If not, Lucifer sneers inwardly. No need. I have matters to handle in the Imperial capital. Lovelien shakes her head. Kelton is not far from the Imperial capital and can be reached at any time. Oh, Lucifer feels somewhat useless. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashes in Lucifer's mind. How about I go to the demon races and wipe them out? That way, you won't have to be the Holy Maiden of Light anymore. He leans down, his voice tinged with a hint of expectation. Lovelien knows that asking can you do it? At this moment would surely upset Lucifer, her big baby. But she also worries about Lucifer getting into trouble. There is indeed nothing in the world that can directly threaten the demon god. But what if? What if her baby gets hurt? All right, she laughs lightly, patting the young man's head and tousling his soft black hair. I know you're powerful, but you have to give me some room to maneuver, okay? Little crow, behave at home. When I come back, I'll buy you candy. Lucifer watches Lovelien coaxing like a child, but he is the one being coaxed. I don't want candy. I want cream cake, he replies with a helpless smile. The cream cake was the first real food he had tasted since his arrival. All right, be good. I'll bring it for you. The girl rises on her toes, her arms naturally wrapping around the young man's neck. After a while, their lips part. Lucifer licks his lips, only to be punched lightly by Lovelien. Lucifer feigns innocence. You pervert. Lovelien lightly huffs, waving her small hand. Go warm the bed for me. If it's not warm when I come back tonight, your cream cake will be gone. She threatens, showing her small tiger teeth, and leaves. As she walks away, Lucifer watches her delicate silhouette leave with a light step, the softness in his eyes gradually fading until he can no longer see her. At this moment, the demon goddess' eyes are only calm, as if he were no longer the young man who was just treated like a baby. The Holy Maiden of Light can certainly fall in love with the demon god of the Underworld. Lucifer murmurs to himself, after all, I really have fallen for you. A slight smile returns to his lips. However, there is nothing in this world that could harm me. He whispers again, his blood-red pupils beginning to burn, as space around him starts to distort, as if it could shatter at any moment. Suddenly, the space about to break pauses for a moment. Which direction is the demon territory? He pauses. Chapter 58, Demon Clan. The dim charred land as the direct battlefield between the human race and the demon clan. Countless lives vanish here every day. Walking on this charred land feels like the countless souls of the dead are roaring and howling. The will of madness and slaughter permeates the entire area. There are no flowers, no white doves, and no changing of the seasons. It's eternally dark and cold. The gloomy sky rarely lets down a fine rain, enveloping the entire world in a misty drizzle. The grotesque bodies of demons that died here recently stare blankly at the sky. A silver flash of lightning suddenly tears apart a corner of the somber sky, as if a deity is painting in the heavens, illuminating the gray canvas with a hint of brightness. At the same time, the space shatters, and a young man with blood-red eyes lands on this charred earth. The momentary white flash lights up the young man's face, revealing a youthful and noble visage that seems rather relaxed. Oh, it was still daytime before I was teleported, the young man muttered to himself, amused. Is this the dim, charred land on the other side of the continent? After saying this, he chuckled. It was unlikely. Perhaps it was due to the long-standing, gloomy weather here. Hey, Lucifer looked at the exposed, giant, spiraled fangs of a demon corpse on the ground, focusing his eyes to examine it closely. He only knew that there were many types of demons, but was unclear about their specific classifications. At this moment, there seemed to be a hint of curiosity in the young demon god's blood-red eyes. Did these things originate from the corpse of the origin demon god? Lucifer stroked his chin, lightly tapping on the giant fong. The white fong, wet from the rain, did not produce a clear sound but only a faint, muffled vibration. Lucifer squinted, and a scarlet light shone from the gap. There was indeed a breath of origin. He gently grasped the huge white fong, stepping on the demon's corpse, and with a slight tug, the fong was pulled out as if it were a toy, blood mixed with rainwater splattering everywhere. Yet not a drop landed on this demon god. Just as he was about to crush the Fong to examine it closely, he seemed to sense something and turned to look toward the opposite side of the charred land. A demon, resembling the corpse beneath his feet, was rushing this way on all fours. It was about 4 kilometers away. Lucifer sensed slightly. Most of the time, his perception was in a passive state, such as just now. He only sensed the smaller demon because its direction was too obvious. Other human soldiers or demons wandering the battlefield did not appear in his perception. This was certainly not because he couldn't sense them, but rather because the passive state of perception actively filtered out unnecessary information. Lucifer gently placed the Fong back down, waiting for what seemed to be the descendant of the demon on the ground to arrive. Although this seemed a bit conspicuous, he genuinely felt he was a polite god. A polite demon god certainly wouldn't harm a corpse in front of someone else's child. The demon on all fours did not make Lucifer wait long. In just a moment, it appeared before him, only about 100 meters away. He watched as it stood upright, puffing out its chest like a small giant, and glanced again at the demon's corpse on the ground. Lucifer would not let it misunderstand. In an instant, before the young demon could realize what was happening, it was already kneeling at the feet of the young demon god, its forehead pressed firmly against the dark charred earth, and the fangs that usually took pride and were almost breaking under the immense pressure, blood seeping from the base of the fangs. Sane's eyes were filled with rage. The murderer of his father was right in front of him, yet he was powerless, subdued by the opponent instead. The deep-seated pride made him feel an overwhelming anger. But he could do nothing, not even truly see the other's face. Rain mixed with tears fell to the ground. "I ask, you answer," Lucifer said calmly. Sane felt the pressure on him lessen slightly, and the magic inside him began to flow again. "Do you have a name?" The language spoken was that of humans, which he understood. However, he had no intention of answering, seemingly preparing to gather strength for a counterattack, even if there was no hope. "I did not kill it. It was already a corpse when I arrived." Lucifer sensed the young demon's magical energy circulating. "You don't need to seek death." A glint flashed in his scarlet eyes. "Although I would quite like to slay you here, it would indeed be inappropriate." The young demon god shook his head, seemingly denying something. "At least I won't kill you now." He gently crouched down and lifted his head. The demon god's command resonated with the magic in the surrounding environment. Sane felt an invisible force fix his head at the same level as Lucifer's. It was only at this moment that he truly saw the other's appearance. Even though a fine rain fell from the sky, the black hair of the other remained dry, as if some wondrous magic repelled everything. The blood-red eyes seemed devoid of emotion, coldly surveying everything about him. There seemed to be no intent to kill. At least he could not sense any murderous intent at this moment. "Sane," he said heavily, his voice sounding thick in the rain. "Correct," Lucifer replied, feeling quite satisfied that he had obtained the desired answer without using the method of tearing the soul to observe memories. Today, he was a little kinder. "Great. This way, I can eventually become the demon god of corruption and death." A light version, and boast to the silver-haired girl. He hadn't slaughtered any beings, which was superb. This was all for later. However, do demons count as living beings in the eyes of humans? Lucifer fell into a brief confusion, but quickly corrected himself. "Who cares?" Sane looked at the seemingly pleased expression of the other and fell into a momentary daze. "Is he happy?" Then he heard the other say, "Get up." The invisible pressure disappeared, and Sane tentatively stood up. After all, some important figures enjoy the feeling of giving hope to weak beings after they fall into despair, only to take it away again. He wasn't sure what kind of person the other was, but he knew he could not survive. Humans and demons had always been this way, let alone the fact that the other had killed his father. This was a hatred that could not be resolved, even though he sensed no murderous intent from the other. What he needed to do now was to convey the information about this unseen human powerhouse back before his death. Sane knew he had no chance of revenge, but death was not terrifying. Meaningless death was what truly frightened him. His kin would take revenge for him. He was also glad to be born into a demon clan with emotional ties. In this way, there was still hope. Lucifer did not know what the other was thinking, of course, nor did he care. He hesitated for a moment, wondering which demon clan to go to next, the one 100 kilometers to the north or the one 200 kilometers to the southwest. A demon god had to find something to do. Otherwise, he would be seen as a lazy bug being fed by some girl. Although he quite enjoyed it anyway. Chapter 59. The Emperor. The dim rain continued to linger over the entire dark, scorched earth. The youth with blood-red eyes stood there as if nothing could disturb him. There are many tribes of the demon race, right? Lucifer asked directly, without looking back, while gently dispersing the magical power around him, letting the fine raindrops fall into his palm, cool and refreshing. Sane did not respond. Sensing the other party's small actions, Lucifer sneered disdainfully, but did nothing, tearing open the space and leaving directly. In Sane's perception, the human youth almost instantly vanished from his spot. He incredulously touched his own face. The stagnant water on the scorched earth reflected his rugged features, and his once fierce black eyes were now filled with confusion. Did the other party just let him go? Sane hurriedly ran to his dead father's side, his face drenched, unsure if it was rainwater or tears. Memories of his father's careful teachings since childhood flooded back, bringing sorrow. He reached out and gently touched his father's proud white fangs, recalling the times his father had let him climb on the fangs to play. With a thud, at the moment of touch, the white fangs fell, splashing rainwater. Sane stared blankly at the fallen fangs. No, a roar echoed across the scorched earth. Lucifer did not go to the two relatively close demon tribes, because he had just swept across the dark scorched earth at an extremely fast speed, using his 9th-tier mental power to thoroughly scan the territories he passed. It was very easy for him to find the imposing and majestic demon royal court, which countless human warriors viewed as their lifelong goal. In the entire history of war between humans and demons, humans had only approached this vast and heavily defended city twice. Once was during the downfall of the previous empire, when they risked everything and gathered the last of their fighting force without reinforcements or intelligence, like a sharp sword piercing into the demon's heartland. But that sword ultimately shattered against the tall city walls. The second time was when the founding emperor of the Hiss Empire, the only 8th-tier warrior among humans now, led 32 of his personal soldiers to the city gates, forcing the demon emperor, who had already reached the imperial capital, to retreat, and eventually, they withdrew under the demon emperor's counterattack. To this day, no one knows why the demon emperor abandoned that resource-rich land to return to defend this ancient city on the edge of the continent, nor why that emperor was certain the demon emperor would return when he was at the imperial capital. Perhaps only history can answer, but unfortunately, it does not speak. High in the sky, Lucifer stood suspended, looking down at the towering city. The layout within the city was very similar to that of humans, or rather, this was something the demon race had learned from humans. Because of the bronze city walls, the city appeared as if it were a mountain cast from bronze, indestructible. The towering bronze city walls resembled an impregnable fortress, their surfaces covered with intersecting and intricate runes, since they had not yet been activated. Those meticulously carved magical circuits appeared somewhat dormant, like a sleeping giant. The magical flow that should have shone with dazzling brilliance did not appear, and the entire surface of the walls was shrouded in tranquility. The lines of the runes were smooth and beautiful, each one carefully engraved, undoubtedly. This was the painstaking masterpiece of the world's top array masters. They awaited a specific moment or key trigger condition, waiting for their revival. At the center of the royal court, in a vast square, stood a bronze statue with 12 broad wings behind a humanoid figure. Its majestic eyes gazed straight at the closed city gate, and a gigantic sword, about 100 meters tall, was half buried in the ground, as if guarding this ancient city like a guardian deity. Behind the statue was a towering castle, with layer upon layer of steps leading to the highest point of the city. Lucifer could even see a wide bridge at the top of the castle, resting on the left shoulder of the bronze statue, which held its head high. Alchemical beings. Although Lucifer had never seen such a living bronze life form, he could sense an extremely rich vitality at the center of the bronze statue. He then looked at the dark-colored castle behind the bronze statue and, after a slight perception, opened his blood-red eyes and chuckled softly. The demon emperor? Interesting. His figure vanished from the high sky and reappeared openly in the square where the demon race gathered. Here, some demons knelt before the bronze statue, their lips moving as if they were still praying. Some were well-dressed, casually walking past Lucifer, seemingly busy with their own matters. Others were completely bare, their massive bodies adorned with ancient blue veins as thick as a human child's arm, with bloodstains on their exposed teeth, appearing extremely ferocious. However, contrary to Lucifer's expectations, there was no riot here. In fact, many demons bore a striking resemblance to humans. Because of this, Lucifer was not treated as an outsider. How interesting. He chuckled, strolling leisurely through the demon square, his crimson eyes filled with curiosity. There were even demons performing acrobatics nearby, and sometimes demons would reward the performers on stage. Here, demons came and went, yet none stepped onto the marble steps, and even when demons were inadvertently pushed and fell, they would adjust their balance before hitting the ground, as if the steps were sacred in their hearts. Lucifer suppressed his presence and used magic to completely absorb the surrounding light, achieving optical invisibility. He gently stepped onto the steps, and no demon around detected him. He then looked up at the Black Castle at the end of the long steps. Inside the hall of the Black Castle, luxurious chandeliers hung like brilliant stars from the ceiling, emitting a faint red glow that gently covered the entire spacious and magnificent hall like a thin veil. On both sides of the main entrance, two incredibly long redwood tables were placed, resembling two sleeping dragons lying here. Time had left no rough traces on the surfaces of these two tables. Instead, through the baptism and sedimentation of time, the wood's grain had become increasingly clear, and its color had deepened and enriched. One by one, demons raised their exquisitely crafted red wine glasses in front of the redwood tables. Under the blood-red light, the wine in the glasses swayed gently like blood, shimmering with an alluring glow. All the demons' gazes were as hot as burning flames, fervently directed toward the same place, the one directly opposite the main entrance. A throne made of piled bones stood tall on layers of steps, exuding a solemn and dignified presence. The armrests of the throne were embedded with large, shining black dragon scales, which radiated a mysterious and profound light, as if telling of the past glory and honor of this king. And upon this throne, symbolizing supreme power and status, sat the noble and exalted emperor, the highest ruler of the demon race. Chapter 60. Strange sight. Our clan has gathered heavy troops on the northeast front, and at this moment, two 8th-tier kings are stationed at the front lines. Gust is left with no choice but to personally guard Motus. A goat-headed demon, raising a wine glass, laughed, and the spiraled horns on its head wriggled like a vortex, as if possessing its own life. There is only one emperor among the demon clan, a decision made during the Emperor War 70 years ago. The remaining 3 defeated 8th-tier beings, although they are the pinnacle of this realm, cannot be called emperors. The true demon emperor is the young man on the throne, who chuckles lightly from above. The youth's dark purple eyes and the rich magical patterns around his eye sockets symbolize the highest tier of the demon race. And the pitch-black 6-winged phantom constantly emanates a dangerous aura, representing the supreme power. Nostan's face showed no expression as he listened. The succubus beside him twisted her slender waist, slightly bent forward, and gently lifted the wine jug to pour the elven wine, known as the spring of nature, into the emperor's cup. The light green liquid brimmed with vibrant life energy, cascading down the jug spout and precisely filling the cup. How long do you think those two useless ones can hold Gust back? The young man on the throne lifted his wine cup and took a gentle sip. Meanwhile, the succubus made obediently retreated into the shadows. No one answered from below the throne. The goat-headed demon, who had just been smiling, also lowered its head to look at the mahogany table. Even if an 8th tier was demoted to a king, it was not within his place to comment. Who among the demons could confront Gust? The young man exposed his chest, leaning back comfortably on the throne, his bronze skin bare, his eyes slightly squinted, as if questioning the high-ranking demons below, or perhaps questioning himself. In a world where the birth of a 9th tier is not permitted, he still took that step, even though ascending to the highest tier lasted only a moment. That old man ultimately took that step. You, an elderly demon below the throne, chuckled softly. His eye sockets empty, his skin dry and cracked like parched earth, devoid of any life. You, The old man spoke again gently. My emperor, you can do it. The vessel has been found. Lurd is on his way back to the royal court with it. Even if he cannot fully inherit the power of the originator, it will be enough to take you further along the path to godhood. The young man on the throne seemed to ponder this, his fingers lightly tapping on the pitch-black dragon scales, producing a crisp sound. Indeed, my demon emperor, the goat-headed demon, spoke again. There is no true god in this world. 8th tier is the peak. If you can take another step, then the world will be at your fingertips. Seemingly resonating with this sentiment, the demons below the throne became fervent once more. The sharpness of the demon soldiers would make this world that has forgotten them pay the price. We will surely become the sharpest sword in your hand against the human race, the elven race, the dwarven race, and even those self-proclaimed noble dragons. Everything. We will follow you into battle until the end of the world. Nostin rubbed his temples, his fingers gently lifting, intending to strike the armrest to end this farce. Tap, tap. The gentle tapping sound rang out. The demon courtiers quieted down and instinctively looked towards the emperor on the throne. Nostin was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his still raised hand before turning his gaze to the main door ahead. The eyes of the courtiers followed the emperor's gaze to the entrance. As if responding to their anticipation, the tall and heavy door was pushed open. A tall young man dressed in formal attire, with a luxurious black collar and a fitted suit that showcased his perfect physique, entered. His blood-red eyes casually scanned all the demons present, finally landing on the king on the steps. In the instant their blood-red eyes met, Nostin's mind went blank. All thoughts seemed to be prohibited, like a small snake seeing an eagle soaring towards it, only endless fear occupying his brain in that moment. Nostin's once proud perception was frantically stimulating his nerves. Every inch of his bones and skin trembled slightly under the invisible, suffocating pressure. It was the biological instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm that told him to flee this place immediately. But that was merely the instinct of ancient creatures. In the last line of defense for intelligent beings, kneeling on the ground seemed like a means to preserve one's life. But he was the emperor, the supreme emperor of the demons. Yet at this moment, he could not even open his mouth, which meant he had no qualification to declare war against the other. Impressive, Lucifer applauded, although he was unable to exert his full power due to secrecy and had not intentionally oppressed the other. The will of his opponent was sufficient to earn his recognition. After all, the other demons present, while they appeared to still be standing, with some not even setting down their wine cups, looked much better compared to the emperor, who was lowering his head and constantly emitting meaningless low growls. But that was only because they were too weak, both in strength and willpower. In an instant, they were consumed by the aura of the demon god, their minds devoured by fear, leaving only their bodies standing upright, following the muscle memory. The steady footsteps sounded like the grim laughter of death. With each step the blood-eyed youth took, the demons around him burst like blood flowers, and in an instant, blood stained the entire hall red. Coupled with the red chandelier hanging from the ceiling, it added a touch of horror to the scene. God? A voice caught Lucifer's attention, and it did not come from Nostin, who was still struggling on the throne, but from the elderly demon who had just spoken. Because he was closest to the throne and furthest from the main door, he had not yet exploded into a blood flower. This demon elder seemed to possess some means to escape the slight spread of the demon god's aura. As if in response, the elder broke a bone from his chest and crushed it with force, dark specks of light spilling forth, seemingly exhausting all his strength. After doing all this, the elder collapsed to the ground, appearing to have lost all his energy. Lucifer squinted his eyes. The black light points in the air seemed to be the reason this demon elder could regain a brief consciousness. He gently reached out his hand, grasping the black light point fluttering in the air, as if holding onto a hazy drizzle. A cool sensation traveled through his nerves to his brain. Origin? Lucifer murmured, looking at the irregular black gem in his palm, which had stopped glowing. The dim red light from the chandelier gently illuminated every corner of the hall. The expression of the emperor on the throne was grim, veins bulging on his face as if enduring unbearable pain. The blood-eyed youth below the steps looked at the black gem in his palm, deep in thought. The sky darkened, and an unusually black snow fell from the sky. The demons in the royal court all raised their heads in unison to look at the sky, gazing at this unprecedented spectacle. Chapter 61. Black flying snow. The black flying snow danced in the air, filling the atmosphere with a chilling aura. Unlike the hazy drizzle over the scorched earth, this flying snow carried a heavy and ominous presence, as if something unusual was about to happen. All the creatures surrounding the Demon King's court stared blankly at the black snow, and no one knew the reason for this dark snowfall. Inside the bloodstained hall of the Demon Emperor's castle, a calm voice resonated in Noston's ears. At the moment this command was issued, Noston, hailed by the demon race as the strongest emperor in a millennium, lifted his head and gazed at the blood-eyed youth ascending the steps. Step by step, as the gentlemanly youth took the last step, blood splattered from the shadow beside the throne, as if something had exploded. Purple blood splattered across Noston's dazed face, and the momentary warmth brought the Demon Emperor back to reality. He stared blankly at the purple blood sliding from his face to his palm, feeling his vision blur. She was the maid he had carefully selected from the succubus clan. He remembered that at that time, he was a 7th-tier demon, newly crowned as king, brimming with confidence, as if the world was beneath his feet. The young Demon King visited the succubus clan, where the clan leader was only a 6th-tier demon, showing utmost respect for his arrival. He ignored the flirtations of the succubus clan leader and only saw the succubus girl kneeling on the ground. He told her to look up, and she did. The appearance of succubi was naturally exquisite, but her bloodline was very low. Yet this meant nothing to the young Demon King. He had taken a liking to her, and it was that simple. Come with me. He extended his hand under the sunlight. The succubus girl simply stared blankly at the young Demon King's smile and those dark purple eyes that seemed to possess magic. Those were the gentlest eyes she had ever seen. Noston promised her a position as a concubine after conquering the human empire, and he remembered she was quite happy then, rarely smiling, and then massaging his shoulders. Then she died, easily killed by the blood-eyed youth before him. It even felt to him that the other party was not intentionally slaughtering, but merely because he had approached them. They died. It was that simple. The Emperor's majesty was inviolable. But what about the majesty of a god? You have a very loyal subordinate. Lucifer chuckled lightly, just as he focused on observing the black gem. That succubus broke through the demon race's innate fear of the demon god inscribed in their genes and launched a mental attack against him. Charm. This was quite ridiculous, yet also extremely brave. She is my lover. Noston attempted to rise, but failed, yet he still fixed his gaze intently on those blood-red eyes. Yes, you have a very good lover. Lucifer chuckled lightly, not minding the Emperor's transgression as he knelt on the ground. Are you a god? Noston smiled too, but his reddened eyes were filled with extreme hatred. Yes. Lucifer walked around the kneeling demon emperor, approaching the throne, and touched the pitch-black dragon scales, hard and noble, with a faint aura of death. This was likely a scale shed from the injured black dragon at the bottom of the Lake of Stars. Lucifer did not sit down. Only the emperor needed the throne to prove his power. He did not need it, compared to this throne seemingly constructed of power and authority. He preferred the small chair in the silver-haired girl's bedroom, placed in just the right spot to catch the sunlight, where he could lie down at noon and not think of getting up again. Do you know the history of the demon race? Lucifer casually asked while picking up a delicate emerald wine jug. After Lucifer's voice fell, silence lingered in the hall for a while. This is indeed my mistake. Lucifer shook his head slightly, putting down the emerald wine jug filled with the fountain of life. I should have spared that succubus's life before asking questions. Perhaps he would listen more, he said to himself, moving behind the kneeling demon emperor, reaching over the dark six-winged phantom behind him. Preparing to place his hand on Noston's head to read his soul, he wanted to know why the aura of the origin still existed within the demon race. Although this would waste some time, he believed he could still return to the girl's bedroom before sunset. Otherwise, if Leviathan found out he was running around again, she would be angry. As if sensing what Lucifer was about to do, Noston's mind rapidly flashed through a lifetime of memories. Time seemed to freeze. Noston's thoughts were intense and swift as familiar faces floated in his mind. The roars and unwillingness of those demons he had labeled as rebels before their demise. The wails of countless lives he had slaughtered and the homeless dwarves who had nowhere to survive under the pressure of the demon army. Would the once confident him have thought that the future version of himself would be kneeling like a defeated dog, barely surviving? He thought of it. Ever since he first stabbed the magical blade given to him by his father into his father's heart. It seemed the consequences of his failure had already appeared in his mind. However, this result was a bit too hasty. There was no grand war to send off the emperor, not even an enemy to accompany him to the grave. The other party merely destroyed everything he had with ease, as if strolling leisurely. If it weren't for the other party's playful attitude, perhaps this battle could have ended in an instant. Maybe this wasn't even a battle at all. No-Stun scoffed derisively in his heart, glancing again at the shattered bodies of the demon ministers below the steps and the blood-red flowers blooming on the corpses. The demon race was born from the corpse of the origin demon god, he said with a smile, yet it carried a heavy and desolate air. Lucifer stopped his hand. I can answer your question. No-Stun lifted his head, as if this way the emperor could hide his tears. You must tell me who you are. Just like that stubborn young primal demon once calmly asked his father why he was born and why he had to be killed. The loser cannot question the victor. Lucifer said simply, but I'm in a good mood. Fallen and death. He softly spoke his title, demon god of the underworld. No-Stun instantly reacted, his fists clenched tightly, then relaxed. Why did the demon god enter the present world? Why did the demon god choose to destroy the demon race? Why did he descend upon this land? He might never know the answers. The demon god behind him would not allow the humble to overstep again. If he truly angered this demon god, the demon king's court might really become history. No-Stun's dark purple eyes gazed at the black snowflakes flying outside the open main door. The cold air occasionally blowing the black snowflakes into the blood-stained hall, only to be instantly melted by the blood that still held some warmth. The originally warm purple blood on his face was also completely taken away by the cold wind. The origin demon god fell in the extreme north of the continent. He began recounting the history he knew. Aside from the demon god behind him and the snowflakes that occasionally fell, it seemed no one else knew of this emperor's downfall. Instead, Lucifer was captivated by the black flying snow outside the tall main door, watching the drifting snowflakes, momentarily dazed. Chapter 62. Broken on that overcast day. The tall and majestic figure of Norton slowly fell. He lay quietly in front of the main entrance, covered in black snowflakes, as if merging with this cold world. The being that made the entire demon race tremble unified the various factions of demons with unparalleled strength and wisdom, becoming the awe-inspiring and unmatched demon emperor. Yet at this moment, this once formidable and imperious ruler could no longer open his eyes, forever sleeping on the eve of achieving his grand ambition. The black snowflakes fell like a sorrowful funeral dance, gently covering Norton's gradually cooling body. Lucifer stepped out of the main door, and the tall wooden door naturally closed behind him, just as it had when he arrived. Black snowflakes landed on Lucifer's shoulders, being a demon god. He naturally felt no cold, but the slightly cool sensation still stimulated his nerves. With the demise of this all-suppressing monarch, the demon race would inevitably fall into a power struggle among the three kings. His purpose had been achieved. The demon race would not pose any threat to humanity in the short term. A leaderless state would indeed be incapable of launching a substantial attack on the united human race. He stood quietly at the end of the steps below. No demons looked up. Even if they did, it would be difficult to see Lucifer standing hundreds of meters above amidst the swirling snow. Black snowflakes swirled past him one after another. Origin. Lucifer did not clear the snowflakes from his head and shoulders, merely murmuring to himself. He recalled Norton's last question and the demon emperor's final expression of relief. We were born from the body of the origin demon god. I know. In your eyes, we are nothing but filthy and despicable beings born from a corpse, and you care nothing for our lives or deaths. The emperor knelt on the ground, articulating each word carefully. But the demon race was born. That is an undeniable fact. We do not know what angered you, but you should not deny our existence. The demon emperor heavily bowed his head on the stone slabs of the hall, tearing his soul apart before his once proud head hit the ground, with soul fragments dissipating into tiny black shards. It seemed that this could prove his devotion and loyalty to his demon subjects, as well as his pride as the supreme ruler of the demons. The demon emperor could not bow his head. Only a leader supported by the demon race could bow and would be willing to do so. Every life has its meaning of existence. Lucifer did not deny the phrase he had seen in textbooks in his previous life. He certainly would not be moved to renounce killing because of a few words from the demon emperor before his death. That would be utterly absurd. He was only thinking of another matter. The ancient gods divided the world into the underworld and the present world. The present world is the positive side, while the underworld is the negative. However, there cannot be an absolute positive or an absolute negative. The present world and the underworld have begun to gradually merge. Perhaps in a few years, perhaps in 1,000 years. The time span is vast because no one can predict the moment of complete fusion. The reason for this merging is naturally that the world cannot exist solely in the positive or negative. Only between yin and yang can there be balance. So, is the demon race born after the death of the origin demon god the negative that resists the present world? Why did the gods not completely annihilate the activity of the corpse after killing the origin demon god? Instead, they allowed the demon race to achieve another form of immortality from its body. Every demon carries the breath of origin. Origin comes from the underworld. Every life has its meaning of existence, and the existence of the demon race is the result of the gods' tacit approval. The present world needs the demon race to balance its positive side, and because of this, the rules have not expelled the demon race that carries the breath of the demon god. Conversely, if he were to slaughter the demon race now, would the progress of merging the underworld and the present world be achieved directly? Now that the demon emperor is dead, according to this inference, several more fusion points would appear between the underworld and the present world. He only needs to wait to know the result. A cool breeze brushed across his face, and Lucifer suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes filled with astonishment. Did he forget something? In the imperial city of Bradley, the silver-haired girl sat quietly in the comfortable chair that Lucifer used to lounge in, soaking up the sun. Her expressionless face gazed indifferently out the window, her gaze slowly shifting with the setting sunlight. The glow of the sunset filtered through the mottled leaves, casting patches of soft yellow light, gently caressing the girl's face, which was as delicate as a work of art. Her silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, swaying slightly in the breeze, shimmering with silvery light, as if blending with the surrounding light. The girl sat there quietly, motionless, like a beautiful and cold sculpture. Rovilian? A voice, cautious to the extreme, suddenly sounded behind her, seemingly with a hint of flattery. Upon hearing this, the girl straightened her body for an instant and then relaxed, though she still did not turn around. Her blue eyes regained their previous liveliness, but still held a trace of anger. This time, he must coax her for an entire night. No, 2 nights. I brought you something pretty, Lucifer said softly. She slightly turned her head. A smiling face was close at hand, along with those familiar blood-red eyes. At this moment, those blood-red eyes were filled with joy. How dare you joke? You're done for. Lucifer. The silver-haired girl quickly walked to the bedside and picked up a white goose-down pillow, smashing it hard at Lucifer. Wait. Lucifer raised his hand to signal her to stop, quickly pointing to the bedside where the pillow had just been taken from. Bracelet. Rovilian paused for a moment with the pillow in hand, glancing back. A red agate bracelet lay quietly on the bedside, its irregular red surface reflecting the remnants of the sunset, like a flame dancing. The lake in the girl's blue eyes rippled gently. Where did this bracelet come from? She lightly tossed the white goose-down pillow to Lucifer, who clumsily caught it. I made it myself. Lucifer began to take credit for the origin of the underworld. He was grateful that he had placed the bracelet next to the pillow earlier. In these past few days, she had not discovered it. He had almost forgotten about it himself. Thank goodness. You can make something so exquisite. Rovilian gently picked up the bracelet, examining it closely. With her discerning eye as the jewel of Bradley, she had certainly seen many rare treasures. And her first impression of this red agate bracelet was that it did not seem like something crafted as if it were born that way, natural and pure. Pretty impressive, huh? Lucifer patted his chest, as if the bracelet truly was made by him. What is that on your shoulder? Rovilian ignored Lucifer's diversion, staring at the young man's left shoulder. As she spoke, she moved closer, and by the time she finished talking, she had already approached him. Her jade hand gently pinched the tiny black object, and the moment she saw it clearly, it turned into a wetness between her fingers. Black snowflakes? She stared at Lucifer. It's snowing in the Imperial City? The girl looked out the window again. You owe me an explanation, she said softly. Broken. Chapter 63. Auguste, did you know it just snowed in the capital? Lucifer awkwardly laughed, raising his hands. Hee. The silver-haired girl scoffed, clearly not believing Lucifer's words. Where have you been? Speak the truth. Seeing Lovie Lien pick up that pillow again, Lucifer instinctively took a few steps back. The silver-haired girl held the pillow, raised it, and then finally put it down. She gently approached Lucifer, extending her white, jade-like arms to slowly embrace him, feeling the warm breath in her arms. Lucifer's carefully thought-out excuse vanished, as if he had been fully armored and was waiting for the impending storm, only to be met with a gentle breeze that lifted a fallen leaf, which then poked into his eye through the gaps in his heavy armor. Where exactly did you go? The girl's voice was soft, like a pure white cloud drifting lazily in the sky, coming and going with the wind. Lucifer could only gently hold the girl's delicate waist, a brief silence enveloping the bedroom. The Demon King's court. He slowly spoke. Soon, Lucifer felt that the atmosphere was off, and quickly added with a laugh, the demon race is really weak, and I'm much more powerful than you think. No more next time. The silver-haired girl's gentle whisper made Lucifer close his mouth. Perhaps the girl's voice possessed a magic that even this demon god could not resist, allowing this young man, who moments ago seemed supremely authoritative, to comfortably lean against her. Lucifer rested his chin on the girl's shoulder, enjoying the moment with his eyes slightly closed. The silver-haired girl's scent enveloped his senses, and everything here made this young demon god feel incredibly at ease and intoxicated. I'm not going anywhere. The blood-red light in the youth's eyes softened, speaking with a nasally tone as he leaned against her. The silver-haired girl paused for a moment, but still reached out her jade hand to gently pat Lucifer, who had his whole body leaning against her. A slight smile curving her lips. You can lean on me, she said with a light laugh. Sky Island, the raging winds swept through, but were easily resisted by the wind element magic array, creating faint green ripples on the transparent spherical barrier centered around Sky Island. In the top floor of a tower at the center of Sky Island, an old man gently sipped the cooled moon-esque cry, spring water, his fingers tracing the surface of a glass cup, feeling the three-dimensional patterns glide over his skin. Legend has it that the moon-esque cry spring is water condensed from moonlight in ancient times, appearing like pure silver liquid, yet not sticky, seeming light and agile in the cup, also possessing a miraculous effect for calming the mind. But Gus's heart was not calm. The intricate patterns on the cup's surface formed jagged shapes, mirroring the unrest in his heart, wave after wave. The old man's sun and moon-like eyes seemed to pierce through time, gazing far away. The fusion of the underworld and the living world was accelerating. The Star Lake had completely spread out, and some low-tier underworld creatures had begun their initial collective invasion of the living world. This situation was extremely abrupt. Gus didn't even know what had happened or why the fusion was accelerating. The moonlight-like liquid in the cup gently swayed, and the old man's eyelids drooped, shadows obscuring his eyes, preventing anyone from seeing the turmoil within. After a long silence, the old man slowly stood up and stepped out, disappearing from the top floor of the tower. Center of the capital, in this vast and prosperous capital, there was a piece of land that shone like a dazzling pearl, occupied by an extraordinarily luxurious palace. The palace stood towering, its grand scale and lavish decorations leaving one in awe. It ruled the world with an imposing and domineering posture, as if declaring its supreme authority to all. Outside the palace, rows of golden-armored knights rode their fully armed, majestic steeds, weaving like a golden torrent around the palace. The knights donned heavy golden armor, wielding sharp lances and shields, their figures intertwined in the sunlight, reflecting dazzling rays, making the entire troop appear as if a war god had descended to the mortal realm. Each steed seemed to have been carefully selected and trained, muscular and strong, their hooves echoing loudly, shaking the ground and raising clouds of dust. Whenever the knights galloped past, the ground trembled slightly, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. This was the residence of the last leader of the human race, the supreme ruler of his empire. A legendary warrior, a glorious king, Augustus. In the past century, Auguste led the Golden Flame Legion to rise during the twilight of the previous empire. The birth of a new hero always accompanies the demise of an empire. Sold into slavery at the age of 7, he sparked a civil war at 12 due to the rebellion of the former empire's Grand Duke, plunging the already fading empire into endless chaos once more. During the turmoil in the empire, the baron who purchased Auguste as a slave was attacked by crazed slaves surrounding his residence. In the chaos and bloodshed, the boy, too young to be noticed, held up the head of the riot leader, a slave with a full beard, whose lifeless head would not close its eyes. The boy simply held the head, breathing heavily, expressionless as he gazed at the still crazed slaves, once his companions. Perhaps the rain that day was very cold, chilling the boiling blood of the rioters. As if their souls had frozen, the baron's knights easily harvested the slaves who had lost their backbone for resistance. The baron looked at the boy with fiery eyes. He did not know that this boy, shorter than his shoulder, possessed unparalleled combat talent. But he knew the boy was worth cultivating. From then on, Auguste became a warrior recognized by the baron, who had already experienced danger and understood that strength was the capital for survival in chaotic times. He provided Auguste with many conveniences, hoping this sword would demonstrate its power, just as a father hopes his child will surpass him. It was during this time that the boy was given the name Auguste, and the baron bestowed upon this former slave the surname, his surname, his. The baron who granted Auguste his surname perhaps would never have thought that he had given another great and powerful empire in human history its name. With his surname, it became the name of the empire. Of course, the baron also used his own blood to declare to the world the sharpness of the sword he had forged. Undoubtedly, this was an unparalleled sword. Even hundreds of years later, this sword still faithfully served humanity. Even piercing through the heavily fortified Demon King's court, countless demons falling at his feet, their blood continuously rewriting the legend of this hero. History may be written by historians, but it is created by heroes. Chapter 64. The elder in a small courtyard at the center of the palace. Several starlit fish swam in a clear pond, their shimmering tails occasionally creating ripples on the water's surface. The cypress trees by the pond swayed gently with the breeze, creating a tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. A tall elder sat in an oak chair in the courtyard, gently sipping hot water from a cup, steam rising from it and enveloping his face, obscuring his expression. Suddenly, a thin crack appeared in the space beside the tall elder, expanding until another white-haired elder stepped through. Gust walked out of the spatial rift and looked at his old friend. Auguste merely glanced up before lowering his head again, allowing the steam to spread over his wrinkled face. "You seem to have made some progress?" Auguste gently blew away the steam in front of him and said softly. Although it was a question, the aged emperor spoke in a declarative tone. "Not bad." Gus sat across from the jade table. "Is your old injury better?" The white-haired elder cut straight to the point without any pleasantries, adjusting his posture as he spoke. "Where do you want me to go this time?" Auguste smiled helplessly. "Let me be clear, I won't be running to the demon realm's royal court again. You should be aware of the new demon emperor's strength." As he spoke, the battle-hardened emperor stood up. "My daughter is still missing, and I no longer have the heart or the ability to engage in dangerous matters." Auguste's eyes emerged from the steam, exhausted. This was the only thing Gus could discern from those brown eyes. "You never used to say the word dangerous." Gus paused, then said with a bitter smile, "You've aged too." "I've been old for a long time. I just happen to still be alive," Auguste replied somewhat dismissively. "Not everyone is like you, Gus." The emperor looked at his dear friend with a complex gaze. "Since I met you, you have always been rational and resolute. You never feared anything and never admitted defeat." The standing elder looked up at the sky, which was vast and boundless, revealing a corner of itself to the small courtyard, as if a colossal, unfathomable eye in the sky was watching over them. Dressed in casual attire, Auguste paused for a moment. "You are like a born divine being." The sky remained clear. People praised Auguste's glory but forgot that Gust was born with unparalleled spatial talents and had single-handedly held off 2 8th-tier demons during the Battle of the Royal Court. But you never cared about that. You seem to forever maintain your youth and vitality. But I am too old. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a few strands of white hair from Auguste's forehead, revealing his brown eyes. Those brown eyes seemed to hold profound insights into everything, along with heavy stories penned by time itself. Gust fell silent for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the jade table. The translucent, light green surface exuded a hint of coolness, lowering the temperature of the old man's heavy heartbeat. The demons have dispatched 2 8th-tiers to Mordos. I recently repelled a wave of attacks, but due to the phenomenon of merging the underworld with the real world, I came back to discuss this with you. Gust finished the water in his cup. I hope you can personally oversee Mordos. I want to resolve the new merging point between the underworld and the real world. Finally, the head of the Water Narcissus Academy and president of the Royal Magic Association also stood up and looked at his friend. A bit tired, he said with a gentle smile. But you can do it, can't you? I really dislike this side of you. A look of disdain appeared on Auguste's face. You always confidently think I will agree, because I'm certain that the warrior who once fought by my side will agree to my request. Gus smiled faintly. Auguste laughed. That's quite disgusting, but effective. After saying this, Gust stepped into the spatial rift behind him. Watching the space in front of him gradually calm down like a surface of water that had just been disturbed, Auguste silently smiled. Come here. The authoritative emperor issued his command. At the entrance of the courtyard, a tall figure clad in golden armor suddenly appeared. The guard knelt on one knee at the door, the sword at his waist resting in its sheath, and the face behind the golden mask was serious and solemn. Draw your sword, prepare for battle. At your command. In Bradley's garden, Lucifer and Lovalion were watering the flowers. A pure white rose was tucked behind the girl's ear, perfectly complementing her long silver hair. Her slender figure moved gracefully through the garden, like a pure white sprite dancing among the flowers. Lucifer stood honestly under a tree, watching the cheerful girl with a smile. Then, a white-haired elder appeared beside Lucifer at an inopportune moment. At the moment of his appearance, the elder used spatial magic to distort the light, making it appear to the girl that Lucifer was standing alone under the tree. Lucifer! The girl turned happily, her smile dazzling in the sunlight. How does this look? She held up a daisy, its pale yellow petals resembling the morning sun, soft and vibrant. Beautiful, Lucifer said loudly, giving the girl a thumbs up. The girl stuck out her tongue playfully and turned back to the sea of flowers. The merging of the underworld and the real world has accelerated. After the girl turned around, Lucifer stopped smiling and calmly asked the white-haired elder beside him. The news seems to travel quickly, my lord. The elder paused, then said, the cliff of falling winds in the beast forest has also shown preliminary merging with the underworld. Indeed, Lucifer narrowed his eyes, looking at the silver-haired girl in the sea of flowers. If you've come to rely on Lovalion to ask for my help, I suggest you refrain from doing so. I will be angry. He calmly expressed the anger he would feel if the other party did something he did not want to see. That's not it. The white-haired elder remained composed. I just wanted to confirm whether you are related to the accelerated merging of the underworld and the real world. The elder's sun and moon-like eyes looked at Lucifer. There's a connection. Lucifer replied candidly. He then briefly shared his speculation about the merging of the underworld and the real world. I killed the 8th-tier demon from the Demon Royal Court. I don't know his name, but he is dead. Lucifer said nonchalantly. That should be the main reason. The rest you should handle yourself. Lucifer walked towards a girl, seemingly recalling something, and then stopped. By the way, I killed that demon emperor. Remember to have that damned Pope of Light cancel Lovalion's appointment. Don't make me find him. One demon emperor's life for one holy maiden of light. You've already profited enough. Tell him to be smart. After saying this, he walked straight toward the smiling, silver-haired girl. Gus stood in place for a long time until a falling leaf landed on his shoulder. The elder snapped back to reality. Chapter 65. Heavy City. The sky is a deep blue, and time flows gently. In a vibrant sea of flowers, a light breeze caresses the dazzling blossoms, creating layers of colorful waves. A tall young man wears a deep black trench coat, the edges fluttering slightly in the wind. Beside him stands a silver-haired girl dressed in an off-shoulder white gown. Her silky silver hair cascades gently onto her fair shoulders, shimmering like the moonlight's silver glow. The white dress resembles the purest clouds in the sky, its hem dancing gracefully with her light steps, as if responding to the blooming flowers around her. They stroll quietly through this endless sea of flowers. You might have sensed at that moment that this was perhaps the happiest time of your life. But you also knew more clearly that you could not hold on to it forever. Lucifer believes one should enjoy the present, enjoy the moment's breeze, flowers, sunshine, and the beauty before him. The girl walking in front of Lucifer occasionally turns back, her jade-like hand reaching out to look at the young man behind her. After her laughter, like a clear spring, the wind rises, stirring her pure white hair. The silver-haired girl proudly mocks Lucifer for not recognizing the beautiful flowers around them. Lucifer simply smiles, slowly extending his hand in a gentle motion, like a breeze brushing over a lake, soothing the strands of hair that have become slightly disheveled by the wind. His fingers curve slightly, lightly touching the girl's delicate nose like a dragonfly skimming the water. This simple, yet intimate gesture carries an indescribable affection and tenderness. The touch is very soft. This is Lucifer's first thought. The silver-haired girl seems a bit unconvinced and reaches out to pinch Lucifer's nose, but the cunning young man easily dodges. Lucifer blinks his blood-red eyes, feigning ignorance as he looks at the flustered silver-haired girl. "Come here." The girl stamps her foot, and the two of them resume their chase through the flower sea. Countless petals swept away by the wind behind them, leaving a fragrant trail. However, Lucifer maintains a controlled distance from the girl, allowing her to helplessly watch him. So close, yet unattainable. He is very happy, although he doesn't know why he is happy. "Are you still laughing?" The girl, exasperated, rolls her azure eyes and suddenly squats down, furrowing her delicate brows. "I think my leg is hurt." The girl's acting skills are truly lacking. A glance at her smooth, beautifully shaped calf and familiar low-heeled crystal shoes, with skin as pure and flawless as mutton-fat jade, glimmering under the sun. I am at the 9th level. Lucifer can hardly contain his laughter. This is indeed too funny. The 9th level of mental power sweeps over, revealing that the silver-haired girl is not injured at all. "Are you coming or not?" Seeing her plan fail, the girl resorts to verbal threats, showing her shiny little tiger teeth, resembling a bandit demanding money from a passerby. "I dare not come." Lucifer bends down closer to Lovi Lien, his blood-red eyes full of affection. "Let me pinch you." He shakes his head under the sunlight, waiting for his angel. The silver-haired girl smiles and gently pinches. "Not bad. Come a little closer, and there's a reward." Lucifer chuckles at this. "Isn't that a reward for yourself?" The silver-haired girl responds with a playful punch. After receiving the punch, Lucifer does not dare to act recklessly, slightly bending his knees to bring his face level with the girl's azure eyes. The silver-haired girl successfully leaves a faint kiss mark on the young man's face. Of course, Lucifer will not stop there. He threads his hands through the silver waterfall of the girl's long hair, embracing her neck gently. At the moment their lips meet, the girl's snow-white neck blushes at a visible speed. Her originally fair and delicate skin, due to shyness and nervousness, flushes with a light rosy hue, like peach blossoms blooming in spring, bringing warmth with a touch of red. That touch of red spreads from her ears, gradually covering her entire neck, even tinting her collarbone with a hint of pink. The sky remains a deep blue. A week later at Motu's, this human city, bordering the dark scorched earth, has also been designated by Augustus as the front line for humanity's resistance against the demon invasion since the establishment of the previous generation's empire. Countless wars over the past century have continued many legendary stories, but each writing, each stroke, reveals a heavy scent of blood. On the black steel city wall, Augustus stands with his sword. The pure golden sword blade is engraved with mysterious and intricate patterns, the holy dragon emblem at the guard drawing attention, as if the majestic holy dragon will burst forth from the sword at any moment, tearing apart everything that stands in its path. Augustus's originally brown eyes have transformed into a burning golden hue at some point, his tall figure expanding, as if his bronze-toned muscles are swelling. The overwhelming fighting spirit rapidly circulating within him. A warrior's battle has always been pure, exchanging injuries for injuries, lives for lives. The old wounds from years past still linger on him. This blade, honed during the previous empire's turmoil, remains sharp but is already on the verge of breaking. His large hand grips the sword hilt tightly, just like the 12-year-old boy who first picked up that iron sword. That time, the enemy was the leader of the rebellious slaves. This time, the enemies are two 8th-tier demons, one of the 10 demon kings, the Blood Lord, Dantea, and the other, the corrupt king, Dralv. Originally, there were only 7 7th-tier demon kings and 4 8th-tier kings. But the powerful strength of Nostin conquered everything among the demons. All demons who defied the will of the one true emperor were purged. These actions severely weakened the demon race. But a united demon race emerged once again with a new appearance. Undoubtedly, a demon race with a single voice from top to bottom is far more troublesome. The other 3 8th-tier demon high-ranking officials were stripped of their royal titles and demoted to kings. This also resulted in the original 7 demon kings becoming 10. A headache for humanity on the battlefield. In the far distance of Augustus's gaze, a massive shadow, as towering as a mountain, exhales a black, decaying aura, turning the already polluted clouds in the scorched sky into pitch-black corpse clouds, slowly approaching Motu's step by step. Dralv, a battle-hardened Augustus, has naturally seen this colossal creature on the battlefield. It brings great trouble to humanity with each appearance. The immense size of this 8th-tier corrupt king guarantees its brutal presence on the battlefield. Standing atop the towering body, a relatively tiny figure in a black tailcoat, pale as if drained of blood, raises a wine glass, watching the gathering of demon troops below, the crimson liquid rippling with the young man's movements. Augustus has already left. I don't believe anyone can stop the downfall of this disgusting city. Dantea drinks the blood in his cup in one gulp and seems to sense something, smiling slightly at Augustus standing on the city wall. Augustus pays no heed, calmly watching the 2 8th-tier demons approach. The heavy city of Motus has stood majestically in this scorched earth for hundreds of years, yet it seems on the brink of collapse under the arrival of the 2 8th-tier demon kings. Chapter 66. War on the darkened scorched earth. Beneath the city of Motus, rows of heavily armored human cavalry mounted on equally armored sturdy horses held silver long spears, their sharp tips glinting in the cold wind, forming an indomitable line of defense. The horses beneath the heavy armor breathed out visible steam, their naturally strong lungs and powerful hearts enabling these war horses to charge across the battlefield even under such weight. There were only about 1,000 cavalrymen at the front line, each one a top-notch fighter in the army. However, they were not the main force in this war. Their sole purpose was to disrupt the enemy's formation. Facing the similarly armed demonic forces, a species inherently suited for war, the Empire could only send a select group of elite cavalry on a suicidal charge to scatter the enemy's wave-like offensive. Otherwise, the bodies piling up beneath the city walls would only lead to a quicker fall of the walls. Every cavalryman knew this charge would result in certain death, to the point where leaving behind a complete corpse was a luxury. The vast elite demonic forces would tear them apart in anger, and perhaps they would be struck down by the warm magic unleashed from afar before even reaching the enemy's formation. Perhaps the heavy armor could withstand some low-level magic. This was one of the few things that provided a sense of safety to the cavalry on the battlefield. All the cavalry knew they would die, but no one retreated. No one could see the expressions of these human cavalrymen as they gazed upon the enemy's army. A black ocean, the silver faceplates concealed their features. Fear, or perhaps excitement. No one knew. The war horses awaited their master's command, and the cavalry awaited their king's order. Augustus had drawn his golden holy sword, its burning gold light illuminating the entire city, with specks of golden light shimmering on the armor of the 1,000 cavalrymen, melting into their heavy armor like snowflakes meeting spring water. This was the final blessing from the great emperor to his cavalry. Standing high above, Dante chuckled lightly, a chill wind passing by the demon king, carrying his contemptuous laughter across the battlefield. The frontline demonic soldiers raised their weapons high, the chilling light seeming capable of freezing souls. The savage and ancient blood coursing through their bodies like a flowing river, the blood of the primal gods from tens of thousands of years ago, seemed to resonate with them once more, creating a monumental momentum that spread like a tidal wave, culminating in an avalanche-like eruption. The front row of ogres was the first to charge, their towering and mighty bodies allowing them to meet the human cavalry at eye level. This directly negated the height advantage that cavalry typically held over infantry on the battlefield. The massive bone hammers in their hands could deliver tremendous impact to those clad in heavy armor, capable of severely injuring even the most formidable cavalry known as the Empire's strongest vanguard with a single strike. Ogres are beings transformed by magic within the demonic race. Strictly speaking, they're not even considered demons, but mere weapons of war. The brutal muscles catalyzed by special drugs press against their original bones, causing excruciating pain with every movement, and thus, their rationality is tortured to extremely low levels, making them extremely irritable. They are mass-producible, disposable, and low-cost, these brutish bodies. All of these factors combined create these war weapons. The cavalry below the city walls tightened their grips on their long spears, the silver tips flashing with magical light. Charge! Augustus calmly issued the command. A roar that seemed to come from an ancient beast echoed across the battlefield. And the leader of the human cavalry waved the light purple flag of the Hiss Empire, causing all the cavalry to instantly adopt a charging stance. The war horses lowered their heads and charged forward, while the cavalry focused intently on the approaching ogres, searching for points to break through the enemy's formation. The pitch-black, scorched earth trembled beneath their hooves, with occasional sparks escaping from the fissures in the scorched ground, only to be crushed by the advancing cavalry. After a dazzling red light, a rain of fire was launched from behind the demonic forces, rushing straight toward the human cavalry. The heavily armored cavalry seemed oblivious to the deadly threat descending from the sky, remaining calm as they sought a breach in the enemy line. Several high-ranking mages atop the city of Motus began chanting simultaneously, and as their incantation concluded, a massive green wind blade formed, sweeping through the fiery rain like evening clouds. At the moment the two war magics collided, the storm disk shattered the fire rain, creating a brilliant and magnificent fire tornado directed at the towering ogre bodies. A corrupted hand was raised, reaching for the fire tornado. A filthy hand as wide as the city gate grasped the wind elements already swirling among the demonic soldiers, and the hot winds ignited upon contact with the hand. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with the scent of burning rotten flesh, but in the next moment, the corrupted king's charred hand was restored by the young man above with a wondrous blood magic. From Augustus and Dantia's perspectives, the tide of silver armor rapidly pierced into the black ocean. A few cavalrymen were crushed by the massive bone hammers of the ogres the moment the two lines met, their shattered bodies and blood falling alongside their silver armor. The war horses neighed in agony, only to be devoured by the swarm of lower-ranking demons that surged in. Crimson spread across the battlefield where the two forces clashed. Meanwhile, the silver-armored cavalry that broke through the ogres raised their long spears and rampaged through the demonic tide. The low-ranking demons clad in inferior armor utterly powerless to withstand these battle-hardened cavalrymen. The silver-armored cavalry shone like white lights in the black ocean, appearing as though they could be swallowed by that terrifying sea at any moment, yet constantly radiating their own brilliance. The fire element mages at the rear organized and launched Flame City Burn, opening the city gates. This time, cavalry at the rear, infantry at the front. Augustus methodically issued commands. The infantry advanced to engage the demonic soldiers. You should know when to deploy the cavalry for another charge. I want to elaborate. The fighting spirit within Augustus began to surge, seemingly ready to leave the city walls to join the battle at any moment. Suddenly, the elderly emperor paused, looking at the battlefield deputy commander beside him, the 7th-tier fighter from the Hart family, Malmo. If I don't return, I hope you can help me find my little daughter. Augustus fell silent for a moment, and there was also the matter of Augustus further researching his nonsensical two selves. He had already traveled far enough down the path of magic, and going a bit further would drive him insane. Malmo nodded heavily, saying nothing more, only conveying his deep respect for the emperor through his eyes. After speaking, the tall elder gazed into the distance at the two 8th-tier demon kings. It was about time to end this. he murmured. Chapter 67. The Aging Lion. Half a day later. On the scorched earth, several deep ravines stretched for miles, filled with the overwhelming essence of combat and the corrupting magic of blood. The sky was clear, devoid of clouds. The once darkened, scorched earth was completely scattered by the battle of three eighth-tier beings, as if a corner of a gray canvas had been torn away, allowing the creatures below to glimpse the sun in this land that had been shrouded in darkness for days. Yet the beings on the ground paid little attention to this seemingly rare sunlight. Centuries of blood and roars had long since transformed this land into an evil place that devoured life. On the battlefield, two beings, perhaps never having met before, faced each other with swords drawn, fighting for their elusive dreams and honor. The brutal slaughter continued endlessly. In the sky, August stood firm, supported by his robust fighting spirit, with drops of black liquid sliding from the hilt of his sword, eventually falling to the ground and polluting the land with a sinister aura. The golden holy sword still shone like a blazing sun, while the old man, with his left eye pierced, had golden blood flowing from his eye socket, which he staunchly suppressed with his fighting spirit, leaving only his right eye, glowing with golden intensity, gazing at the Demon King amidst the sea of blood. The once mighty and decayed body of Drolf lay in the center of the battlefield like a dead dog, with demons occasionally climbing onto the giant form to feast on the Demon King's flesh. Drolf, whose vitality had been completely extinguished by the old man's golden holy sword, could no longer recover his mortally wounded heart by consuming the corpses of living beings, his pure black eyes calmly looking toward the last rays of sunlight. Black, corrupted blood flowed from the spine of the mountain-like body, forming a small, thick waterfall that exuded a foul stench. In the sunlight, Drolf appeared incredibly tranquil, as if he belonged to death itself. The aging lion, who had pierced his heart with a thunderous strike, was declaring to the world that his power still lingered, and his claws remained sharp despite his severe injuries. Dante had lost the elegance he had just displayed, now merely recovering his severed right arm amidst the sea of blood, while swallowing the blood that surged up from his throat. "You are going to die." The gentleman from the demon race laughed wildly. Even as the blood continued to spread from his wounds, this posed no substantial harm to him as the Bloodlord. "Perhaps," August said softly, adjusting his already chaotic breathing. This aging body could no longer bear the strain. The shattered bones nearly pierced his internal organs. He had withstood a blow from Dante, whose attack was fueled by over half of his own blood. At that moment, a fierce burning sensation consumed his body, while simultaneously, August had completely slain the enormous monster that loomed over the world. August could no longer feel pain. Having experienced countless battles, he naturally did not consider this a normal phenomenon. As Dante had said, he was dying. His hourglass of life had begun its final countdown. The old man's complexion began to flush, as if the peak of his past self had returned to this battlefield that had almost accompanied him throughout his life. A moment of retrospective glory. The aging lion wished to let out one last roar, but his nearly shattered body seemed unable to respond once more to the fiercely ambitious and dissatisfied young soul within. Dante, whose body had lost too much blood, forced himself to stand, laughing maniacally, as the entire world echoed with the laughter of this eighth-tier Demon King. The chilling laughter reverberated in the air, as if it would shatter the entire world. He laughed so hard he could hardly breathe, tears almost forming at the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, the blood river, constructed from powerful magic, continuously flowed, rapidly replenishing the blood lost in the recent battle. His body, once shriveled like dead wood, began to swell with each of his mad laughs, becoming increasingly robust and full of life. Every muscle brimmed with power, every blood vessel bulged, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Perhaps at the next moment, this frenzied beast would charge forward to conclude the battle. The old man poured every last ounce of fighting spirit into his holy sword. This energy could only last 10 seconds, his final 10 seconds. He could only wait for the other side to launch an attack. His broken state made seizing the initiative extremely difficult. The mad laughter calmed down the moment his body began to recover, as the blood flowing back into him seemed to restore his rationality. In just a few seconds, The disdain in Dante's eyes completely vanished, replaced by unparalleled caution. Though the situation seemed to guarantee victory for the Demon King, he did not rush to deliver the final blow to his enemy. "You have completely lost." The aging old man exhaled a breath he could no longer maintain, watching Dante, who still stood at a distance. The old man merely smiled disdainfully. Even though he had lost all strength to raise his holy sword, he continued to smile. "What are you afraid of?" The old man spat out a mouthful of surging blood, gazing at Dante in the distance. "Bastard?" Dante did not heed the old man's provocation, maintaining his caution, even though he had just witnessed the old man lose his last vestige of fighting spirit. He understood that delaying could lead to changes, but he also knew how bloody the desperate resistance of a cornered beast could be. Even if he ultimately failed to kill the old man before him, the old man might survive through some special means. The Demon King could not kill him for this reason. The demon race had already lost one 8th-tier being. They could not bear to lose another top-tier combatant. Such a cautious bastard. The old man was almost amused by his anger. Exhaling a breath as his heavy body began to lose consciousness, the wind gradually swallowing his last hearing. The holy sword slipped from his hand, almost as if it had a mind of its own, flying off into the distance. The aging emperor fell from the sky, like a brilliantly shining star falling, tracing a long trajectory in the sky. Malmo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with a 7th-tier opponent on the battlefield, seemed to sense something. His already powerful punches became even swifter, adding pressure to the 7th-tier Demon King, Nelson, without the protection of the holy sword. Dante clearly felt the complete dissipation of the old man's vitality and paused momentarily. Dead? Blood coagulated into a crimson giant snake, rushing toward the falling old man. Under the blue canvas of the sky, the blood-colored serpent appeared as if it were a heavy red line inadvertently cast down by God upon the canvas, twisting its massive body toward the descending star, a size so faint it was imperceptible. Dante was immobilized by an invisible force of magic, yet did not submit, instantaneously exploding into countless pieces of flesh that scattered and then reformed at a great distance, staring at the familiar time-space magician in the sky. Chapter 68. Surviving Gust appeared over the dim, scorched earth, his dual eyes, like the sun and moon, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. He lightly touched the completely shattered body of August, and a faint golden ripple spread out, as if the vitality that had already burned clean was slowly recovering. Time seemed to flow backward, and the aged, broken body began to restore itself. But at the same time, Gust's aura was gradually weakening. "You humans are truly hypocritical," Dante sneered as he looked at the white-haired old man in the sky. "You only show up after this old thing is dead. Let me guess, you want to take the power of humanity into your own hands instead of this old guy? Or did you always want him dead here?" The Demon King mocked as he stepped back, because Gust's vast magical power shielded him from sensing the changes in the auras of the two old men. And he naturally did not notice the gradual weakening of the white-haired old man's presence or the human emperor's vitality slowly recovering. And he was undoubtedly no match for Gust during the earlier part of this war. He and Drelov had not managed to gain even the slightest advantage against this elder who mastered time and space magic. Nostron is dead. As one of the last 3 8th-tier demons, don't you know? Gust furrowed his brow, watching Dante, who was still pulling away. Because of August, he really didn't have the energy to pursue this Demon King right now. But what the old man didn't understand was why the Demon Emperor had died and these two Demon Kings were still attacking Modos. In the original plan, the Pope of Light was also supposed to come to Modos for support. After all, even 8th-tier August with a holy sword of the Hiss Empire would find it difficult to withstand the simultaneous attacks of two Demon Kings. But he learned from Lucifer that the other party had gone to the Demon King's court and killed that Demon Emperor, and the demon race was always chaotic. That Demon Emperor was the bond and command center that held the entire demon race together. With the Demon Emperor dead, what was the significance of these two Demon Kings still fixating on Modos? According to Gust's deduction, the demon race would be nearly unable to launch a strictly defined war against the human race in the short term. The remaining 3 Demon Kings would inevitably initiate an internal war for the throne among the demon race. It was precisely for this reason that he wrote to Gar Fulton, who had been severely injured after failing negotiations with the dwarves, to continue recuperating, because in his eyes, the two demon kings could not afford to waste such an opportunity for power struggle. Otherwise, the other demon king would surely seize the royal court first and concentrate power. This way, even if the strength difference between them was not great, the third demon king would still conform to the demon's will. But if it weren't for the recent disturbance of the Holy Sword that made him realize he might lose the founding emperor of the Hiss Empire forever, Lucifer had no need to deceive him. And could a 9th-tier demon god kill an 8th-tier powerhouse and still allow the opponent to fake death and survive? That was even less likely. Was Lucifer finding amusement in him? That seemed quite possible. Suspended in midair, Gust watched Dante, who appeared momentarily stunned from afar. And a thought emerged in his mind. Lel Rongsu, the third 8th-tier demon king of the demon race. Could he be the first to discover the death of the demon emperor? He concealed the news of the demon emperor's death and blocked the channels for the other two 8th-tier demon kings to receive the information. Moreover, he was the closest demon king to the demon king's court. The threads of the situation were like pebbles beneath a murky surface, gradually settling with the dirt. And the answers surfaced simultaneously. On the other side, Dante was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the old man's words, but quickly reacted, though he did not speak further, only casting a deep glance at the white-haired old man suspended in the air. Naturally, he would not believe the old man's one-sided words. In the world, unless a true god descended, who had the ability to silently kill a standout among the 8th tier. He and Dralov, two 8th-tier demon kings, had fought that damned Imperial Emperor in a battle that nearly altered the landscape of the dim, scorched earth. If they had not intentionally shifted the focus of the battlefield high into the air, this entire land would have been battered to pieces. The Demon Emperor, who had been in the Demon King's court, died without him having any perception of it. That was too absurd. Dante believed the other side did not want to fight him and was merely trying to find a way out. And he just happened not to want to fight. No strong warrior was willing to engage in battle with someone who could move invisibly through space at the same level. This was something that even this blood lord found disgusting. Watching the distant figure disappear after a few sudden flashes of blood-red light, Gust felt somewhat relieved. If the other side had just wanted to start a battle, then August's life would have been very hard to protect. The white-haired old man looked at his old friend, fixed in midair by spatial magic, carefully sensing the state of his body, and sighed heavily. Gust then turned his gaze to another battlefield, the battlefield of Malmo and Nelson. The two 7th-tier warriors seemed to be locked in a heated battle. The sharp sonic booms of their bodies, tearing through the air, were incessant. Malmo's dark heavy armor had already been distorted and deformed from the blows, but the physique of a 7th-tier warrior still provided him with the capital for a bloody fight, leaving fist marks on the opponent's robust body with every punch. Demon King Nelson's deep purple, thick veins supplied an endless stream of power. Even if his skull had just been smashed by Malmo, he could recover in the next moment and continue the fight. Nelson was still unaware that his side's 8th-tier combatants had all exited the battlefield. During this life-and-death struggle, he had no energy to observe the direction of the battlefield around him. After all, for some reason, the human before him had suddenly launched an attack on him like a madman. Initially, he had only intended to mix with the two 8th-tier demon kings on the battlefield, but he did not expect the other side to suddenly exert strength, forcing him to devote all his attention to defense. Both sides continuously exchanged injuries, each punch and kick accompanied by extreme physical prowess, as if the swift attacks were creating powerful shockwaves centered around the two, capable of tearing apart all living beings daring to approach in an instant. Gust quietly observed for a while, not choosing to strike immediately. Even in a weakened state, he could easily kill the Demon King below. However, human warriors' advancement relied on their tenacity in battle. Perhaps Malmo could have the opportunity to glimpse the 8th-tier realm in this life-and-death struggle. Then, the old man gently raised his hand. The space around Malmo and Nelson was cut off, transforming into an independent subspace. The old man raised his hand again and gently lowered it. The black ocean extending beyond sight suddenly overturned, and all the demon race's armies on the battlefield were upturned. as terrifying spatial distortions continuously misaligned, cutting and shredding every demon's body, broken limbs and blood splattering down like purple-black rain on the scorched earth. In the previous second, the human soldiers who had been locked in fierce combat all looked up simultaneously, amidst the fearful screams of countless demons dying. In the pattering purple-black rain, they only saw a figure suspended in the air, seemingly divine. The soldiers were still in shock, but almost simultaneously in the next second, they stripped off their blood-soaked armor and fervently shouted toward the figure in the sky. The war was over. They had survived. Chapter 69. Amnesia. The streets of the imperial capital were bustling with people, with noble carriages occasionally passing by. The vendors along the roadside would shout a bit louder when the nobles went by, as if that could attract their attention. On one side of the street, 3 girls wearing the uniforms of Narcissus Academy were chasing each other, darting through the crowd like low-flying sparrows in a jungle. Suddenly, the girl at the front tripped over a step and fell, her vibrant and beautiful bouquet scattering all over the ground. With a few flowers that sparkled like stars in an oil painting landing in front of a young man. Scarlet, a girl with freckles on her cheeks, called out, quickly walking towards her companion. Scarlet was helped up by her friend, and at first she saw the blood-red eyes of the young man in front of her. Then she seemed to realize what had happened and shyly smiled at him while starting to pick up the fallen bouquet. Another girl with long brown hair caught up with the freckled girl and also glanced at the scattered flowers before looking at Scarlet. Next time, be a bit more careful. Even if the flowers are fine, you could get hurt, the brown-haired girl said, exhaling as she bent down to help. These flowers are beautiful. Scarlet suddenly looked up again at the young man with the seemingly magical blood-red eyes, noticing that he was admiring the few flowers that shimmered with star-like colors. Thank you. Scarlet hurriedly looked down again, her black eyes showing a hint of panic and shyness. What should I do? Should I give these flowers to him? If I give them to him, will he think I like him? If I don't give them, will he think I'm stingy? Why do I even care about this? Scarlet, what are you thinking? The girl knew her face must be flushed, so she tried to keep her head down, hoping her long hair could cover her embarrassment. Lucifer did not notice her thoughts and simply handed the bouquet to the girl with her head down. The embarrassed and conflicted girl did not hear Lucifer's call until the freckled girl gently tapped her head. Scarlet reacted instantly, awkwardly accepting the bouquet and murmuring a soft thank you. You're welcome. Lucifer waved his hand nonchalantly. But could you tell me where these flowers are grown? He wanted to buy some for Leviathan. The silver-haired girl would surely like these unusual flowers. After all, she had many rare and strange varieties planted in her dormitory at the academy. The Starseed Grand Garden, the previously silent freckled girl smiled and spoke up. These are the latest varieties cultivated by the garden's magicians, and they have been quite popular recently. Thank you. Lucifer thanked the girl and then walked past the 3 girls towards the other side of the street. Let us go. The freckled girl patted Scarlet on the head. What are you still thinking about? Ah, Scarlet seemed to be in a daze, merely responding with a vague sound. We're going back to Narcissus Academy. Today is the start of the new term, and I heard that the legendary headmaster will once again select the 10 most promising students for special training. The girl with brown hair seemed very eager to meet the legendary headmaster. Huh, Scarlet laughed awkwardly. I was just thinking about that. Baron Raymond's house was a 2-story villa with a small annex. A baron owning a private annex in a location close to the heart of the imperial capital was a point of pride among barons of the same rank. Raymond stood quietly in the annex as usual, slightly raising his head to gaze at the vast and boundless sky. His deep eyes seemed to penetrate through layers of clouds, reaching the end of the horizon, but at this moment they revealed a profound sense of fatigue that was hard to describe. This fatigue was not from physical exhaustion, but stemmed from the heavy burdens he had carried deep within his heart for a long time. His past experiences felt like heavy stones pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Yet, there seemed to be a faint but firm glimmer of hope in his eyes, a hope born from the possibility of a beautiful future. Perhaps this beauty may not arrive as promised in his life, but that did not prevent him from continuing to maintain his expectations for it. The morning sun was always gentle and bright, its rays omnipresent, almost as if there was some extraordinarily special magic that could ignite the withered souls of certain disheartened individuals. As the breeze blew through the annex under the sunlight, Raymond's brown-black eyes unconsciously blinked, and when he opened them again, he found a young man with blood-red eyes standing before him, dressed casually in a gray coat, examining the annex, and himself. Remember? The young man spoke. Raymond's heart, which had been racing due to the unexpected guest's entrance without his notice, almost stopped in an instant, his blood pressure peaking, and the blood vessels on his surface slightly bulging. This was his code name in the Underworld Church. The Empire had discovered that he was a lackey of the Church. What about Scarlet? These were the three thoughts that flashed through Raymond's mind in that moment. Blood of the sacred, weep for me as a god. Raymond's heart, which had stopped, began to beat again the moment he heard this strange incantation. One of their own. The middle-aged man slightly bent over. You are from the church. The acting pope, the young man across from him, said with a light smile. And at that moment, Raymond sensed a reaction from the church mark that had been engraved on him 12 years ago by that figure. This meant that the other party must be a high-ranking member of the church. Raymond's eyes momentarily contracted, but quickly returned to normal. Are you here, too? He asked the young man, his voice trembling as if waiting for a matter that had been pending for years to finally have a result. His hopeful gaze was fiery and vibrant, like a withered tree encountering spring. To fulfill the church's promise and tell you what to do next. Lucifer was momentarily taken aback by Raymond's fervent gaze before continuing. His main purpose for coming here was to further the Underworld Church's development in the present world. Since he could not perceive the ancient god's authority in the current world, he had to rely on some anomalies to search for the lost powers. The Underworld Church was a suitable tool, and Raymond, who happened to reside in the imperial capital, was an excellent candidate. The gray mouse from the Underworld informed him that the Baron had a daughter suffering from amnesia, losing all her memories in fixed time cycles and then reacquainting herself with everything around her in a new time cycle. Initially, this cycle was 1 month, but after Raymond helped the gray mouse with many matters, the favor he received allowed the gray mouse to alleviate his daughter's amnesia somewhat. It was merely extended from 1 month to 6 months, then to a year, and now to 3 years. This human baron was grateful to me, and the essence of this amnesia was merely due to an overly vigorous soul and a significantly depressed spirit. Even I could easily cure it completely. It would be even easier for you, my lord. This was the gray mouse's exact words, as well as Raymond and his daughter's personal experience. Lucifer found it interesting, so he came personally, also bringing some fun things for Leviathan. Chapter 70, a beautiful story of the poor. The story of the poor is always tragic. Time and again, they meet, and time and again, they forget. This father seems to have not given up on his daughter, even if it means adhering to the so-called deities he once scorned. Lucifer looked at the humble baron before him, feeling deeply moved. However, amidst the myriad of thoughts, calmness returned. Where is your daughter? He asked lightly, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were merely completing a mundane task. She has gone to the academy. Raymond felt as if struck by lightning, realizing that his daughter was currently on her way to Narcissus Academy. My lord, please wait a moment. I will go and call her back right now. I will go. No need. The calm tone of the acting pope seemed to directly pronounce a death sentence for the Baron of the Empire, after a long-awaited treatment had finally arrived. But it seemed that I will wait here. I just want to discuss the specifics of the upcoming tasks with you. Lucifer's next words made Raymond smile again, but that smile seemed tinged with tears. Yes, 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 your holiness. He laughed heavily, lowering his head to look at the grass, his vision gradually becoming blurred. When was the last treatment? Lucifer asked casually, observing Raymond's helpless actions, especially recalling the fear he felt when his daughter was not at home. 3 years ago. Raymond's voice was thick with nasal tones, as if this once formidable noble had lost all pride in this moment, becoming just a father powerless against his daughter's strange illness. Do you feel your daughter is about to start forgetting again? Lucifer raised an eyebrow. Yes. Raymond took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, as if releasing the sighs of worry he had felt every day for the past 3 years when he looked at his daughter. The gray mouse had not informed this father of the duration of each treatment, making the illness seem unpredictable and troublesome. But in reality, it only required finding a 7th-level mage who understood the soul, though, given Raymond's status as a baron, it was quite difficult to even meet one. This father likely wakes up every day to confirm once again. It was like two identical doors, one leading to a normal life, the other to a hell of despair. Choosing which door to open meant determining the final outcome. However, regardless of the choice, the one pushing the door would undoubtedly face immense pain and struggle before it. And this father repeats this life every day. Each morning brings a massive emotional upheaval, entanglement, anticipation, fear, worry, hesitation. These complex emotions intertwine to form a father's love for his daughter. Fortunately, the church's treatment has allowed my daughter to pass through her early growth stage relatively normally. Raymond felt embarrassed to wipe away his tears, try to control the muscles around his eyes to prevent the moisture from spreading. Although his daughter's forgetfulness did not include eating, drinking, and some very ordinary daily behaviors, the lack of social memories could lead to the formation of a fragmented personality. Raymond had been frequently writing to the church for this reason. In his letters, he clearly stated that he would give up everything he had to ensure his daughter's normal life, because these 3 years were too important. A person's psychological growth into a normal human being takes over a decade. Before this, his daughter's amnesia cycle was short, which could also be viewed as a kind of forgetfulness. He had certainly prepared to care for his forgetful daughter for a lifetime. However, it turned out that there were means of treatment in this world. The rekindled hope was stronger than anything else, but when it shattered, the resulting despair was also incomparable. In these 3 years, Raymond had given his daughter everything he could, trying to make her spirit fuller and her experiences richer. But if Scarlett were to lose her memory of this time period again, then this father and the Scarlett of this time period would no longer have the possibility of meeting. Perhaps this was a bit terrifying, but it would mean a new person appearing in his daughter's body. She would have the same appearance, the same body, the same soul as the old Scarlett. But he did not know if she would still be the daughter who would walk into his room with a smile and bring flowers. Perhaps after getting to know each other again and undergoing repeated education, she would do so. But was that her still the same as the current her? Recently, Scarlett had begun to show signs of forgetfulness. Fear nearly completely consumed this father's sanity. Fortunately, the church had come. Your future tasks will no longer involve acquiring some forbidden magical supplies. The church just needs you to rely on your interpersonal relationships to find something strange, Lucifer said, citing some possible characteristics of things that were normally normal but suddenly became abnormal. Raymond was momentarily stunned. Initially, the church needed him to purchase forbidden magical supplies from the black market in the imperial capital. These were precious materials strictly prohibited from circulation by the empire. Of course, the church would cover the costs. After all, a baron's financial resources were limited. Then, relying on Raymond's noble status, he would smuggle these forbidden items out of the imperial capital to supply the church. If discovered by the empire, even as a baron, he would only suffer under imperial law. He had thought the church would take advantage of this important treatment opportunity to demand a high price. He had prepared for death and had already purchased a property in other towns, ready to transfer his daughter as quickly as possible if things went awry, then face his demise. But what was searching for the strange? Wasn't he that a bit too vague? How many abnormal events occurred in the empire each day? Did all of these need to be recorded and reported to the Underworld church? Lucifer seemed to see what was on Raymond's mind and smiled helplessly. The method may be a bit clumsy, but it is still a search, just as the prophecy of the dragon god's heart indicated. Although Lucifer could not perceive the existence of time, he could probably infer it from its functionality. You have no objections, right? Lucifer felt this question was unnecessary, but still asked. No. Raymond lowered his head. When will your daughter return? Lucifer glanced at the sky. Before sunset, Raymond replied respectfully. I will return before this. He had to visit the Star Sea Grand Garden. Watching Lucifer's figure faintly disappear from sight, Raymond gently placed his hand over his heart. The heavy and fervent heartbeat seemed to tell him about the beauty of life. Chapter 71. Blooming with the perception of the 9th level unfurling. Lucifer instantly swept across the entire imperial capital and, in the next second, arrived at the so-called Star Sea Garden. This is a piece of land near the outskirts of the capital, actually less than 20 miles from the Bradley courtyard. Perhaps Leviathan used to come here often. However, recently Leviathan has been busy dealing with the invasion of low-level creatures from the underworld into the real world, regarding the construction of a defense line between the real world and the underworld. Because Lucifer killed the demon emperor, the appointment from the Church of Light has not been implemented. And Gust has arranged a relatively light task for the girl, reporting information about the future border between the Empire and the Underworld. This doesn't even require Leviathan to personally visit the several fusion points between the real world and the Underworld. To the southeast of the Beastmaster Forest, a preliminary front line has already formed on the northwestern border of the Empire. Any potential war that may emerge could last a long time. Lucifer could easily resolve all of this. He could even solve all the problems currently faced by the real world effortlessly. But this would only accelerate the entry of the remaining 3 demon gods from the Underworld into the real world. It's like a flood that has been accumulating. While it may originally drown a piece of land, if its outlet is continuously blocked, the water will grow even more massive until it completely overwhelms the dam built for it, relentlessly consuming everything behind it with unstoppable force. The fusion of the real world and the underworld has become an inevitable result. The frequent entry of some low-level creatures from the underworld into the real world has instead alleviated the speed at which the demon gods enter the real world. Lucifer is also unsure whether the remaining demon gods from the underworld know about the characteristics of this fusion. But they probably don't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow so many underworld creatures to enter the real world. Straightening the folds of his collar, Lucifer stepped into the Star Sea Garden. This place is more like a vast park, but the difference from a park is that it lacks entertainment facilities, with only pure greenery and flowers. The entire Star Sea Garden appears to have no protective measures, but with the eyes of a demon god. One can naturally see that an immense flow of magical power is surging underground here, as if a giant dragon is lying in wait below, ready to unleash a thunderous strike on any intruders. Sir, do you need any services? A flower fairy, no larger than a child's palm, emerged from a flower emitting a green glow, its light green thin wings fluttering continuously, lifting the tiny fairy into the air. It seemed like a doll meticulously dressed by a beauty had come to life. A faint fragrance wafted in, reminiscent of a pot of tea brewed in the morning mixed with the scents of green grass and orchids, uplifting one's spirits. I am a fairy from the southern area of the Star Sea Garden. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. The voice of the flower fairy was very soft, as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. But the meaning it wanted to convey was transmitted very precisely to Lucifer. I want to go in and choose a few flowers for my beloved. Lucifer was somewhat surprised by the structure of this creature. However, he didn't investigate too closely. It wouldn't be polite. Okay, the flower fairy said softly, gently blowing a breath towards Lucifer. A green light enveloped Lucifer along with the fairy's breath. You can now enter. The flowers in the Star Sea Garden are divided into 3 levels, with prices corresponding to 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin from low to high. The flower fairy patiently introduced various rules of the Star Sea Garden to the young man before it, emphasizing the consequences of disrespecting the agreements. Who is the true owner of the Star Sea Garden? After listening to the rules, Lucifer casually asked. Our clan, the fairy clan, the flower fairy patiently explained. Since the end of the last century, the fairy clan has stopped secluding itself and has established good relationships with humans, beastmen, and demons. It began to proudly introduce its race, the fairy clan. The great god of nature created the world, and the fairy clan is the tears of the god of nature for the world, allowing it to express the emotions of the world. The flower fairy puffed out its chest, its light green thin wings fluttering gracefully. It seemed as if a gust of wind could blow it to the ground. Yet its petite body miraculously maintained balance. We fairies. The flower fairy seemed to want to say something more, but suddenly stopped, shyly smiling at Lucifer. I'm sorry, sir. I talk too much. It smiled awkwardly at Lucifer. It's fine. Lucifer waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Among the several intelligent races currently existing in the real world, each has a god that created the world, and each race records a different creator god. However, so far, only the origin demon god of the demon race truly exists, and the demon race was indeed created by him. The fairy clan is the tears of the god of nature. In the human race's records, humans are the world's children personally conferred by the sun god. Who knows who is right and who is wrong? Moreover, Is the power to create a world really something that a ninth-level being, no, something with self-will can achieve? Lucifer can also independently create life, but at most, that can only be considered as lower-tier dependence, not an independent race. What kind of great power must one possess to create countless races in the world? As one of the best among the ninth level, Lucifer couldn't even imagine how powerful such a being would be. Creation is always much more difficult than destruction. Casting aside complex thoughts, Lucifer walked into the garden. In ancient times, the gods felt that the land of the world was too weak, so they brought down the stars from the sky. And the capital here is the place where the first fallen meteor landed. The flower fairy began to introduce the history of the star's sea garden to him. Can you imagine? This is the final resting place of a star that has drifted in the dark space for countless years. That is just what you think is a resting place, Lucifer silently thought to himself. In a long time to come, perhaps this star that the gods pay attention to will also shatter, turning into scattered meteors drifting in the universe. The resting place of stars is only the universe. Stretching time infinitely, it could appear anywhere, and its resting place will never be here. Suddenly, the ground of the garden began to rumble, as if something had resonated. The garden, like a sea of flowers, swayed like a wooden boat sailing in a storm. In an instant, Lucifer sensed a unique life force, and the source of that force was the green dragon beneath the garden that Lucifer had initially thought to be the foundation of the array. Chapter 72, Boom, the second-floor girl's bedroom of the Bradley family. Loviana sat quietly by the window, her silver hair cascading down to her shoulders like a waterfall, gently spread out like a layer of smooth satin. At this moment, warm and bright sunlight streamed through the window, draping the entire room in a golden veil. The strands of silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a dazzling brilliance, like twinkling stars in the night sky. The silver-haired girl slightly furrowed her brow, her clear blue eyes gazing into the distance as if deep in thought. Lucifer had already told her the reason for the fusion of the underworld and the mortal realm, and she naturally understood that while sending warriors far superior to those low-tier underworld creatures could quickly end the war, it would also accelerate the merging of the two realms. But humanity couldn't possibly raise those low-tier creatures from the underworld, could they? That seemed too absurd. Moreover, the cost would be very high. Currently, there had been preliminary contact with the creatures of the underworld at the front lines. Those low-tier beings were completely irrational, seemingly knowing only how to attack madly. Some could even continue to fight after having their heads severed, having never seen the underworld. The girl glimpsed a corner of it from the battle reports sent from the human front lines. This was the place where Lucifer was born, and of course, she knew it was also the place Lucifer had long wanted to escape from. The underworld was filled with chaos and slaughter. Madness was its essence. The four demon gods at the top of the underworld pyramid cared little for the lives of the lower beings, giving the impression that if the underworld were to be destroyed at any moment, the first thought of those demon gods would be to flee rather than defend the place that birthed them. This was in stark contrast to the general yearning and obsession of wise beings in the mortal realm for their homeland. There was no sense of belonging. The most typical and direct example was that demon god who asked her for hugs every day. Just thinking of Lucifer made Loviana's jewel-like eyes narrow slightly, like two crescent moons hanging on her exquisitely beautiful face. The pale blue light emanating from her azure eyes resembled the gentle glow cast by a bright full moon hanging in the deep night sky, softly enveloping everything around her, radiating infinite tenderness. Loviana certainly knew where Lucifer was born. He came from the underworld, but in her impression, he was more unique than all the other beings from the underworld. Summoned in the form of a crow, she initially didn't believe what he said, only to have it confirmed by the headmaster that same day. He was a demon god recorded only once in human history. The origin demon god broke the shackles of rules, challenged the gods, and ultimately fell, his body transforming into the demon race, continuing to interfere with the normal development of the mortal realm. This was the view of the vast majority of people in the empire regarding demon gods: evil, dark, and fond of slaughtering living beings. A wicked person would slaughter life when displeased, while an evil demon god would be unhappy if it didn't kill. Or is there a Lucifer like her, who basked in the sun every day, enjoyed cream cakes, and asked her for hugs, she certainly didn't take the initiative to hug Lucifer. The light girl summoned a demon god soul-bound in a crow's body. Looking back now, Lucifer at that time seemed quite childish but also very cute. When she first summoned him into the mortal realm, he didn't even realize he had entered and acquired his senses. He just angrily complained about how unfair the silver-haired girl was, disturbing an old demon god's sleep 16 times. Then he eagerly returned to the underworld and opened his eyes again in the mortal realm. At that time, she only thought the little crow was a bit dizzy from being summoned, so he closed his eyes. Later, she found out that at that moment, Lucifer had already attempted to cross over directly from the underworld to the mortal realm, only to be rejected by the rules. Today, he said he would go out to buy something for her, but he still hadn't returned. The silver-haired girl's gaze fell on the distance outside the window when suddenly, as if she had discovered something, a blood-red reflection appeared in Loviana's azure pupils, growing larger in her sight, until boom, an overwhelming wave of blood-colored energy shattered upon contact with a transparent window, sending dust and glass shards flying into the air in a rapid acceleration, charging toward the girl in the bedroom at an imperceptible speed. In that instant, a dazzling and pure white light suddenly exploded from the window. That pure, holy light acted like an indestructible shield, swiftly unfurling in front of the girl. Those originally speeding and unstoppable objects, once they touched the barrier formed by this light, seemed to be firmly held back by an invisible force. Unable to advance even a fraction, they either bounced away or fell straight to the ground, completely losing their previous momentum and threat. The silver-haired girl stood quietly, her stunningly beautiful face showing no signs of emotional fluctuation like a calm lake. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil exterior lay a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. She exuded a layer of sacred and bright light, sparkling like brilliant stars. They surrounded the girl, forming a magnificent halo that made her look like an angel descending to the mortal realm. Under the illumination of this light, the girl's silver hair appeared even more smooth and lustrous, cascading down her shoulders like a silver waterfall. Her skin, illuminated by the light, radiated a captivating sheen, delicate as mutton-fat jade, pure and flawless. Miss Odro appeared at the bedroom door, noticing the golden sun mark on Loviana's forehead, and he lowered his head as if he had encountered something exceedingly precious. "I'm fine." The silver-haired angel gently shook her head. At the moment she shook her head, the sacred light transformed back into white specks and dissipated, hiding the divine mark on her forehead. "That aura just now came from the underworld," Odro said softly, now raising his head to look at his mistress. "I know." At this moment, Loviana gazed at the ruined window, where a massive crimson phantom hand loomed, almost obscuring the entire sky of the imperial capital, exuding an overwhelming magical intensity that was suffocating. It seemed to be suppressing something as the enormous, mountain-like crimson phantom continuously pressed down, causing the land beneath it to crumble inch by inch, with the ground sinking over 10 meters in a radius of several kilometers under that terrifying phantom's pressure. Lucifer? The silver-haired girl tried to maintain a calm expression while sensing the familiar aura emanating from that blood-red phantom hand. Her heart was in disarray. Chapter 73. 300 years of dim, ashen earth. The cold wind here seems never-ending. Even though the clouds that had lingered in the sky for years were dispersed during the recent high-level war, allowing this land, which rarely sees sunlight, a momentary glimpse of the sun, it still did not change the dark nature of this land. An old man with white hair stood on the city wall. Although the wrinkles on his face resembled deep ravines carved by time, he still stood straight. The cold wind swept across the old man's face, slicing through the air like a blade. Beside him, a tall old man no longer appeared as pale as before, although still weak. He relied on his long-tempered, strong physique to withstand the cold wind. "You were too presumptuous this time." The white-haired elder did not soften his tone due to the noble status of the elder beside him. Instead, he reprimanded him like an old friend scolding another for being careless with his life. If it weren't for the holy sword ascending at that moment and emitting its unique magical fluctuations, And if I hadn't happened to make a breakthrough in time magic, you wouldn't even be able to keep your corpse now. You would become part of the blood sea of Dantia. The white-haired elder slightly turned his head, and his sun and moon eyes, sharp and piercing in the cold wind, seemed capable of penetrating everything. When one dies, everything becomes void. The weak August did not feel offended by Gus' serious tone. He simply smiled and said, at this moment his brown eyes were as calm as a windless sea, yet seemed to harbor unparalleled power. In the face of death, there seems to be no difference between an emperor who has conquered the world and a beggar who cannot even secure his next meal. He chuckled in the wind. The cold temperature around him did not affect this tall, old man's slight grandeur after returning from the dead, but death seemed to be just that. The tall old man's words remained calm in the face of death, as if this life and death battle had not instilled any respect for death in him. He still looked down on death with the same disdain as an emperor would disdain everything. There is a demon in the underworld who governs decay and death. The white-haired elder fell silent for a moment, as if recalling something, then suddenly laughed and said, perhaps you really should talk to him about your understanding of death. That will have to wait until he enters the mortal realm. August did not take his old friend's joke to heart. The authority governing death did not mean one could evade death. Even ninth-tier deities can die, as the ancient gods have already told us, an indisputable fact. The aged emperor did not care about these things. I have been waging war since I was 12, and at 16, I personally killed a baron who gave me my name. The tall old man calmly recounted his story, as if it had nothing to do with him. Like the cold and loneliness of the scorched earth had no connection to the splendor of the imperial palace. I personally severed that baron's head. Hot blood splattered onto my face, and when that warmth gradually turned cold on my face, I realized what I had done. I killed the baron who had carefully taught me, hoping I would become a sharp sword. After that, I understood there is nothing in this world that cannot be killed, nothing that cannot be dead. If there is, it is simply that you lack strength. In the time before killing that man, who had ambitions to conquer everything but lacked the ability, I had always thought that baron was invincible, just like the sun. No matter how miserably it disappeared from sight the day before, would reappear full of vitality the next morning. The slave who incited the rebellion at 12 was also killed by me, because I thought they couldn't kill that baron, who seemed to be fleeing in panic at the time. It was better to use their blood to elevate my position. It turned out I was right. I gained the favor of that man with delusions of grandeur. He seemed to treat me like his own child. If he hadn't ultimately tried to shatter the sword he forged with his own hands, perhaps I would have followed him loyally into battle. Unfortunately, at that banquet of celebration, the poison did not take effect because I had broken through to the 6th tier without them knowing, and a 6th tier physique was enough to render me completely immune to a poison that could merely weaken 5th tier beings. He forged the sword himself, but did not understand its sharpness. He died when my blade pierced his heart, the grim expression on his face, his futile struggles as he was about to die, and those eyes, fear consumed everything in him. From that moment on, I understood a principle. The tall old man looked directly at his old friend in the cold wind, his brown eyes exposed in the chilly air, deep and mysterious. A seemingly trivial principle. All living beings will die. The tall old man stroked the edge of the city wall. The remnants of magic and combat energy from the war still lingered in every tiny trace on the surface of this ancient wall. But you're still useful while alive. Gust merely raised an eyebrow, an expression this white-haired and steady elder had never shown before. You really are something. August heavily patted the top of the city wall, almost grinding his teeth, yet helpless. He could only let out a heavy sigh in the end. What else should I do? The tall old man, adjusting his emotions, looked up at the sky and softly asked. The black clouds on the horizon gathered again over this dark, ashen earth, and the sunlight at the end of the sky was gradually being obscured. Station yourself at the front lines of the mortal realm and the underworld. Gust put away his smile and said seriously, just some low-tier underworld creatures. Even you now can still handle them. If they are only low-tier underworld creatures, why don't you deal with them directly? I thought there would be many high-tier beings from the underworld invading the mortal realm. Before coming here, I even sent 2 7th-tier reinforcements to the front lines. Couldn't they drive back those low-tier underworld mongrels? Those 2 7th tiers have other uses. You still need to go in person. Gus said leisurely. As for why I don't deal with them all at once, the reason is a bit complex, and I don't feel like explaining. You just need to know not to massacre those low-tier underworld creatures entering the mortal realm. Just make sure they can't disturb the Imperial citizens. August laughed in anger. You're always like this. In the cold wind, the two elders, whose ages combined exceed 300 years, laughed. From a distance, Malmo grinned as he applied a hemostatic medicine to his wound, momentarily taken aback as he watched the two laughing elders. The Imperial soldiers below the city wall, hearing the laughter, could not help but glance up. The hearty laughter of the two elders echoed over the scorched earth until the last ray of sunlight was completely swallowed, and the dim, ashen earth finally returned to its former tranquility. Chapter 74. Can you run? In the Hiss Empire, the imperial capital, a rampant, blood-red aura spread throughout the entire capital the moment the shadow of a gigantic crimson hand pressed down, symbolizing an ominous blood-colored cloud that covered the sky, casting a dimness over the world. The citizens of the capital felt as if the sky had suddenly darkened, followed by a tremor that shook the earth and mountains. Those near the outskirts of the capital heard a deafening roar coming from the direction of the Star Sea Garden, like the roar of an ancient top-tier magical beast between heaven and earth, capable of tearing apart the souls of all living beings that sensed it. The shadow of the blood-red giant hand continued to press down, causing the land that originally belonged to the Star Sea Garden to collapse continuously. Terrifying magical fluctuations simultaneously tore apart the mental strength of all those who attempted to sense it. No one knew what was happening, but all the citizens of the capital understood that it might be destroyed in an instant, when that blood-red giant hand's shadow reflected in their eyes. The pain felt in their eyes told them of the disparity between both sides. Unleash the array. A roar echoed from the top of the white tower in the capital, as if in response. Beneath the dimness, golden and brilliant marks began to appear above the capital, like golden stars dotting a seemingly apocalyptic dark background. A middle-aged man in a purple robe stood upright in the void, the wind lifting the precious magical materials woven into his robe and the 7 golden lines symbolizing a 7th-tier magician. He was Kaidik Seth, a 7th-tier lightning element magician, once a war magician who charged across the battlefield between humans and demons, regarded as a thorn in the side by the demon race. At this moment, he calmly gazed at the blood-red giant hand that obscured half the sky not far away. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the hands of his 7th-tier magician were trembling, fear consuming him. But he could not allow the fear to show on his face, even though his heart was racing, instinctively warning him of the gap between himself and the opponent. But this was the imperial capital. Since the establishment of the Hiss Empire, it had been the most important human city, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it almost bore the weight of everything for humanity. All the precious and rare magical resources of humanity, all the rare martial arts techniques in the world, and all the future prodigies of the human race. The citizens below the capital saw a holy figure shining with purple lightning in the sky and instinctively reached out their hands, expressing their respect towards the high-level magicians of the Magic Association in the White Tower. That's Kaidik, a young man shouted, raising his hands high. The indestructible lightning will destroy it. The capital will not be destroyed. The fervent cheers reverberated throughout the entire capital, and all the citizens looked up at the silhouette flashing with lightning in the sky. At the same time, rays of different colors of light began to emerge from various corners of the capital, each ray symbolizing a magician. These points of light resembled fallen stars, faint but seemingly possessing incomparable power. More and more magical power gathered in the sky, further solidifying the golden array patterns that were already shining under the dim sky. This array had existed since the founding of the Empire, constructed by the president of the Royal Magic Association, Gust. It could absorb the roaming magical power of heaven and earth, as well as the dissipated magical power of magicians, to convert it into strength. Yet this array had not been used for nearly a century. The last time it was activated was when several demon kings threatened the capital, and as a result, Augustus led his elite troops straight to the demon royal court. causing the demon kings who had almost set foot in the capital to retreat almost instantly upon receiving the news. Now, the magical power accumulated over nearly a century was being summoned once more, but this time they didn't even know where the enemy was. Kaidik looked gravely at the blood-red giant hand that seemed capable of destroying everything. Magical power gathered in his palm in an instant, dazzling purple lightning illuminating the entire space. But he still did not strike, because the blood-red shadow seemed to have no intention of redirecting that terrifying offensive. This extreme malice filled with violence seemed more fitting for the Underworld. Moreover, the 8th-tier magicians Kaidik had encountered before had never demonstrated such power. An 8th tier could indeed flatten the capital without Gust and Augustus, but it would never instill such a feeling of despair. The overwhelming sense of oppression was almost suffocating for a battle-hardened, lightning element magician. All the magicians in the capital anxiously gazed at the shadow in the sky that obscured everything, hoping and praying. The silver-haired girl moved forward amidst the rampant blood-red aura, her azure eyes rippling with unease, but her nimble steps, accompanied by specks of pure white magical power, gradually quickened her speed. However, surprisingly, the seemingly destructive magical power that roamed freely in the space seemed to be circling around the silver-haired girl, as if it had encountered its master. Upon realizing this, Leanne clenched her teeth, but at the same time, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. The fact that Lucifer's magical power avoided her indicated that he still had a clear consciousness and knew she had arrived. But what did it mean that he was gathering immense magical power while knowing she was coming? Was he abandoning the capital? Lucifer, the girl shouted directly from where she stood. Although her voice seemed to be swallowed by the surrounding blood-red magical power in an instant, there was still a response. Wait, there is something strange beneath this garden. Lucifer's voice reached the silver-haired girl's ears through the blood-red chaos, causing her to pause in surprise. She did not expect him to respond directly to her, considering he usually hid after provoking her. What are you doing? Do you want to destroy the capital? Leanne said calmly this time, without shouting. If you come back without a good explanation, don't think I'll give you any more gold coins to buy things. The silver-haired girl threatened fiercely. Then, the citizens of the capital clearly saw the blood-red giant hand pause for a moment before pressing down even more violently, as if it were grasping something. How could I possibly want to destroy the capital? Would you have to kill me? Lucifer felt somewhat aggrieved. There is something I need in the Star Sea Garden, but it keeps running, and it runs especially fast. Suddenly, a majestic voice emerged from the blood-red magical power. I am the master of nature and life, the guardian of harmony and friendship, standing upon the world tree. This majestic and noble voice was interrupted the next moment. Still barking. I can let you run today. This was Lucifer's voice. Almost the instant Leanne heard this voice in her line of sight, the blood-red shadow became even more solid before it gripped heavily. As if a tremendous force was compressing, the space could only shatter in an instant before that mighty power, and deadly spatial rifts appeared around where the giant hand was pulling back. Then came a thunderous explosion, the sound of the blood-red giant hand closing. At the same time, everyone in the capital looked towards Kaidik the moment they heard the thunderous sound. Kaidik, Chapter 75. Who are you? Kaidik did not know what was happening, but he knew what he should do. It was his only task to delay the return of the president of the Royal Magic Association and the Emperor of the Empire, something that seemed impossible. The Thunder Element Mage, who had galloped on the battlefield for half his life, had never seen such vast magical power, which seemed to fill every space to its limit. The ever-present blood-red aura appeared as though it could swallow the ancient imperial capital at any moment, perhaps in the next instant. The only reason the imperial capital remained safe was that the owner of those blood-red giant hands did not seem to have any intention of attacking the capital. Kaidik even felt absurdly that the opponent was intentionally avoiding this battle, deliberately steering clear of the capital. It was a bit ridiculous. It was like two lions fighting for territory, muscles tensed, waiting for the other's thunderous strike. Every contact filled with lethal intent, yet intentionally avoiding the flowers and grass on the ground, out of fear of damaging the environment. That was just too absurd. Kaidik couldn't help but laugh at the thoughts in his mind, but he maintained his authority on the surface, focusing intently on the distant blood-red phantom. The grand formation was operating at full capacity, with golden brilliance shining like the brightest light in the night, capable of resisting some of the dissipating blood-red magic. Caddick did not intend to act rashly. One should only take on tasks that match their abilities. Clearly, this was not something he should get involved in. Within the dense blood-red magical mist, a flicker of green light representing vitality occasionally flashed by, accompanied by angry roars of dragons. However, the light symbolizing life was quickly suppressed by the blood-red phantom, and as the green light gradually weakened, the massive phantom seemed satisfied, and the majesty that could devour heaven and earth was slowly retreating. Caddick's hands, which had unconsciously clenched, slowly relaxed. Was this going to end? But his gaze remained firmly fixed on the blood-red mist in the distance, which had not yet dissipated. The thick blood-red obscured most of his perception, and even with his 7th-tier mental strength, he could only glimpse a corner. Perhaps Caddick would never forget the scene he observed with his mental power on that day. A giant dragon, that legendary creature, one he had never seen before, yet he instantly recognized the once mythical dominating being. Within the mysterious blood-red domain lay a pure-blood giant dragon. Its deep green and indestructible scales were tightly and neatly covered on its body like meticulously crafted armor. Each scale shimmered with a faint yet heart-thumping glow, as if recounting the countless fierce battles and the passage of time they had endured. The muscular lines of the giant dragon were smooth and full of tension, with each muscle perfectly distributed, showcasing an unparalleled sense of strength and beauty. The most striking feature was the pair of enormous dragon wings on either side of its back. When these emerald green wings spread, they gave an overwhelming impression, as if they could cover the sky. Even now, slightly retracted, one could still feel the immense energy and noble aura contained within. Caddick could hardly believe that such a majestic and imposing presence lay on the ground like a lifeless dead dog. The once intimidating deep green vertical pupils, which inspired fear, were now dim and listless, as if suffering from an unbearable and terrifying blow. Standing not far away, Caddick's gaze was involuntarily drawn to a blood-red beam of light shooting up into the sky. This blood-red beam seemed to connect heaven and earth, piercing through the clouds, emanating a chillingly powerful magical wave. This beam of light was transformed from the blood-red phantom that had dissipated earlier. The towering blood-red beam deeply penetrated the spine of the pure blood-green dragon. Accompanied by blood gushing from the wound, it quickly gathered beneath the dragon's massive body, forming a shimmering emerald-green lake. The lake was filled with an extremely rich life force, unique to the life dragon. Scattered across the land that had just collapsed under the blood-red giant hand's phantom were shattered dragon scales, each shimmering with a faint green light. Caddick believed that if he were to give these dragon scales to those mages keen on magical conduction weapons, they would surely be grateful to the person providing the scales, provided that Caddick dared. But he naturally did not dare. Lucifer naturally sensed the probing of that insignificant 7th-tier mage. He did not stop anyone from peeking. It was just that the vast, dissipating magical flow automatically hindered those lower-tier beings. I have no intention of destroying the Imperial capital. You better leave quickly. Lucifer's voice passed through the Star Sea Garden, which had originally been on the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Caddick naturally understood the meaning behind it, and almost at the moment Lucifer's words fell, the 7th-tier mage instantly vanished from near the blood-red light curtain, teleporting to the top of the original Imperial White Tower. Caddick's heart was racing, as if he might collapse at any moment due to the rapid heartbeat and the resulting high blood pressure, but he had no intention of withdrawing the golden formation. Lucifer chuckled lightly, and the thick blood-red mist completely enveloped the Star Sea Garden on the outskirts of the Imperial capital. No one could see what was happening inside anymore, except for a silver-haired girl. Initially, the silver-haired girl's expression was cold, like an ice that could not melt in the depths of winter. But the surrounding blood-red magic seemed to sense the girl's bad mood and eagerly gathered around her. Lovielian almost laughed in anger, waving her jade hand to disperse the entangled blood-red magic, directly addressing the surrounding void. Are you now the demon god Lucifer, or that little crow Lucifer? The girl's voice was soft, but her heartbeat was quick, like the first time she saw the soul of the demon god trapped in the crow's body at the bottom of the star lake. A fifth-tier light mage could not possibly dominate the will of a demon god, but Lovielian, who had summoned a little crow, could make that little crow obedient. I really am not a crow. A voice filled with wry amusement came, and Lucifer's tall and slender figure emerged from the blood-red mist. Lovielian merely stared at the blood-red-eye phantom behind the young man, which seemed to harbor endless killing intent, along with the blood-red magic that symbolized extreme malice. She suddenly felt that the other party was a bit unfamiliar. Chapter 76. The lion and the sheep. Lucifer could probably sense the thoughts of the silver-haired girl in her heart. If love were to arise between a lion and a sheep, that little sheep might be able to tell her that the other truly loved her. And indeed it was true. That pure white little sheep could wander freely beneath the lion's thick mane, even daring to stretch her curious little head into the lion's gaping mouth to see its teeth. She believed that the imposing lion, who was not to be trifled with, would bow down to her, and she also believed he would change his original thoughts because of her, and that mighty lion did indeed do so. The little sheep could do anything in front of this lion, even take him to rescue her little friends from a pack of hyenas. The roar of the lion naturally drove away any animals attempting to challenge the authority of this ruler. She would gently kiss the wounds on the lion's body left from battles, even though she despised the taste of blood. But as long as he needed it, she was willing to tiptoe. Yet, when the lion devoured flesh and blood, the little sheep would still feel fear. Not fear that the lion would swallow her next, but fear that he might forget her in his indulgence of the delightful flesh. She liked the lion who was childish enough to jump around in front of her to make her laugh, not the proud lion before her whose eyes emitted a cold, blood-red light, lifting its head with an air of arrogance. Even if she tiptoed, she could not reach the lion's head, nor could she feel the warmth of his heartbeat. If the lion grew tired of her and wanted to eat her, she would not resist, though it seemed resistance would be futile. But she hated this feeling, just as she hated the taste of blood. "Are you afraid of me?" Lucifer leaned slightly forward, aligning his eyes with the girl's current cold blue pupils, and said with a grin. The fierce blood-red eyes behind him were merely the result of suppressing the magical power leaking from that giant dragon. He intended to control at the time, only thinking of subduing the fleeing life dragon, neglecting that the silver-haired girl was beside him. Though his tone was joking, there was a seriousness in Lucifer's blood-red eyes that had not been seen in a long time. A bit. The silver-haired girl, who had just been fearless and thinking of giving Lucifer a good beating, looked at him, gently biting her lip. "But I think I'm more afraid of you." The next moment, the silver-haired girl seemed to be under a spell of courage as her clear blue eyes fixed intently on him. A hint of panic flashed in Lucifer's eyes. This was not how his script was supposed to go. "You're nervous too." The silver-haired girl reached out and placed her hand on Lucifer's chest, where his heart was beating. "Your eyes always lie, but your heartbeat betrays you." "Huh." Lucifer forced a smile, appearing somewhat strained. "Controlling my heartbeat is not difficult for me. Then are you willing to deceive me?" At this moment, the girl's blue pupils were brighter than ever, as if a sun named Expectation was rising in this blue lake. "Of course not." Lucifer seemed to smile and relax. "I won't deceive you." He straightened his posture. The swirling blood-color magic behind him was more like a servant of this demon god, and the blood-colored pillar that pierced the giant dragon's back condensed into a blood-red sun and shattered with a loud bang the moment Lucifer straightened up, creating a visible wave of crimson energy that instantly engulfed both Lucifer and Leviathan. It was as if the ancient gods had once again summoned falling meteors. This impact, which could be described as world-ending, was suddenly resisted by an unknown force just as it was about to make contact with the golden formation in the imperial capital, causing not a single injury to the citizens. When the blood-colored mist dissipated, the once blooming Star Sea Garden was left with a massive pit large enough to contain the entire imperial capital. Perhaps no. The citizens of the imperial capital would never forget this apocalyptic scene today. Bradley Courtyard, imperial capital. Due to the deliberate control of a certain demon god, the initial blood-red giant hand shadow and the subsequent explosion did not affect the residential areas of the imperial capital. It only destroyed a Star Sea Garden. You caused such a huge stir just for this? The silver-haired girl looked at the flute-like object in her hand that emitted a green glow under the sunlight. That was the spine of the giant dragon. Lucifer chuckled lightly. It seems to contain the authority of life, the authority wielded by the nature god of the ancient elven race. Seems to? Leviathan looked at Lucifer, who leaned against the window without glass. You can't confirm it? I don't know why I can't sense the authority left by the gods. But a rank 8 giant dragon could be sensed by me and managed to endure under my control for so long. It must be relying on this authority. Lucifer frankly stated his inability to perceive the authority and why there was such a huge commotion. So, a pit that will take almost impossible time to recover appeared next to the imperial capital. So, the citizens of the entire capital were threatened with death in a short time. The silver-haired girl became increasingly angry, directly reaching out to twist Lucifer's ear gently. Lucifer winced. Stop pretending. I didn't even use much force. Leviathan lightly tapped the forehead of Lucifer, who was still pretending to be in pain. You did something wrong, so you have to make up for it. Filling a pit is all, right? Gus could just reverse time. Lucifer said aggrievedly. What about the entire capital suffering a death threat because of you? Just now, some people thought it was the end of the world and simply released themselves. The entire capital's judgment office is probably still dealing with these matters. And the silver-haired girl kept talking, while Lucifer crouched down, holding his head in a corner. Leviathan laughed. Stop pretending to be deaf. At worst, Lucifer want to say, I'll just go kill another rank 8 demon. But then he thought about the current merging of the underworld and the real world, and he didn't know whether to continue. At worst, what? Leviathan moved closer to Lucifer. Do you want to stir up trouble again? Lucifer was so frightened that he retreated, but found that behind him was a smooth wall. So he simply crouched down, holding his head. Leviathan approached Lucifer, wanting to hit him, but not knowing where. Just then, Lucifer suddenly had a flash of inspiration. This time was just an accident. Who would have thought there was a rank 8 dragon with authority hiding near the capital? I feel like I did a good deed. After all, who knows what that lurking rank 8 giant dragon would do in the future? He stubbornly raised his head to look at the girl, who did not scold him anymore. Indeed, the silver-haired girl slowly calmed her emotions and carefully considered the situation. A rank 8 dragon possessing the authority of life hiding in an elven garden, right in the center of the human empire, the vicinity of the capital. This was very strange. The authority of the supreme god of the elven race had been left near the capital. What did that rank 8 giant dragon want to do? I wasn't wrong, right? You should praise me. Seeing the girl lost in thought, Lucifer smiled as he looked up. The silver-haired girl gazed at his smiling face, momentarily dazed. Well done, she said tentatively. Yes. Lucifer proudly confirmed the girl's praise. What a load of nonsense. The girl gave a light knock on Lucifer's head, who had just stood up. Chapter 77. Cultivation. So, you mean to say that a demon god from the underworld entered the present world a few months ago, but was summoned by our Church of Light's Saintess in the form of a crow? August stood beside the deep pit left by the Empire yesterday, a gentle breeze brushing through the pale strands of the tall old man's hair, and there seemed to be a hint of disbelief on his wrinkled face. Then, he entered the present world by means you don't even know and can reign as a 9th-tier demon god, even killing the demon race's claimed strongest emperor in 1,000 years, Nostin. Finally, he came to the imperial capital and, for reasons unknown, flattened the Star Sea Garden on the outskirts of the capital. The tall old man didn't continue, as it seemed that this was no simple flattening within his sight. It was as if an enormous mountain had been pulled from the earth by an unknowable force, the residual aura extremely tyrannical. And even August could see the blood-red magical energy swirling recklessly in the dried-up pit, resembling a great lake. It was extremely domineering and also extremely terrifying. That was not the power of an 8th tier. Of course, August could cause such destruction with a full strike of the Empire's holy sword, and could even create worse devastation. But he probably couldn't precisely control the flow of magical energy, making it impossible to destroy the imperial capital, which was almost within reach at this distance. Yes, August seemed indifferent, his white brows drooping, and the thoughts hidden in his sun and moon-like eyes were unclear, as if clouds were surging. Why is he causing trouble here? He hasn't acted out since entering the present world, but now he has? August didn't quite understand the actions of that fallen and deathly demon god. Perhaps it was simply because he was willing. August continued to narrate blandly, as calm as if nothing had happened, but then seemed to remember something. Warning. You'd better not discuss him here. He can hear you. The white-haired old man still advised his old friend. After all, in his view, Lucifer was extremely petty. One sentence from you being a worthless being was only released a few days ago when he overturned the chessboard in the courtyard of Sky Island. I've already heard. A calm voice echoed around the two, the blood-colored mist gathering and dispersing as a young man stood among it. The blood-eyed youth surveyed the tall and robust old man, smiling slightly. "Hello, Your Majesty," he greeted softly, though the tone was quite unsettling. "Hello." August calmly assessed this young demon god from the underworld. Perhaps he should be described as ancient. After all, the existence of the other party likely surpassed the time from the establishment to the fall of the previous human empire, and to the founding of the Hiss Empire until now by much longer. But the other party did not possess a unique aura of old age. Instead, he appeared vibrant. This reaction was not the response of an 8th tier facing a 9th tier. Lucifer spoke flippantly, his blood-red eyes narrowing slightly, a faint crimson light emanating from them. "So, should I kneel on the ground to thank you for your grace?" August said, glancing at the massive pit beside him. "Perhaps I really should express the Empire's gratitude for your great grace." That would be nice." Lucifer chuckled lightly, his blood-red eyes widening. "So do you want to kneel?" He stepped slightly forward, and at that moment, August felt a hint of danger. The intuition of an 8th tier warrior was extremely sharp. This made the aged emperor's body hair stand on end, his already overburdened heart again accelerating its beating, muscles tensing in preparation, awaiting his master's thunderous counterattack. This could be described as an excellent warrior's keen perception of danger. It could also be seen as a symbol of biological fear. But August was not afraid. The elderly emperor did not fear death. Throughout his relatively long life, he often dealt with death. And just yesterday, he had danced a duet with death. Now, it was merely this aging body instinctively fearing. "Has Leviathan not come looking for you?" August suddenly asked. Lucifer turned to look at the white-haired old man who spoke. "Impressive," he said softly. In the already tense atmosphere, if August had spoken to mediate, he would certainly have incurred the wrath of this demon god. But he cleverly chose to use the Saintess of Light as a breakthrough point. This was a perfect defense. There is an 8th tier pure blood life system giant dragon underground in the Star Sea Garden. I don't know what it seeks, but you should inquire with the elf race to understand the cause and effect. The supreme authority of the elf race is in the hands of this beast, and the elves should be aware of this. After all, they should have a unique perception of the authority of their worshipped nature god. Yet they have not reclaimed their authority from this giant dragon. Lucifer said briefly, then looked at the two old men, as if discovering something. He looked closely at August again. "Your life seems to be missing a segment," he said uncertainly, glancing at the old man's sun and moon-like eyes. "Did you take away your own time?" The demon god, who wielded the authority of death, looked mockingly at this still calm and wise old man, then glanced at August, as if he understood something. "That's not important." August didn't mind. The tall old man beside him fell silent. He naturally knew where August's time had gone. It was precisely because he knew that this aged emperor felt guilty. "As for what you said, the elf race currently has no 8th tier. August smiled lightly, saying, "Trying to reclaim their authority from the 8th tier life system, Giant Dragon, seems quite impossible. The Star Sea Garden is the elf race's property in the imperial capital." August paused for a moment, then said, "After all, it was he who granted the elf race permission as emperor." A gentle breeze blew through the gap between the three, an indescribable atmosphere spreading. "Then I overlooked that." August paused, then smiled warmly. Lucifer laughed. "What about the two demon kings' motus?" He asked softly again. This was closely related to whether several friends from the underworld could enter the present world. He had to speak for his brothers. "One died, one escaped. What a pity." Lucifer sighed. "It seems the underworld is about to merge soon. The demon race has lost a few 8th tiers, so they can just cultivate a few more." August seemed to have anticipated this, looking at the young demon god and speaking softly. Chapter 78. Another dream for you. Augustus looked at Gust, who seemed to have plans to cultivate a demon lord, hesitating to speak. You don't need to understand. You just need to put in the effort. The headmaster of Narcissus Academy said, clearly aware of what this emperor was thinking, glancing at him lightly. Putting in effort is also a skill, Augustus retorted, albeit weakly. No one said that putting in effort isn't a skill, Gus scoffed lightly, a look he often showed to Augustus back in their student days. This infuriated Augustus, but he felt powerless. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed no match for Gust. Born from the rift of time and space, Gust possessed an innate talent for the dimensions that was almost unimaginable to ordinary people. At the age of 16, Gust's starting point was already at the pinnacle of nearly everyone in the world. This is not an exaggeration. It is simply a fact. At the age of 7, his terrifying magical talent was recognized by the previous emperor, who personally appointed the most elite mages of the time to teach him magic. By 12, he had already shown his prowess, dominating the new generation of mages in the empire as a 5th-tier mage. At 16, he touched the threshold of the 6th tier. Although he did not break through, he could already be regarded as a true 6th-tier combatant. By 30, the title of time-space mage Gust resonated throughout the continent. The emperor at the time personally established a royal magic academy for this elder, who was almost standing at the pinnacle of contemporary magic, hoping that Gust would remain in the empire. The 6th-tier mage, who was still in the golden period of learning magic, merely chuckled and turned to leave. His next appearance was as a war mage accompanying Augustus' army. The two elders before him had personally brought an empire in its twilight to an end and allowed a new empire to dawn once again. Gust had been on the path of magic for 160 years without a single defeat. Unlike Augustus, who came from a slave background, Gust had never known disappointment since birth. He had never encountered a bottleneck before reaching the peak of the 8th tier, which made him arrogantly confident. Such a person should indeed be arrogant. An unparalleled pride was inscribed into this white-haired elder's bones by mysterious destiny, and the confidence that could almost be called conceit never faded with age. Rather, it grew even more vigorous, like flames raging in a forest. No matter how fierce the winds blew, they could only accelerate its spread. The flame of arrogance burned within this body that had walked the mortal realm for over a century, with each victory adding fuel to this already exuberant fire, until Gust personally stripped away that self. Augustus looked at this friend who had accompanied him for half his life, his eyes suddenly a bit misty. Gust did not notice the emotions of his old friend beside him. He was only looking at Lucifer, wondering if the demon lord could easily create a few 8th-tier beings. Lucifer's puzzled gaze turned to Gust. The fallen authority could push the subject to an extreme negative transformation, but did not have the ability to elevate tier levels. As for death, it seemed unnecessary to elaborate. It seems you can't do it. Gust seemed to discover something remarkable, chuckling as he spoke. Hee. The young demon did not mind Gust's overstepping, as he himself did not particularly care for his own dignity. Which side will you choose? Gust asked. Augustus suddenly felt the originally gentle breeze turn a bit cold, as if returning to a dim, scorched earth, carrying a bloody and icy aura. The Underworld or the mortal realm? Gust looked seriously at Lucifer. Now, Lucifer was certainly on the side of the living. Several demons from the Underworld entering the mortal realm would not benefit him, and those demons would undoubtedly turn their hostility towards Lucifer. Lucifer's choice at that time would be extremely important. Guess? Lucifer liked to make jokes in these serious situations that everyone considered solemn. Alexis was deeply aware of this. These jokes were not funny at all, and Lucifer indeed had no talent for humor. Yet they always made people laugh. But Gust did not laugh. When someone is joking, everyone should support him, even if it is not funny. Lucifer cracked another joke amidst the banter. That was truly hilarious. Gust smiled without mirth, the layers of wrinkles on his face rippling like waves. I feel like you want to hit me. The laughing young man still smiled cheerfully, walking up to Gust and gently patting his shoulder. Fortunately, you can't beat me. Otherwise, I would have to run. That is indeed fortunate. The elder, who was patted on the shoulder, did not make any other unnecessary movements, only gazing into the blood-red eyes of the other party, which were close at hand. So, which side will you choose? Gust's eyes seemed to emit a special magical aura, as if the sun and moon were revolving within them endlessly. I would probably choose my side. Lucifer emphasized the "my." This indicated that this I did not represent his superficial belonging, Underworld. Just pure, unadorned I. I understand. Gust turned his head, while Augustus looked at his old friend with confusion. What did you understand? This was the question in the tall elder's eyes. But he did not ask it out loud, because he felt that asking this question at this moment would seem very foolish. He did not believe he was foolish. A flash of silver light passed, and both Gust and Augustus vanished simultaneously. Lucifer, who remained in place, seemed to recollect something and froze for a moment. It appeared that Raymond's daughter had not yet received treatment. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the demon appeared in Raymond's courtyard. Opposite the young demon was a man in his middle ages, looking utterly disheveled. Why approximately? Because his hair was half white. It had only been a day since their last meeting. Lucifer was quite surprised by the other's transformation. Lucifer believed that jokes should not be made carelessly, even though most people who were joked about did not think so. However, Lucifer felt it was not the right time to say, "Did you dye your hair?" Such a joke would lower his moral standards. Has she lost her memory again? He asked softly. The half-white-haired, middle-aged man dully raised his head, his reddened eyes looking at the still noble and upright figure before him. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from what seemed to be an already overburdened throat. She has lost her memory. You are too late. He calmly narrated the fact that had already crushed him, as casually as if he had just taken a sip of water. You should leave. This man, who once had a powerful voice, spoke softly and thanked the church for sending me a nice dream. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Chapter 79 Dream. Shall I send you another dream? The young demon god chuckled lightly as the cool breeze began to blow. It was going to rain. Lucifer looked up at the increasingly gloomy sky, but didn't seem to care too much. Raymond raised his head, and through the gaps in his pale hair, one could see his bloodshot eyes. He wanted to say something, but only his lips moved. No need to question me. Lucifer stepped onto the grass in the courtyard and walked over to Raymond, who was already half kneeling on the ground. Placing a hand on the shoulder of this middle-aged man who had fallen into despair, gently applying pressure to straighten his stooped body. Lift your head. The young demon god's voice was lofty, as if it came from a distant divine throne, yet it was indeed very close. A man who seemed to have lost everything knelt on the grass, but his upper body was firmly supported by a young man. One was lost and despondent, the other spirited and confident. A light drizzle fell from the hazy, gray sky, as if the fog that had enveloped the world had suddenly appeared, shrouding the entire imperial capital. It was as if an absurd play was beginning, with the gray sky opening the curtain for this drama, adding a touch of drizzle to the tragic scene. The strands of hair on Raymond's forehead quickly accumulated droplets of water, resembling morning dew sliding off grass blades. At the moment the droplets left his pale hair, the strands sprang back up slightly, as if fate was making one last upward motion after hitting rock bottom. Those bloodshot eyes silently gazed at the young man before him in the misty drizzle, while his originally white, cracked lips were moistened by the warm, descending rain. Do I really still have a chance? His voice was hoarse, as if several sharp needles were lodged in the throat of this lost middle-aged man. I don't want to be deceived anymore. He choked as he laid his heart bare, releasing the pain within him into the drizzle. The slightly cold rain magnified this father's sorrow to the extreme, an incomparable sadness that almost turned into an ocean, completely drowning the small boat in this man's heart. Then, the young church leader appeared again, the one who reached out a hand in the ocean of despair. He had thought that fate had already taken away his last chance. That high and mighty fate mockingly watched as he felt joy upon hearing the young church leader say that the damned amnesia could be eradicated, and could also watch him collapse into despair as that single hope vanished before his eyes. So, just numb yourself a little. Hope is truly a deadly poison. It makes you walk boldly down a path filled with ambushes, swallowing all the hidden arrows along the way, and then you reach the end with a battered body, only to find that it is not the end at all. The road ahead remains shrouded in mist, but you can no longer muster the courage to step forward. You begin to feel fear, and then you miss the answers you sought once again. Raymond's first thought when he saw his daughter's cold eyes last night was, why didn't that blood-red giant hand that overshadowed the entire imperial capital fall? Then he could end everything. Everything. I will give you a chance. The young demon god chuckled lightly. This is not difficult for me. Restoring a soul that has already been lost. This is indeed a difficult task, even for a demon god. But that does not mean it is impossible. He had just slightly sensed the girl staring blankly at the flower basket on the mahogany table in the villa, realizing that she seemed to be the same girl he had encountered on the street yesterday. What is your daughter's name? He asked softly while he began to move forward, slowly step by step. Raymond could only see the tall figure through the misty drizzle, blurry yet substantial. He gently stood up, not caring about the mud on his pants or the wet hair, just staring blankly at that figure. Scarlet, he said softly, his voice spreading in the drizzle, causing the droplets of water between his pale strands to shake and fall, allowing him to see more clearly the young figure approaching the villa. In the courtyard, a few green leaves fell from the honeysuckle tree, as if all the tenderness of the drizzle was bestowed upon these fallen leaves, and the rain began to intensify. A thunderclap came from a distance, the booming sound resonating everywhere. Under the flashing lightning, Raymond dragged his feet forward. Lucifer, who had already reached Scarlet's side, placed a hand on her head. At this moment, the girl's eyes were different from the lively eyes of yesterday. She resembled a newborn fawn, curiously examining everything around her, as if she had been staring at the flower basket placed in the center of the mahogany table. A few scattered bouquets adorned the basket, vibrant and full, with slightly drooping petals showcasing a myriad of colors, breathing life into the entire room. Raymond's heavy footsteps halted outside the door, as the increasingly torrential rain seemed ready to completely submerge the world. Yet amidst this downpour, the bloodshot eyes burned with a fierce flame. That flame grew more intense with Lucifer's movements inside, as if an endless hope was fueling this burning fire, until it completely dried up the ocean that was about to capsize the confused little boat. A surging crimson magical energy radiated from Lucifer's slender fingers, and the menacing blood-eyed phantom reappeared behind the young demon god. But unlike the previous malicious blood-eyed phantom, this time the phantom contained neither naked killing intent nor coldness, only calmness and observation. Soon he confirmed something. He slightly bent his knuckles and gently tapped the girl's forehead. It's over. He turned to look at Raymond, who stood in the pouring rain, discovering that the man, drenched from head to toe, was merely staring blankly at him from behind. Lucifer chuckled softly in his heart and took a few steps to the side. Scarlet opened her bright black eyes, no longer filled with the confusion of a newborn fawn, but rather the lively spirit and breath of life from the past. In that first moment of opening her eyes, the girl was initially surprised to see Lucifer, and in her newly awakened confusion, she instinctively thought that he had come to find her again after failing to locate the starry sea garden. But in the next moment, her gradually returning rationality denied this. How could a normal person seek out a stranger they had only met once to ask where a place was? Moreover, the starry sea garden should be quite famous in the imperial capital. There was no reason for him not to know of its existence. The chaotic thoughts in her mind calmed down upon seeing the figure outside in the pouring rain. Father? She paused for a moment and softly asked. Chapter 80. The flame of hope. Hearing the soft call, Raymond still stood outside in the pouring rain, but the flames in his eyes burned fiercely. Until the sound of his father's voice fell, it was as if the most powerful fuel in the world had been added to this already indomitable flame, causing the flame of hope to instantly evaporate the ocean of despair. Good. He said one word heavily, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Raymond wanted to step inside the door, but it seemed he was also afraid of something, pausing for a moment in place. His body, which had not rested for a long time and was under heavy strain, seemed no longer to obey the commands of his brain. And that tall figure in the rain slowly tilted backward, seeing that usually dignified yet loving figure about to fall in the rain. Scarlet rushed toward the man who was about to collapse in the downpour at an astonishing speed. Raymond felt his daughter's approach and embrace. That genuine warmth momentarily made this man, who had just thought he had lost everything, dazed, and in the next moment, he gently spoke. Scarlet? There was uncertainty in that voice, along with an extremely heavy worry. You don't recognize me? Scarlet helped her father into the house, gently brushing aside the hair that clung to his forehead due to the rain, then paused. Why is your hair white? The joking tone turned anxious in the end. It's fine, it's fine. Raymond wanted to burst into laughter, but his weak body did not allow such a vigorous display of emotion. He could only cough a few times. Don't talk, and why are you still outside in the rain at your age? You were already. The girl's voice chattered on, while the smile at the corner of Raymond's mouth remained. You're still smiling? The girl's beautiful brows furrowed, resembling a cat with its fur ruffled. I won't smile. I won't smile. Although he said that, the smile at the corner of Raymond's mouth still held, as if he had encountered an extraordinarily lucky event. This excitement felt the same as when he received that newborn baby from the life-affiliated magician in the delivery room 16 years ago. At that time, she hadn't even opened her eyes, just crying loudly in the arms of the young man. The young man did not know how to soothe the crying infant in his arms, and after a flurry of attempts, he still could not comfort the baby girl, ultimately looking at his wife with a hint of panic. Although she was a second-tier magician and somewhat weak after giving birth, she still took the baby from her husband's hands, and the baby stopped crying in the hands of the woman who had just become a mother. This made young Raymond be teased by his wife for quite a while. The daughter clearly likes me, hates you. How could that be? The young man knew when he took the baby that she was the treasure she had given him, an unparalleled treasure. Then, when Scarlet was 12, his wife passed away due to depression from their daughter's amnesia. At that time, the man who could no longer be called young simply watched that girl, whom he regarded as a rare treasure, at his wife's funeral. She had completely forgotten her mother, that incredibly gentle woman. How could she forget? How could she forget? The man stared blankly at his daughter, who looked dazed, not knowing what to do, just as lost as she was. Then he found the Church of the Underworld, or rather, the Church of the Underworld found him. From then on, the man who had never believed in deities knelt before the gray mouse that claimed to come from the underworld, completely casting aside his dignity into the dirt. Since then, a heavy gloom had completely settled upon the man's heart, and the fear of loss chased him day and night. He almost had to ask his daughter one question every day. Even at that time, Scarlet would find her father's behavior strange. Do you still recognize me? Compared to her, who would respond with, how could I not recognize you? Or don't ask, are you annoying? With a hint of complaint in her retort. He was immensely fearful that she would simply stare blankly at him after hearing the question. Those eyes, like someone who had just come to know the world, were pure and clean, as if they contained all the beauty of the world. But they also made him feel a coldness that pierced his heart several times. Perhaps he was joyful only the first time he saw those pure eyes. Every time after that was a nightmare. Father? The girl placed her hand on her father's forehead. Is your mind okay? Seeing her father with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, Scarlet couldn't help but ask. I haven't forgotten. The girl looked at her father with more confusion, realizing that he seemed to be crying. The rain that seemed to be drowning the world continued to fall, and amidst the countless raindrops, a young man with blood-red eyes stood among them. His tall figure split the rain curtain into two worlds, as if the absurd drama was welcoming its final performance. A thunderclap echoed across the sky, and after a flash of silver light, the young man's figure vanished into the rain. In the underworld, the abyss inhabited by greed and cruelty. Inside the bronze palace, the once heavy coffin lid had been opened, and the demon god that had been lying within was now seated on the bronze throne directly in front of the palace door. Legger's fingers lightly tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the bronze throne. He seemed to be pondering something. Edea stood beside the throne, seemingly in a state of distraction as well. You mean Lucifer only marked your soul with a death mark after discovering you, but didn't do anything else? Legger asked softly. Do you think he didn't notice that authority? If he had noticed, he would have taken it directly. After all, that is the authority of the two ancient essences. If used as bait, that seems too extravagant. Edea replied, as if thinking of something, and then looked at his brother. Perhaps he didn't even notice the capability of that authority? Edea felt he had found the answer. From what I perceived, several places with authority still haven't been plundered by him, as if he didn't know where the authority was at all. Is he very special? Legger stroked his chin with one hand. But where is his specialty? Able to enter the present world? Possessing more domineering power? Or does he have more than two authorities? Legger stopped, looking at Edea, who found that his brother was also staring blankly at him. Chapter 81. The sun, this indeed gave me an idea. Lucifer's figure appeared in the bronze palace, and, at the same time, the other two demon gods in the underworld also turned their attention to Lucifer, even though they were not physically present. This abyss was the territory of greed and brutality. Usually, it was a forbidden zone for beings below the 9th tier of the underworld, and the other demon gods would not pry into it recklessly. This would provoke the others' displeasure. Although those demon gods did not care about the opinions of this weakest demon god, if the other party went mad and became reckless, it was hard to guarantee that the other two demon gods would not tacitly engage in some extremely troublesome actions. It was precisely for this reason that the other demon gods were unaware of the truth behind the dual throne of the last demon god. Now that Lucifer had descended here, the attention of the other demon gods would naturally follow him. After all, they absolutely could not accept another demon god being devoured by Lucifer. This also meant that the two demon gods had realized the matter of the dual throne. Feeling the two strands of mental power, Lucifer just smiled and leisurely raised his hand, indicating that he meant no harm. I am not here to kill, so there's no need to worry. Regal on the throne had already stood up from the bronze throne, his eyes as dark as the abyss fixed firmly on the uninvited guest at the front door of the bronze palace. Unlike the other two demon gods, what stood before him was a demon god who had once personally killed another demon god. While closely observing the other party, Regal subtly moved towards Edea, protecting her behind him. Edea also obediently hid behind her brother, only revealing a pair of small brown eyes staring at Lucifer in front. I have no hobby of indiscriminate slaughter. Lucifer continued to smile. I am just here to confirm one thing. Saying this, he took a step forward. In an instant, the ground shook, and the entire bronze palace, as well as the underworld magic power in the surrounding abyss, were fully mobilized by Regal, shaking the entire space. Yet it calmed down the moment Lucifer's foot touched the ground, as if he had merely extinguished a burning flame on the ground with ease. After doing all this, Lucifer still smiled lightly, but this warm smile seemed a bit terrifying to them. Edea couldn't help but shiver. Lucifer had that same smile that night, a smile that devours people without leaving any bones behind. A deep blue flame ignited in a corner of the bronze palace, and the deep blue firelight flickered within the palace. After the flames dissipated, Alex's mountain-like figure appeared inside the palace. He first looked in surprise at the demon god brothers beside the throne, then turned to Lucifer. At the same time, a shadow in another corner suddenly thickened, and a gentlemanly middle-aged figure dressed in a well-tailored tailcoat walked out of the shadow. Of course, it was Floris. 4 or rather 5 demon gods had truly gathered together. In a sense, Lucifer, you can also be considered a signal for the gathering of underworld demon gods. Every time you appear in the underworld, it seems we always have to meet up. The deep blue flames burned in Alex's eye sockets, and the spiral upward demon horns swirled like a vortex in the void. Floris beside him just smiled. You all should thank me. Lucifer laughed heartily. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring to stay in the underworld day and night without anyone to chat with? As if he truly believed he had done something great. However, the other demon gods did not play along. Too boring. After Lucifer finished laughing, he looked at the 4 demon gods present, and no one joined in on the jokes. His tone gradually calmed down and became somewhat indifferent as he said, You can all sense the authority left by the gods in the present world. Yet it seems I am the only exception. Floris's deep black pupils slightly widened, as if a pitch-black umbrella had unfolded in his eyes. But he did not speak, because someone would ask the question for him. You really can't sense that authority? Edea's puzzled voice came from behind Regal, who had his hand extended to protect her. Ahem. Regal lightly cleared his throat, interrupting Edea's speech, then glanced at his brother and said coldly to Lucifer, Then you're truly special. His lips curled into a cold smile. Do you need a prize? That'll be great. Lucifer, however, did not mind the other sarcasm. Unfortunately, the underworld does not have certificates. He seemed somewhat regretful. Regal's lips twitched, but he did not speak again. If you cannot sense the existence of authority, then why not choose to join forces with us? You are also a demon god born from the essence of the underworld. Your will and traces are almost engraved in every corner of the underworld. Why then help the humans of the present world? Florus said softly. Though his voice was not loud, it still echoed in the bronze palace. Why should I collaborate with you? Lucifer raised an eyebrow, his blood-red eyes full of mockery. I could swallow the entire authority of the present world alone. Why would I share this cake with you? Except for Edea, the other demon gods did not understand what the cake meant, but they roughly understood what Lucifer wanted to express. But you can't finish this cake by yourself. Florus quickly applied what he had just learned. The authority left by the gods in the present world is scattered across various places. Even if you are determined to search for it, it is still impossible to reclaim all the authority. He said confidently, feeling assured of victory. Moreover, you Lucifer, Florus's eyes, as deep as the abyss, seemed capable of swallowing all light, gazed gloomily at Lucifer in front of the bronze gate. You who already possess more than 4 authorities, can you still consume those authorities? That magic sword possesses the authority of devouring, he knew. Even if that authority is broken, can you contain those authorities that once belonged to the gods? Even if they no longer possess consciousness? Florus enunciated each word, his abyss-like eyes fixed on Lucifer. I cannot contain them. Can you? Lucifer looked at Florus with a light smile. Are you being too self-righteous? Or is it because the other demon gods are here, giving you the courage to provoke me? His blood-red eyes showed no anger, only an interest in watching Florus's changing expression, this god of shadows and the abyss. I came here only for the authority of the Sky Island in the present world. Lucifer looked at Regal and Edea. You should be clear about the price of rejecting me. A chilling coldness lay in his blood-red eyes. The sky, sensing the disturbance of the death mark on Edea's soul, Regal said without hesitation, one of the 2 major source authorities, the authority of the former leader of the gods, the Sky God. Regal's words made Florus's face turn as pale as a corpse and left Alex, who had only spoken once at the beginning, momentarily stunned. The sky? That is the home of the stars. This broad meaning points to everything in the sky. Wind, rain, thunder, warm sun, and cold snow. Most importantly, it slightly touches the essence of the sun. In that distant ancient era, the sun god hung high in the sky, and the scorching red divine power it emitted swept across the vast world, which had not yet split into 2 realms with unstoppable force. Whether beneath the boundless sky or on the vast earth, all things in the world bathed in the radiant glory of the sun god. The Lord of the Sun possessed unparalleled power, revered as the god of gods, becoming the origin and beginning of this world. It was he who permitted the leadership of the sky god and granted the Lord of the earth the esteemed title of the mother of all things. He is like the rule that exists nowhere in the world, observing the entire world indifferently from behind. Yet for some unknown reason, the sun shattered at the end of ancient times. The original authority of the underworld originated from a fragment that fell from the sun itself when it broke apart. Chapter 82. The good 3 demon gods under the abyss of the underworld in the bronze palace. Alex and Florus also sensed the heavy and gloomy death surrounding Edea, and were non-committal in their response to Legger. They could not stop it. After all, the twin demon gods were present, and they could feel the weight of their presence when standing together. That aura and pressure were no different from that of normal demon gods. But why had the other side remained in a weakened state, and why had they never seen Edea, who shared power with Legger, until now? The blue flames of thought in Alex's eyes flickered, combining with the question Lucifer had just asked. That Edea had encountered Lucifer in the mortal realm, where Edea was marked for death by Lucifer. Edea might have even entered the mortal realm earlier than Lucifer. He was the first to understand that the authority of the sky existed in the mortal realm on that sky island. He had descended to avoid the rules. This was a method he had already failed. Because of the seal of the Star Lake, his original altar could barely allow his 8th tier body to enter the mortal realm. But the 8th tier could not break through the seal laid by that damn magician at the cost of life force. Recently, the fusion between the underworld and the mortal realm had suddenly accelerated, but the other side's sealing speed was even faster. And as lower-tier beings from the underworld continued to push into the mortal realm, it seemed that the suddenly accelerated fusion speed had slowed down again. According to his deductions, in half a year he could descend into the mortal realm as a demon god, but now that time was being extended and the situation was worsening. Was it Edea and Lucifer, who had long since entered the mortal realm, who were behind this? Had they already formed an alliance? Was the so-called Mark of Death merely a performance played out before him and Floris? Wait, if Lucifer had teamed up with greed and tyranny, then had Floris also learned of this matter? Alex's eyes, burning with blue flames, scrutinized Floris, whose body was half shrouded in deep shadows, the flames flickering as if pondering something. Floris's eyes were hidden deep within their sockets, the deepest darkness obscuring everything. Lucifer casually scanned the demon gods within the entire bronze palace. "I thought you all would make a move here," he said easily, stretching his back. "But it seems everyone is now starting to think, I thought you all lacked brains." The blatant provocation from the demon god of fall and death did not elicit the response he desired. Such a humiliating joke, when spoken, meant that the joker sought your anger, not your smile. "If we don't fight, I'm leaving." He took a step back, glancing around at the other demon gods. Alex and Floris, interrupted in their thoughts, looked at Lucifer with blank expressions, while Leger maintained his serious demeanor, and Edea merely hid behind his brother, cautiously watching the seemingly theatrical demon god. He was acutely aware of the other's strength, even if this demon god's personality was quite whimsical, like a wanderer indifferent to everything. "No, that human girl, what was her name? Lovelyn?" Edea recalled the look Lucifer had given that silver-haired girl that night, his blood-red eyes filled with tenderness, much like how Edea himself looked at his most cherished toys. Those toys seized by greed, yet seemed to conceal profound emotions. This was different from him. A toy was just a toy, but Lucifer did not seem to regard the human girl as a toy. "What are you thinking?" A light, airy voice echoed in Edea's soul, like a whisper magnified countless times, suddenly resounding in his mind. Edea's face instantly turned pale, fearfully glancing at the still mocking demon god. Leger stepped forward, countering that soul power. The moment they made contact, Leger felt an unparalleled oppression, but in the next moment, it eased. Floris made his move. The shadows that had wrapped around his tailcoat transformed into one black serpent after another, baring their fangs and lunging at the youth. Like black lightning, it struck almost instantaneously, but at the same time, a wave of blood-red magical energy erupted from Lucifer's body, sending the shadow serpents crashing against the thick walls of the bronze palace. "You've grown stronger again," Floris sighed lightly. "You truly are an anomaly among demon gods." Alex's flames brightened at the moment the shadow serpents dissipated, as if witnessing something impressive. The authority of shadows was thus shattered by Lucifer with pure magical power, although it was merely a small test. Even demon gods needed to respond seriously when facing authority. The authority was already a preliminary manifestation of rules, which meant that the priority when authority was activated was higher than the world's basic magical power. Just like mixing black with any color would ultimately result in black, unless a large quantity of the same color was used to dilute that black. "Shall we fight?" Lucifer seemed very interested, his blood-red eyes fixed on Floris, but still politely asked. If it were just him and Floris here, he would have probably already punched the other in the face. But unfortunately, there were a few too many demon gods here, and all of them had a poor relationship with him. He naturally would not fear several demon gods teaming up. After all, even if he couldn't win, he could still retreat to the mortal realm and conveniently play the victim to the silver-haired girl. Alex, hearing this, merely looked silently at the top of the bronze palace. Floris, seeing Alex's dazed expression, let out a sarcastic laugh, then turned and vanished into shadows. Leger remained vigilant. Watching Lucifer, this meant he would not initiate an attack against Lucifer. Moreover, his brother's life was still in the other's hands. This was the most fatal point. This was not a contract. Once the parties achieved their objectives, the penalties in the contract would no longer take effect. This was a death pact. This also meant that even if he did everything he could to satisfy the other side's demands, he could still lose his brother to a minor dissatisfaction from the other. Once Edea's life and death were in their grasp, he understood he had already lost completely in this conflict among demon gods. He could not complain about why his brother had been so easily marked with the seal of death. The powers of greed and tyranny were almost entirely concentrated on him, making it nearly impossible for Edea, with only a fourth-tier magical reserve, to evade death. This was a deadlock. Even if he were given another month, allowing Edea to fully absorb the sky, the situation would reverse then. But unfortunately, fate did not stand on his side. Damn fate. Chapter 83. Sunshine back in the present world. Lucifer lay on the wooden chair, the newly repaired window glass bright and clean. The sunlight etched colorful patterns on the glass, no thicker than a pinky finger, creating a dreamlike scene. The silver-haired girl stood beside the reclining young man, her azure eyes gazing far out the window. After several days of heavy rain, the air in the imperial capital was much fresher, the trees in the courtyard vibrant and bright, swaying gently with the breeze. The lush branches and leaves cut the sunlight streaming from the sky into golden shards, leaving dappled spots of light on the grass. "How nice," the silver-haired girl said softly, reaching out her delicate hand to ruffle Lucifer's hair. His long black strands were tousled by her touch, resembling a scruffy black cat, though the cat probably enjoyed it now. "It truly is wonderful," Lucifer replied, slightly squinting his blood-red eyes, stretching lazily, wishing there weren't so many things to deal with. He turned his head in the sunlight to look at the silver-haired girl bathed in dazzling golden light. The graceful, silver-haired girl stood quietly under the sunlight, her delicate skin resembling mutton-fat jade, seemingly enveloped in a faint glow that emitted an enchanting luster. This glow did not come from external illumination, but stemmed from her inner purity and beauty, like the twinkling stars in the night sky, captivating and irresistible. And his favorite feature, those azure eyes. The azure lake seemed like a clear sky forgotten by the world, devoid of other birds soaring above. Only a seemingly unfortunate crow resting on the clouds. "What troubles the great demon lord today?" The silver-haired girl chuckled lightly, bending over slightly, wrapping her fair arm around the neck of the young man lying in the chair. The young man paused for a moment, then smiled, as if he knew what was about to happen. The silver-haired girl's exquisite face leaned close to Lucifer's ear, like a couple in love for many years. Her voice soft and gentle as water. "Don't blow up the imperial capital again." Lucifer's anticipation fell flat. "Ha! The little crow looks quite cute, doesn't it?" Leviathan stood up and ruffled Lucifer's hair again. "Are you thinking too much?" "You're trying to lead me astray," Lucifer said, reaching out to embrace the silver-haired girl's slender waist. But she nimbly dodged, like a deer frolicking by the lake, joyfully leaping back and forth, leaving trails of faint fragrance in the air. Lucifer reached out again to touch the silver strands of hair dancing in the air, but they slipped through his fingers like a white waterfall. "Stop it!" Leviathan gently grasped Lucifer's outstretched hand, slowly placing it back on his chest. "Be good." The silver-haired girl lightly patted the young man's forehead that was still basking in the sun, casually fixing the black strand she had tousled, allowing their gazes to meet once more. At the moment their eyes touched, Leviathan chuckled softly, like an ice lotus blooming in the cold winter, pure yet calming. "Am I that funny?" Lucifer, with his blood-red eyes, paused for a moment, adjusting his position in the chair to look at the silver-haired girl more comfortably, seemingly realizing something. His blood-red eyes gazed upward, but his head did not move. "My head isn't a bird's nest now, is it?" Lucifer asked blankly, removing the silver-haired girl's hand that was holding his, only to have it pressed back down by her suppressed laughter. All right, it's fine. You're not ugly." She laughed lightly in the sunlight, her laughter leaping like a carp in the azure lake, appearing so vibrant and lively under the shifting light. "Really not ugly?" Lucifer, of course, did not care much about his hairstyle. He just wanted to indulge in the girl's amusement. That made him happy too. Lucifer's comical appearance amused the girl, and she gently ran her fingers through his hair again, like a gentle breeze smoothing the grass. Okay. The girl smiled, pulling her hand away. "Looks better." Her face, more perfect than an elfess, was full of smiles, and her clear, watery eyes radiated warmth. "Really?" Lucifer asked skeptically, reaching up to touch his hair again, only to be stopped by the silver-haired girl grabbing his arm. "Hey, you still don't believe me?" The girl's gentle and lovely presence lingered around Lucifer, making him feel as if he were in a dream. "I believe you," Lucifer said with a light laugh. "Of course I believe you." He gazed tenderly at the exquisite face close to him, as if time had frozen at that moment. This face seemed to be meticulously carved, every line perfect and smooth, pleasing to the eye. Her smooth and delicate skin resembled mutton fat jade, as if it could shatter with a gentle puff, radiating an enchanting glow. Everything about her exuded a deadly allure for this demon lord, and this young demon lord was willing to bow down for it, even at a heavy price. Haha, it tickles, a little. The silver-haired girl stepped back, feigning anger and revealing her small tiger teeth. Don't blow air on my neck, it's very ticklish. You brought your neck over. How can you blame me? Lucifer, lying in the chair, felt a moment of disappointment at her distance, but chuckled in response to her complaint. You don't know how to hold your breath. The girl lightly kicked the chair, her still flushed ears indicating her unease. And you did it on purpose. If you do it again, I'll kick you directly. The chair Lucifer was lying on shook from the kick. However, he looked completely innocent, just gazing softly at the girl with his blood-red eyes. Come, let me give you a hug as compensation. He blinked, seeming to feel he had lost out. The silver-haired girl, not wanting to say much, lightly gave Lucifer a playful bop on the head. Lucifer naturally pretended to be in pain, occasionally glancing at the girl's reaction. The silver-haired girl found it amusing. This dignified demon lord of the underworld was like a little child. Just as Lucifer was about to start complaining, he looked up and found the beautiful face close to him, her azure eyes magnifying in his blood-red gaze. Then he closed his eyes again, because she had closed her eyes too. In the sunlight, their eyelashes trembled slightly. The silver hair spread across the chair, as if time had also fallen into a deep slumber. Chapter 84. Face changing after a long while, the silver-haired girl opened her blue eyes, recalling the warm breath that had just brushed her tongue, while simultaneously feeling the other person's rapid breathing. Her wildly beating heart was also telling its owner just how excited it was. This is your reward, she chuckled lightly. But I feel like this is more of a reward for you. Lucifer gently wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist, teasing her for still being so excited after so many kisses. The silver-haired girl's face remained slightly flushed, and she didn't respond. The two held each other like this for a while until Lucifer finally let go. The feeling was akin to getting out of a warm bed on a winter morning, with cold and drowsiness simultaneously attacking the brain, while reason insisted that one must leave that warmth behind. I still have to visit Gus. I almost forgot, Lucifer said softly, glancing at the sunlight outside the window before looking back at the girl, who wore a puzzled expression. There are some matters, he explained, concerning the authority of the present world. There is no need to hide these matters. The authority of the present world? Her voice still carried a heavy nasal tone, sounding quite cute. The girl seemed to realize this and gently sniffed. The authority of the sky should be above Sky Island, Lucifer said succinctly, but even if I acquire it, it won't be of much use. I already have 6 complete authorities, but the ones I can truly contain are only 4. Fall, death, chaos, distortion, secrecy, and life. Fall and death, chaos and distortion are fully contained by him, while secrecy and life remain at a usable stage. He didn't wish to not fully contain these authorities. After all, fully contained authorities would be much faster to call upon than wild ones. This was extremely important in battle. Because of this, he could not use secrecy and life in the rapidly changing combat. Yet his divine instinct told him that the limit of his authorities had been reached. He didn't know how many authorities other divine beings could contain, but he could only hold these 4. Sensing the girl's curiosity, he asked, "Do you want to come along?" His blood-red eyes held a gentle depth. "Can I?" Lavillian's eyes brightened. She only had a preliminary understanding of the authorities that were almost unique to the 9th tier. But that understanding was limited. Even the secrecy she possessed could only be used to hide her own presence, not to make something completely hidden from a world. When a world has no contact or connection with you, when it completely forgets you, it is equivalent to being entirely erased. No one will remember the existence that was erased, except for the being that activated the secrecy. This is the nature of the secrecy authority. Authorities are the initial manifestation of rules, which means they are an extremely abstract concept. If the world is a game, then authorities are part of its underlying code. Once someone alters this underlying code, the butterfly effect will reverberate throughout every corner of the game like an avalanche. Of course, Lucifer replied almost without hesitation. On Sky Island, in the attic at the top of the academy, Gus stood before a water mirror as tall as a person. his dual eyes resembling the sun and moon gazing solemnly at the image reflected in the water. It was the first battlefield where the Empire and the Underworld intersected. The Underworld creatures, which had almost crazily spread throughout the entire beast forest, surged like a black tide, unstoppable in their complete occupation of this vast forest that once resembled a green ocean. Through the clear, mirror-like water, one could occasionally glimpse a few gigantic flying beasts, their broad and powerful wings flapping vigorously, emitting piercing cries of despair. This was undoubtedly a race against death. These poor creatures seemed to be doing everything they could to escape this terrifying place. This was originally their birthplace, but it had now become their nightmare. Some of them, having just lifted off the ground, were mercilessly dragged back by scarlet tentacles that probed from the depths of the underworld. These tentacles were covered in disturbing slime and barbs, and once they touched the bodies of the flying beasts, they would cling tightly, making escape impossible no matter how they struggled. The howling beasts in the forest fled madly, their instincts of survival causing them to completely lose the little rationality they had left. But ahead lay the defensive line of human soldiers. On the towering walls hastily erected by high-ranking earth elemental mages, several middle-aged men clad in the mage robes of the Mage Association stood solemnly. They chanted mysterious incantations in unison, their expressions grave. As their chanting grew louder, a powerful wave of magical energy rippled from them, shaking even the surrounding air. In an instant, a once clear half of the sky suddenly turned a bright scarlet, dazzling like a burning sunset. Then, a roaring flame appeared out of nowhere. The enormous fire resembled a ferocious beast, clawing its way down toward the battlefield below. In the blink of an eye, the frantically fleeing beasts and the underworld creatures following closely behind were completely engulfed by this surging sea of flames. The fire shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield, accompanied by the shrill howls and the acrid smell of burning, as the mad beasts and underworld creatures instantly turned to piles of ashes, which then dispersed in the wind. "It seems we arrived at the wrong time," a light-hearted tone echoed in the not-so-small attic. Gust waved his hand to dispel the water mirror the moment he heard the voice, looking toward its source. As expected, it was the blood-red eyes. Only he could approach him without any awareness in the present world. Then, the old man saw a silver-haired girl stepping out from the spatial rift behind Lucifer. "Hello, Dean," Lavillian greeted the old man. "Hello, Lavillian," Gus smiled upon seeing the girl, his stern expression melting away almost instantly like ice meeting fire. Lucifer, standing behind the girl, scoffed with disdain, thinking how quickly the old man changed his expression. However, he could only do this behind the girl. As soon as Lavillian turned around, a smile appeared on Lucifer's face, warm like a spring breeze. Chapter 85. Bound Lavillian felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. It was as if a student behaved well at home, but turned unruly at school. This also made the student appear entirely different in front of teachers and parents. Lucifer seemed to be in a state of both humility and arrogance at the moment. Gus saw the two of them and merely smiled faintly, his graying eyebrows slightly raised, the few strands of white hair at his temples swaying gently, as if 100 years had flipped by between those strands. "Is something the matter?" the old man asked with a kind expression, sounding like a wise elder. "The authority of the Sky Island," Lucifer stated calmly. "How much do you know about the authority of Sky?" "The authority held by the ancient sky god Uranus?" The old man's brow slightly furrowed, as if the burning intensity of his gaze had gained a touch of seriousness. "His authority is on the Sky Island?" The originally amiable demeanor was swallowed by the aura of someone in a higher position, standing at the pinnacle of present-day magic. The old man naturally possessed an ingrained pride. This pride gave him a reason not to be intimidated even in the presence of a demon god. However, it was merely a reason, not enough to secure an advantage over the demon god. In an instant, the old man realized his tone was inappropriate. "I'm a bit surprised, my apologies." The white-haired elder slightly bowed, expressing his regret. He was apologizing for his earlier questioning tone. After all, the authority of the sky was indeed astonishing, directly derived from the power of the sun god. The authority that touched the essence of the world naturally caused him to momentarily lose his usual sharp judgment, but it was only for a moment. Gust speculated that usually, if he had questioned this young and impetuous demon god in such a tone, the attic would likely have been flooded with crimson magical energy by now. However, today they were fortunate that Lovelian was present. Lucifer merely cast a surprised glance at Gust, because this old man either spoke to him with a blank expression to maintain calmness or offered a smile to express goodwill. At most, he would have dared to use such a tone when Lucifer was still a crow. He had never spoken to him in such a tone of an upper position questioning a subordinate, though now he felt indifferent about it. "You've been on Sky Island for so long and still don't know?" Lucifer narrated calmly. "Edea, your student, is also a demon god from the Underworld." The silver-haired girl beside them looked at Lucifer in surprise, then surveyed the dazed principal with her sapphire-like eyes, ultimately looking back at Lucifer. "Do demon gods enjoy visiting Sky Island?" So Edea and Lucifer only interacted at that banquet because Lucifer sensed a kindred presence? But Edea didn't seem like a demon god at all. She didn't express her confusion directly because Gust was still there. She thought she could ask Lucifer about it later when they returned home. Edea was a demon god of greed and brutality, but that was a topic for another time. Lucifer seemed to notice the confusion on Lovelian's face. "My goal is Sky," he said, and I also asked him amicably, and he said the authority of Sky Island is Sky. His blood-red eyes shifted from the silver-haired girl to Gust, the momentary softness turning into indifference as he finally focused on Gust. "Then tell me, you don't know what Sky is here?" His tone became increasingly calm, yet a dangerous aura began to spread. Gust's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly sensed the questioning intent hidden beneath the seemingly calm tone. The silver-haired girl standing beside him also caught this subtle shift in the atmosphere, pondering quietly in her heart. Yet she remained silent. She only thought to remind Lucifer to maintain respect when speaking to the elder when they returned. "I really don't understand." Gust forced a smile. "I didn't even know Edea was also a demon god." The demon god, exuding a deathly aura, stood like an immovable mountain under the sunlight. And indeed, it was true. He was truly unshakable. He leaned slightly forward, his blood-red eyes burning like deep crimson flames, cold and ruthless as they stared at the white-haired elder before him. The demon god's gaze seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the elder's soul, meticulously observing every subtle change in his expressions and emotional fluctuations. Like a fierce beast waiting for the right moment, it quietly lurked in the grass, waiting for its prey to reveal a fatal flaw. He had naturally learned the specific location of the Sky Authority from Edea and Rhaegar in the Underworld, but he wanted to see if the old man knew of the existence of Sky. After all, the white-haired elder before him was merely bound by the rules of the present world and unable to step into the 9th tier. He had even once tread into that supreme realm, only to be stripped of supreme power and authority by the cold rules. Lucifer found it hard not to speculate that Gust sensed the authority of Sky the moment he stepped into the 9th tier, then waited for an opportunity after being pushed back to the 8th tier, waiting to ascend to the 9th tier once again in the guise of Sky at that time, or rather, he would surely leap to become the pinnacle among the 9th tier. But the elder before him seemed completely unaware of the existence of Sky. However, the elder, standing at the ultimate end of 8th tier magic, had no reason to be unable to perceive the presence of authority. The once warm sunlight seemed to grow a bit chilly. The elder could sense the young demon god's aura growing increasingly cold, which the young demon god certainly intended for him to notice. Of course, Gust did not believe Lucifer would take action. There were many reasons not to kill him, the simplest being that he had brought Lovelian with him. This also meant that the other party was not here to fight. The other party could walk freely in the present world, even with an ordinary person, and no one could kill those he wanted to protect under his protection. Yet, he had not brought Lovelian with him to the Demon Lord's court, even though it was the safest place beside him. He seemed not to want Lovelian to witness his slaughtering demeanor. In an increasingly dangerous atmosphere, the still calm Gust suddenly thought that the other party entering the present world, even if they found a sufficiently clever method, would still have to sacrifice something to truly allow him to reign as a demon god. What would that be? The simplest sacrifice would be the binding of power. Perhaps what he glimpsed was not merely the tip of the iceberg of the ninth tier, but the tip of the iceberg of Lucifer himself. Chapter 86 Sky. This made the old man even more aware of the opponent's strength. Lucifer seemed to have already shown absolute confidence in his abilities among the ninth tier beings from the very first meeting. Among the ninth tier beings, there are indeed distinctions in strength. The demon god at the bottom of the Star Lake, who tried to use an altar to sacrifice living beings in the world to gain permission from the current realm, was far inferior to the sense of oppression brought by the young demon god before him. Perhaps this was due to another demon god not truly descending into the world. But the gap still existed. After all, being able to enter the world ahead of time was already a display of the opponent's abilities. You're not dazed, are you? The young demon god's next sentence brought the old man back from a stupor. Gust was unusually dazed for a moment. The old man was indeed aging, and his thoughts were somewhat scattered. The white-haired elder quickly adjusted his emotions and spoke with a hint of apology. Lucifer couldn't help but glance at Leviathan. He hadn't considered how many things he was bringing her into. He just noticed that the silver-haired girl seemed curious, so he invited her, and she happily accepted. He didn't regret bringing her along, even if it might be a bit troublesome, though it seemed that this white-haired old man had already determined that he wouldn't do anything dangerous today. In fact, that was indeed the case. He couldn't present himself as an imposing and supreme figure in front of the silver-haired girl, even if that authority and coldness were directed at others. He could only speak to the old man in a calm tone that he considered somewhat gentle. After all, Leviathan, who understood his nature, might laugh if she saw him looking serious. That would be quite awkward. The headmaster was indeed too old. Leviathan naturally took over the old man's words, gently holding one of Lucifer's hands and softly squeezing it. Looking into the girl's azure eyes, Lucifer, who was not angry to begin with, smiled slightly. I'm not angry. I just wanted to scare this old man a bit. The young demon god's voice rippled through the girl's heart lake, and the silver-haired girl's worried emotions completely burst like bubbles in her bright blue eyes. She was indeed a bit worried that Lucifer would cause trouble again. After all, he had almost blown up the imperial capital not long ago. It made her somewhat concerned about his mental state. Sensing the girl's gaze that seemed to view him as a mental patient, Lucifer paused for a moment. Are you not thinking of anything bad, are you? Still communicating through thoughts. No. The silver-haired girl's cheerful voice almost simultaneously resonated in Lucifer's heart lake, her mouth curving upwards to reveal her small, shiny white fangs. However, there was indeed a place on Sky Island that felt quite abrupt. The old man's voice came at an inopportune moment, and Lucifer turned to look at Gust with a forced smile. Gust naturally knew that the two had been whispering in front of him. He did it on purpose. However, the expression on the white-haired elder's face remained calm, as if he were merely stating an inconsequential matter. The magic core that drives Sky Island to float, although I cannot detect its specific tier, I can sense the abundant wind elements within it. When I was young, I wandered far and wide, and it was something I found in the boundless sea. It is also one of the few things I still don't fully understand. But I truly didn't sense any aura of authority within it. I thought it was simply too ancient, and the original beast's aura had been erased by time. So I treated it as the driving magic of Sky Island and a means to resist high-altitude turbulence. Yet, it has been 49 years, and its magic seems to have yet to dissipate. Finally, Gus seemed to realize something, though uncertainly, and asked Lucifer, "Is it Sky? Since you know it's special, why didn't you say so earlier?" Lucifer's eyes narrowed slightly, a dark red light leaking from the slits. Still in a very normal tone, he didn't even slow his speech to appear superior, just communicating as usual. "You're getting old." The old man smiled mysteriously. "I can't remember clearly." "Ha!" Lucifer first pretended to laugh, then said expressionlessly, "You are indeed getting old. You're probably not far from death, right?" "Ha ha!" The old man's laughter was quite honest, which was a relief. The white-haired elder's eyes, like the sun and moon, seemed to twinkle with anticipation. Anticipating what? Death? Lucifer felt that the other party seemed a bit mentally unstable. Meanwhile, the girl beside him was covering her mouth and giggling, secretly hiding behind Lucifer as if something extremely funny had happened. "What are you laughing at?" Lucifer communicated through thoughts. "Ha ha! Your fake laughing face is too funny. The girl's light-hearted and cheerful voice echoed in Lucifer's heart lake, punctuated by pauses as if she was laughing so hard she couldn't breathe. You're probably not far from death, the girl playfully mimicked Lucifer's earlier words. Lucifer couldn't help but feel exasperated. Stepping back slightly, as if he didn't want the still-laughing silver-haired girl's saliva to get on his clothes. She couldn't possibly be mentally unstable too, Lucifer thought. Gus beside them also chuckled softly, though he had no idea what the two were talking about. But never mind, just laugh. The atmosphere that had seemed somewhat serious just a moment ago became lively again, and the pale yellow sunlight grew warm once more. I need to go check on Sky. Lucifer could hardly take it anymore, and simply spoke up. I want to go too. This time, the girl didn't communicate through thoughts, but shouted directly, seemingly very excited. Her azure eyes sparkling with bright light. Lucifer didn't say much. He simply took the girl's hand, and together they vanished from the attic. In the last moment before blood-red magic enveloped Lucifer, he turned to look at Gus. Gus noticed the young demon god's gaze and met it calmly. Lucifer wanted to know if Gus had sensed the authority of Sky. As someone who had briefly stepped into the 9th tier, he was qualified to perceive the existence of such authority. But it seemed this old man was oblivious to the time in the heart of the dragon god. This could also be attributed to time being modified by the dragon god, making it no longer a mere authority. But what about Sky? Why can't you still sense the aura of Sky? Lucifer pondered in his heart. Is it that beings in the current realm are unable to perceive authority? But he is also a being of the current realm, ISNTE? Or could there be a deeper reason behind it? Or perhaps the old man actually sensed Sky? He would have to return and ask again, this time without Leviathan. And you, Gust, you better still have enough confidence. Chapter 87, Warriors of the Beastmen Forest. The once beautiful homeland where the beasts thrived has been completely swallowed by the infernal creatures that surged forth from the sudden appearance of multiple massive rifts. Scarlet and madness have thoroughly polluted this land, turning the paradise of the beasts into a hunting ground of the underworld. A skeletal figure, devoid of flesh, tore off its own rib to use as a sword, stabbing it fiercely into the belly of a fiery lion. The divine lion roared in agony, smashing the skeleton to smithereens with a swipe of its claw. And before the magical energy could cover the wound to stop the bleeding, endless low-tier infernal creatures swarmed over it like a tide. The blood further incited these crazed, mindless monsters, which roared viciously on this sunlit land, as if every inch of the ground and sky had been overtaken by chaos. Boom! An unparalleled wave of golden, robust fighting spirit exploded, instantly shattering the weaker infernal creatures nearby. The air was shocked into a series of white whirlwinds, as if a hurricane had passed through, and that brilliant golden fighting spirit continued to circulate, ultimately claiming a territory on the bloody battlefield filled with severed limbs and corpses. Rhine stood at the center of the golden fighting spirit wave, his golden eyes burning like flames. The young man raised the family heirloom sword, forged from starlight gold and shaped from mithril, as the ocean-like fighting spirit flowed around him in all directions, the rising air waves blowing his golden hair, revealing the arrogance that lingered between his brows. Every infernal creature that attempted to approach the golden-haired youth was ripped apart, and Rhine, clad in armor that restored his fighting spirit, rampaged across the battlefield like an unceasing meat grinder. He had arrived at this front line of the war between humans and the underworld 3 days prior. He had also met that young officer, Lombesa, who toyed with the Demon King Nelson as if he were a dog. During the last evacuation from the Beastmen Forest, Rhine had seen this young man once. But due to the hurried circumstances, he hadn't gone to greet him. At that time, the young officer was proud and calm, as if everything was under his control. He was a young officer regarded by his grandfather, Malmo Hart, as someone else's child, a formidable successor. That was the evaluation the old man had for Lombesa. But this time, when Rhine met Lombesa, he saw a complex emotion in the young man's brown eyes that Rhine could not comprehend, though he had never gleaned others' thoughts from their gazes. He felt that this young officer seemed very lost. The golden-haired youth didn't know what had happened, but the other party merely smiled slightly upon seeing him and then asked, "You're Malmo's grandson, right?" Then came the words, 18 years old, 4th-tier warrior. The Hart family truly is a family born for battle. I hope you can carry on this purity. In truth, the golden-haired youth didn't particularly want to be praised by someone only 5 or 6 years older than himself, but he was momentarily stunned and just nodded blankly. This battlefield had no beings above the 6th tier, making it indeed a good trial ground for a peak 4th tier warrior. At that moment, the young man with brown eyes patted his shoulder, and, hidden beneath his long black hair, a questioning voice seemed to emerge, low but audible to Ryan. What were we persisting for? Lombasa seemed lost. But Ryan was not lost. He believed he was not lost. As long as someone pointed out who the enemy was to him, even if it was that being who had completely unified the chaotic demon race, known as the strongest demon emperor in history, he would dare to draw his sword in front of them. But why would the young man, whom his grandfather referred to as the Empire's new star, feel lost? He couldn't understand, so he came to the battlefield. A crushing battlefield is always dull, the silver blade wrapped in mithril swept, and the robust, solid white sword energy poured down like a waterfall from the sword body, tearing and destroying in an instant, the lightning-fast sword energy bringing destruction to its enemies. The exposed black veins of the small giant's bloated body were severed upon contact with the sword energy, and as it was cut, black blood splattered from the severed surface. Yet the giant still revealed its yellowing teeth, grinning grotesquely at the golden-haired youth in front of it, as if the severed legs left behind were not its own. The bloated, disgusting body was dragged forward madly, its entrails and bones being consumed by the surrounding infernal creatures. But its head continued to smile eerily at Ryan, as if this were all as it should be. The crimson flames ignited once more beside the golden-haired youth, just as they had in the nearly breached city of the beasts not long ago, the flames consuming the crowded black sea like a red demon. At the same time, a girl draped in a red mage's robe descended from the sky, her red hair flowing in the air as if burning in the deep crimson flames of the void. And the figures continuously burned around her wailed, as if congratulating this young fire mage. The girl in sheepskin boots landed, holding a ruby-encrusted magic staff as she descended amidst the grand, deep red flames. The surrounding flames danced elegantly, as if endowed with life by the gods, leaping gracefully in the ocean of infernal creatures, each leap and spin causing significant casualties. On the battlefield, the red-haired girl looked at Ryan, who held the silver sword, and smiled gently. How messy. She reached out to wipe the black blood from Ryan's face, as if a gardener gently caressing her favorite flower. Aren't warriors all like this? Ryan couldn't help but smile bitterly. The mage was indeed formidable. This time, he didn't make things awkward for himself, but simply looked at the red-haired girl before him. Her light red eyes, transformed by the casting of fire element magic, reflected his figure, as if in a grand banquet that had only one protagonist. And now, that protagonist was him. With a casual swing of his sword, he severed the 6-armed monster breaking through the wall of flames, then stepped on the head of that monster, winking at the red-haired girl. My control over magic power isn't yet fine-tuned enough. It's not strange for monsters to break through the firewall. Selendal understood the other's meaning, but did not physically strike back as usual. Instead, she patiently explained while her pale, red magical energy surged, lifting her red mage's robe behind her, and a more intense fire magic spread, making the firewall even more blazing and grand. The red-haired girl then lightly tapped her magic staff, the red gem embedded at the tip shining brightly, and gently tapped the silver sword in Ryan's hand with the glowing red gem at the end of her staff. Wild, fierce, and blazing flames ignited on Ryan's sword, the flowing silver blade reflecting the faces of the two, continuously twisting in the flames, like an oil painting soaking in water. Chapter 88. Rumbasa. In the rear of the battlefield between the human race and the underworld, there was a simple courtyard. Rumbasa stood silently behind a tall old man on his left side. The young officer occasionally gazed at the pitch-black ocean in the distance and the underworld rift that seemed to encompass almost half the sky, as if it contained the mysteries of space, while also stealing glances at the tall old man who was similarly looking into the distance. Stop looking at me so much. The tall old man, Augustus, who was an 8th-tier warrior, felt the scrutiny of the young man beside him. Guster said you were courageous and wise. I could see a bit of that now. Rumbesa slightly lowered his head, feeling flattered. Flattered? The tall old man chuckled, but then coughed several times, as if he couldn't catch his breath. Even the golden-armored knights outside the simple courtyard seemed ready to rush in, but were waved back by the old man, who had stopped coughing. Rumbesa looked at the shining golden figure on the warhorse. The burning gold legion, the main force that overthrew the old empire's rule, was said to burn with golden flames wherever their iron hooves trampled. Some said those golden flames could burn the souls of the defeated, while others claimed that the flames could purify the sins of this land. Yet, there were also those who said that the flames were merely the remnants of golden fighting spirit. Rumbesa held a third-party theory. Returning from his momentary distraction, Rumbesa looked at the old man again. He was puzzled as to why the human race, which possessed more powerful top-tier combat strength, did not swiftly eliminate these underworld creatures that swarmed like locusts. The demon you predicted did not appear. Now our only enemies are these trash that a 7th-tier mage could easily destroy. Yet we have built a front line in the Beastmaster Forest that has consumed nearly a quarter of the Empire's strategic reserves. Is it all just for these trash? Rumbesa hated this feeling of ignorance, as well as the way those in higher positions commanded as if they were above all, without explaining why. Indeed, the strong did not have the obligation to explain themselves to the weak. So he simply watched the old man, the nominal leader, the head of the empire. What do you feel now? The old man squinted at the distance and asked softly. Not good, Rumbesa replied candidly. The upper echelons of the empire are a bunch of useless drunkards, so cowardly that they don't even dare to strike when the enemy extends their necks under their swords. Augustus had a slight fondness for this young man, or rather, he had a fondness for all the excellent young people of the empire. This tall old man did not care for authority. He even liked it when others dared to criticize him openly, even if it was just to insult him. Of course, that did not prevent him from later pointing his sword at those people. But he also truly hated the way everyone obediently submitted to him, lowering their heads and speaking softly, because he had been like that before he turned 12. I don't know why we can't kill all these low-tier underworld creatures. But we just can't, the old man explained, which was rare for him. An emperor explaining to his subjects was a strange thing. What happened? Guster said that the time these underworld creatures exist in the present world determines how long the beings of the present world can exist. And it is nearly impossible to change in the short term. We even have to domesticate these underworld creatures, even if it means feeding them blood. Augustus said flatly, honestly, I dislike it too. I find Guster's omniscient demeanor quite annoying. He is always right. Augustus seemed to recall something, smiling faintly, as he had always been right. Memories flickered in the brown eyes of the old man, as if crossing through time. The young officer remained silent, merely pursing his lips. I'm too old to have that kind of spirit to dig deep into everything. I just think about waiting to die, the old man's gaze drifted far away, but I still have many things left undone. So tell me, should I die? His voice was very soft, like a spider web in a hazy drizzle, where every drop of rain could utterly destroy the delicate work of the spider. You speak too heavily. Rumbesa suddenly realized he had heard something strange and lowered his head. You still fear me, Augustus said softly. The breeze brushed against Rumbesa's face as he faced the grass, and the fine sweat on his forehead gradually slid down along the lines of his face. He could remain calm when this old man was rational. But when the old man was not quite right emotionally, his rational mind would tell him to appropriately release a sense of panic to protect himself, and he indeed felt a bit panicked at that moment. It was like a lion showing its soft belly in submission after losing a territorial fight. But the other party was a real lion. He was not. He was merely a subject surviving in the lion's territory on the grassland. Go do what you need to do. The old man issued the command with a blank expression, but then smiled the next moment. I have high hopes for you, Rumbesa. You're very much like the old me. Your humble and panicked demeanor now is exactly the same as mine when I faced that old empire's baron. The same fear, the same displeasure. The old man watched the young officer walk out of the courtyard without saying much more. Aren't you coming out? The tall old man said irritably. Ha ha. Guster's laughter came from the suddenly appearing rift in space, and at the same time, an old man with white hair stepped out. Old age does have its way of educating people, Guster said with a smile. This is what you wanted me to do, right? Augustus glanced at his old friend, sighed. What have you done to turn a good child into this? This is your own scare. It has nothing to do with me. Guster seemed to be in a good mood, smiling all the while. Rumbesa is a good young man, but he is still lacking a little something, he said softly, also gazing into the distance at the battlefield. Hee. Augustus knew what the missing element was. Compromise. This was not necessarily a good thing, but it was indeed very important. Forget it. I didn't come here primarily to discuss Rumbesa's flaws. Guster waved his hand. That fallen and dead demon. Do you still remember? How could I forget? Augustus paused for a moment before saying, that young man with blood-red eyes. The one who was visibly a youth, yet in my fighting spirit perception, was completely empty. High-tier warriors use fighting spirit as their most common eyes in battle. The flow of magic and the trajectory of movements can be perceived by fighting spirit and fed back to the brain. This speed is even several times faster than the eyes. But my eyes saw him that day, yet in my fighting spirit perception, there was nothing. It was as if he did not exist at all. This was a situation the battle-hardened old man had never encountered before. Chapter 89. Flaws, especially since this demon god has also abducted the Saintess of the Church of Light. This point particularly struck August. He wondered if Garfulton was aware of this. But knowing wouldn't help. Right now, he didn't even know where he was recuperating. To severely injure a dwarf, who is not skilled in combat, Garfulton truly was a genius. August contemplated that if the dwarf race could not be utilized by the human race, then it seemed there was no need for their existence. The previous emperor of the empire always hoped that the dwarves would change their minds and help humanity, but the dwarves remained neutral. They even designated a large area of human territory for the dwarves to thrive, although that land had already been reclaimed by August. This tall old man was never one to suffer losses. Lucifer seemed to be consciously seeking authority in the mortal realm. August's words pulled the aged emperor, who was pondering how to deal with the dwarf issue, back to this makeshift courtyard. What does a demon god want if not these? August cast a strange glance at August. Could it be that he went through so much trouble to enter the mortal realm just to abduct the Light Saintess? The white-haired elder gave this tall man an extremely complicated look. August, well, so what? He just abducted a Saintess, just seeking some power. It's not like he committed any heinous crime. Let him be. August waved his hand. I can't beat him anyway. I didn't send you to trouble him. August seemed to see through the thoughts of his old friend, chuckling in annoyance. Don't I know your three-legged cat? My three-legged cat? August's white beard was blown up. I am, after all, one of the only two 8th-tier warriors of the human race, the only 8th-tier fighter. You won to be the only 8th-tier warrior for long. August directly interrupted. Malmo has comprehended something in his battle with Nelson and should break through soon. The white-haired elder chuckled lightly. After all, there will be another free laborer. That's a matter for the future. August, like a mischievous old child, disdainfully glanced at August. Does the old man still think he is young? August sneered contemptuously. Being with you always makes me feel like a grandson. I feel younger. August was momentarily stunned and then also laughed. After a moment of silence, the tall elder slightly raised his head to look at the blue sky. What does a demon god from the underworld want with the authority of the sky? To become the new god of the sky? That is too funny, right? Don't let the sky turn blood red in his eyes. That would be too amusing. The old man's speaking speed was rapid, like a series of wind blades unleashed by a wind element magician, almost forming a continuous line of wind elemental magic power. Just recently you said you were old. I think you're still young. August chuckled softly as he watched his old friend's expressions. At the same time, this white-haired elder also looked up at the sky, opened his mouth to say something, but closed his lips again. Finally, he spoke. I found your daughter, Anxia. August responded softly, his gaze still fixed on the sky. Anxia could be considered August's daughter in his old age. This elderly emperor had only 2 sons and 1 daughter in his life. Both sons had died on the battlefield against the demon race, and the only daughter was also missing, but fortunately, she had now been found. Upon hearing this, August let out a long sigh of relief. Where has she been? The aged father asked again, looking at August with great confusion. She was captured by a 6th-tier demon. Because of your daughter's unique constitution, she is likely to be sent to that demon king as a vessel for power. The white-haired August said softly, a gentle breeze lifting the white strands of hair from the elder's forehead, and his eyes, like the sun and moon, shone brightly. Norston had long wanted to break through to the 9th tier. He had already reached the peak of the 8th tier a century ago and made further progress decades ago. With strength nearly reaching the threshold of the 9th tier, he unified the demon race. He was probably just missing Anxia as a vessel to conquer the world. Transferring the power of the demon race's inheritance to the vessel and using blood sacrifice to turn the vessel into a conscienceless, soulless power would allow him to wield the power while escaping the rules imposed by the mortal realm. What a pity. August picked up the fallen leaves carried by the wind from outside the courtyard, gently rubbing the mottled texture between his fingers. He had encountered the god of the demon race. Should I thank him then? August laughed, the wrinkles on the face of this tall, old man rippling like waves. Humanity should thank him. August released the leaves from his hand, and as the wind blew, the leaves swayed upwards again. However, humanity cannot rely on him. The white-haired elder's gaze was distant, and his eyes, which seemed to see through everything, appeared to glimpse a fragmented future. The leaves that originally danced gracefully in the air, like a light dancer showcasing its elegant form, began to lose the wind's support and strength. Those leaves slowly began to fall. They were like a butterfly with broken wings, weakly flapping but unable to prevent themselves from nearing the ground. With each descent, it seemed to bid its final farewell to the sky, filled with a hint of affection and reluctance. Finally, the leaves gently touched the grass, ending their last moment in the air. Perhaps soon, a decomposer would come to handle this fallen leaf. Yet, once the leaf falls from the tree, it is destined to rot and become new fertilizer. No fallen leaf can escape this fate. Ha! The elderly emperor merely chuckled softly, his aged yet profound eyes gazing into the distance. Perhaps, the old man murmured. After Rumbesa left the courtyard of that imperial master, he returned to his temporary residence. He knew his flaws in the eyes of that emperor, but he did not want to change. Yet he would not foolishly defy orders. He had neither the power nor the desire to do so. He just wanted to know why. Why? In the absence of the underworld demon god entering the mortal realm, and even with creatures emerging from the underworld rift not reaching the 6th tier, why was this chaotic and filthy species still tolerated to continue trampling on the Empire's territory? Were the Empire's 7th and 8th tiers mere decorations? The millions of people of the Empire sent their children to the front lines just so that these so-called high-tier magicians, who occupied abundant resources and were trained by them, could watch their soldiers die at the hands of the filthy creatures from the underworld. Chapter 90 Omission, the base of the Sky Island Center. The pale green, mysterious array patterns flowed endlessly, like fireflies on a summer night, emitting a faint yet dazzling green light in the deep, silent dark, flickering as if breathing with life. Lucifer stood before the formation that supported the operation of the Sky Island, blood-red eyes swirling with magic power, as if it knew I was being born within. At this moment, all the magical trajectories were no longer secrets in the eyes of this young demon god. Fine lines emitting pale green and gray-white light twisted and spiraled in the air, eventually converging into the center of the formation, which resembled an irregular sphere carved from deep green jade. The jade was the size of an adult's fist, quietly floating in this chamber that bore the base of the Sky Island, as if nothing could shake it. Is this what you call the sky? The deep green vortex was reflected in Leviathan's azure eyes. Most likely. Lucifer carefully examined the deep green jade crystal before him, and all the magical power from the sky seemed to be drawn to it, attracted by it. So if we take it away, will the Sky Island collapse? The silver-haired girl pondered slightly and asked, it wouldn't crash down on the Imperial capital, would it? Then the Imperial capital would really be blown up by you. Stop, stop. Lucifer pressed a hand against the girl's delicate lips. Last time was truly an accident. I really didn't expect that 8th-tier giant dragon to run so fast after it got the authority. A helpless smile rippled in his blood-red eyes. An accident. The silver-haired girl gently brushed aside Lucifer's hand, smiling lightly, placing both hands on his face and giving it a gentle pinch. There sure are a lot of accidents. A twinkling smile like countless stars danced in her azure eyes. Of course, Lucifer did not brush away the girl's hands on his face. He simply smiled faintly, looking into her azure eyes that were clearer than the sky. The silver-haired girl gently tugged at Lucifer's face before releasing her grip. She turned to look at the sky at the center of the obsidian base, her expression growing serious. "Are you planning to take it directly?" She tilted her head and asked. Her long hair, like a silver waterfall, changed direction as she turned, resembling silver meteors altering their trajectory. "Yes." Lucifer nodded. "Although I cannot accommodate the sky in a short time. It is indeed one of the few things in this world that can pose a threat to an 8th-tier being. The sky and the earth. The authorities of the two great origins. This is not like the authority of life, which allowed that 8th-tier green beast to hold out for a few more seconds under a demon god's hand. An 8th-tier peak being, if they could accommodate the origin authority of sky, would become the one standing at the pinnacle of 9th tier. Unfortunately, it is a bit unrealistic for an 8th tier being to reach the realm of accommodating the sky. Only a 9th tier body can accommodate it, can accept the gifts from sky, and ultimately become the master of the sky. However, the imperial capital will not be destroyed. I can easily support it," Lucifer said with a smile, seemingly taking credit as he looked at the silver-haired girl. "Great." The girl's eyes seemed to shine with stars, which seemed to make Lucifer feel quite proud. "Or we could find a high-tier, wind-element magical beast and kill it to use its magic core as a substitute." Lucifer gazed at the sky, which resembled deep green jade. Although the magic power within the magic core would be consumed, it could be replenished. Impressive, the silver-haired girl seemed to have found a formula. Lucifer suppressed the upward curve of his lips, pretending to be nonchalant as he stepped onto the obsidian constructive formation base. Seemingly sensing Lucifer's arrival, the sky suddenly erupted with brilliant light. The surrounding magical power belonging to the sky surged wildly, and the rampant winds raged around the entire sky island, causing everyone on the island to feel an unprecedented pressure, as if the ancient deity who mastered the sky had returned. Lucifer remained calm. Edea had mentioned that the sky seemed to possess some instinct. Once it sensed a threatening presence, it would trigger a restriction. This was also the main reason why he had been unable to obtain the sky despite staying on the sky island for years. But Lucifer was different. A 9th-tier demon god personally arriving. Even a lost authority, no matter how primal, could only submit. The terrifying blood-red magic power pierced through the entire sky island in an instant, and everyone on the island felt a lethal threat, as if the Grim Reaper was grinning beside them. But this deadly aura returned to calm in the next moment, as if nothing had happened. In the center of the storm, Lucifer stood tall before the sky, holding the supreme authority in his hand. His fingers wrapped around the jade, solidified from the sky, feeling its ruggedness and unevenness in his grasp, as if he held all the clouds and storms that occasionally surged in the sky. Perhaps this was the most perfect artwork in the world. Oh no. Lucifer glanced at the azure eyes beside him. The girl's eyes seemed filled with curiosity as she looked at the sky in Lucifer's hand, unaware of his gaze. This was what he considered the most precious, the most perfect artwork, a piece that belonged solely to him. "What is its use?" the silver-haired girl asked, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Is it like the corruption and death in your honorable name?" "Sort of." Lucifer continued to look into the silver-haired girl's eyes, his voice gentle. "However, my authority is something I was born with. While this is the form that the original authority takes after its owner dies or disappears and undergoes the passage of time. Just as I have corruption and death, I am thus the god of corruption and death. And possessing the sky would allow me to become the master of the sky. Can I also become the god of the sky?" She tilted her head and asked, "When I get stronger, I'll pin you down, so you can never blow up the imperial capital again." The girl wrinkled her delicate nose, implying something. This matter really should be put to rest. Lucifer raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, smiling wryly. Then he joked, "If you can accommodate it." Before he could finish, he paused. He seemed to have thought of something. Leviathan naturally bore a part of the authority of secrets. So, where did this authority come from? He seemed to have never contemplated this question. He had no reason to overlook it. Like a poor child handing you a precious diamond, you would instinctively ask him, "Where did you find this?" Because a poor child shouldn't have something like a diamond. Just like Leviathan shouldn't have authority. So what is stopping her from thinking? And why does this obstacle no longer exist now? Chapter 91. The Fall. Lucifer stared at Leviathan, remaining silent for a long time. Why are you looking at me like that? The silver-haired girl seemed to sense the gaze beside her and turned to look at Lucifer. She noticed his furrowed brows and the confusion in his blood-red eyes. What are you thinking about? The girl waved her delicate hand in front of Lucifer, pulling him out of his reverie. You're really beautiful, Lucifer said instinctively after a moment of pause. The girl's ears, as translucent as white jade, quietly flushed with a faint pink hue. This blush was as vibrant as the petals of peach blossoms blooming in spring. It initially appeared lightly at the tips of her ears, but quickly spread like a tide, extending towards her cheeks. In the blink of an eye, the rosy color had covered her entire delicate and fair face, resembling the clouds at dusk, illuminated by the setting sun. And very cute, he added with a smile as he looked at the girl's bashful appearance, despite being punched lightly by the shy girl in return. Every compliment from Lucifer made Leviathan shy. It seemed that no matter how many times it happened, hearing his serious tone of praise would make her face feel hot, as if under some ancient magical curse. Lucifer chuckled softly, while also beginning to ponder. Leviathan mentioned that the secret authority seemed to be something she was born with, but she only discovered it when she broke through to the 4th tier, before the day the Beast City was attacked. He hadn't sensed the secret aura within her, seemingly because the turmoil and chaos of Alex's uprising briefly descended upon the world that day. Was it Alex's authority that activated that part of Leviathan's power? Or had that part of the secret authority already been conscious, but had been sleeping within the girl, only to be awakened by an authority of equal rank? There were no ancient deities of secrecy. If there were no intrinsic characteristics of secrecy, perhaps he could have sensed it normally. Unlike the time in the heart of the dragon god, where even holding the vessel of authority in hand could not grant perception, only rough speculation. Suddenly, Lucifer froze for a moment. If the characteristic of secrecy were to be overlooked, could there have been an ancient deity of secrecy that ultimately used his own authority to erase himself from history? And then, for some unknown reason, this erased figure split his authority across the world? He was getting sidetracked. Lucifer glanced at the blue-eyed girl before him, and then at the sky in his hand, which resembled jade. Because he contained too much authority, he couldn't accommodate the sky. But could Leviathan, who had once partially hosted the secret, bear the authority of the sky once again? Could he use the authority of chaos and distortion to reverse the causality of his possession and allow the girl to fully embrace the sky? Unlikely. The chaos and distortion would likely not change the will of the sky. After all, this belonged to the authority of the world's origin. Suddenly, the entire sky island began to shake because Lucifer had taken a core that powered the sky island. This island, suspended above the imperial capital, seemed unable to bear its mountain-like weight